In one of many worlds centuries ago, the heavens opened up and a rift opened between universes. Out of nowhere, horrible dungeons filled with terrible monsters who only wanted to destroy humanity suddenly spread across the entire planet. Most of the monsters were weak, though dangerous, but some were so strong that they could destroy cities with their rage alone. However, with the advent of the dungeons, some people developed unusual abilities that allowed them to resist evil. These heroes, who were called the Awakened, stood up to the monsters and drove them deep into the dungeons, and then began to clear them out as well. People all over the planet who had not received anything supernatural cried from the understanding that the Awakened ones would save them, and there was nothing more to fear. However, in the future, the Awakened were no longer a rarity, and absolutely anyone with enough money could obtain abilities. Being a superhuman became prestigious, and the Awakened could become popular and rich, and therefore the alteration operation was in great demand. People became obsessed with the ghostly chance of becoming rich, and therefore becoming awakened. They immediately rushed to the dungeons, striving to become great as quickly as possible. The state realized that this would lead to problems, and so an official professional exam was adopted to sort out those who could truly become hunters. As a result, educational institutions emerged where the awakened were prepared for the professional exam. Finally, in contrast to state institutions, private institutions emerged, providing a much wider range of educational services. Somewhere in this world, a huge dragon-like monster tightly grabbed the stump of its arm with its second paw, looking in panic at the one who had just cut it off. With one hand in his pocket, the awakened one stood before the dragon, armed with a shining spear whose blade was sharper than obsidian. Horrified at how a human could be so strong, the dragon looked at the kind smile of the awakened one, asking if his enemy was a simple frog. Roaring in fury, the dragon swung its own tail, preparing to finish off its insolent opponent in refusal to accept its own defeat. However, the boy easily jumped up, dodging the powerful attack and with calmness in his eyes, preparing to attack himself. The dragon tried to intercept the enemy and kill him with a powerful blow of its claws, threatening to tear the enemy to pieces. But the awakened one dodged this attack with a light and lightning-fast movement, and then swung his spear, striking the dragon right in the face with amazing power. Landing quickly, the boy swung his spear again, cutting into the dragon's body, which growled in pain. In desperation, the monster began to focus dark energy into the air, intending to use it for its most powerful attack. His roar, passing through the sphere of this energy, turned into an incredibly powerful pillar of dark flame, which threatened to burn the enemy to the ground. The guy, smiling and throwing his spear over his shoulder, was ready to accept this attack, clearly not afraid of being burned, but on the contrary, was going to win this clearly unfair fight. Remembering which academy he himself was going to enroll in, the boy aimed the tip of his spear at the very center of the fiery pillar. And just a minute later, smiling contentedly, the guy moved away from the corpse of the dragon-like monster, thinking about how great it would be to study at the academy. Hearing the notification sound, the guy took out his phone and happily looked at the screen, which contained all the information about his future classes. A window popped up on the screen asking the guy if he wanted to sign up for the class, and he didn't even think about the answer and boldly pressed the positive answer button. Meanwhile, in one of the work areas, a guy named Roy, sweating from the effort, stubbornly carried out the task set before him. Being awakened from birth, the boy had more talent than others, but now he was forced to work to pay off the debts of his deceased parents. For 9 long years, he worked for a company that transported monsters killed by hunters. Wiping the floor off his face, Roy thought for the umpteenth time in a long time that only his dream of becoming a hunter himself was keeping him going. Having completed another task, Roy went to his older comrades, who suggested that he take a break and asked how his target was going. Opening a can of soda, the guy said that he was trying, but finding a cheap enough academy wasn't that easy, to which his comrades thoughtfully supported him. Roy imagined the mighty hunters who taught at the academy, and thought with a slightly sad smile how good it would be to study with them. He also thought sadly that the difference between those who graduated from the academy and the uneducated awakened was simply unimaginable. However, his sadness immediately left him when he looked at his phone screen with a smile and noted that he finally had enough money for a whole year of study. The The guy, beaming with happiness, thought that he would, of course, like to go to a better institution, but he only had enough money for the cheapest academy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an advertisement window, which spoke of some Academy of Transcendence, which Roy had never heard of before. After pressing the button, the boy saw a video that said that this Transcendence Academy was taught by teachers who were over 10,000 years old. With a surprised look, Roy looked at the guy who was giving an interview, telling him that entering the Transcendent Academy was the best decision of his life. In the video, a whole bunch of students thanked the Academy for teaching them, and after the caption that Roy could also enroll now, the screen suddenly turned off. Staring at the switched-off screen in shock, Roy voiced the thought that this advertisement was created by some lunatic, after which he went to the Academy's website and read information about it. Surprised that the names of the teachers were the names of legendary characters and heroes, Roy pressed the button next to the name of the teacher of the basics of mastering the staff and spear, and the face of a small monkey appeared in front of him. Having hit himself in the face with his palm, the guy even laughed at the fact that some monkey started talking about the basics of wielding a spear, and introduced herself as the hero of Chinese legends Sun Wukong. However, looking up at the phone screen, the guy noticed that the activity the monkey was showing looked quite normal. Suddenly, the teacher's cartoonish appearance faded, and Roy saw the strong muscles rolling under the skin of the master's hand as he swung his staff. When Sun Wukong twirled the staff in his hands and then grabbed it with both hands, the boy saw that he now really did look like the legendary monkey god. Roy watched in amazement as the teacher slashed forward with a deft and powerful blow at the stone mountain, causing it to crumble into huge stone fragments. Looking at the screen in amazement, the guy noticed that even the fragments had crumbled into dust, and in his head there was only one question. How did the monkey manage to hit like that? Roy jumped up from his seat, wondering if the video was CGI, but realized it wasn't, and then pointed out that even S-class hunters couldn't do that. When the video ended, the guy saw a notification asking if he wanted to sign up for the class, and after thinking about it, he agreed. However, the program showed an error, indicating that he was not in the academy, and then calculated the cost of tuition, taking into account his situation, which was $40,000, which was his entire budget. The guy narrowed his eyes in surprise, not understanding how the program could calculate everything so that the training would cost all his money. When the guy decided to take a break from his thoughts and continue working, one of his older friends asked him if he was going to enroll in the academy. While loading the guy's stretcher with the corpses of monsters, he noticed that the guy was quite happy today, which meant that his guess was most likely correct. Stepping slightly to the side, the man began using the lift to move the corpse of a particularly large monster, and heard Roy talking about a place called the Ark. The guy even offered the man to clean up the corpses of the monsters after him, to which the man laughed and made Roy promise to get him a dragon. The awakened one moved on, staring at the ground and thinking about the future while the lift worked above his head. But at the same moment as he found himself directly under the corpse of a huge monster, the chain holding him in the air suddenly snapped. The huge monster began to fall right on Roy, and he only managed to turn around at his comrade's shout when the body pressed him to the ground, causing him to lose consciousness. After a long period of treatment, Roy, lying in the hospital, with a hunted look in his eyes, talked about everything that had happened. Doctors told him that his broken leg bone, due to its super-fast regeneration, was entangled with nerves and had become necrotic. Concerned about his reputation, the owner of the company Roy worked for refused to pay compensation, saying it was not his fault. He was told that the operation to save his leg would cost all his savings, and it had to be done quickly. So the boy had no choice, and only his older friend from work, having come to visit Roy, gave him $3,000, which was all that he had left. After the operation, the guy sat in his room with his leg in a cast, thinking about how cruelly fate had treated him. Clutching the money his friend had given him in despair, Roy thought that he had nothing left at all, and that he had wasted 9 years of hellish labor. Looking into the void with a hopeless look, the guy was wondering if he had enough willpower to save up this money again, when his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen and picking up the phone, the boy saw notifications of advertisements from the Academy of Transcendence, telling him about a new offer for him. After clicking the notification button, Roy saw the program start calculating his membership fee, which this time was only $3,000, which surprised the guy quite a bit. Clutching the phone in his hand, the boy began to doubt, thinking that this academy was going to take all his savings. And although this was all the money he had, Roy decided that he had nothing left to lose anyway. And so he answered yes to the question of whether he wanted to join the academy. And when he did this, the program confirmed his membership. And then the money from the envelope lying next to him suddenly began to fly into the air, which greatly surprised the guy himself. The program congratulated him on joining the academy, and then the screen turned off and glowed purple, and suddenly some strange little boy appeared from it. The guy looked in shock at the little man who greeted him and couldn't understand how someone could get out of his phone. When the kid said that he was Roy's mentor and would help him with his studies, the boy decided that he had hit his head. And although Roy did not answer him at all, wondering if everything that was happening was a dream, the kid said that mentor is not only a position, but also a name. Standing happily on the phone screen, the kid waited for questions with a smile, looking at the guy with big eyes. Roy at this time clearly looked stunned, and therefore did not understand what the kid told him and asked his name again, refusing to understand how a mentor could also be called mentor. Obviously enjoying the sound of this word, the baby repeated several times that he was Roy's mentor, and that his name was Mentor. The boy suddenly thought about it and asked if the little boy was the same mentor who taught Odysseus, one of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology. The kid confirmed Roy's guess and said that Odysseus was his first student, and after becoming a transcendent, he still sometimes contacts his former teacher. After clearing his throat, Mentor began to speak seriously and explained that the Academy of Transcendence trains those who want to go beyond the limits of their race. Suddenly, raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy asked directly if the Academy wasn't a place for training hunters, which surprised Mentor. Smiling, the kid noted that hunters and transcendents cannot be compared at all, because they are on completely different levels. While the kid was pressing something on the screen, Roy tried to object and point out that S-class hunters were still very strong. But the kid interrupted him. Handing the boy the phone, the kid said that the academy instructors could handle any hunter with one finger, and therefore he needed to fill out some information. Scratching the back of his head, the guy looked at the screen, which displayed some strange test, and the mentor explained that it was to check his inclinations and determine his level. Looking at the screen, the guy saw many areas of study, but he himself was more impressed by boy, and therefore he decided that he would study in this particular area. Suddenly he got stuck on the second question and told mentor straight out that he had no idea what to answer, because it asked about his level, and the minimum answer was that he could rip a mountain out of the ground. The mentor tried to help and asked if he could do it, clearly expecting the guy to answer positively. But Roy just shook his head. The kid looked shocked, because he clearly didn't expect his charge to be such a clumsy person. And while the clearly embarrassed guy was trying to figure out how to answer, Mentor was trying to understand how Roy was accepted into the academy in the first place. However, sighing and smiling, the kid noted that there was definitely no need to worry, because the academy that accepted the student would never expel him. After about an hour, Roy finally finished, and he was clearly exhausted because answering a whole 108 questions was very difficult, and Mentor boldly praised him. Having looked into the guy's phone, Mentor immediately suggested that he attend a few basic lectures later, but for now, he should look at his profile. Looking at the answers, the kid noted that if Roy preferred to use the spear, he should switch from mana cultivation to the Eastern technique of ki. Thinking that the guy, among other things, had mental problems, Mentor suggested that Roy take advantage of a lesson from a certain Siddhartha Gautama. Roy was speechless when he realized that this instructor was none other than Buddha himself, the founder of the Buddhism movement. The mentor noted with a grin that Buddha was very famous for his lectures on psychology, and therefore his subject was required for the Transcendence exam. Looking at the screen, the boy saw that the reward for studying the lesson was something called an unwavering heart, and the mentor noted that thanks to this, he would succeed in everything else. The mentor added that there was no way around it, and therefore Roy should watch the lecture to the very end, even if it seemed like he was going crazy. Having left the necessary instructions, Mentor began to disappear, saying at the end that he would return later, but for now he would study Roy's profile. Looking around and realizing that Mentor had completely disappeared, the guy scratched the back of his head and thought that he would still have to learn this lesson. Frowning in uncertainty, The boy opened the program and prepared to watch a video that could drive him crazy. At the same moment, the face of a man, similar to the statues of Buddha, appeared on the screen, asking whether our world exists. Watching the video, the guy thought that this Gautama even looked too much like how he is depicted in statues and pictures. Sitting under a tree, Buddha, with his eyes closed, reasoned that the word I did not exist, and therefore he himself could not exist. The man crossed his legs and looked like he was full of peace, while at the same time he was wondering how something that could not be defined could exist. Roy tried to focus on Buddha's words, but found his mind straining with the difficult information to process. After listening to information that was difficult for the mind to comprehend for a long time, Roy felt completely exhausted, although he had only listened to 0.06% of the lecture. A week later, Roy felt so good that he was able to stand on both legs, and his body became stronger, which greatly surprised the doctors. The guy felt great, and at the same time he understood that Buddha's lectures had had a strong influence on his well-being. Gautama's wisdom filled his heart with peace, which increased the speed of his body's recovery, although the boy realized that listening to lectures was incredibly difficult. The guy listened to the lectures only 1.3%, but the result was already very high, and he was very interested in what would happen next. Deciding to play it safe, the doctor asked Roy to stay in the hospital for another week, and the guy himself was only happy. Lying in his bed and thinking that he could watch the second lecture offered by the mentor, the guy noticed that for the wisdom of Buddha, a skill is given that is much better than most others. Deciding that he needed to study further, the boy turned on the video of the second teacher, and a bearded face of a creature named Chiron appeared on the screen. Chiron was a centaur, and not just any centaur, but a mentor to most of the most famous heroes of Greek mythology. Raising one of the horse's legs, the centaur, looking at the audience with a firm gaze, said that the purpose of this lecture was to prepare students for the early stage of transcendence. He said that the martial techniques in this lecture would be covered superficially, and Roy was surprised at that time that the legendary Chiron himself would teach him. The centaur spoke calmly and judiciously, and so Roy watched his lecture quite relaxed. But Chiron began to talk about what needed to be done first. The legendary teacher suddenly bared his teeth and ground his teeth, which surprised Roy a little. And then the centaur took a deep breath. Suddenly, Chiron screamed at Roy to get up and go, his eyes blazing with a fury that was hard to imagine. The guy was so surprised by the unexpected change in the mood of the lecture that he even dropped the phone, from the speakers of which the centaur's voice was shouting. After hearing this, the guy even lost his sense of reality for a moment. Due to the surprise, the guy even fell out of bed, and his phone landed on the soft carpet and vibrated. Getting up from the floor and picking up his phone, Roy saw that a very difficult physical task had appeared on the screen, requiring him to complete a very difficult standard of athletic exercises. Remembering that even the doctor had told him not to overexert himself, Roy thought hard about whether it was worth carrying out the task at all now. Yawning and giving in to his own laziness, the guy decided that he would practice later, and now he would just listen to the lectures. But the program did not allow him to do this. Roy was very surprised to realize that he would not be able to listen to the lecture until he completed the task, and this did not make him happy at all. He kept pressing the button to start the lecture, but the program wouldn't let him do it, which surprised Roy because he didn't understand how they would know about his successes. In the end, the guy bowed his head and sighed hopelessly, realizing that he definitely wouldn't be allowed to watch the lecture today. Roy closed his eyes in disappointment, and then thought that there was no point in driving himself, so it would be better not to do Chiron's tasks this week. Taking out his phone, he decided to continue watching Buddha's lectures, but noticed an inscription that he had not seen before. He saw that the lectures were only open to him for a while, and so he had to force himself to get up and go carry out Chiron's assignments. While warming up, Roy reasoned that the fact that not everything comes for free is quite logical, and therefore he will have to try to work for his money. A couple of days later, Roy noticed that progress was not always recorded after listening to Buddha's lectures, which meant he might not make it in time for the limited period. While stretching his shoulder, the guy thought that he hadn't trained for a long time, because until that moment, he didn't even see the point in training. Remembering that he had previously done physical labor, the guy decided that this was precisely why he had not trained. Roy remembered the strain of carrying the heavy corpses of the monsters, and decided that this load would be enough to keep him in shape. Doing push-ups over and over again, the guy confidently pushed off the ground, thinking that his awakening would definitely help him complete the task perfectly. Eventually, all 300 push-ups were over, and Roy stood up contentedly, looking at his phone screen to check if the task had been confirmed. However, at that very moment, the guy was very surprised, because the phone screen showed that out of 300, he had only done 81 push-ups. He did another push-up and looked at the screen, but the number of exercises he had completed had not changed at all. He tried to do it again, straining his arms hard, and the number finally changed, pleasing the guy. Having risen, he looked at the screen again and froze in place, realizing what the problem was and not at all happy. Throwing himself to the ground, the guy continued doing push-ups, this time properly, hissing through clenched teeth that he hadn't done them perfectly before. Pulling himself up with great difficulty, the boy growled that every time he did a task even a little bit incorrectly, the completed task would no longer count. Through the pain, the guy forced himself to complete the tasks perfectly, although because of this, his body experienced incredible stress. Having gone outside in the morning and worked out all day, the guy finished his run in the evening, which is why his whole body ached with pain. Trying to ignore the disapproving whispers of those around him, Roy collapsed exhausted on the ground. Not understanding when he should listen to lectures, the guy nevertheless forced himself to train every day until exhaustion. And after 2 days, people began to notice his progress. Dressed in a tracksuit once again, Roy headed off to training, meeting a nice grandmother along the way and deciding to exchange a few words with her. While the grandmother was bragging that she herself worked tirelessly, the boy listened to her with a smile, noticing the TV with the news. After talking with his grandmother, Roy looked up, looked at the TV screen, and heard about the appearance of a 4th-level giant. The guy chuckled and learned that the giant was in hibernation and could now pose a danger. It turned out that he was considered a corpse and dragged to the center of the city, and by pure chance there was a strong awakened nearby who dealt with the monster. It turned out that the grandmother also paid attention to the news, and now noted that she was glad that the hunters could save them. Suddenly, the grandmother remembered that Roy himself was an awakened one, and asked the boy if she remembered everything correctly. Having confirmed his grandmother's thoughts, the guy suddenly saw her smile and heard that she would like to see him on TV one day, after which she shook his hand. And although he was tempted by this, the guy couldn't help but admit that he would hardly ever be shown on the news because he was not a professional hunter. Suddenly, a sullen man turned to them, also watching the news and hearing every detail of their friendly conversation. The man noted, not without malice, that times had changed and it was incredibly difficult to become a hunter now, surprising his grandmother, who had completely failed to keep up with modern trends. Looking at Roy with displeasure, the man noted that he would hardly ever become a hunter, even if he was awakened. The man grinned sarcastically and said that he wasn't even a member of the academy, and therefore his training was absolutely in vain, and it would be better to give up. Roy thought gloomily of all the years of work he had put into becoming a professional hunter someday. Anger at the harmful man flashed in his eyes, and he was about to tell him everything he thought about him. But he didn't have time. Without giving the boy a chance to say a word, the grandmother pounced on the man with reproaches, indignant at how dare he say such nasty things to such a sweet young man. The guy angrily clenched his fists and quietly noted that this was his life, which meant he would live it only the way he wanted. To which the man angrily jumped up from his seat. He tried to put Roy in his place, saying that he had lived a long life and knew what was right. But the guy interrupted him and insisted that he should continue living his life and leave the guy alone. The impudent man suddenly lost his power of speech and looked at the angry Roy in bewilderment, thinking that he had probably gone too far. But as soon as the boy turned around and walked away, the man shouted that Roy didn't dare talk to his elders like that, while the grandmother scolded the rude old man. Roy, meanwhile, moved away, determined to move on along his life's path, not listening to those who knew nothing about him. Looking ahead gloomily, the boy thought that he would definitely become a hunter, because in just a week he had felt the incredible effect of training at the Transcendent Academy. Running kilometer after kilometer, straining every muscle in his body, the guy steadfastly moved forward, keeping in mind the thought that he would definitely reach his goal. At the same time, somewhere else, the girl who was the awakened one sighed sullenly, noting that she was very tired of being a hunter. She stood right in front of the monster that was rushing at her in a furious attack, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword and wondering why the academy she was studying at even existed. With a slight movement of her hands, the girl snatched the blade from its sheath and attacked the monster, cutting it in half without much difficulty, and not stopping to calmly reason. Standing on top of the pile of bodies of lion-like monsters, the girl put her hand on her hip and whined discontentedly, noting that the life of a hunter was incredibly boring. Finally, after 2 long weeks, the guy returned to his house, and the first thing he did was collapse into his bed, happy that he was finally home. Pressing his face into the bed, the boy noted that he had been terribly homesick during all the time he had been in the hospital and devoting himself to studying. Suddenly, Roy felt sad and thought about how exactly he had spent his time these past 2 weeks, and also how soon he would finally reach his goal. Relaxing his muscles, the boy remembered that the hunter's exam would be in a year, which meant that he had limited time to prepare, although there was a lot of it. With a heavy sigh and an equally heavy look around the apartment, the guy realized that he had absolutely no means of subsistence for this time. Having decided to distract himself from sad thoughts, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, remembering that he had just recently completed another task. For the first time in a long time, Roy was able to take a break from the difficult tasks and watch another lecture from Chiron, who seemed to be waiting for his new student. Hearing Chiron praise the boy for learning to walk, Roy grumbled in displeasure, thinking that his mentor considered him a child. Smiling contentedly, the centaur armed himself with his spear and noted that it was time to start taking the first steps in that case. Chiron stretched his neck and looked seriously from the screen straight into Roy's eyes and said that it was time for the boy to understand how feelings worked. The next day, having completed 5.7% of the lecture, Roy made it to his desk where his boss scolded him for taking too long a break. Roy cast a disgruntled glance at his departing boss and noted that, although he had not paid compensation, the man clearly felt a little guilty. Sitting in the pose of a thinker in the restroom, Roy thought about how he would manage to combine work and study. Straining all his brain, the guy tried to figure out how to get out of the situation, because if he didn't complete the tasks, he wouldn't be able to listen to Chiron's lectures. After thinking about it, the guy couldn't even remember what Chiron had said in the last lecture. But he definitely remembered something about feelings when his older friend entered the room. Roy began to remember Chiron giving basic information about the 5 basic human senses as the man approached the boy from behind. Chiron explained that first a person perceives a stimulus, then recognizes it, and then draws conclusions. But this takes too long, and therefore he will teach Roy new skills. Looking sternly into the guy's eyes, Chiron tells a story about something that is different from these 5 senses, although it is a continuation of them, and that is hidden inside every person. Roy remembered that the centaur had told him about the 6th sense, which turned out to be intuition, and which would help a person overcome his basic capabilities. The man who came up from behind tried to butt his friend in the shoulder with his hand in a friendly manner and back up the gesture with a good joke, but Roy, unexpectedly even for himself, dodged. Roy rose from his seat, and his older comrade asked in amazement if his young friend had grown eyes in the back of his head. With the situation forgotten in the friendly atmosphere, the friends returned to work, and the man frowned when Roy asked to load him with more. Roy, who had been training for a long time, asked his friend not to worry and to boldly give him even more weight, although the man was afraid that the recently sick guy would suddenly overexert himself. Surprised by his own new strength, the guy walked boldly across the work area, effortlessly carrying 200 kilograms of meat on his back, and his older comrade looked after the boy in amazement, not understanding how the recently sick young man had suddenly become so strong. But I had to admit that the guy was okay, which meant there was no need to worry about him, until the shift supervisor shouted to everyone, announcing a break. Moving forward calmly with a large weight, the boy looked at his hands and felt that even with such a burden, his body was filled with strength, which was surprising. Having heard about the announcement of a break, the guy decided to at least complete the daily task, because after the shift, he definitely wouldn't have time. After sitting down once, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, wanting to see if he was doing everything right. Having turned on the program, The guy even opened his eyes in surprise when he looked at the statistics of the task completion. The guy realized that one of his squats was counted as 3 because of the extra weight, and started doing the calculations while his older friend called Roy to take a rest. Suddenly, he exclaimed triumphantly, rejoicing that he would be able to fulfill the norm very quickly if he did it with additional weight, which greatly surprised his comrade. Having loaded himself to the maximum, Roy, despite the protests of his older comrade, began to fulfill the daily quota, giving his all. Impressing his friend, Roy began doing push-ups, loading himself up with a whole 200 extra kilograms, wanting to become stronger as quickly as possible and free up time for himself after his shift at the lecture. And yet, after such hard and diligent work, the guy was incredibly tired. And therefore, having reached home, he immediately rushed into bed to get a good rest. And while the weight training was very effective, Roy couldn't help but admit that it was also 3 times harder. Getting out of bed, the guy looked at the screen and was pleased to note that the task was completed in full, which meant he had successfully saved time. A couple of hours later, looking at the time, the guy noticed that he had managed to listen to both lectures by 10 o'clock. And, although he had tried very hard, Roy felt that he was wasting time. It suddenly occurred to him that he could enroll in one more class now that he had some free time. After scrolling through the page with various items and mentors, Roy saw a lecture on increasing strength under the supervision of a master named Xiang Yu. Roy was quite surprised, remembering that Xiang Yu was a Chinese general who crushed the Qin dynasty and was known as the hegemon king due to his mighty strength. Rubbing his chin, the guy thought, remembering that it was about him that it was said that he would go alone against 7. As soon as the guy confirmed his desire to get acquainted with the military leader's course, he saw him laughing at the weakness of the guy who decided to enroll in it. The boy frowned when he heard the legendary hero dragging him through the mud, calling him a worthless person who couldn't even lift a rock. However, apparently taking pity on the poor fellow, Xiang Yu waved his spear and, stopping laughing, promised with a smile to teach his protege how to truly wield his spear. Smiling ominously, the hegemon king noted that there was no point in listening to the pathetic Sun Wukong. And if Roy really wanted to learn how to use a spear, let him at least pick it up. Only a few seconds had passed since the lecture, but it was already over, and Roy had received a new daily task of swinging his spear a whopping 5,000 times. Roy sat on the floor, stunned and disappointed, wondering how Xiang Yu could even be a teacher if his lectures only took a few seconds. Looking at the new task, the guy fell onto the bed, indignant at why all the daily tasks were always so stupid. The next day, the production manager suddenly came to the work area, to whom Roy's boss reported on every action. Looking sternly at her subordinate, the girl reminded him that the other day one of the monsters turned out to be alive, and therefore they should conduct a more thorough check of each killed monster. Trembling with excitement, Roy's boss agreed with her and promised that her orders would be carried out, much to the surprise of his own subordinates. While the workers were whispering about their boss, Roy, having gained weight again, was working hard to free up time for training. Walking serenely through the grounds, the boy heard the whispers of his colleagues, saying that their manager seemed to be named Aura Bauer from a famous family. The guy remembered that it was from this family that the most famous hunter-swordsman in history came. Roy remembered being told that in the very first days of the monster's appearance, the monsters roamed the cities unhindered, killing everyone in their path. And it was Guy Bauer, being one of the very first awakened, who stood up against the monsters, protecting everyone he could find. He turned out to be the one who gave humanity hope for salvation and did not allow human civilization to disappear, and therefore was known throughout the world. And although much time has passed since then, and Guy has grown old, the hero still remained a true professional, always ready to compete with anyone. The guy thought about the person who had come to his work area today, and then sighed. And then he boldly continued to walk with a huge weight, doing a squat and a step for the 40th time and significantly surprising Aura, who was passing by. The girl gave Roy an appraising look and asked the facility manager who the guy was, and the man asked her to ignore him, saying that he had been like that for a week. Having decided that the guy was not all there, the girl went on, not interfering with Roy's training, without being distracted from the hard work. Approaching his senior comrade, Roy decided to throw off the corpses in order to go and get new ones, making the last 60th squat in a step. While the guy was squatting and throwing off the load, his friend asked when he would calm down. But the guy said that he would not stop. Having finally thrown off his burden, the guy felt a great sense of relief and happily told his friend that these training sessions were quite beneficial. The older comrade grinned, shaking his head as he wondered when his comrade would relax. But he knew that it was unlikely to happen. At the same moment, one whole corpse behind the man suddenly twitched, which he was unable to notice. However, Roy was able to, and cast a worried glance at his comrade, who could now be in great danger. Suddenly, although wounded and with several severed limbs, the huge lion-like monster soared into the sky, drenching the two friends with the wind from the flapping of its mighty wings. With its mouth wide open and a terrifying roar, the monster rushed at the man standing nearby, intending to tear him to pieces. Seeing this, Roy screamed his friend's name in panic, trying to warn him of the danger. Meanwhile, Aura Bauer was finally able to relax a little and sighed, catching her breath after a long inspection of her facility. Leaning her back against the vertical beam, the girl indignantly noted that this facility manager was too clingy and had completely gotten on her nerves. Looking gloomily at the object, the girl thought about how much longer she would have to endure this work. While one of the workers glanced at her from the side, suddenly the girl heard the much-hated nickname of the great swordsman's granddaughter from the lips of the whispering workers near her. The girl closed her eyes indignantly and listened to the workers discussing her person with unpleasant meticulousness, thinking that she couldn't hear. They allowed themselves to make an unpleasant comment that the girl looked weak for the granddaughter of a legendary swordsman, and the girl sighed, trying to control herself. Although Aura had trained since childhood, trying to keep up with her grandfather's fame, she could never reach his greatness, which became an incredible burden for the girl. And although the girl studied hard and then worked as a hunter, she could not get the thought out of her head about how much she wanted to become a teacher. And although it was her life, and Aura had the right to dream and make her dreams come true, her grandfather didn't want to listen, forcing her to follow her own path. The girl was still able to compromise with Guy, and with his help, founded a hunter academy. But even there, she remained only the granddaughter of the great swordsman. People thought that the great swordsman Guy would teach them. But when they found out that the teacher would only be his granddaughter, they grumbled with discontent, thinking that they had been deceived. And although at first there were indeed many people who wanted to study, they all wanted to see only Guy Bauer as a teacher. But not finding what they wanted, everyone left, and the girls' academy lost the entire flow of students that it had at the beginning. Realizing that she was absolutely of no use to anyone, the girl despaired and doubted her dream. As she walked through the work area, the girl remembered how much she had always wanted to teach, and how easily she had been deprived of the opportunity to do so. She sighed hopelessly and thought that she was just one gifted student away from realizing her dream and reviving the academy. But as she was speaking, one of the workers suddenly ran forward and fell to his knees, screaming in panic for everyone to run away and save themselves. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she heard from the worker that one of the monsters was alive and was now threatening people. At this time, the monster had already managed to knock down Roy's older friend and was growling, standing over him, while the guy was trying to figure out what to do. Gritting his teeth from adrenaline, the guy tried to understand how the monster could be alive, since he himself was dragging its corpse. The boy's friend suddenly screamed, demanding that Roy run as fast as he could and leave him. And although the guy understood that he needed to run away from danger, he was absolutely sure that in that case his comrade would be killed, and therefore he could not move from the spot. The guy opened his eyes wide, trying to pull himself together, but the understanding of the danger of the situation paralyzed his entire body. Looking at the monster, the guy reasoned, realizing that without magic he would hardly be able to defeat such a strong, albeit wounded, monster. He remembered that Aura Bauer should be somewhere nearby, and she would definitely be able to kill the monster. And although the hope for her help flashed in his mind, the spark immediately went out when he realized that by the time she got there, his friend would already be killed. Paralyzed with fear, Roy watched as the monster walked around the lying man and tried to think of some way out of the situation. While he was gathering his mind into one whole, the monster, opening its mouth, rushed at the defenseless man, intending to bite him. Roy, without expecting it from himself, suddenly grabbed an iron rod from the ground and waved his hand, preparing to rush forward. And just a moment later, raising the rod, Throwing fear out of his head and listening to the rage seething in his mind, the guy rushed into the attack, intending to protect his comrade. Running closer, he swung his improvised weapon, forcing the monster to take a step back from its defenseless prey. The man tried to say something, but Roy interrupted him and demanded that he run while he could hold off the monster. The brave comrade said that he would not dare to abandon his friend, but Roy cried out that in that case they would both die, and therefore he had better run away before it was too late. Gripping the rod tighter, the guy clenched his teeth and cast a furious glance at the enemy, wondering how he could now save himself. Looking into the monster's eyes full of anger, the boy thought only about whether he would be able to hold out long enough until the hunters came. Feeling a real animal horror, the guy began to concentrate, forcing his mind to remain calm. Suddenly, the boy heard the velvety voice of Buddha, dispelling his fear and convincing Roy that he was the universe. Roy felt surprisingly calm and relaxed, and it was as if a flow of energy surrounded him, permeating everything around him. And while the guy was focusing, the monster growled gutturally, getting ready to have a good feast on its rival. The boy breathed deeply, imagining Buddha himself standing behind him, supporting Roy and helping him merge with the world around him. Buddha told him to put aside his emotions, and at that very moment the monster, pushing off with its powerful hind legs, rushed forward, intending to close its jaws on the boy's neck. In turn, Roy calmly twirled the rod in his hand and, closing his eyes, breathed deeply, calming his mind. Without expecting it from himself, the boy calmed his emotions and allowed his body to move, rushing forward to intercept the monster's attack. The monster, with a look full of fury, threw back its paw, preparing to tear the enemy apart. And Roy, calmly raising his head, grabbed the iron rod more tightly. Suddenly, the guy heard Chiron's voice right next to his ear, as if the centaur was standing behind the guy, urging the guy not to think, but to move, because thinking can slow him down. Trusting his instincts, the boy tilted his head back, effortlessly dodging the deadly attack. Just as easily, the boy let his body move further and jumped, turning in the air and tearing the distance between himself and the monster. Realizing that the enemy was unexpectedly fast, the monster tried to swing its tail to reach the enemy. Not allowing himself to think for more than a second, the boy planted the pole on the ground and deftly dodged the tail attack. Suddenly, even for himself, finding himself in the air, the monster suddenly shook its head, trying to understand where its enemy, who was moving surprisingly quickly, had gone so unexpectedly. Being above the monster's head, Roy realized that this was his blind spot, meaning he had an advantage over his enemy. And although Roy knew perfectly well that now was the time to attack, he couldn't figure out how exactly he should do it. At that very moment, he felt the presence of the hegemon king nearby, claiming that strength was not enough, and sometimes courage and zeal were needed. Feeling the stern gaze of the great warrior on himself, Roy heard him tell him to trust himself, and not to dare doubt his strength and ability to even move a mountain. Listening to his mentor, the boy tightly gripped the improvised weapon and swung it properly, preparing to attack. Moving towards the monster, the guy, opening his eyes, firmly told himself that he would be able to cut it down. Looking from above, he corrected himself, saying that he could not, but simply had to do it that way. As the boy approached the enemy with incredible speed, the monster suddenly raised its head, clearly noticing the imminent attack of its opponent. The monster raised its muzzle and opened its jaws, preparing to bite the guy in half. Concentrating the fortitude of his mind, the strength of his body, and the faith in the ability to cut the monster down, the boy swung the rod and struck from top to bottom with all his strength. The blow was so precise that it certainly reached its target, causing incredible damage to the monster's body. And as soon as the guy landed after this blow, an incredibly powerful explosion sounded around him, as if a stick of TNT had been detonated. While the surrounding people looked at the battlefield in shock, Aura quickly came running, asking what was going on here. She looked around the scene of the battle with a surprised look, trying to focus her gaze and see what was happening there. Roy stood in the middle of a cloud of dust, breathing heavily and clutching the iron rod he had just used to attack the monster. And right behind his back, striking everyone, including Aura with its appearance, lay a monster cut into two parts, struck by Roy's incredibly powerful attack. And although the guy's body was tense, his gaze showed for sure that the guy's mind was absolutely calm. But a second later, he opened his eyes in surprise, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Turning to the corpse of the monster, the boy scratched the back of his head, not understanding how he was suddenly able to deal with it while his phone vibrated with notifications about successful training progress. Staring in amazement ahead, the girl tried to comprehend what had just happened here while she was not looking. She tried to understand how some loader, not a student at the academy and armed with only an iron rod, managed to cope with such a strong monster. The guy suddenly remembered what exactly had pushed him to such a desperate act and focused his gaze in front of him. Still clutching the weapon in his hand, the boy quickly walked past Aura to his older comrade, worried about his condition. While the girl looked at him in surprise, Roy excitedly asked his friend how he was feeling, but he just waved it off. And although Roy desperately insisted that his friend visit the hospital, the workers embraced him in a friendly hug and began congratulating him on his major victory. Still not taking her eyes off the guy, the girl thought for a moment, then sighed and said that it seemed like he could become her best student. When the shift ended, the boss made the workers promise to keep quiet about what happened, and Roy convinced his friend to visit the hospital, intending to get home as quickly as possible. Walking towards the house, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing that the progress of all 3 lectures had increased, the boy thoughtfully noted that this was probably because he had used the knowledge and defeated the monster. The guy realized that practice would help him increase his learning progress and absorb all the information as best as possible. But a couple of problems still remained. Roy grumbled out loud that he needed a license to practice, and the Academy of Transcendence wouldn't give him one, which meant he had to save up for training again. Suddenly, he heard Aura's ringing voice calling out to him from behind him. The girl stepped forward and asked the guy to pay attention to her, and he remembered who she was. The guy shrugged his shoulders, agreed, and asked what she wanted. And the girl spoke seriously, suggesting that they get straight to the point. Taking a step forward, she seriously asked if Roy would like to meet her grandfather, the great swordsman. The guy didn't even think about it and shrugged his shoulders again, indifferently noting that he wasn't interested in it at all. The girl had already agreed to introduce them, but after a couple of seconds, the meaning of his words reached her, and she opened her eyes in shock, watching as the guy walked away. The girl introduced herself properly and laid out her real proposal to the guy, wanting Roy to join her academy. However, Roy, after some reflection, sternly noted that there was not a single student in her academy, and therefore it was an academy only on paper. The girl looked at the guy in shock as he was about to leave and tried to convince him that they had everything they needed to train him, although the guy was not interested. In the end, the girl even compromised her principles and offered to persuade her grandfather to teach him. However, Roy, again indifferently shrugging his shoulders, again told the girl that he was not at all interested in meeting the great swordsman. The girl tried to think of at least one way to detain the guy and convince him to go with her, and therefore reminded him that he would also have to pass a written exam. Roy shook his head at this too. Then the girl said that he could go into battle against monsters right now, but he had no right to do so without a license. Roy sternly pointed out that her makeshift academy would not be able to give him a license, but the girl desperately exclaimed that she actually had the right to issue licenses. Hearing these words, the guy slowed down and clicked his tongue, clearly thinking about whether he should agree. Seeing that she had almost convinced Roy, the girl continued speaking, realizing that she simply had no right to let him go now. She offered her last argument, saying that she would not take a penny from the guy. And upon hearing this, the guy finally stopped and thought. Finally, the boy gave in and, sighing, turned to the girl, asking if she wanted him to simply join her academy. He was still interested in why Aura was offering so much for free, and she responded by saying that he would need to participate in the competition on behalf of the academy. She also said that he would have to tell everyone that he was studying with her. And the guy finally asked why him. In response, Aura said without a doubt that she saw great potential in him, and therefore would be glad to have his help. Having said everything she thought, the girl fell silent, waiting for the guy's final answer with severity, but strong desire in his gaze. Roy tilted his head to the side and smiled, thinking that the conditions were indeed pleasant. And besides, the girl was clearly not lying. Roy finally extended his hand for a handshake and introduced himself by name, agreeing with the girl's proposal. Taking a relaxed breath, the girl smiled happily and shook Roy's hand, and then introduced herself. The next morning, when Roy was already on the street, his phone suddenly rang, and the guy picked up the receiver and pressed the phone to his ear. The senior comrade on the other side of the call asked in surprise what he had done to get their boss fired. And Roy remembered how he had sarcastically asked Aura about it yesterday. He told his friend that his boss probably quit out of shame for what happened yesterday, and then changed the subject, telling him that he had finally gotten into the Hunter's Academy, which was where he had come. The first thing Aura did when she met the guy was give him his new hunting license, which will allow him to speed up his progress several times. And although the guy actually doubted that the girl would fulfill her promises, now he thanked her, a little surprised. Clutching his hunting license in his hand, the boy was happy that he had finally set foot on the path to fulfilling his dream, and asked how he could go on raids. And although Roy expected Aura to tell him everything, she suddenly turned away and said with a smile that there was no need for that, and then led the confused guy along with her. She brought him to the armory and gave him a choice of basic weapons that her students could use. She offered him a choice and said that after that they would go hunting together. And then she smiled slyly, making it clear that she would definitely help with everything. The girl also said that she had already signed a contract for him to travel to the dungeon that day, hoping that Roy would not mind. After just a couple of hours, Roy was boldly and without any particular difficulties moving through the dungeon, easily dealing with weak monsters. Once again waving his weapon, the guy asked why the girl had followed him at all if she had promised not to interfere. And Aura smiled slyly, confirming that she had not intended to. The girl noted that he was her student, which meant she couldn't leave him unattended, and told him to consider it personal training, causing Roy to smile. Seeing the smile, the girl noted that Roy was in the dungeon for the first time, and therefore he still needed her, and then added that he should be more careful. Throwing the spear onto his shoulder, the guy noticed, not without pleasure, that his blows were perfectly piercing the armor of the small monsters. The girl was quite surprised by this, because she thought that attacks not imbued with mana should simply bounce off their armor. But for some reason, Roy was able to attack them. At one point, his intuition made the guy duck from the unexpected attack of the kobold, and the girl screamed in panic, asking the guy to be careful. The monster managed to throw a frightened glance at the guy when he swung his spear, preparing to make a powerful attack on the monster. With a light movement, he attacked the monster, knocking it off its feet with one blow, and even wondering how his attack still managed to penetrate the kobold's armor. After defeating another monster, the guy looked at the phone screen and, not without a smile, noted that the progress of studying the lectures was slowly growing. And Aura was quite surprised by his behavior. Thinking that the guy would need to be covered while he looked at his phone, Aura placed her hand on the hilt of her blade. Roy smiled at her contentedly, because in this dungeon, by killing monsters, he became stronger, and he could also earn money, and therefore he suggested that she speed up. Smiling contentedly, the boy rushed forward through the cave, intending to confront several monsters at once for greater progress. The whole time they spent in the dungeon, the girl felt that he was somehow strange, because even after returning, he hardly looked away from his phone. Glancing at the screen at one point, the girl saw that the guy was staring at the blank screen non-stop and asked Roy about it, which surprised him greatly. Looking at the guy sitting on the floor and looking at the blank screen, zealously commenting on something, the girl thought that it was in vain that she invited a madman to her academy. But she couldn't help but admit that he was clearly handling the kobolds not like a novice, but like a real professional, although he had only just received his license. And in the end, he also asked her to help him drag the corpses of the killed monsters to the city so that he could sell them and get money, without stopping to do a squat in a step. And although Aura understood that she would soon need to introduce the student to her grandfather, she couldn't help but admit that his oddities were driving her crazy. Looking at his oddities, the girl sighed heavily and seriously wondered whether she had made the right choice. The next day after the trip to the dungeon, the guy smiled contentedly, looking at the account that had been replenished after selling the corpses of the kobolds. And although he had to drag and cut up the corpses himself, which greatly surprised Aura, the guy was pleased with the effort and the cost of such work. The only thing that upset him was the fact that he did not have time to listen to the lectures, because he spent so much time on these classes. The boy scratched his chin and wondered if he should call his older friend to help him with this matter. And although he could earn money from hunting and make progress in lectures, he still went rather slowly, which disappointed Roy a little. The boy remembered how strong the aura was that great sage Sun Wukong emitted, and wondered if he could become as strong as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the guy was surprised by his own thoughts, because he suddenly remembered that he had not listened to Sun Wukong's lectures at all, which was a big omission. He remembered that unlike other lectures, Sun Wukong's subject cost money, so Roy didn't even look at it. But now he has enough money for it. Roy was already thinking about paying, but with raised eyebrows in surprise, he realized that the lecture cost several dozen times more than he thought. Realizing how much it was, and that he wouldn't be able to earn that much even in a year, the guy sadly sank to the ground and sighed. Joylessly raising the phone to his face, Roy hopelessly noted that he wouldn't have time now anyway, which meant he would buy Sun Wukong's lectures some other time. Having closed the tab with dissatisfaction, the guy decided to study other items in the program to see if he could buy anything else there besides lectures. The guy was quite surprised when he realized that his guess was correct, because the program had a tab with equipment made by the Academy's students. The guy saw ads for the sale of items such as the Shield of Aegis or the Spear of Longinus from Myths, which were legendary items. Realizing that these items were clearly legendary, the guy was also surprised that for some reason they were called training items. Looking at this tab with curiosity, the boy realized that these items were also made by students, which meant those who had already become transcendents. Thinking that he would at least have enough money for a weapon, the guy began to scroll more actively, intending to buy something useful for himself. The next day, when Aura arrived at the academy, she found Roy already training. She noticed that for some reason he was moving even more actively than usual, and, noting this out loud, asked what had happened that he had become so energetic. It turned out that although Roy had expected the price for the replica Spear of Longinus to be incredibly high, he clearly didn't think it would cost a whole 100 million. And so he was furious. Roy realized that once again it all came down to money, and he sniffed sadly, wondering if he would ever be able to save up for Sun Wukong's lecture. Seeing that the guy looked very upset, the girl smiled encouragingly and asked him if he could spare her a minute. When he turned around, the girl told Roy that the academy tournament would be held very soon. And although the guy had heard about this before, he didn't know the details, and so he asked Aura to tell him more, which she did. Handing him a paper with the regulations and rules for the tournament, Aura also noted that the level of the academy was assessed at such a tournament. She said that their academy is currently at the lowest level, level 4, but if he shows success in the tournament, he will be able to raise their level and get more awards. Raising her index finger, she also mentioned that the state supports higher-level academies more readily, which means he will be able to earn more money. The guy was about to express a guess about why she was telling him this, but Aura interrupted him and, smiling slyly, confirmed his unspoken assumption. Smiling contentedly, she said that she wanted Roy to represent their academy in the upcoming tournament so that they could increase their level. The guy thought for a moment, wondering whether participating in the tournament would affect his progress in the lectures, and whether he would be able to become stronger in that case. Shrugging his shoulders, Roy decided that any fight would be excellent practice, so he should take part, and he smiled at the girl, agreeing. For some reason, his answer surprised Aura, but he noted that they had agreed on this from the beginning, and therefore asked to tell him how exactly the tournaments were held. Touching her chin and thinking, the girl noted that usually the details were kept secret until the very beginning of the exam. But usually you need to get a lot of points for raids and duels. Picking up his spear, Roy thought seriously about the fact that he had only fought monsters before, and only one of them was really strong, and therefore he had little experience. Crossing his arms over his chest and sighing a little sadly, the guy realized that he hadn't trained with people at all. And so, he thought about who could help him with this. He suddenly turned to Aura, who was standing behind him with a curious look, and seriously considered her candidacy for a sparring partner. He chuckled slyly and asked if the girl would chicken out. But Aura, displeased with the ridicule, frowned and picked up the training sword from the stand. Smiling contentedly at her reaction, the boy happily noted that this would be a great opportunity to gain experience, since Aura was an experienced hunter. As the girl, armed with a wooden sword, stood in front of Roy, ready to fight, the boy noted that he could feel an aura of strength coming from her. But in response to her fighting stance, the guy became embarrassed and blushed, thinking that he had long wanted to evaluate her strength, and the girl was even taken aback by his reaction. She asked if he really wanted her to fight him, since she was much more experienced than him. But Roy nodded affirmatively, not even doubting his decision. Smiling slyly and getting into a fighting stance, the guy jokingly asked his opponent for a handicap since she felt so sorry for him. Not taking the student's antics too seriously, the girl casually raised her sword and, sighing, suggested that Roy attack when he was ready. Surprisingly, he moved towards her quite quickly, intending to attack with a spear and saying that such an offer could not be refused. And although he moved briskly, Aura sighed a little upset, because she saw his every move, and his determination even upset her a little. With one smooth but strong movement, the girl intercepted the guy's attack and lashed out at the shaft of his spear, deflecting the attack to the side. Allowing the boy to get back into a fighting stance, the girl gave him the opportunity to attack. But his movements, although fast, were careless, and she easily dodged. Remembering how he moved in the dungeon, the girl was surprised that the guy was so careless in the fight with her, and therefore again doubted his potential. Sighing sadly during the training fight, she thought to herself that the guy was still an uncouth newbie. She didn't understand where the guy suddenly got the confidence that he could handle her. And so she wanted to show him the difference between them by crushing him with one powerful blow. And although the girl used a fairly strong attack and put a lot of her speed into it, she couldn't help but be surprised by what happened next. She watched in shock as her sword slammed into the shaft of Roy's spear, who used all of his reflexes to defend himself from the powerful attack. She looked at the boy's face to see how he felt about this action, but saw that he was all tense, trying to hold back her powerful attack. Realizing that she had unknowingly put her magic into the attack, the girl was even more surprised, asking herself how Roy had managed to reflect such a blow. She tried to understand this, but Roy did not let her be distracted for too long and swung his spear, intending to hit the girl in the face with the shaft, but she managed to defend herself. With a swing of her wooden blade, the girl pushed the guy's weapon away, and he slid to the side, trying to stay standing on both of his feet. Having managed to break the distance, the girl straightened up, trying to understand what was wrong with this guy if he, being an absolute newbie, managed to surprise her. Scratching his nose with his fist, the boy noted out loud with a smile that he was also going to fight her seriously since she was using such powerful attacks. Wiping the bruise on his lip, the guy rushed forward to attack, intending to continue the sparring that was so interesting to him. Aura noted, not without surprise, that his movements had become much clearer and more precise, and therefore she began to dodge and defend herself much more often. Re-intercepting his spear for another maneuver, the guy assessed the girl's defense, and she, looking into his eyes, saw cold calculation in them. In turn, Roy, fighting with the girl, heard the voice of one of his teachers, who helped him so much in battles. The boy heard Xiang Yu scolding him for his bad movements and recommending that he make more cunning attacks, and his attacks became much more precise. By swinging his spear, the boy began to feel both his opponent and the feeling of the battle itself much better. And all thanks to the hegemon king. Xiang Yu spoke irritably, as if right next to the boy's ear, irritably noting that any obvious attacks from Roy would be followed by obvious blocks. Roy listened to every hint from his ghostly mentor and fought persistently, forcing Aura to block his very strong blows. Xiang Yu insisted that Roy make lunge after lunge, forcing his opponent to defend until he could get a chance to attack in earnest. At one point, Aura lost her balance under the pressure of a particularly strong attack and began to fall on her back. And Roy, in turn, seized this moment and rushed forward. Seizing the moment, he swung his spear and was about to follow the hegemon king's advice and attack with all his might. For the first time during the entire battle, watching Roy's weapon approaching her, the girl seriously felt the real danger of her own life. And Roy, in turn, without holding back, struck, putting so much force into this attack that the stone floor began to split from the explosion of force. Aura suddenly woke up with a surprised expression on her face, standing on both feet and raising her sword to the side, not understanding what just happened. Looking ahead, Aura saw the boy slammed into the wall and realized that she hadn't noticed how she had blocked the attack and sent Roy flying. Aura realized that she had miscalculated her strength and had accidentally hit as hard as she could, and therefore could well have killed her student, and she rushed to the wounded man in panic. To the girl's surprise, Roy was not wounded and boldly rose to his feet, scratching the back of his head and noting that he had lost this fight after all. The girl's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the guy was seriously going to defeat her, and didn't allow himself to think about losing even for a second. In turn, Roy frowned and confirmed his guess that it would not work to fight against a person in the same way as against a monster, which surprised Aura even more. However, the guy did not despair and thought that, unlike many hunters, he still had everything ahead of him, and he would definitely become stronger. And in response to his thoughts, the phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, the guy happily noted that the progress of studying the lectures had increased, which meant that the fight against a person also gave the necessary experience, and Roy asked Aura if she would help him. The guy asked her to help him with sparring when they were distracted from raids, and his satisfied smile literally made the girl give a positive answer. And although Aura continued to be surprised that the guy wanted to continue fighting with her, even though he had just lost, she couldn't help but agree, since she had promised to train him. In addition, the girl promised the guy that she would give him all the prize money if he won the tournament, which surprised him greatly, because he had no idea about the prize. Frowning, the girl tried to remember how much they paid for winning the academy tournament. It turned out that the prize money for the tournament more than covered the cost of the Spear of Longinus, which Roy so badly wanted to acquire. The girl noticed a sharp change in the guy's mood, who suddenly asked in a serious voice how soon the tournament would be over. She told him that the tournament would take place in 2 weeks, to which the guy enthusiastically exclaimed that he had to train tirelessly all this time. To the girl's bewilderment, the boy began training energetically, asking if he could pick up sandbags, and then asking if he could break off something heavier. Taking a huge and heavy piece of stone that they had broken off during the fight, the guy, motivated 100%, began training, and the girl was speechless. Once again, thinking that her student was crazy, Aura indifferently pointed to the sandbags in the corner of the training hall and asked him to use them. 2 weeks later, a young man wearing glasses and carrying a training bag on his back arrived at the venue of the academy tournament. Noticing that a really large crowd of spectators had come to the tournament, the guy looked around, trying to figure out where to go. Looking around the crowds of people, the guy was talking about how many people had become awakened recently, giving the impression of being a big, conceited person. Remembering that he needed to hurry, the guy moved towards the man who was a worker and, introducing himself as a participant, asked where he should go. He finally got to the waiting room, where he saw a bunch of awakened from different academies, and the guy's confidence began to slowly melt away. Seeing the very strong young men who were to become his rivals, the guy became so excited that he couldn't even move. Looking over the participants, he noticed that they had very good equipment, and, judging by everything, they were all clearly confident in themselves. And although the guy wasn't surprised that he saw a bunch of people who looked much stronger than him, his attention was suddenly drawn to a seemingly nondescript guy sitting on a bench and looking at his phone. Looking closely at his potential opponent, the boy was surprised to see that the young man was holding an old-looking spear, and his muscles were not visible at all. Adjusting his glasses, the guy concluded that this unknown person had clearly come from some backwater, trying to let everyone know about his village academy. In turn, Roy, who was the one in question, joylessly noting that he could hear everything, shook his head and muttered under his breath that it would be better to continue listening to the lectures. The people around were sneering, looking at the spearman and thinking that he would definitely be one of the first to lose. And the guy with glasses frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Thinking that Roy was as shy as the boy himself, he assumed that they would definitely become friends, which could not but please him. And although Roy didn't understand why the bespectacled boy was looking at him with such enthusiasm, the boy clearly thought that Roy was looking at his phone only so that he wouldn't be pestered. Eventually, the boy approached Roy and, slightly hesitantly, said hello, distracting the spearman from listening to the lectures. Scratching the top of his head, the bespectacled man introduced himself as Fred and tried to somehow start a conversation with his new acquaintance. Roy shrugged without much enthusiasm and introduced himself, although he didn't understand why anyone would talk to him at all. Fred asked to sit next to him, to which Roy also half-heartedly agreed, although he thought to himself that the boy looked younger than the usual participant. Noticing a conflict brewing on the other side of the break room, Fred pointed his finger there and introduced Roy to a certain Mike, who was a student at one of the most famous academies. Pointing to his weapon, Fred noted that Mike used an axe and almost always relied on strength alone, forgetting about tricks. Pointing towards the person Mike was arguing with, Fred introduced Roy to Harold, a student at a rival academy to Mike's. Fred said that Harold seemed like a very unusual opponent to everyone, as he fought with 2 daggers, which was a rare choice for hunters. Fred surprised Roy quite a bit, and Mike, in turn, was ready to grab the axe, but a voice from the side interrupted him. Everyone was quite surprised to see a rather stocky guy in an expensive suit and with bright red hair, confidently looking at everyone who was his potential opponent. Looking sternly at the disputants, the guy noted that they were not alone here, and therefore they should not argue so loudly, disturbing people from getting ready. Roy glanced with only a little interest at the guy who had so easily silenced the disputants, and then glanced at Fred. Surprisingly, Fred knew him too, introducing the guy to Roy as Joshua, who was one of the most famous students of the academies and most likely the winner of the tournament. Seeing even the strong Mike trembling with excitement, Roy asked again why Fred considered him the winner, to which he noted that he was simply the strongest. To point out how much stronger Joshua was than the other students, Fred noted that he was even invited to the academy by the great swordsman's granddaughter, whom Roy recognized as Aura. Fred noted that he didn't know why, but Joshua refused the offer. But he clearly had some reason for it. Apparently not heeding his own request to be quiet, Joshua suddenly punched the trash can, slamming it against the wall and furiously asking why he had to fight such weaklings. He muttered under his breath that it was all his uncle's fault, and it was only because of him that they still hadn't advanced to the 3rd level of the academy. Roaring with rage, Joshua noted that he saw no point in fighting weaklings, since he would not become stronger at all, and therefore he already regretted turning down Aura Bauer's offer. Remembering that time when she offered him to enroll, the guy didn't want to, because her academy was completely unknown to anyone. But now he understood that he could simply use her. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention, and, distracted from his gloomy thoughts, the guy turned to the side. He saw that some strange, rather frail guy, armed with some old spear, was looking at him with a rather stern look. He thought Roy was some kind of plebeian, and therefore decided that the academies were in really bad shape, since even such mediocrities were given the opportunity to participate. And although Joshua gave Roy a hard look, the guy was only thinking about how much money he could get for a fight with him, when suddenly an announcement was heard about the imminent start of the tournament. Fred excitedly noted that it was probably about to start, and Roy silently stood up from his seat, getting ready for the heavy workload that was about to begin. Remembering that he had been increasing his progress for 2 whole weeks during the lectures of Chiron and the Hegemon King, the guy twirled the spear in his hand and moved towards the entrance to the tournament territory. Looking at his hand, Roy thought that he didn't feel much of a change. And besides, he lacked experience compared to the others. However, clenching his fist, he decided that he would not let his insecurities stop him and prevent him from winning, because he was going to win it at any cost. Smiling proudly, the guy decided that it didn't matter to him whether the person in front of him was a monster or a human. He would defeat anyone, and would definitely buy himself the Spear of Longinus. And although Roy was ready for battle, he suddenly found himself in the middle of strange forks, hearing from the speakers an announcement about the start of the race in the maze. Meanwhile, whole crowds of people sat in the stands and looked at the screen, joyfully shouting in anticipation of the spectacle. A skinny guy with a camera called one of the spectators over to him, shouting that he had taken his friend's place. Walking towards a friend, the man unexpectedly bumped into an unfamiliar girl with his shoulder and accidentally pushed her. Replacing his shout at his friend with an apologetic tone, the man asked the girl, who was covering herself with her cap, for forgiveness. Sitting down in his place, he looked at the stranger with curiosity and noticed that she seemed familiar to him, but he could not remember who it was. His friend began to tell about how the tournament had just begun, and the participants found themselves in a labyrinth from which they had to get out without attacking other participants. Looking at the huge screen, they could see Mike raising his huge axe and rushing at a minotaur-like monster, and they concluded that the participants were getting hints for killing monsters. Harold, apparently, had already defeated his first monster, and was now studying the clue he had received on how to move towards the exit. The audience concluded that this exam was testing how people could navigate a raid, and the man concluded that the students this year were quite gifted. And on the screen at this time, causing a storm of applause with his actions, Joshua swung his blade, killing several monsters at once. His gaze was full of confidence and cruelty directed at the monsters, and the guy exhaled, getting ready to continue moving through the labyrinth. His actions were so precise and polished that men watched his every move in amazement, already thinking that he was a real genius. In turn, the girl, who turned out to be Aura and covered herself with a cap so as not to be recognized, noted to herself that Joshua had become even stronger and would most likely win. Sighing desperately, the girl asked herself in frustration what Joshua was doing at the tournament, since he always considered them a waste of time. Realizing that she was attracting attention with her indignation, the girl turned away from the man, who looked at her doubtfully, trying to remember who she was. Meanwhile, Roy was hitting the wall with his spear, trying to see if he could break through it. But unfortunately, nothing came of it. Roy frowned and thought that he would have to go through the same thing as everyone else, and it would have been better if he had signed up for Theseus's lectures. Putting his hand to the wall, the guy decided that he would walk along it so as not to get lost, and thus try to find a way out of the trap. Suddenly, something ahead caught his attention, and the guy looked around the corner to see what was so interesting. There was a fork in the road in front of him, and it offered him 4 different directions to go. However, Roy decided not to guess, and therefore preferred to follow his rule and follow only one wall, and thus reach the end. Sighing from the realization that he might have to move for a very long time, the guy turned left and walked along the wall, not letting go of his hands. However, suddenly an unusual feeling filled his mind, and Roy thought that his decision was wrong. Turning, he looked at the other passage and felt that for some reason this was where he needed to go. Thinking that this was the 6th sense Chiron was talking about, Roy began to doubt himself, but decided that he had to trust himself and moved forward. He was afraid that following a proven method would be much more logical, but he could not force himself to go against his own feelings. Scratching the back of his head, he decided to move on, trying to listen to his own intuition. Walking further, Roy felt another strange sensation, which for some reason made him feel uncomfortable. He suddenly heard that one of the participants had dropped out of the competition, and this information seemed very curious to the guy. Frowning, the boy thought about how the other participants were constantly fighting monsters, but for some reason he himself had not yet met a single one. Suddenly it dawned on him that his intuition was not just telling him how to get to the exit, but was also helping him avoid monsters. He thought that if he could sense situations like this with a 30% chance, then with a 100% chance he could possibly see the future. However, the joy of anticipation of the power he could wield was marred when Roy heard Fred's voice behind him, asking him to be quiet. Looking around in confusion, Fred noticed that Roy was walking so confidently, as if he knew where to go and where the exit was. Roy said that he was just going at random, to which Fred indignantly exclaimed that this was not right, and he knew how to move correctly through the mazes, and therefore now he would lead. Fred smugly placed his hand on the wall and pointed out that they should always move along one wall, to which Roy noted with displeasure that it was too long. Fred gloomily and upsetly noted that, walking at random, it was easy to get lost, to which Roy indifferently suggested that they split up. He asked why Fred had even tagged along with the spearman, to which the bespectacled man enthusiastically exclaimed that he considered Roy his brother in misfortune. Roy asked again, not understanding, and Fred noted that he had not come from the academy, but on his own, and therefore decided that his new friend was the same. Roy finally understood why Fred had approached him in the first place, and then heard the boys say that weaklings were better off sticking together, which greatly surprised the spearman. The guy scratched his head in shock and thought about how it could have happened that he looked like a weakling in the eyes of others. Fred suddenly distracted Roy and said that since he was also alone, he would make an exception and show him something very cute. And taking out his phone, he showed a photo of his sister, which scared Roy a little. Having said that his little sister was really very sweet, the guy turned around abruptly and walked away, saying that he regretted this meeting. But Fred did not leave him alone. Roy tried to get rid of the guy, but Fred kept whining about how they should stick together, and it would be easier for them to get through the maze. Roy finally sighed, and Fred timidly noted that it really was much safer together, which aroused Roy's pity. Roy sighed and pointed out that Fred kept talking about being all alone. then asked if his family had come to support him. Quite calmly, although a little sadly, the guy noted that his parents had died, and he had no one except his sister, which greatly surprised Roy. He remembered how he himself was left completely alone, and how hard it was for him to survive in this cruel world alone. Frowning, the boy gripped the shaft of his spear and sighed heavily, beginning to think again. Fred thought that he had put his new friend in an awkward position, and so he tried to make excuses and point out that his little sister was too young for such events. Finally, Roy sighed again and said that Fred was right, and that they really were brothers in misfortune. Smiling at his comrade, the boy grabbed the spear more comfortably and, without saying anything now, moved away, leaving Fred the choice of whether to follow him or not. And although Roy offered the guy partnership, he did not forget to note that they were still rivals, which meant that he would single-handedly take the prize of 100,000. Not understanding why Roy had suddenly changed his mind so abruptly, Fred froze in place and then smiled, happy with his new friend's words. But, although he agreed to go along, he could not understand not only where the guy was going, but also why he was doing it at a run, causing Fred to become very short of breath. Roy pointed out the fact that Fred had chosen to follow him, so he shouldn't complain about having to try. Trying to understand how his comrade was thinking, Fred thought about the fact that Roy, apparently, did not think at all about where he was going. And yet, they still had not met a single monster. He even allowed himself to assume that Roy knew where he was going, although this seemed impossible to the guy. Suddenly, Roy's intuition seemed to fail, and he found himself at a dead end, while Fred was finally able to stop and catch his breath. However, despite Fred's questions, Roy refused to believe that his intuition had failed him, and so he looked at the wall in front of him and touched it with his hand, sensing a catch. To Fred's surprise, who actually thought the wall was a dead end, Roy pushed the door forward with one simple movement, not understanding how the wall could deceive anyone at all. In turn, Fred stared in front of him in amazement, trying to understand how smart Roy was if he could figure out the secret of this door so easily. Welcome, music and confetti began to fly around, and congratulations on winning the challenge, and the information that Roy had broken the record came from the speakers. The people around him weren't paying any attention to Roy, so it was an incredible shock to them that someone had already managed to get out of the maze, and the winner wasn't Joshua. Even Aura, who had been watching Joshua's battles the entire time, couldn't help but tremble in her voice in surprise at the fact that Roy turned out to be the winner. Even Fred, who came out of the maze second, was stunned by the realization that Roy had managed to win. Roy, in turn, cleaned his ear with his finger in displeasure, muttering under his breath that he was unhappy with the fact that he had made absolutely no progress in his training. The two friends had already returned to the restroom, but Fred still couldn't believe that he had gotten out of the maze second. The other participants, who had previously mocked Roy, now tried to find out more about him and understand how he had coped. While Roy took out his phone, wanting to at least listen to the lectures during the break, Joshua, who had been selected third, suddenly approached him. The guy put his hands in his pockets and looked with hatred at Roy, who suddenly noticed his rival's unpleasantly close attention. Roy tried to figure out why Joshua had even approached him while everyone in the waiting room fell silent, waiting to see what would happen next. Roy looked at the guy kindly and with obvious curiosity, waiting to hear what exactly the talented awakened one wanted to tell him. However, Joshua remained silent, frowning at Roy and trying to gauge his strength. Suddenly he turned away and walked away, grinning and saying out loud that Roy seemed even too weak to him. Seeing the reaction of the most popular student, the other participants also looked at Roy with disapproval, thinking that he was probably just lucky. Shrugging his shoulders and trying not to listen to other people's ridicule, Roy turned the phone back on and decided to continue listening to the lectures when a worker suddenly entered the room. Roy raised his head and the man began to speak, announcing what would await the participants in the next stage. Roy heard that in the next stage, the participants would fight one-on-one, but they would be prohibited from enhancing their attacks with mana. The man noted that the judges would monitor the progress of the fight and stop it if one of the participants was unable to fight, and then added that there would be 16 fights. Roy scratched his nose and tried to guess who he would be sparring with, but suddenly his attention was drawn to one of the participants wanting to ask a question. Much to Roy's surprise, the guy said that he was going to withdraw from the tournament and did not want to participate in the next stage. At the same time, Aura, after Roy's victory, left the stands for spectators, escaping from unexpected attention. Taking a breath, she muttered under her breath that she had come very close to having her identity exposed. The very man she had just happened to bump into was about to make a guess about who she was when she shouted out Roy's name. Covering herself with a cap and deciding to take a little rest, the girl noted that she would never have thought that Roy could win at all. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the events taking place near the information desk, where people were indignant that the number of participants was clearly less than originally announced. It turned out that some participants withdrew from the task, and now those who wanted to place bets will have no interest in doing what they had planned. The man behind the counter chuckled and said there was no point in betting in the first place because Joshua would definitely win. The worker was about to say that no one would dare bet against Joshua, but suddenly a suitcase fell in front of him, and someone's voice announced a bet of hundreds of millions on Roy. The people around looked in surprise at the one who dared to make such a strange and desperate bet. But the man was wrapped in a cloak. The men began to complain that the guy had just been lucky in the first test, and now he would definitely lose because he came from an unknown academy, and Aura was watching everything from around the corner. The stranger in the cloak radiated an aura of unconditional confidence, although his face was not even visible. At the same time, Roy, throwing his spear over his shoulder and sadly noting that many people had refused to participate, said with disappointment that now the tournament would be much more boring. He tried to analyze how it happened that so many participants were simply afraid to continue participating in the tournament. When he heard one of the participants want to leave, he couldn't understand the meaning. But Fred told his friend that this was not uncommon at level 4 tournaments. It turned out that the students were simply afraid of Joshua, believing that he could ignore the rules and simply cripple his opponent, depriving him of a future among the hunters. Even besides Joshua, there are worthy rivals. For example, Mike and Harold, who took 4th and 5th places in the first stage. Realizing that the chances were slim and that the attempt could be dangerous to health, the participants preferred to give up rather than deprive themselves of their future. The fear was so contagious that the participants gave up one after another, wanting to leave the tournament venue as quickly as possible. Roy couldn't understand how it was possible to give in to fear so easily and allow oneself to surrender. But Fred believed that together with Roy, they would definitely cope. Thus, after the elimination of the underpants, among the active participants, there remained only 5 participants who took the highest places in the first stage. A couple of minutes later, the participants were informed of the order in which they would fight, and Roy was to fight Mike. Joshua was supposed to fight Fred, while Harold, unfortunately or fortunately, did not get an opponent. Roy, who was absolutely calm and had thrown his spear over his shoulder, noticed with surprise that Fred was shaking all over with fear. Roy asked his friend what was wrong, to which Fred simply exploded with emotion and began to cry, exclaiming that he was insanely afraid, and asking if Roy himself was really not afraid at all. The guy shook his friend, exclaiming that he would have to fight Joshua one-on-one later, and that made him even more scared. Smiling kindly, the guy asked with a smile how Fred had managed to determine the winner of the fight before it even started, and patted his friend on the shoulder in a friendly manner. And when Fred said that he was absolutely sure, Roy suddenly became serious and asked directly why he didn't just withdraw from the tournament. Fred placed his hands on his knees and looked down, muttering guiltily that he couldn't do it. But he didn't have time to explain because Roy and Mike were called out. After squeezing the spear in his hand a couple of times, the guy stood up and said that Fred should fight with all his strength, since he was going to fight anyway, because he could win. As he moved towards the exit, Fred suddenly grabbed his friend's hand, causing him to look confused. Turning to his comrade, Roy looked at him in surprise, asking a silent question, and Fred, stumbling, tried to find what to say. Finally, he asked in a trembling voice if Roy was worried, because he really couldn't understand how this was possible. Roy grinned proudly and said that he wasn't afraid at all and was only concerned about how much he would get for winning this tournament, and how much experience he would get for the fight. Freeing his hand from the grip of a surprised Fred, Roy moved towards the exit, thinking only about how nice it would be to receive a whole 100,000. As he entered the arena, the boy heard the host introduce him, intriguing the audience and mentioning that Roy had broken the record for completing the maze. Smiling at the spectators who were shouting his name, the guy looked at his opponent, who was also about to be introduced. Mike laughed sarcastically, noting that luck wouldn't help the guy at all this time, and he would deal with him without any particular problems. To Roy's bewilderment, Mike continued to laugh, pointing out that the guy's luck had run out, since right after the first stage he had been matched with the most inconvenient opponent. However, Roy interrupted the big guy and said quite calmly that they still had to find out who was really unlucky in this battle. And when the fight was declared to have begun, Mike, without holding back, rushed forward with his huge axe in his hands, apparently intending to chop up his opponent. Seeing his opponent so easily succumb to his emotions, Roy smiled contentedly, ready to meet Mike's attack. And while the battle was going on, in the restroom, Fred thought for a long time about the words of his friend, who went into battle without fear. Sighing and looking up, the boy wanted to see how his comrade was fighting, worrying about his safety. However, he immediately looked away from the screen and shook his head, deciding that now was not the time to worry about others, and that he needed to concentrate on himself. Turning his head, Fred looked at Joshua, who was standing near the wall and gloomily thinking about something. Fred thought back to Roy's encouraging words, wondering if he should really fight as hard as he could and what his chances of winning were. But fear was making it hard to think straight. Breathing heavily, the boy tried to hold back the trembling that had taken over his body. But it was incredibly difficult to do so. Fred desperately thought that Mike, Harold, and Joshua all represented very famous and powerful academies, and he was definitely not their equal. But then his attention was drawn to what was happening on the screen. Looking up to where Joshua and Harold were looking, Fred saw something that surprised not only him, but, according to the host, all the viewers. The fight was over almost instantly, and Roy was now standing over the defeated Mike, lying on the floor, looking down at him. Joshua responded to the situation by saying out loud that scum belonged with scum, clearly implying that Mike should not have lost. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed Fred standing up and, without taking his eyes off the screen, coping with the trembling in his body. The guy's gaze was clear, and, although he was clearly afraid, Fred finally found the strength to deal with him. And so he spoke, promising that he too would not lose to his opponent. And his words were so offensive to Joshua that he was ready to growl in response. But he held back, allowing himself to only clench his fists tighter. A few minutes ago, Mike rushed at his opponent in a mad rage, wanting to tear him to pieces. However, Roy, with calmness in his eyes and mind, took a step back without any problems, dodging the berserker's attack. The presenter commented on each action and noted, not without surprise, that luck was apparently still on Roy's side, since he was able to dodge so easily. Mike continued to chop with his axe, wanting to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. But Roy, as if not taking the enemy seriously, easily defended himself. With each attack, Mike became more and more angry, because he did not understand how some weakling could so easily dodge his powerful blows. Entering into the battle spirit and completely forgetting about the rules, Mike decided to use his most powerful attack and put mana into it to sweep the enemy out of the arena. However, Roy, with one deft and swift movement, swung his spear, knocking the axe out of his opponent's hands and not allowing him to strike. Mike even lost touch with reality for a couple of seconds, and only then realized that his favorite weapon had flown out of his hands. Shocked by what had happened, Mike staggered back in shock, losing his understanding of how such a thing could have happened. The eyes of the one who had relied on his own strength all this time were now filled with fear from the realization that for the first time in his entire life, he had lost to someone. Roy twisted the spear in his hand and relaxed his muscles, looking down at his fallen opponent as if there had been no fight between them at all. After the fight, the guy looked at his phone screen and was very disappointed to see that his progress had changed only slightly. Running out of the arena, the guy noted with disappointment that he had hoped to get much more progress and experience for winning against a human. The guy suddenly realized that he was also being pushed by the limited time, because of which he might not have time to complete not only the Buddha course, but even Chiron and Xiangyu. Sadly wondering what to do, the guy decided that he needed to be more economical and extend his pass after buying the spear. As soon as the guy entered the waiting room, he was immediately met by Fred, who energetically greeted his comrade with congratulations on his victory. Immediately after Roy, a worker entered the room, inviting the participants of the second fight to enter the arena. Fred became agitated again, and Joshua stood up from his seat, frowning at the waste of his time. As he walked towards the exit, the boy nudged Fred with his shoulder, ordering a plebeian like him not to dare stand in his way. Roy watched Joshua leave with a disgruntled look, and Fred spoke up, asking his friend to remember that in the maze he had said that it was better for them to stick together. He said that he himself did not know why, but when they met, he saw a kindred spirit in Roy, and it was for this reason that he decided to stick together with him. And when Roy beat Mike, Fred, although he was happy for his friend, envied him, because the guy had absolutely no talent, and he was sure that he would be unlucky. But he raised his fist, clenched it, and said much more firmly that he only wanted his little sister to be proud of her brother. Fred was called back, and he jumped up to go into the arena, and Roy wished him luck and asked him to give it his all. Hearing that the guy promised to definitely try, Roy smiled and promised that they would definitely meet together in the final. Entering the arena, Fred looked around in amazement, hearing cries of support from both his side and his opponent, while Joshua chuckled in displeasure. Raising his hand to his chest, the guy breathed deeply, telling himself that he would definitely cope and be able to win this fight. Hearing his opponent's muttering, Joshua barked at him to shut up, pointing out that the guy was incredibly annoying to him. Taking out his sword, the guy looked around sullenly and said out loud that everything irritated him in general, and he considered it a real humiliation to participate in this tournament. He also exclaimed that Fred was nothing more than trash in his eyes, and he was shocked that he had to fight him. Silently looking up at his opponent, Fred saw the angry, furious look of someone who was not going to fight, but to kill. And the guy's confidence began to melt. Fred sensed real danger from Joshua, and so he gripped his blade still in its sheath tighter. The boy looked away, and Joshua, considering this a big mistake, confidently said that Fred was the perfect prey. He imagined the guy as a lamb whose life exists only so that he, being a predator, could eat him. Joshua was full of confidence that his predatory nature would win this fight without a single chance of failure. Throwing aside all other emotions, the boy concentrated on his bloodlust, intending to show his opponent that he was only lucky to get here, and now it was time for him to fall back. He silently thought about how he had to win both stages, because he was head and shoulders above everyone who came to this tournament. But, being sure that his opponent would definitely lose, the boy was surprised when he saw Fred take out his blade and calm his trembling, preparing to resist. Joshua was shocked to realize that the pathetic lamb was about to bite back, not allowing himself to be killed so easily. This gesture offended the guy so much that Joshua allowed himself to rush the judge, asking when the fight would start, to which he received the answer that they would be announced very soon. And so, they began to announce them, and Fred, looking firmly at his opponent, thought that he would definitely try as hard as his friend Roy. In turn, Joshua looked at his opponent with disdain, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible, and thinking that there was no point in the tournament at all. As soon as the host finally announced the start of the fight, Joshua tried to finish it with one single punch. But Fred managed to react and block the attack. In response, Joshua attacked his opponent again, forcing him to defend himself from blows of incredible force. He struck his blade again and again, trying to break through the enemy's pathetic and flimsy defense, while Fred desperately defended himself, blocking every powerful blow from his opponent. After another attack, Joshua called Fred a pathetic brat and grabbed the blade more comfortably, preparing to perform a dirty trick. With a light movement of his hand, the boy struck his opponent in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, knocking the wind out of the boy. The blow was so powerful that Fred's glasses flew off his eyes and blood gushed from his mouth. Having fallen to his knee, the guy tried to come to his senses, while the spectators watching the fight thought that this was the end of the fight. Holding his body with his hand, the guy thought that Joshua was even too strong, and it would be unlikely to defeat him. The boy pressed his blade into the ground and tried to stay on his feet, but fell to both knees, with despair in his eyes, realizing that he was no match for his opponent. Kneeling down and trying to catch his breath, the boy thought with panic in his mind about how much he wanted his sister to be proud of him. Tears came to his eyes as he realized how naive he had been to think he could be as strong as his friend Roy. As Joshua moved closer to see the despair in his opponent's eyes, Fred suddenly stood up on both feet and, trembling, grabbed the blade. Glaring at Joshua, Fred convinced himself to keep fighting, to hit his opponent at least once, no matter how strong he was. Rushing forward, the boy swung his blade, intending to hit his opponent with one desperate attack. The tip of the sword was already approaching Joshua's face, but there was no fear, no excitement, no sense of danger in his eyes. The entire arena suddenly heard the sound of a loud blow, causing all the spectators to hold their breath, trying to see who had won the fight. However, the result was predictable, and the winner was Joshua, who stood over Fred, who had fallen to the ground and dropped his sword. The audience chattered among themselves, claiming that they were not at all surprised by the fact that Joshua had won. And although everyone around him was saying that Joshua was too strong and that he clearly belonged in tournaments of a much higher level, he himself suddenly noticed that a drop of blood was running down his cheek. The boy was stunned to feel a scratch on his face and realized that his opponent had managed to get him, even if only once. The worst part for Joshua was Fred's stammering wheeze as he asked if he had managed to hit his opponent. The guy looked at the defeated man with a look full of arrogance, in which there was not even a drop of pity or respect. Joshua's mind, certain that no one had even the right to touch him, began to be clouded by a raging rage, encouraged by the exclamations surrounding him. He heard people calling him a bastard who didn't even bat an eyelid at his victory over a weak opponent, and he himself tried to understand how some scum could hurt him. To everyone's surprise, Joshua muttered to the judge checking on Fred that he was going to withdraw from the tournament, leaving him puzzled. As the referee attempted to lift Fred up, Joshua stepped towards them and swung his knee at the boy's face, causing him to fall to the ground again. Filled with rage, Joshua began to shout, calling everyone around him real, talentless plebeians, unworthy of even standing in his shadow. The referee tried to warn the guy that he should stop, but he, drunk with anger, took another step towards his defeated opponent. Once again calling everyone around him worthless, Joshua allowed himself the most disrespectful act by stepping on Fred's head as he lay on the ground. The guy lowered his voice and put a sword to the guy's neck, saying that no one had the right to wound him and stay alive. But before he could do what he wanted, Roy appeared in front of him, forcing the guy to defend himself with a powerful attack. The guy noted that he was really looking forward to them meeting in the final, but he was already tired of waiting, and Joshua's antics got on his nerves. Roy swung his spear, glaring at Joshua and promising to beat him up right now since he was so desperate to get it. But the first thing Roy did when their weapons clashed was demand that Joshua remove his foot first. And although Joshua didn't understand what exactly his opponent meant, Roy repeated himself, telling the guy to take his foot off his friend's head. Hearing the guy's words, Joshua only smirked and pressed his foot even more firmly onto Fred's head, causing Roy to frown. Roy gave his opponent a disdainful look as he heard Joshua ask what his opponent would do to him if the boy refused to obey. Roy ripped out his spear and swung it right in front of Joshua's face, forcing him to dodge and eventually remove his leg. And as soon as the guy landed and prepared for a new fight, he immediately relaxed his body in surprise, seeing Roy kneeling next to his friend, asking about his condition. The guy allowed himself a sarcastic comment, but Roy didn't pay any attention to it, trying to bring his friend to his senses. Fred, having cleared his throat, came to his senses, although it was clear from his appearance that he had not yet recovered from his injuries. And Roy, enraged by Joshua's actions, threw him an angry look. He began to curse the guy angrily, asking how he dared to act so disgustingly, stepping on the head of another, including his rival. However, Joshua, without even a grain of regret, haughtily noted that Roy really didn't understand him, and then explained that pathetic rednecks had no right to stand in his way. Hugging his friend and not letting him lie on the hard ground, the guy angrily asked if they really had no right to dream if they weren't that famous. Joshua even chuckled, asking how Roy could be so naive, and then asked if he was going to start talking about how they could make it if they tried. People around tried to understand why the judges were not stopping what was happening, but it turned out that they had received orders not to interfere. In turn, Aura, being on the stands and watching what was happening in the arena, was already completely worried about her student. Meanwhile, Joshua, completely out of his mind with rage and disdain, tried to explain to Roy that his paltry skills were nothing compared to his talent. He insisted that this cruel world would never accept anyone so naive, and in order to succeed in this life, one must step over heads. He screamed at his opponent, still holding his friend in his arms, not understanding how he could be so stupid and not understand the most simple truths. Roy thought sadly that he had previously thought exactly the same as his opponent, because his life had been incredibly difficult and full of adversity. He also remembered feeling disgusted and hating himself when he realized that he had no money, no talent, no future. Roy, with a heavy heart, thought during long days filled with work about how his life would have turned out if he had stopped clinging to his dream. Finally, he asked one of the judges to take care of his wounded comrade, and he himself stood up, gripping his spear tighter and glaring at his opponent. Straightening up, the guy sighed and noted that he still did not agree with his rival, because this kind of thinking leads people to despair. To the surprise of all the spectators, Roy suddenly calmed his nerves and cast a glance at Joshua, full not of hatred, but of determination to prove his opponent wrong. And, to the surprise of everyone, including the judges, Roy rushed at Joshua, twirling the spear in his hands and intending to prove his point with action. Using his spear skillfully, the boy spun it with one hand so fast that the shaft vibrated in the air, preparing to attack his opponent, although the judges tried to stop him. In turn, Joshua only sighed in disappointment, not at all worried that he was about to be attacked with a deadly weapon right now. And then he grinned in a way that resembled a devil whose evil plan had been accomplished. And with his evil gaze, he expressed the thought that this scum still had not understood him. And although Roy put a lot of strength into his attack, it didn't take much effort for Joshua to raise his sword and easily block the blow. For a second, their gazes clashed as did their weapons, expressing the clash between Joshua's contemptuous vision and Roy's steadfast thinking. The villain swung his blade and pushed his opponent back with such force that Roy had to make an effort to maintain his balance. Not wanting to let his opponent be convinced of his rightness, Joshua rushed forward with great speed, planning to destroy the enemy with a powerful blow of his sword. He moved incredibly fast and showered the guy with a whole hail of powerful attacks, but Roy blocked them all, although it was difficult for him. Several attacks even passed through the guy's defense, although they left only small scratches. But Roy understood that his opponent was terribly strong. He thought that fighting against Mike was easy, and the guy had no doubts about his victory. But now he began to worry about his strength. But just as worry filled his mind, Roy stopped his thinking, forcing himself to calm down and stop worrying. Sighing and closing his eyes, the boy allowed his own feelings to take over his body, and after a couple of seconds, he was finally able to feint and reach the enemy and strike with the shaft of the spear. And although Joshua did not allow himself to fall from the blow and then pushed the enemy away from himself with a blow of the blade, his face expressed bewilderment. The judges finally tried to stop the fighters, but Joshua screamed in rage, demanding that the people interfering with him shut up and not interfere with their fight. And although the guy was confident in his victory and, as usual, felt like a predator, Roy's gaze, which had fallen into a fighting frenzy, made the guy doubt. Looking into the guy's eyes, Joshua noticed that Roy now looked like a real predator, which couldn't help but surprise him. And although the guy couldn't understand how some pathetic scum allowed himself to radiate an aura of danger, he grinned maliciously, claiming that there was no harm in dreaming. With one sharp movement, Joshua found himself an elbow away from his opponent, and sarcastically noted that his dreams would all be destroyed when the guy faced reality. And at the same moment, trying not to give the enemy time to react, Joshua swung his blade and struck. Although Roy blocked this blow as well, Joshua couldn't understand how some pathetic piece of trash managed to block his attacks time after time. And Roy, tensing his whole body, tried to keep up with his opponent's pace. The villain attacked again, but this blow was also blocked, and Roy suddenly twisted his spear so that Joshua did not have time to react. Suddenly, he interrupted the guy's series of attacks that had just begun and attacked with a spear, forcing the enemy to hesitate and take a step back, thinking about the course of the battle. To his own surprise, looking into his opponent's eyes, Joshua began to realize that with each block, Roy seemed to be getting stronger. He attacked again and again, but before he could concentrate his pressure, he found himself forced to defend himself again. Suddenly, both of the boys' blows were so powerful that, unwilling to cancel their attacks, they both fell under each other's attacks. They both hit the opponent's torso so well that each had to lunge back to gain some distance and assess the progress of the fight. Joshua's mind was in confusion, as he sincerely could not understand how some redneck could not only defend himself, but also attack successfully. Refusing to accept the fact that someone could be as strong as him, Joshua raised his sword again in anger. His blade flared with a magical aura, indicating that the guy decided to put mana into his attacks, and Roy was seriously worried because he still didn't know how to fight with this style. His gaze became truly insane, and the people around him woke up, and the guards rushed to the arena, intending to stop the guy, because it became obvious that he was going to kill his enemy. Knowing that he had no chance against the magical attack, Roy knew he had to run, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and suddenly heard Xiang Yu's voice. As if standing right behind the boy, the hegemon king told him how he had once been surrounded by an entire army of the Chu kingdom, and that time, he had almost without thinking, rushed into an unequal battle. He said that much later one of the students asked the master why he did this, since only defeat awaited him, and the warrior did not argue with this. As Joshua rushed towards his opponent in a reckless attack, Xiang Yu revealed the secret that on that day, for the first time, he felt despair and fear of his own defeat. And although he experienced emotions that make people give up, he still rushed into battle, and all for one simple reason. He revealed his biggest secret to the guy, saying that true strength lies not in physical abilities, but in the unconditional will to move towards victory, even knowing that defeat is inevitable. He said that this was what made him the hegemon king. And now Roy must make faith in victory his strength, and the boy, hearing this, desperately rushed forward, knowing that he could die. And although Joshua was still about to kill his enemy, his opponent's confidence offended him so much that he again cried out about his superiority. He swung his blade and only now noticed that Roy's spear also glowed with a magical aura. But this did not frighten the self-confident swordsman at all. Screaming in rage about wanting to see the boy die as soon as possible, Joshua swung his blade, expecting it to cut through the pliable flesh without much difficulty. In turn, Roy, without wasting time on speeches, cried out from the emotions that overwhelmed him and faith in his own strength. And at the same moment, their weapons clashed, and the collapse from their contact was so great that the hard stone surface of the arena began to tear apart, and the magic contained in each of the boys' weapons merged into one, causing a flash of light that briefly blinded everyone who was watching the battle. Even the guards who ran towards the two fighting to stop them fell on their backs, and then tried to see through the dust who was still standing. And when she lay down, everyone saw Roy, resting his spear on the stone, leaning on it with trembling legs, while Joshua began to fall face down on the ground. Staring hard at the ground, Roy breathed heavily, his body shaking as he tried to keep the boy conscious. And Joshua, falling to the ground, spat out several clots of blood and lost consciousness, having no way to continue such an important fight. The entire arena, including the stands, seemed to have frozen in time, and people were trying to comprehend the seriousness of what had just happened before their eyes. Finally, having overcome the weakness that pierced his entire body, Roy, still clutching the spear in his hands, straightened up, looking down at the one who had lost to him in such a fierce fight. And Joshua, without regaining consciousness, finally really lost. And not only in the fight, but also in the comparison of two completely different views on life and the structure of the world. Suddenly, realizing that they had just witnessed the culmination of the most amazing fight in recent years, the spectators cried out, congratulating the winner. Each of them began chanting the name of the one who had defeated the undisputed favorite, and even Aura, who was standing among the spectators, could not believe her eyes. Looking at her only student in amazement, Aura couldn't believe that Roy, who had failed to block her magical attack 2 weeks ago, had now imbued the spear with mana himself. And although a smile appeared on her face from the understanding that she had definitely not made a mistake in choosing a student, the belief in what had happened could not fit into her mind. Suddenly she remembered the strange man who had bet on Roy's victory in this tournament, and she looked around, unmistakably spotting him among the crowd. She tried to make out his face, at the same time trying to understand how this man had guessed that Roy would be the winner. Throwing back his hood, the young man that Aura saw for the first time in her life exclaimed in surprise, shouting about the impossibility of Roy's victory. And although she was also very surprised by what happened, his violent reaction confused the girl a little, confusing her because he himself had bet on the spearman's victory. Suddenly, she thought again that this huge bet on the victory of someone who had shown himself to the awakened community for the first time was even stranger than she had first thought. She turned towards the guy again, wanting to approach him and ask him questions. But he, unexpectedly for the girl, disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, she thought that the guy was behaving even too strangely. But now, alas, she would not be able to find out the reasons for such behavior. Evening came, and Roy, with his head down, walked away from the tournament site with heavy thoughts. For the first time since he started his heavy physical training, the boy was so tired that it was incredibly difficult to keep his eyes open and his legs steady. Moreover, the joy of victory was marred by very unpleasant news from the tournament organizers, who announced that Roy was disqualified from the tournament. Just before his fight with Joshua, the latter withdrew from the tournament. And although he behaved terribly, Roy got into a fight with him, even though the referees tried to stop him. Shaking his head sternly and sighing, the organizers said that Roy had thereby violated the rules of the tournament, and therefore had no right to the win he deserved. And although the guy couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the desired purchase had slipped through his fingers, he still asked how Joshua was feeling. The organizers said that he remained alive, although he was also disqualified despite his desire to withdraw from the tournament, and his magical attack would be considered an attempt to commit murder. Deciding that he was upset by recent events, Roy looked at his phone and saw that the progress of the lectures after the fight with Joshua had advanced greatly. The boy thought that the feeling that Xiang Yu himself was fighting shoulder to shoulder with Roy was caused by the fact that he had crossed the 50% mark in his lectures. After some thought, the guy thought that perhaps he should sign up for another course, because with increasing progress it was becoming easier and easier for him. But as soon as he opened the tab with lectures, a girl pulled him by the shoulder, and Roy, turning around, recognized Aura. After a difficult and dangerous fight, the girl was very worried about her student, and therefore asked how he felt, to which the guy grinned and asked not to worry. Realizing that Roy wasn't particularly hurt, although he was very tired, Aura sighed in relief, no longer worrying in vain. In turn, Roy, seeing how much the girl was worried, guiltily scratched the back of his head and asked her for forgiveness out loud, which greatly surprised Aura. Looking down in disappointment, he added that he would have definitely won if he had just not interfered where he shouldn't have. But now, because of him, her academy would not raise its level. The girl shook her head and said that he had absolutely no reason to worry about such trifles, and he had done absolutely the right thing, which surprised the spearman. However, the girl smirked and said that he had expected to win not because of her academy, but only because of her promise to give him the cash prize. It turned out that only now did Roy remember that a huge amount of money had slipped from his hands, and he cried out in despair because he had lost so much. In a panic, he thought that not only would he not be able to buy the Spear of Longinus, but he would also not have time to extend his absences from his teacher's lectures. Of course, he did not express his thoughts out loud, and when the girl asked what he was going to spend them on, he sadly replied that he really wanted to buy one very good spear. Suddenly, the guy sighed and stood up on both feet, sadly noting that there was nothing he could do now, and therefore there was no point in grieving. And although he was sure that he had done the right thing, he couldn't help but notice that he would be lying if he said that he didn't regret anything at all. And then, to Aura's curiosity, he added that if he hadn't come out to defend his friend then, he would have regretted it much more. Roy scratched his head and said that the money issue would be resolved somehow, and Aura supported him when they suddenly heard a greeting from Fred. Turning around, they saw a guy with broken glasses and a bandage on his head shouting Roy's name, attracting the attention of his comrade. Trying to catch his breath after a short run in search of his friend, Fred asked if Roy was going to leave now, and he answered, yes, and Aura covered herself with her cap. Roy asked what had happened that made him run after him without even coming to his senses, and Fred, scratching the back of his head and stumbling, tried to find what to answer. He even swallowed from excitement, and all the thoughts that he had been forming for so long before the meeting suddenly left his mind. Finally, the guy gathered his strength, sighed, straightened up and firmly asked his friend if he could become just as strong if he trained long and hard. And Roy, hearing this question, froze in place, realizing what an effort it had cost Fred to ask it. He thought about looking into his comrade's eyes and saw in them a firm determination to become much stronger than he was now, no matter what. Roy allowed himself to remain silent for a few seconds, trying to form a worthy answer that would help his friend achieve his goal. Finally, he sighed, looked into Fred's eyes just as firmly, and said that it was possible, although it would be terribly difficult for him to achieve it. Roy reasoned to himself that Fred really lacked talent, and dreams and desires alone wouldn't get you very far in this cruel world. After thinking about it, the guy added that there are a lot of professions in the world, and Fred doesn't have to concentrate only on being a hunter, which made him smile. Finally, after apologizing for embarrassing his friend, Fred said goodbye to Roy and, hiding his smile, walked away. Suddenly, Roy screamed, calling on his friend to never let anyone tell him what to do with his life, not even a comrade. Fred, who was about to leave, froze in place, and without turning around, listened to what Roy was telling him. Noticing that his friend was listening, the boy continued, exclaiming that everyone would tell him that he had no talent or future, and that he had to give up. Fred turned around and looked into the eyes of his screaming friend, who finished the thought by claiming that it was his life, and no one had the right to tell him what he could and couldn't do. The guy lowered his voice and added that if Fred wanted something, he should just do it, and the rest didn't matter. And these words brought tears to the guy's eyes. A few minutes later, they finally said goodbye, and Fred promised to definitely visit his friend, and together with his little sister. Watching the guy with glasses leave, Aura noticed that she was pleasantly surprised, and Roy, embarrassed, walked away, replying that he was always sticking his nose into other people's business. Aura chuckled and joked that she didn't see anything wrong with that, since Roy had also acquired his first and most loyal fan, which made him laugh. The guy noted that the students were better than the fans, and Aura suddenly stopped laughing, remembering that she had completely forgotten to take the opportunity to invite Fred to her academy. For some reason, this thought made her turn towards Roy, who was already moving at a leisurely pace, apparently towards the house. She looked at him, who was scratching the back of his head, wondering where he could get money now, with a kind and warm look. And then she corrected herself with a smile, saying that now this academy is not only hers. Having run up to the student, the girl, crossing her arms behind her back, praised him in a friendly manner for his efforts today, and offered to buy him a new spear, which greatly surprised the guy. At the same time, in another part of the city, on the territory of one estate, no less intriguing events were taking place. A certain man walked briskly along the corridor of the estate, built in the old Japanese style, intending to solve the task at hand as quickly as possible. Having lost one arm, but not letting this fact get in the way, the man approached the guard and asked if the master was in. Having received an affirmative answer and not wanting to listen to any additions, he demanded that he be let through immediately, since his business could not tolerate delay. The guard tried to argue, but could not find an answer and opened the door leading to the private quarters of the owner of the estate. Upon entering and seeing the master meditating, the man fell to his knees before him and introduced himself to him as Robert. In a deep, though slightly hoarse from age voice, the man who was the great swordsman indicated that he asked not to be disturbed. Even without turning around, the old man radiated a threatening aura, and with his accusation that a man dared to disobey orders, he caused real fear in his assistant. Feeling the incredible pressure of the great swordsman's powerful aura, the man couldn't even move. However, barely gathering his strength, the man said in a trembling voice that the master's granddaughter had participated in the academy tournament, which attracted the swordsman's attention. He even relaxed his intimidating aura a little, asking again if he had heard everything correctly when the assistant confirmed the information. While Aura was helping Roy make a choice to buy a new spear, the man answered the master that they had not yet figured out everything. He noted that the great swordsman's granddaughter apparently had a new student who had managed to get into the tournament in a very short time. The master suddenly stood up, and Robert tried to say that he could handle everything himself. But Guy Bauer responded with a firm refusal. Turning around and scratching his gray beard, the old man said that he simply had to see for himself the person who had agreed to study at his granddaughter's academy. The next day, Roy arrived at the academy at the crack of dawn, devoting hours to exhausting body training. For the 5,000th time that morning, he swung his spear, cutting through the air with such force that the shaft vibrated with tension. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the boy was glad that he had managed to complete the Hegemon King's daily task while Aura stood behind him with an uncomprehending look. And although the guy tried not to pay attention to her, he couldn't help but admit that her close attention was distracting him too much. Finally, the guy turned around and asked the girl directly why she had suddenly started to glare at him with such a displeased look. Although the girl did not agree with this, although she noted in a clearly displeased tone that she still remembered how he spent several hours yesterday choosing a new spear for himself, and in the end, left with nothing. Roy tried to say that he was simply not worthy of such a gift, but Aura shut him up and noted that he was clearly not the type to refuse something like that so easily. Roy remembered trying to outsmart the system and ask Aura for money to buy a spear, but the price went up, and he realized that money earned dishonestly didn't count. She tried to reproach him for the fact that Roy was not taking advantage of her generosity, which upset her. But suddenly she noticed a guy's strange reaction to her own thoughts. Deciding to change the subject, Aura asked Roy what kind of mana-enhancing technique he used back in the tournament, to which Roy only asked what she meant. She reminded him of his last and strongest blow yesterday, but Roy only looked at her silently, waiting for an explanation. The girl tried to point out that she had seen yesterday's fight with her own eyes, and that Roy was clearly not moving like a newbie, to which the guy said that he didn't know how to focus mana at all. Not understanding how Roy could not understand the techniques he himself used, she nevertheless decided to explain that the mana amplification technique allows one to use it most effectively. She said that there are many types of this technique, and depending on their effectiveness, they are all divided into different levels from the lowest to the highest. She also noted that all hunters usually have their own technology, and some even patent it. And Roy thought to himself that this was why he really wanted to get into the elite academy. He decided to check just in case if Aura was teaching the great swordsman's mana enhancement technique. But the girl only shook her head sadly, noting that her grandfather forbade it. Instead, she offered to teach the guy her own technique, which surprised Roy very much because he had no idea that she had her own technique. Frowning at the thought, the boy thought that he really should learn how to use mana, because yesterday at the tournament, he clearly felt how much he needed it. In parallel with his discussion of Aura, the boy was thinking that since he was making such rapid progress in learning Chiron and Xiang Yu's techniques, he should take lectures on mana as well. Without waiting for an answer, the girl turned away irritably and waved her hand, deciding that if the guy was talking for so long, it meant he wasn't interested. However, Roy asked her where she was going when the girl wished him luck with his training. Aura replied that she was going on business since he didn't want to learn the technique from her, to which Roy laughed, saying that he didn't expect her to be so businesslike. Still smiling after his own joke, the guy said goodbye to the girl, and then suddenly became serious, wondering which course he should choose. After leaving the grounds of her academy, Aura blushed in indignation, trying to figure out if she really looked like she had nothing better to do. Having opened the next lecture, Roy listened with interest to the gray-haired old man in a huge hat and with a strong staff in front of whom books were levitating. Roy still couldn't get used to the fact that the teachers of the Transcendent Academy were legendary heroes of reality or myth, and was quite surprised to recognize Merlin in the Elder. Watching his lectures, Roy even felt sad, realizing that, although a genius, the terribly old wizard still expressed himself so incomprehensibly that he could compete with Buddha. At one point, the teacher finished with the explanations, and Roy, realizing that he had not understood anything at all, prepared himself to be forced to do his homework. And so it happened, because Merlin, without getting the message across to his student at all, gave him the task of creating a whole 1,000 spheres of mana by the end of the day. Realizing that there was nothing to do and that he would have to complete the task, Roy tried to organize all the information he had received in his mind and focus the mana in his body. Thinking that he was probably only able to sense mana thanks to Chiron's lectures, Roy tried to transfer its flows into his hands and create a sphere. Realizing that he was having an incredibly difficult time giving his mana a form, Roy suddenly heard Merlin's voice right next to his ear, urging the boy to use the full power of his imagination. He told Roy to trick the universe into thinking that everything he came up with and tried to implement actually worked according to its laws. Roy felt a surge of understanding when Merlin exclaimed that the very nature of mana was the most vivid example of the human mind's ability to deceive reality. And the moment Roy was able to fully comprehend this fact, mana flowed from his fingers into the center of the joint of his hands, forming a magical sphere. And although the guy still managed to form it, which greatly pleased and surprised him, he noticed that the sphere turned out to be quite small. Raising his hand with the mana to his eyes, Roy was amazed at how tiny it was, and also how obviously weak it was, which is why it did not maintain the shape of a sphere. Though he thought that such a weak sphere would hardly be accepted, Roy nevertheless smiled at the successful result, although he felt that Merlin would be displeased. Looking at the result, albeit pathetic, Roy thought that in the future he would certainly do much better. Suddenly, a commanding but slightly hoarse voice called out to the guy, and he had to be distracted from his undoubtedly important task. Turning to the man who had called Roy, the boy peered into his face, trying to figure out who it was and what he was doing at Aura Academy. Looking closely at the old man's face, Roy suddenly realized that he knew very well who he was. Standing before him was none other than the great swordsman himself, who was not only one of the most legendary heroes but also Aura's grandfather, and his gaze was quite serious. And although Guy Bauer looked quite menacing, he thought to himself that Roy clearly had talent, since he was able to form a clot of mana in his hand. Frowning, the man was truly angry when he realized that such a talented student could come to this academy just to use his granddaughter. The man was so angry that his powerful aura was released and began to absorb everything around him, causing Roy to lose his strength. However, the guy managed to resist the oppressive aura and, keeping his voice firm, greeted the old man, introducing himself. And although the aura didn't affect the guy, the knowledge of the authority of the person who came scared him a little, and he thought that he didn't expect to meet him here at all. Suddenly, the boy stopped smiling welcomingly and guessed that the old man had probably come to see his granddaughter, and then said that she had gone out on business. And with his words, he greatly surprised the man, because in their country they only address close people by name, and therefore Guy was a little taken aback. Looking up at Roy with an uncomprehending gaze, the man looked at his body and asked out loud why he didn't fall to his knees, which surprised the guy a little. Roy asked again why he had to fall to his knees, and Guy replied that his aura paralyzed everyone who had not reached S-class level. Roy looked at his body curiously and, looking away from the man, wondered if perhaps the Buddha skill was helping him hold on. Drawing attention to himself again, Guy asked what Roy was doing there, which caused confusion in the guy, who immediately asked again what the man meant. Placing his hand on the sheath of his blade, Guy said that with such talent, the boy would be accepted into any academy. And so he asked what exactly he needed from his granddaughter. And with a look full of severity, the old man began to approach Roy, threatening him not to dare lie, because in that case he would have to use a weapon. Roy even had to cover himself to overcome the great swordsman's increased wrathful aura. Raising his hands, Roy raised his hands, trying to say that the great swordsman had completely misunderstood everything, and that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Suddenly, Guy spoke without any hoarseness or weakness, in a firm and hard voice, claiming that he did not expect to hear an answer so simply. Suddenly, the old man swung his blade, causing the boy to panic and dodge and run away. Casting an arrogant and displeased glance at the boy, the man twisted the blade in his hand, preparing to attack again if he didn't receive an answer. In turn, Roy, with panic in his eyes and mind, tried to figure out what to do, because he clearly would not be able to defeat the great swordsman. At the same time, Aura finally reached the family estate and was very surprised to learn that her grandfather, to whom she had come, had already left. A little upset, she asked one of the workers when he would return, but the girl said that she did not know, and it would be better to call the assistant foreman. Sighing sadly, Aura thought that she had just wanted to tell Grandpa Guy about what an amazing student she had received. At the same time, the great swordsman, having bared his legendary blade, pressed Roy, demanding answers to his questions. Roy realized that he couldn't run away for long, and so, reaching his spear, he raised it and tried to focus on the sudden enemy. At the same time, Aura, being in the family estate, asked the worker to contact the master's personal assistant. But the man just approached the girl. Smiling joyfully and kindly, Robert greeted the girl, noting that she had not visited them for quite a long time. The worker bowed and was about to leave, and Robert noted that Aura had come in just in time, since he was about to call her himself. She asked why she should call, since she herself had decided to come to her grandfather. And Robert swallowed, learning the purpose of the girl's arrival. Lowering his voice a little, the man said that her grandfather had just gone to her academy. And Aura was speechless upon realizing what had happened. At that very moment, she took off without even saying goodbye, intending to return to the academy as quickly as possible. The worker, who had not yet left, excitedly asked the man where the girl had run, but he only watched Aura with a frowning look, without answering. Aura hurried back with all her might, scolding herself for letting her guard down, and, even knowing that her grandfather would definitely come, missing this moment. With great excitement in her mind, the girl ran, hoping that she would make it to the academy before something terrible happened. At the same time, Roy, tensing his whole body, did not take his eyes off his opponent, realizing that otherwise he could die. And Guy Bauer continued to look at the guy with arrogance and toughness, still striving to get answers to his questions. There was tension in the air between the two men, ready to fight, as Guy was not going to back down without getting answers, and Roy was trying to protect himself from danger. He tried to understand how it was possible that one of his idols was trying to kill him right now, without listening to any arguments. Before this, the guy hadn't noticed, but now, looking at the old man's weapon, Roy noticed that the man hadn't even pulled the blade out of its sheath. Clutching his spear tightly and tensing his legs to be able to dodge if necessary, Roy noticed that Guy was not trying to kill him, but simply subdue him. Having calmed down a little, the great swordsman noticed that the guy was really ready to fight, and so he asked again who he was. And Roy began to make excuses again. While Roy tried to explain to the man that he had misunderstood everything, the swordsman noted that the guy knew how to control mana, moved well, and continued to try to talk. The man sighed and fell silent for a few seconds, and the boy began to hope that their fight would end now and they would be able to talk. However, the moment Roy allowed himself to relax even a little, the old man attacked him, forcing him to defend himself and shouting that the guy was lying to him without any shame. Moving away from the man, Roy twisted his spear and, gritting his teeth, said that he didn't know what Aura had said to the man, but he clearly had misunderstood everything. And although the boy thought that his words sounded quite logical, Guy screamed, calling him a scoundrel and making it clear that he did not believe his words at all. The man's eyes flashed with anger as he said he just wanted to talk and find out what brought the boy to the academy. But his lie left the old man with no choice. The boy cried out that the man was lying, since he clearly had no intention of discussing anything. And then, straightening up, he grabbed the spear more comfortably, preparing to accept the fight. Realizing that the man would not talk, Roy decided that it would be better to fight, even if the old man did not intend to kill the guy. He knew that the man was not thinking about murder only because he clearly understood that if he had the opposite desire in his mind, Roy would be dead that very moment. The boy tried to understand how he could fight against such a strong opponent, because the great swordsman was so strong that it was unlikely that there would be even one opponent equal to him. But at that very moment, the guy became excited, realizing that he had received an incredible chance to fight with the legendary hero. Looking at the guy, Guy noticed that his aura had changed, which meant that he was going to fight seriously, which simultaneously insulted the man and made him respect him. The old man thought that during his long life he had seen many hunters, but in all that time, only one of them had found the strength to look him in the eyes without fear. And based on this, the swordsman decided that Roy must really be very strong, since he could afford not to show fear in such a situation. But the old man did not allow respect to interfere with his thinking and, rushing forward, struck the shaft of the spear with lightning speed, asking himself what the boy wanted from his granddaughter. Gritting his teeth in tension, Roy noted that his opponent was so strong that he couldn't even feel his attacks. Looking up from where the swordsman had struck and back at his opponent, Roy's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't yet noticed how the enemy had pulled the weapon back, and the swordsman had already swung for a second attack, which the guy didn't even have time to prepare for. Trying hard to keep up with the speed of the true master, Roy gritted his teeth, moving the spear from one side to the other, realizing that he didn't even have a chance to attack. The guy used all his speed to defend himself and try to keep his eyes on his opponent. But even so, he sometimes missed attacks. And even so, seeing at one moment that the old man had allowed himself to be exposed, Roy suddenly rushed forward, preparing to deliver a desperate blow. However, Guy reacted instantly and easily blocked the guy's attack without even moving, thus showing how much stronger he was. Having intercepted the blow and moved the boy's spear to the side, the old man continued to move his sword, aiming the handle of the blade at the enemy's side. Chuckling and not even moving his torso, Guy with the same light movement hit the guy so hard that he flew to the side, which slightly disappointed the swordsman. Falling to the ground and trying to control his ragged breathing, Roy desperately tried to figure out how to fight on. As he fell and dropped the spear, he felt that the blow was incredibly powerful, and it was truly impossible to resist the man at this level. Clearing his throat and rising to one knee, Roy grabbed his spear and looked up at his opponent, thinking that although the enemy was strong, as long as he was not fighting seriously, there was a chance. As he thought that he simply had to strike at least once, Roy saw that the swordsman had already gotten within striking distance of him and was swinging his blade. And at the same moment the boy noticed the sword approaching his face, he suddenly felt something strange inside himself. Leaning his torso back, Roy managed to dodge the attack, waiting for the window to open that he could use to successfully attack. Shifting his feet to maintain his balance, Roy swung his spear and aimed it at the enemy, attempting to counterattack. And at that very moment, the boy suddenly heard Merlin's voice, convincing him that he had to make the fruit of his imagination become reality, deceiving the laws of the universe. Listening to his teacher's voice, Roy concentrated on the feeling of mana in his body, focusing it into his weapon and strike. To the surprise of the great swordsman, the boy swung this spear, imbued with magical energy. Having swung properly, Roy followed through with his blow, not letting go of the hope that this blow would definitely reach its target. And the guy really succeeded. And the attack was so powerful that the magical power spread like a wave throughout the room. But unfortunately for Roy, although the attack was powerful, Guy defended himself without much difficulty. And the guy, having spent all his strength on the blow, fell to his knees. The man glared at the boy who had been knocked down after an unsuccessful, albeit quite impressive, attack. Roy looked up, breathing heavily, waiting to see what would happen next. And the man cried out that the boy had shown his true colors, to which Roy replied that the old man had actually attacked first. Sighing, the spearman expressed his hope that Aura would return soon, which angered the old man even more. Gripping the hilt of the sword tighter, the man began to emit a murderous aura again, and said that the guy had definitely played too much. Approaching the enemy, he furiously shouted that since Roy was asking for it, the swordsman would personally send him to the next world. Grabbing the spear again, the boy raised it, afraid that the next blow would actually kill him. But before the great swordsman could launch a devastating attack, Aura burst into the room, shouting for both of them to stop fighting. Still unable to relax, Roy, spear at the ready, turned to the girl, asking what they had done. Aura turned to her grandfather with a stern look, and it was clear that the girl was truly angry. To the old man's surprise, the girl first rushed to Roy, not to him, and asked with concern how he was feeling, noticing that he had bruises, even feeling a little jealous of his granddaughter's attention to the guy. Guy allowed himself to say that he didn't consider him a man, and the guy was indignant. He said that the old man probably didn't care who he hit, and when the man, indignant, demanded to repeat it, Roy quickly hid behind Aura's back. To her own surprise, the girl noted that this was the first time she had heard anyone talk to her grandfather like that. Finally, realizing that as long as Aura was here, the swordsman wouldn't touch him, Roy asked again why the old man had decided to attack him in the first place. The warrior was about to take out his sword again and punish the scoundrel for his big mouth, but Aura stopped him, demanding that he stop this farce. Turning to her student, the girl asked him for forgiveness for what he had gotten into, although Roy did not understand why she was the one apologizing. And although he said that he only got a couple of bruises and that she had nothing to do with it, Aura bowed her head and said that she was terribly guilty before him. Seeing this gesture, the guy was taken aback, and then he looked up and looked at the old man standing behind his girlfriend. Roy saw that the man was still terribly dissatisfied and felt no remorse at all, while his granddaughter was sadly remorseful. Thinking that perhaps the relatives needed to talk to each other in private, and he was just getting in the way, Roy said he was going to the emergency room, and Aura apologized again. Having once again said that the girl was not to blame, The guy said goodbye to her and left, causing her to smile as gratitude for her understanding. And when the door closed behind Roy, Aura sighed and turned, throwing a clearly very displeased look at her grandfather. And although the swordsman still looked very angry, Aura spoke to him, trying to speak softly and not to overdo it, although it was hard to hide her indignation. Finally, sighing, she lowered her gaze slightly and, collecting her thoughts, informed the old man that she had a very important topic to talk about with him. But as soon as she gathered her strength and looked up, she immediately froze in place, losing the opportunity to say anything to her grandfather. After not hearing a word from his granddaughter, the man said that Roy seemed very suspicious to him, which finally helped the girl to speak up, claiming that she did not agree with him. Snorting, the swordsman asked how the girl could suddenly know this, causing her to get angry and clench her fist, indignant at what she heard. She thought sadly about how her grandfather always interfered in her life, and even those students who came to her academy, he always frightened them, hindering her. Swallowing, realizing how hard it was for her to talk to him openly, she tried to continue. Sighing, the man looked away and told her to throw the guy out of the academy tomorrow. Otherwise, he would take action. However, before he could finish, the girl interrupted him, saying that she did not want to and would not do this. The man tried to silence her with his stern gaze, but she continued, claiming that Roy was not as the swordsman saw him. He tried to ask again, not understanding how his granddaughter dared to suddenly contradict his will. But Aura shouted at him that she was not going to follow his order. Suddenly, she began to scream louder, claiming that she had listened to her grandfather all her life, but she did not want to let Roy go, and did not see any point in fulfilling the old man's will. Barely holding back tears from the overwhelming emotions, the girl continued, shouting that this was her academy, not his, and it was not up to him to choose who would study there. She thought to herself that she had known Roy for less than a month, and they had spent little time together. But she felt absolutely wonderful with him. She thought that she didn't want to let him go, but on the contrary, she wanted to be with him as long as possible. The man tried to answer his granddaughter and shouted, claiming that she did not understand what kind of person he was. But Aura interrupted him again, asking what of it. She said that this is her first student with whom she feels truly good, and she wants this to continue. And she does not need her grandfather's control at all. Aura shouted that she was tired of living in the shadow of her world-famous grandfather and was going to build her own life without his influence. Eventually, the rage wore off and the girl suddenly fell silent, realizing how much she had said to her grandfather. And so she looked up at him. To her surprise, the old man stopped interrupting her for the first time in her life and was now looking at his granddaughter, surprised that she was able to tell him everything to his face. Sighing and looking away with a guilty look, Aura apologized to her grandfather for raising her voice at him, even though he didn't ask for it. Without waiting for an answer, the girl headed out of the training room, adding that this time she would do things her own way. Guy Bauer stood motionless as he watched the girl leave, still amazed at the fact that his granddaughter had shown such a strong character in his presence. Looking at the already closed door in amazement, the man noticed that she had never screamed in his presence. The swordsman remembered how several years ago, a portal to the dungeon suddenly opened in the center of the city and monsters came out, causing a catastrophe. On that very horrific day, Guy learned that his beloved son had died in a tragedy that had occurred. On that very day, the great swordsman experienced true despair, having lost the one for whom he was ready to give his own life. And a few days later, he also learned that his granddaughter was alive, although she was left completely alone. The girl was still little, and without parents she was threatened with a future in an orphanage, which the man could not allow under any circumstances. Looking at the girl on the day his son was buried, Guy realized that he was seeing before him the last person in whose veins his own blood flowed, and he was so afraid that the girl might for some reason end up in danger that he promised himself that he would definitely teach her his techniques. He knew very well that the girl did not like fencing, but he could not allow himself to be more gentle with her, because it was precisely with this strictness that he wanted to strengthen his granddaughter's character. Even when Aura, who had already grown up, told her grandfather that she wanted to be a teacher, he continued to be strict with her, no longer imagining that it was possible to act differently. Fearing for her life and future, Guy shouted at the girl to do only as he wanted, and thus distanced himself from her. The man suddenly realized that he had turned the girl against himself, and although he had suspected that this would happen, he did not want to allow himself to think about it. In the end, wanting to protect his beloved granddaughter, he made it so that now she would under no circumstances ask for his help. Sighing, the man realized that he had brought both himself and the girl into this truly sad situation, and it would be very difficult to fix it. He realized that on that very day, Aura had found the strength to refuse her grandfather's will, and now he was left all alone. The next day, Roy stretched his shoulders as he headed to training, noting that in just one night, the aches in his entire body had disappeared. After the fight with the great swordsman, Roy, surprisingly, remained without a single injury, and the only evidence of this fight were small bruises that healed overnight. He smiled as he remembered how difficult it was to fight such a strong opponent, and he was incredibly lucky that Aura had come running to protect him. Suddenly stopping smiling, the guy thought that he had no idea until yesterday how hard his girlfriend's life was. He remembered how, when he got home, Aura called him and, asking for forgiveness once again, explained what had happened. She told him in great detail what kind of relationship she had with her grandfather, and the guy didn't like what he heard at all. And while Roy wasn't afraid of the great swordsman at all, Aura revealed that her other students weren't like that, and left the academy out of fear of her grandfather. And although Roy felt that the girl had clearly omitted a lot, he had enough information to understand what kind of relationship she had with her grandfather, and why he suddenly attacked the guy. However, at the same time, although the spearman understood why Guy treated him so aggressively, he did not agree with this approach at all, and therefore did not forgive him at all. And although Roy managed to gain a lot of experience during this incredibly difficult and unsuccessful fight, he thought with a grin that he would not try to fight him anymore. And then he suddenly changed his mind, deciding that getting so much experience for beating sounded like a pretty interesting idea. Finally, the guy reached the academy and, entering the training hall, immediately said hello, expecting that Aura would meet him. However, for some reason, the guy, sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, was met by the great swordsman himself, who greeted the guy sullenly and noted with displeasure that he was in no hurry. Roy looked at the old man in amazement, thinking only that the desire to be beaten for progressing in lectures was just a joke. A couple of minutes later, Roy was already sitting in front of the great swordsman, telling him all the conditions of their acquaintance and friendship with Aura. The man irritably asked again whether Roy had hidden any details from him, to which the guy angrily asked him to finally stop suspecting him. And although Guy finally realized that the guy wasn't lying, he still couldn't understand where this guy got so much strength and talent from. The old man stroked his beard sullenly and noted that he actually respected the fact that the guy had not been scared in their last fight, but had stepped forward. Roy asked if he could finally go since he needed to get back to training, and Guy was just waiting for that and happily allowed himself a smile. He decided that he would let the boy train while he watched, and thus learn the secrets of his talent and skills. But what he saw left the old man dumbfounded. At first, he thought he didn't understand something, but then he realized that something was really wrong with the guy, because he had been looking at the switched-off phone for several minutes. Guy frowned at Roy, crossed his arms in front of him, and asked if the guy really meditated like that, although the guy didn't understand the question at all. When the man asked again, Roy said that he really did meditate, and the old man indignantly said that meditation was a good practice, but it did not develop the body at all. And although Guy wanted to motivate the guy to get down to business, Roy only echoed his words and continued to look at the turned-off screen, surprising the man. The man was quite interested in the fact that Roy was not at all interested in the great swordsman's desire to teach him something, and so he seriously thought about teaching the guy. Hearing a clear offer to train, Roy was even surprised, asking again if the great swordsman himself really wanted to teach him, which finally pleased the man, who had expected such a reaction. The man thought that he had only suggested this because the boy had hurt his pride, and so he was already thinking about what he could teach him. But Roy suddenly said that he would probably refuse. Suddenly, Aura entered the training room, quickly greeting the guy and starting to talk to him about yesterday, but quickly interrupted. She saw Roy sitting on his phone as usual, and her grandfather standing over him, frowning and trying to figure out the secret. Turning to the girl, the man greeted her, noting that she, like Roy, was in no particular hurry, although he was actually waiting. The girl already wanted to aggressively kick the old man out, threatening him not to touch Roy under any circumstances. But the old man interrupted her, whispering that the guy was clearly not all there. Having stopped mid-sentence, Aura's eyes widened in shock as she listened to the old man's outrage at the boy's refusal to be trained by the great swordsman himself. Then the man pointed at the guy, who was staring at his switched-off phone, and gloomily noted that he was clearly crazy. However, Aura shrugged in response and noted with a grin that she didn't see anything strange in this situation, since the guy always behaved like this. Guy looked at the girl with confusion, but she continued to smile, saying that at first she also thought the guy was crazy. And although the man clearly didn't understand anything, Aura shrugged and walked towards the guy with a smile, greeting him again. Taking his eyes off his phone, the guy greeted the girl, asking how long ago she had arrived, and hearing in response that she had literally just come in. Guy thought again the already boring thought that he didn't like the guy. But then he admitted that in his company his granddaughter smiled, which was a rare occurrence. The old man could not help but admit that he himself liked it when his granddaughter was happy, and it brought him peace of mind. Pursing his lips and looking curiously at his friends as they chatted, the man asked himself seriously if she really liked talking to him. And while his friends were laughing merrily, the man thought sadly that Aura never laughed in his company. And this upset him. And while the man couldn't agree that Roy was a good guy, he did agree with another fact, which was that he could actually create joy in his granddaughter's soul. And although the man noted these thoughts with some sadness, at the same time he was very jealous of this rascal, who, unlike the old man, could bring a smile to the girl's face. Suddenly, distracting the swordsman from his thoughts, his assistant burst into the room with obvious alarm on his face, trying to attract the master's attention to himself. The man turned around, asking what was wrong, and even Aura and Roy stopped talking, curious about what had happened. However, it turned out that, despite the anxious expression on Robert's face, he actually wanted to inform the man that he was being invited to the Order of Truth. Calling the gathering a bunch of weirdos, the man said that if they wanted him, they could come themselves, but he wasn't going anywhere. However, Robert then noted that it was not all members of the Order who were calling him, but a certain Sir Kalia, which interested the great swordsman. The assistant said that he was informed that Sir Kalia had some personal questions for the master, as well as one request. And to the surprise of everyone present, it turned out that Kalia asked Guy to bring Roy with him, which made the guy go dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Just in case, he pointed to his face, and with a voice full of surprise, he asked again if it was really him who was being summoned along with the great swordsman. As he stood up, shrugging his shoulders and thinking that he apparently had no choice, he realized that the same question was on the minds of everyone present. Everyone was wondering why Roy was being called in, but Guy suddenly shouted that Roy was actually Kalia's henchman, causing confusion and slight indignation from the guy, who denied the accusations. Aura suddenly slapped her fist against her palm and remembered that during the tournament, she had seen a strange man in a black cloak. Lost in thought and pressing her fingers to her mouth, the girl began to think, suggesting that this man could be connected to Sir Kalia's circle. Roy listened silently as everyone speculated about why he had suddenly been called into such company, and then asked if he really had to go, since he didn't feel like it. Aura, amazed, even opened her mouth in surprise, telling the guy that the Order of Truth is actually one of the most famous societies in the world. She noted that it included 7 apostles whose power was equal to that of the rulers of states, and that Sir Kalia was the successor of the Apostle of Chastity and did not usually make appointments. To the surprise of everyone present, Roy suddenly shrugged his shoulders in response to this information and said that he didn't care about it, and it would be better for him to continue training. Robert suddenly chuckled and said that this was the reason why everyone around him thought so highly of Sir Kalia, which caused misunderstanding among Aura, Guy, and Roy. The great swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and then asked what he meant, and Robert said that Sir Kalia had predicted Roy's refusal in advance. Chuckling and smiling as he realized that Sir Kalia was truly amazing, Robert said that the apostle had conveyed a different message for this occasion. He conveyed that Sir Kalia promised Roy a whole $100,000 if he agreed to show up for this personal meeting. It turned out that the Order of Truth is a kind of religious organization, only their faith is based not on any of the gods, but on truth itself. The man in the robe who came to the tournament and bet on Roy's victory had the title of Great Voice. And at the head of the order there are 7 people, namely the apostles of humility, diligence, chastity, abstinence, gratitude, mercy, and patience. It is now believed that the apostles interpret the will and opinion of God, and therefore the truth itself, although previously they were seen as nothing more than a strange cult. But when the cataclysm occurred, summoning dungeons, monsters, and the power of the awakened, the servants of the Order united with the heroes to confront the monsters. And the Order received real power when it destroyed the most powerful berserker giant, who had been terrorizing the world for a long time, and whom the heroes could not defeat. And in modern times, the great swordsman Guy Bauer, accompanied by Roy, finally reached the hotel where the representatives of the Order were staying. When they saw one of the servants, Guy wanted to introduce Roy, but the man in the robe said that he knew everything about the spearman who had appeared. Taking a step to the side, the man extended his hand towards the door and invited the 2 men to enter, claiming that Sir Kalia was already waiting for them. The whole time they were getting to the hotel, Roy was trying to figure out how this Kalia guy had guessed exactly how much money he needed. And then he thought it was all because of the tournament. The guy decided that he was offered the amount he was supposed to win at the tournament, but he couldn't understand why he had interested someone so important. Eventually, after walking through a long corridor, a man in a robe opened the door to a very prestigious-looking room for them and let the men in, claiming that Sir Kalia would be there soon. As Roy and Guy sat down, the swordsman allowed himself to clear his throat and gloomily remark that he had known they would have to wait, and that Kalia would never have arrived first. Wanting to satisfy his curiosity, Roy asked Guy if they had met Sir Kalia before, which caused the old man a little surprise. Sighing and frowning in displeasure, the man said that they would meet for the first time that day, and Roy's eyes widened in surprise. The guy said that he thought they had known each other for a long time, and Guy, sighing, noted that Kalia had been inviting him to his place for a long time, but the old man always refused. And although the man had met the Apostle of Chastity before, he had not yet met his successor, and Roy nodded his head understandingly. The guy thought that he saw his girlfriend's grandfather in him, but he shouldn't forget that he was still the great swordsman. And so the guy asked if the man knew the Great Voice. Roy said that he had heard that the Great Voice only appeared in public when the Order was fighting against a great monster. And Guy frowned, slightly embarrassed. Propping his head on his fist, the man said that he had never communicated or interacted with the Great Voice in person, but had only seen it from afar. Suddenly, they had to interrupt their conversation when they heard footsteps outside one of the doors of the room. A rather young guy with blonde hair entered the room, smoothly opening the door and greeting his guests. Guy noted with displeasure that Kalia himself had invited them, but had not even bothered to wait for the guests, forcing them to wait themselves. However, Kalia, dressed in bright armor decorated with the Order's crest, did not respond to this comment. Closing the door behind him and smiling good-naturedly, Kalia noted that he needed time to clear his body and mind before the meeting. Guy grumbled, saying that it was the first time he had heard such nonsense. But Kalia, ignoring the rudeness, walked up to Roy and introduced himself. Roy tried to give his name in response out of politeness, but Kalia interrupted the guy, saying that he knew perfectly well who he was, and adding that he was very glad to meet them. Frowning, the guy decided to ask the question that was troubling him so much and find out how Kalia knew him. To which the guy smiled and boldly answered. He said that one of his disciples was present at the academy tournament, and that was where they heard about Roy. Although the boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously, not believing these words at all. He asked why then such an important person suddenly wanted to meet him, since he was a simple newcomer. Having said that he had just wanted to talk about this, Kalia sat down on the sofa between the men and said that he wanted to offer them cooperation in exploring the dungeons. Raising his cup of tea and taking a modest sip, the boy continued that he really hoped to cooperate with the great swordsman. The man was already indignant, wanting to ask why the guy suddenly decided that he would agree. But Kalia interrupted him, claiming that the man himself knew that the end had not yet come. And these words made Guy fall into stunned silence, trying to make sure that he correctly understood what the guy meant. Taking another sip, Kalia said that they had recently received information that a distortion had appeared and was growing in one of the dungeons. Guy tried to protest again and say that it was nonsense, but Kalia interrupted the man again and said that the information was confirmed and they were obliged to find out more about the distortion. Sighing and turning his gaze to his interlocutor, the old man asked if this was the reason why the most famous religious figure had decided to come to their country. He suggested out loud that by using this distortion as a cover, Kalia was only trying to strengthen his position in this country. Smiling and taking another sip, the guy chuckled and said that he didn't even hope to fool the great swordsman, but he had to try. The old man noted that it was impudent to call this task a mission of the order, and then asked what Kalia could offer for help. To which Kalia himself smiled again. For some reason, he suddenly started talking about Guy's granddaughter and mentioned her academy, which threw the old man off track. The guy wanted to continue the topic and say that from the order's side they could help her, but Guy was already radiating his murderous, cruel aura. Feeling it, Roy realized that his body was numb, and earlier, apparently, the great swordsman did not use its full potential. Anger flared in Guy's eyes, and he said in a commanding, firm voice that Kalia had better never try to involve aura in her affairs again. Otherwise, the man would draw his blade. Smiling and seemingly not feeling the influence of the murderous aura, the boy calmly noted that he had made a mistake when he mentioned the swordsman's granddaughter. Humbly but calmly, the young man asked the old man for forgiveness, and Guy allowed his aura to fade. Realizing that in that case he had nothing more to give to the great swordsman, Kalia offered to fulfill any request Guy made as needed, just as he himself had asked. The old man chuckled, claiming that he could not and would not trust an empty word, to which Kalia said that he would swear by the name of the Order of Truth. At first, the swordsman hesitated for a few more minutes, but then he extended his hand and agreed to help Kalia if he gave an oath, and the deal between them was made. Having dealt with the great swordsman, Kalia finally turned to Roy and announced that they would now talk about him. Smiling and moving his hand out of the way for easy gesturing, Kalia told Roy bluntly that his order had a strong desire to sponsor the boy. Roy didn't understand at first and said that he was already sponsored by the academy. But Kalia noted that he was talking about compensation for those expenses that the academy did not take care of. Not trusting anything that is given for free, Roy asked directly what Kalia himself wanted in this case. But the guy laughed and kindly noted that it was absolutely selfless. Roy sincerely did not believe Kalia's words, not trusting his smile, and therefore suggested that he answer just one question, and then he would definitely think about his decision. Kalia agreed to answer the question without much hesitation, and Roy began. But at the same moment, he fell silent, doubting. Looking at the young man's suspicious smile, Roy thought that Kalia might try to avoid answering, and therefore he had to think of something else. Deciding to ask his question a little differently, the guy stood up from his seat and pulled his phone out of his back pocket. Roy quickly approached Kalia and held the phone out to him with the screen facing his face, which slightly confused the guy. With a confident smile, Roy asked if Kalia could see anything on his phone screen, intending to find out if the order knew about the Transcendent Academy. To Roy's surprise, for the first time during their conversation, Sir Kalia stopped smiling and frowned at the screen of his phone, which was always turned off for everyone else. At this time, the guy's phone speakers were playing Buddha's difficult-to-understand thoughts, and the great god himself was displayed on the screen. Kalia noted incomprehensibly that Roy was asking very strange and incomprehensible questions, but the guy firmly continued to ask what exactly the young man saw. Roy said with a smile that he didn't think it was that difficult to answer the question, but Kalia replied that it was still difficult for him. Sighing, the guy took the phone away from Kalia's face and feigned disappointment, showing that he was saddened by the young man's refusal to answer. Seeing this, Kalia suddenly replied that he saw only a black screen, and Roy instantly removed all feigned emotions from his face, looking sternly into the eyes of his interlocutor. He tried to read the emotions on Kalia's face, but the young man began to smile again and, repeating that he had only seen a black screen, asked if the guy would be satisfied with such an answer. Having said that everything was fine with him, Roy smiled and responded to Kalia's offer of sponsorship with a firm, albeit polite, refusal. Sometime later, Kalia stood near a huge open window and, with his arms crossed over his chest, thoughtfully looked at the city from a great height. Without turning around, he spoke to the young man in the robe, asking how everything had gone for him. And the man replied that he had not found any distortions. Turning to the novice, Kalia sternly asked the man if he was sure of his words, which caused a stir in his mind, but he replied that he swears by the name of the order. Turning away and looking at the city again, Kalia noted to himself that there was nothing special about Roy, really, although his question caught the boy off guard. Biting his finger, Kalia wondered what that nagging feeling was that he felt in his own chest. The novice tried to say that he needed to go to another apostle, but Kalia forbade him, ordering him to simply observe for now and report back on what the other heroes had answered. Frowning with displeasure, the boy heard from the servant that he had called all the most legendary heroes, except for the Blade of Souls and the Sword of Darkness, who had not been seen for a long time. At the same time, when swordsmen and spearmen came out into the street, Guy asked Roy why he suddenly decided to refuse Kalia's sponsorship. The guy shrugged, thought for a moment, and then replied that the offer seemed suspicious to him, although Guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Guy indignantly asked why Roy had agreed to the offer to enroll in the Aura Academy, to which the guy replied that it inspired confidence. Deciding to change the subject, the guy reminded about what Guy and Kalia had discussed at the very beginning of the conversation and clarified what dungeon distortions were. The old man sighed and said that this was the name given to the distortion of magic within a dungeon, causing it to suddenly increase in difficulty or cause an unexpected breakthrough. The guy said he thought that such a thing was impossible, but Guy scratched his beard and replied that this used to happen all the time, although now it is rare. Roy, suddenly becoming agitated, clarified that Kalia meant that the times of the cataclysm had not yet ended, but Guy reassured him, claiming that the apostle was simply mistaken. The man turned and walked away, and Roy asked where he was going, since Aura Academy was in the other direction, and the old man said that he had things to do. The man walked away, but suddenly stopped and turned around with a menacing expression on his face, warning the boy not to do anything indecent with his granddaughter. Roy laughed, noting that the man had acknowledged the boy after all, and then sneered that it was because of this mistrust that Aura was angry at her grandfather, which angered the old man. Guy clenched his fists in rage, and Roy, seeing this and afraid that he was about to be beaten, turned around and ran to the academy. Grumbling about how he needed to get stronger quickly so he wouldn't have to fear the old man's threats, Roy returned to the academy and greeted Aura, who was surprised that the boy had returned so early. The girl was surprised when she noticed that her grandfather did not come with the guy, because they went together, and Roy replied that Guy suddenly had some business. Knowing her grandfather's character, Aura asked if he had said anything strange to the boy, to which he reassured her, assuring her that everything was fine. Still worried that Roy might have been intimidated, Aura once again sheepishly apologized for his character and for not warning the boy in advance. Shrugging his shoulders to the girl's surprise, Roy said that the great swordsman expressed himself very strictly and, in his opinion, incorrectly, but he could not say that he considered him bad. Scratching the back of his head, the spearman finished his sentence with a joke that if he somehow upset Guy, he would only get a few blows. He suddenly interrupted himself, indignant that he was talking nonsense. But the girl was already smiling sarcastically, hearing his words. Aura suddenly remembered that Roy needed money and emphasized it, although he did not understand how she found out, to which Aura replied that he shouted about it every day. Roy thought about how money really was his biggest problem, since all 100,000 had gone to pay for Joshua's treatment, and Aura picked up the phone. She said she had found a great task for Roy and handed him her phone, where he saw an ad for a dungeon clearing competition. Seeing that the competition organizers were offering the winner a whopping 300,000, Roy raised his eyebrows in shock, realizing how big of a sum that was. He asked the girl again what the competition was about, and Aura replied that apparently it would involve clearing dungeons that no one could handle. Roy had already thought that it would be very difficult, but the girl noted that, most likely, these were not profitable dungeons that were simply not paid attention to. Looking at the details of the ad with interest, the guy thought that she was right, because now hunters are only chasing profit and do not clean cheap dungeons. Aura also said that they contained weak monsters and sending professional hunters there was simply not practical. and Roy imagined a strong hunter and a weak goblin. The girl also noted that if the dungeons are not cleared quickly, they open up, releasing monsters into the cities, which is why the state came up with these competitions. Realizing how well thought out this system was, the guy thought about it and then said that he didn't know who came up with it, but he was a real genius. Aura, who sincerely wanted to help, asked if he agreed, and Roy, smiling, found no reason to refuse such a pleasant offer. And although the guy understood, among other things, that this competition would improve the Academy's rating, and that was precisely the reason Aura found out about it, he didn't want to upset her. When he turned away, the gears in his head started turning, giving the guy the understanding that since this was a competition, the opponents would be far from the weakest. He remembered how strong Joshua, whom the guy fought at the last tournament, was, and thought that he needed to be prepared for the fact that here he would meet someone clearly stronger. Frowning with displeasure and sitting down on the floor, the guy thought about how he could prepare so that his opponents wouldn't become a problem. The guy was grumbling to himself only because he really wanted to get the money, and he was still upset about being disqualified at the last competition. Roy asked Aura how the competition works, and she told him that at the beginning, all participants are sent the addresses of the dungeons, and then they are given a week to complete them. She also noted that a participant can reserve a dungeon, but unfortunately only one, and Roy thought that this was designed to avoid monopolization. Aura said that the reservation would be cancelled in 10 hours, so we needed to clear as many dungeons as possible in a week. Roy said that the task was difficult, because he would have to hurry and get rid of the corpses, and Aura asked in shock if he was really going to sell them. Roy was surprised and asked if getting rid of the monsters' corpses wasn't part of the main task, and Aura aggressively noted that it wasn't at all. Roy scratched his head and said that selling the corpses would make a lot of money, and the girl shook her head and replied that the main prize was much more important. A little disappointed that he wouldn't be able to both kill and sell monsters, Roy thought about how he could optimize his speed. Suddenly, he came up with an interesting idea and called out to Aura, who curiously asked what he had come up with. But before voicing the idea, the guy with a sly smile clarified what specific rules and restrictions there are in such a competition. A few days later, Roy was already prepared for the competition, and, getting ready for it, thoughtfully reviewed the progress of studying the lectures. At Aura's suggestion, the boy also downloaded a dungeon tracking app, and now they were waiting for the boy's assistant to show up. Aura asked if he might not be able to find his way, but Roy grinned and noted that this man would never allow himself to get lost. Finally seeing the one he had been waiting for quite some time, Roy waved to the man, happy to see him. The skinny man in the tank top grumbled that Roy was too loud, and the guy said he didn't expect to meet his friend so early. The man responded by saying that Roy had a short memory, since the guy forgot the fact that he was never late for work, unlike Roy himself. Finally, Roy's older friend Frank, who had come at the first friendly call, stretched and asked what was so important he would have to do. A couple of days ago, Roy called Frank, surprising the man with his call because the guy had not shown up for work for a very long time, and the man had to work without talking to his friend. The guy offered the man to cooperate in the competition and help the guy with cutting up monsters, saving time, and also give him a ride to the dungeons. Roy then suggested splitting the money, and Frank wondered if he could be useful if speed was so important, to which Roy said without a doubt that the guy needed him. Finally, on the day of the competition, when he, Aura, and Frank gathered together, the guy received a notification on his phone about the start of the competition. Having said goodbye to Aura, Roy and Frank moved towards the man's transport, and at the same time the guy asked if the man had remembered all the rules, receiving an affirmative answer. When they got inside, the spearman said that they needed to be as fast as possible, because the one who cleared more dungeons than the others would win. Looking at the gloomy face of his older comrade, who already knew all the rules, the guy still explained that they needed to be fast, both in the dungeons themselves and on the way between them. Having said that Roy could rely on his driving speed, Frank asked if the guy could handle the dungeons themselves, and the spearman nodded contentedly. Opening the phone, which displayed the addresses of the dungeons, Roy handed it to the man so that he could find out where to go. Frank, of course, understood where to go, but asked why Roy had given him the phone forever, and the guy replied that all the addresses were there, and Frank would be able to optimize the route. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked again how the boy could rely on his friend in such an important matter. Roy chuckled and said that he hadn't allowed himself to doubt the man's skills for a second, which embarrassed him a little. Having secured the phone to the dashboard, Frank, smiling contentedly, moved from the spot, ordering the guy to hold on tighter since he wanted speed. When they reached the first dungeon, they were met by an inspector, and Roy quickly went inside, leaving Frank, who immediately opened a can of soda, outside. Having decided that Roy was from an unknown academy, the girl decided that he would spend about an hour in the dungeon. Although at first, looking at Frank, she thought that they would cheat. But, seeing that the man was simply drinking soda, the inspector decided that everything was fine. But completely unexpectedly, the portal began to tremble a minute after it started. She went closer to check if he was okay. But to her surprise, she saw Roy jump out and ask Frank to get ready. The guy said that he had already finished, which caused a grumble from the man who had not had time to drink, and the surprise of the inspector, who was amazed at the guy's speed. Thinking that she had misheard and the guy was asking for help with the raid, the girl warned that help in completing the dungeon was prohibited. But Roy said that he had already finished. The girl thought the guy was lying, and he invited her to go inside to check and make sure of his success. As she entered, the inspector continued to be indignant. But once inside the dungeon, she was amazed to realize that the guy had actually killed all the monsters. The girl tried to understand how he managed to do it so quickly, because not even 5 minutes had passed. And Roy, not wanting to waste time, took the goblin's corpse and carried it to the exit. Seeing what the guy was doing, she stared at him blankly and asked why he even took this goblin. Roy asked not to pay attention and, loaded with extra weight, began to move towards the exit, doing a squat and a step, so that at the same time he could have time to work out. When he went outside, he saw that Frank had already prepared the cutting table. And when he saw the guy, he rolled his eyes and asked why he continued to do this madness. Putting the corpse on the ground, the guy replied that he couldn't miss tasks, although Frank didn't understand what Roy meant at all. Deciding to change the subject and seeing that the man had prepared his tools, the boy asked how long it would take to cut up each monster. Noting that the goblins were fairly simple, Frank insisted on 15 seconds per one, and Roy was pleased, preparing to move on to the other. The inspectors stared at what was happening in amazement and loudly asked if they were planning to cut up the corpses right there. Turning to her with displeasure, the guy said that according to the rules it was not prohibited, and therefore asked what problems there could be, without receiving an answer. Realizing that she really couldn't stop the guy, the girl allowed him to continue, and he, doing a squat and a step, continued to drag the corpses to the man for cutting up. In turn, Frank, doing his favorite thing in which he was a true professional, butchered each goblin with incredible speed. The men moved so harmoniously that the girl never ceased to be amazed, looking at how deftly they handled such an unusual task. Finally, having finished with the last goblin, they did not waste time and, choosing the next dungeon, grabbed the fresh meat and ran to the truck, leaving the amazed girl alone. Laughing at how much fun this activity was, the men quickly rode to the next dungeon, planning to make money both from the competition and from selling fresh meat. At the next dungeon, sitting peacefully in the middle of nature and enjoying the peace, another inspector was waiting for the two friends. He was thinking about how quiet the day was, and just as he was wondering where the participants were, a huge truck drove into the yard, rumbling with its weight. Not wanting to waste time, Roy ran to the entrance to the dungeon, and Frank began preparing the work area for cutting up monsters. Inside the dungeon, Roy was already met by a whole crowd of living skeletons, imbued with magic and ready to destroy the one who entered. Gripping his spear tighter and concentrating hard, Roy prepared to destroy each of them as quickly as possible. As more monsters gathered around him, Roy swung his spear with a flick of his wrist, spinning it around himself and breaking the bones of each one. Having sorted it out in 2 minutes, Roy began to run out and drag bones to Frank, who was upset about the lack of meat on the corpses. However, realizing that the skeletons contained a lot of bone marrow, which could also be sold profitably, the man began cutting them up. In turn, Roy, without ceasing to train, dragged one skeleton after another to the cutting table, catching the surprised look of the inspector. The friends moved so quickly and without paying attention to him that the inspectors simply could not find the words to say anything to them. Having finished with the skeletons and still in a hurry, the friends quickly loaded everything into the truck, climbed inside themselves, and moved on without saying a word to the man. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Public Administration and Security, one of the bosses asked his employee if today's competition report was ready. Having praised the worker and sat down at his desk, the man opened the report and began to read with interest, studying the successes of the academy students. On the very first page, the man saw the personal file of a promising girl who had cleared 16 dungeons in her first day. Thinking that with such results she would definitely take first place, the man scrolled straight to the end to see the overall statistics, and was surprised to notice that the girl was only second. Thinking that he had scrolled past someone more outstanding, the man decided that someone had managed to clear out 17, and began scrolling further. Opening the page with Roy's name, the man was speechless when he saw that the guy had managed to clear 32 dungeons in one day. And then he cried out, asking the worker about it. He thought that whoever made the report was mistaken, because it was simply impossible to clear 32 dungeons in one day. But the man said that there was no mistake. He added that at first he himself was surprised. But then he asked the inspectors and found out that the guy cleared each dungeon in about 5 minutes. Thinking that this was simply impossible for a student, the boss asked if he had broken any rules, and received the answer that everything had been checked very carefully. Still trying to find the catch and understand how the guy managed to achieve such a result, the boss asked which academy he came from. After learning that he was from an academy called Dream, the man asked if the great swordsman's granddaughter was teaching there, and received an affirmative answer. The man looked sternly at his subordinate, waiting for him to come to the understanding. But the worker could not understand what his boss was getting at. Angrily throwing the report on the table, the man demanded that they immediately check whether the great swordsman himself had interfered with the competition. At the same time, in one of the academies, a girl named Mia stood in front of her teacher, her head down, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she was only in second place for now. The head of the academy scolded her, asking if she really thought she could get away with a simple apology since their academy would suffer losses if they lost. The girl said that she would definitely try and do everything possible to win, to which the teacher thoughtfully asked what she thought about who took first place. The girl crossed her hands behind her back and thought for a couple of seconds, then raised her head and firmly said that she considered his success impossible. Getting up from the table, the man sighed and said that he thought it was possible, but only if someone helped him. Turning and walking towards the window, the man ordered Mia to act as she had done before, and he would take care of the rest. And when he turned around, asking if she understood everything, Mia thought that her teacher would definitely use dishonest means to achieve victory. And although the girl said that she would do everything, the man noticed that she was worried about his approach, and therefore added that in this world, the most cunning win. Even though Mia couldn't agree with this statement, she nodded obediently after hearing that the main thing was winning, not the truth. The man asked with displeasure if she was worried about her own rival, to which the girl firmly replied that she was not worried about him at all. Leaving the office and thinking about how their conversation had just gone, the girl moved around the territory of her academy. Still, Mia couldn't admit, even to herself, that she didn't agree with the teacher's approach. And she remembered one of the moments from her past. An image of her friend popped into her head, who always insisted that a legendary hunter must have ironclad principles that he would never compromise. In turn, she always argued with him, claiming that this form of thinking was nonsense. And in this world, absolutely everything was decided only by money. The guy sarcastically noted that he would definitely become a professional hunter and would light people's hearts with his will. And the girl smiled, listening to his words. Looking emotionlessly at her feet, she remembered how she had told him that his dreams were complete nonsense, although in her heart she had never thought so. She remembered how he always joyfully supported her, never ceasing to smile and thus causing her to smile too. I remembered how I couldn't take my eyes off his kind eyes and couldn't stop thinking about his good principles. And of course, Mia remembered the despair and anger she felt when he died, leaving her forever and completely alone. But now she couldn't help but admit that his bright thinking haunted her to this day, preventing her from doing things he would never do. Meanwhile, Roy and Frank were sitting in the park, drinking soda and talking about the day. Frank complained that he was terribly tired, and Roy sarcastically noted that the man was getting old, and his friend, feigning anger, changed the subject asking how much they had earned. After looking at his phone and calculating everything, the guy said that if he divided it in half, it would come out to about 4,000 for each. Frowning with displeasure, the man was indignant that the guy was offering him a whole 50% and demanded only 30, insisting that otherwise he wouldn't come out tomorrow. And although Roy tried to insist that the man had tried very hard and therefore deserved half, Frank did not agree. And the guy in this case offered him at least 2,500. And although the man continued to be indignant, demanding less, in the end, realizing that the guy could not be moved, he agreed to 2,500 and continued drinking soda. Smiling at the friendly atmosphere, Roy took a sip of his drink and asked why Frank wasn't surprised. At first, the man didn't understand what exactly his friend was talking about, and Roy explained that he was referring to the incredible speed with which the guy cleared the dungeons. Frank chuckled and said that he didn't understand what was surprising about that, since he had already seen Roy at the academic tournament, which had amazed the guy. Roy asked, offended, why his friend hadn't even mentioned or given any indication that he had been at the tournament. To which the man, causing a smile to appear on Roy's face, said that he hadn't wanted to bother him. Turning away from the guy, Frank burped, then covered his mouth and asked for forgiveness, causing the guy to laugh kindly. Roy remembered how Frank supported the boy when he was left without parents, and therefore he saw him as the closest person to him. On the second day of the competition, Roy and Frank were ready to work and set to work early in the morning, noting with surprise that they had been given the nickname of dungeon breakers. The friends looked at each other in bewilderment when the inspector near the first dungeon said that they were nicknamed that way because their comrades managed to butcher monsters in addition to raids. A rather young guy also said that a lot of people are talking about them now, and even he himself was curious about them, which greatly surprised both Roy and Frank. On the second day, the comrades pulled ahead even more, clearing a total of 41 dungeons, and Roy allowed himself to happily note that victory was within their grasp. Frank said that if they lost, it would be at least strange, and Roy encouraged his friend, glad that it was him he had called to help in this difficult matter. Seeing the man grumble that the guy would make him work even after death, Roy promised to buy him and his daughter some food, which instantly cheered up his friend. The man sarcastically noted that in that case, the guy would have to buy a whole cow, while Roy looked at the phone screen, glad that everything was going smoothly. When they were about to start work on the third day, Frank suddenly looked at the screen very thoughtfully, which caused the guy's bewilderment. He asked what had suddenly happened, and Frank held the phone up to him, asking him to look at the screen and assess the situation. And as soon as the guy looked at the screen, he immediately snatched the phone from his friend's hands, dumbfoundedly trying to understand what had suddenly happened. Much to the boy's surprise, the entire dungeon map was filled with red armor icons, meaning there was not a single free dungeon left for them. After looking at the map for a long time, Roy noticed that there were still free dungeons an hour away from them, but all the ones nearby were booked. Frank noted that the whole situation seemed too strange and suspicious to him, with which Roy could not help but agree. Roy decided they needed to head for the nearest dungeon, since there was one, although Frank said the armor was not installed correctly and would probably be removed soon. However, after completing the next dungeon, the friends noticed that everything around them was booked again, and because of this, they only completed 10 dungeons that day. After meeting with Aura, they decided to discuss the situation and try to understand what was going on, although Frank was 100% sure that Mia from the second place was to blame for everything. Aura noted that you can usually see who exactly booked the dungeon, but these particular bookings can't be seen, causing Roy to frown. Aura promised to talk to the organizers, and Roy, to his own regret, admitted that the cutting would have to be postponed for the sake of winning. And Frank agreed with this. And although Frank confirmed that they would reduce the time by skipping the time trial, they would not be able to overcome the distance, although the man would try to optimize the route. Roy thought for a few seconds, then sighed and spoke, noting that he had a plan, thereby attracting the attention of his comrades. Raising his finger up and smiling slyly, he began to explain his rather unusual idea to his comrades, who were listening to him attentively. The next day, a whole group of hunters gathered in one place, looking intently at their phones and not taking their eyes off the maps open in them. Sometimes they would indulge in conversation, and the manager would interrupt them, demanding that they make sure that after Roy was booked, All the dungeons around him were booked immediately. One of the guys noted that it was somehow unfair that they were preventing someone from completing raids, and the second one cut his friend off, claiming that the main thing for him was that they were getting paid. Upon receiving the notification, the man looked at the screen and immediately shouted for everyone to get ready, because Roy had booked the dungeon. The man noted that people should not book everything at once, but should do it within 10 minutes so as not to arouse suspicion. Looking at the screens, each of the participants in the scam suddenly frowned and exchanged glances with the others, trying to figure out what to do. Noticing that people were hesitating, the manager demanded to know what had happened, and one of his subordinates approached him with a phone. He said that Roy had booked a dungeon very close to the one Mia had booked, and so they could interfere with her as well. Having taken the phone from the guy, the man assessed the situation and tried to figure out what to do in this case. However, ideas for solving the problem that had arisen did not come to the man's head, and rage began to boil in his mind. At the same time, Mia was successfully, albeit not as quickly as Roy, clearing out the dungeon she had reserved. Without even looking particularly at the slime-like monster she had killed, the girl swung her blade, cutting its body into pieces, and moved on. Having finished with this dungeon, the girl left it and got into the car, ordering the driver to go to the next dungeon. However, the driver suddenly hesitated and was asked why he was not going anywhere, after which the man noted that he had a problem. He stuttered a little from excitement as he said that all the dungeons around were booked, so he didn't know where to go, which greatly surprised Mia. At the end of the day, having cleared 2 more dungeons than Mia, Roy smiled contentedly, glad that he had come up with such a clever idea to reserve points near her. At the same time, the girl came to the manager, who said that he did not expect such cunning from the enemy, and therefore came up with another plan. He told Mia to continue going through the dungeons as usual, promising that he would deal with Roy. And Mia, closing her eyes, agreed. The next day, Mia reached her first dungeon, which turned out to be a couple of meters away from the one that Roy and Frank had booked, and they greeted her happily. Hearing her name, the girl turned and frowned at the surrounding area, wanting to see who had come to watch her triumph. And she saw Roy and Frank smiling happily at the meeting with their rival and ready to get to work. The inspector noted that the participants were forbidden to quarrel, but Roy said that they did not quarrel. It was just that their dungeons were located nearby. The girl greeted Roy without much enthusiasm in her eyes, wondering to herself at his appearance, and Roy greeted her back with a kind smile. He said he hopes that whoever wins, he hopes it will be a fair fight, because the competition started with good intentions. The girl noted that she was upset by his suspicions of her unfair play, and Roy, saying that he did not mean it, walked away with the same kind smile. Watching the spearman leave, the girl thought about what he said about good intentions and lowered her gaze. And then she clicked her tongue in displeasure, saying that such an opinion was simply laughable and that the main thing was winning. The girl thought that she didn't believe in the existence of good intentions and that all the people around her were selfish, and therefore they only helped when it was profitable, and then boldly abandoned. Looking up at her sword, the girl concluded that there was no room for good intentions in this sad cycle of life. Having climbed into the dungeon, the girl decided that she needed to deal with the 2 friends as soon as possible, despite any pangs of conscience. When the girl came out of there, her attention was drawn to the exclamation of the inspector, who claimed that he had, of course, heard about it, but really wanted to see it for himself. The girl turned her indifferent gaze to the side, although inside she was curious about what the young man was talking about. And at the same moment she froze in amazement, seeing Roy and Frank energetically cutting up the monsters, obtaining raw materials for subsequent sale. While doing a step squat with the corpse of a lizard-like monster on his shoulder, the guy noticed that the girl had gotten out of the dungeon earlier than he expected. Looking behind Mia, Roy asked if she wanted the corpses of the monsters she killed in that dungeon, surprising the swordswoman again. She told Roy to do whatever he wanted, and he, delighted by the girl's kindness, went to her dungeon to get the monsters from there too. However, the girl was even more struck by the fact that Roy moved by squatting in a step, and she asked why he walked like that. At first, Roy didn't even understand what exactly the girl meant, and so he asked if she was talking about training, and then he thought she meant that he was dragging corpses to Frank. And Roy told her with a smile that they cost money. Turning around, the girl indignantly said that their business was a waste of time, and so she moved away, leaving the two friends to work. And although the girl was angry at them for wasting their time, the anger turned to sadness when she remembered her friend, whose smile was as kind as Roy's. However, as she moved towards the car, Mia noted one last time that nobility did not exist, and even people like Roy were only attracted by money. At the same time, Guy Bauer, armed with his mighty blade, angrily cursed Kalia, saying that the impudent man had deceived the old man. Standing on the corpse of a huge monster and swinging his blade to shake off the blood, the man said that Kalia promised monsters of the 6th level, but they had to kill creatures of the 10th. When the man jumped down, Kalia, looking thoughtfully at the monster, suggested that it was due to distortion, to which Guy aggressively noted that such a thing does not happen. Casting an evil glance at the boy, the great swordsman noted that he believed more in the guilt of the Order of Truth, as it had been 30 years ago. Kalia swore on the honor of the Order that they had nothing to do with it, and Gaius was about to insult the young man, but someone in a large hat intervened in their conversation. Sitting on a hovering broom, a girl named Daisy, who was a student of the Great Mage, noted that she would not tolerate swearing in her presence. Seeing the new arrival, the old man irritably said that the young girl was not his boss and asked where her mentor was, to which he received the answer that the great magician was not feeling well. Jumping off her magical transport, the girl analyzed her feelings and noticed that she felt an abnormal flow of mana, but it did not look like a distortion. Frowning thoughtfully, Daisy turned to Guy and asked if he had felt anything strange, to which the man replied half-heartedly that he had felt nothing unusual. The sorceress noted with a sad expression that the swordsman was very lucky, and that such phenomena only happened when the berserker giant was released. Kalia asked Daisy if this corruption could infect other dungeons, and was told that it was possible, although the chance was small. Turning back to the men, the girl said that they needed to get a lot more information anyway, and while she was saying that she would ask the administration to reevaluate all the dungeons, in another part of the city, inspectors saw a very strange anomaly. They stood in front of 3 open dungeons at once, discussing that it was rare, but it did happen that 2 dungeons would merge. But the merging of 3 seemed impossible, and if the 2 dungeons seemed quite ordinary, then the portal to the 3rd emitted a frightening and cruel aura, directly screaming about its danger. Meanwhile, the competition continued, and Roy and Frank, having reached the next booked dungeon, learned that some guy had already completed it. Not understanding how the inspectors had made such a mistake, the friends moved on to another armor. But there, too, some hunter had already cleared everything out, asking for forgiveness for the confusion that had arisen. Roy and Frank were left out of work time and time again, because due to the tricks of their rivals, their comrades' armor was constantly cleared out before their arrival. At the end of the day, they came to Aura to discuss what had happened. And while Frank shook his fists furiously, Roy thoughtfully noted that their opponents were quite smart. Angered at the realization that they had been tricked again, Aura said that she would definitely deal with this and change the rules, even if she had to use her reputation as the great swordsman's granddaughter. And after Aura's appeal, Roy received a letter with an update to the competition rules, stating that for clearing someone else's armor, the result would be counted to the one who made the reservation. The next day, heading to the first dungeon, the friends already thought that everything would go smoothly. But even that day, they were faced with difficulties. On the road, they began to encounter clearly fake people who caused them problems in moving, standing right in front of the truck or causing accidents. Towards the end of the day, Roy looked at the competition statistics and noticed that the difference between him and Mia was minimal, and therefore, they needed to decide something as soon as possible. Aura said that she called the organizers again and they would try to solve the problem, but Frank shouted that it would be too late by then and something needed to be done right now. Aura also said that the headmaster of Mia's academy is her father, named Hector, an A-rank hunter who was even acknowledged by Guy Bauer himself. Upon hearing this, Roy chuckled, and Frank asked with displeasure if this Hector was really that strong that he was recognized by the great swordsman himself. Aura shook her head and said that he was nowhere near as strong as her grandfather, but he was very quick-witted and therefore had a lot of connections. She sighed sadly and said that for this reason, it would be unlikely to prove his involvement before the end of the competition. And so each of the 3 realized the sad prospects. Suddenly, Aura, to Roy's surprise, asked him for forgiveness, although he himself did not understand what she had done wrong to him. She sighed and, closing her eyes in shame, said that she could not help him in any way, to which Roy reasonably noted that it was she who had been standing up for them all this time. Frank hit his chest and supported his friend's opinion, saying that she had done everything in her power, which meant that now everything was in their hands. Frank suddenly turned to Roy and corrected himself, noting that everything was in his hands, and then, pointing out that Aura was already getting worried, asked if the guy had come up with anything. And to Frank and Aura's surprise, Roy grinned his most devilish smile, making it clear that he had an idea. Sometime later, in his office, Hector slammed his desk in rage, demanding an explanation from his subordinate as to how Roy had managed to get around them again. The worker, with a trembling voice, suggested that the spearman only reserved dungeons when he was already near them, and therefore it was difficult to predict his route. While Roy and Frank were successfully and very quickly dealing with the dungeons, Hector demanded to try to bribe the inspectors, but his subordinate objected incoherently. He muttered that they had been complained about, and that was why they had now appointed people from the dungeon management as inspectors who could not be bribed. Jumping up from his chair in anger, Hector asked why the dungeon management had become alarmed by one complaint, to which the worker replied that the complaint had been filed by the great swordsman's granddaughter. Having learned that Guy Bauer himself was involved in the matter, Hector froze in place while his subordinate made excuses that they were now completely powerless. Hector demanded that a way be found, and his workers tried their best while Mia did her best to clear the dungeons as fast as she could. In turn, Roy tried to bypass all the obstacles that Hector's people put in his way and maintain his position as a leader until the end. In the end, at the very end of the competition, the result was a draw, and to clarify the circumstances, both Aura and Hector were called to the High Commission. While Aura furiously accused Hector of cheating, and he in turn denied any accusations, the competition organizer frowned thoughtfully. Finally, tired of listening to aggressive talk that clearly wasn't leading to productive results, the man stood up and shouted, demanding that both academy owners shut up. Having achieved silence, the man straightened his tie and calmly continued, noting that, first of all, the commission recognized that there could be no draw. Continuing, he noted that due to the lack of evidence of cheating, Mia would not be disqualified either, causing Hector to smirk wryly. And then, seeing Aura's displeased reaction, the man finished his thought by saying that the commission had come up with a special proposal specifically to resolve the situation. The next day, the leader of the dungeon management team was already meeting Roy at the chosen location, ready for anything. Mia also arrived on time, and her eyes clearly showed her desire to achieve victory, no matter what the cost. Smiling and greeting each of the participants, the man introduced himself and said that he would be the one judging today's results. Standing in front of 3 strange-looking portals, the man continued, saying that he was going to explain to the 2 competitors how their final test would be conducted. Roy adjusted his grip on the spear, and Mia placed her hand on the hilt of the blade as the man turned to the 3 portals and continued pointing at them. He said that they needed to pick one dungeon and clear it as quickly as possible, and whoever moved on to the second one and cleared it would be the winner. Seeing the confusion in the participants' eyes, the man added that the winner should be the one who clears more dungeons, and that is why they chose this particular place. The examiner also noted that all 3 dungeons have the same difficulty level, and therefore they can discuss among themselves who chooses which one. Deciding that this time Mia was unlikely to have set something up, Roy asked if he could choose first, to which the girl indifferently gave her permission. Pointing his spear at the blue portal, the guy said that he would go into it, and Mia, shrugging her shoulders, decided that in that case, she would go into the red one. Having agreed, the opponents moved to the entrances to the dungeons and stood near them, waiting for the inspector's command. Suddenly, Mia, without turning to the guy, told him not to cry later when he tasted defeat. Turning to the girl, Roy asked in bewilderment what she meant. But behind his back, the man had already raised his hand, getting ready to give the command to begin. And when he waved to her, both participants, reacting to the gesture, rushed to their portals, intending to get ahead of the opponent and get to the third as quickly as possible. As Roy ran into his dungeon, his face reflected confusion, although he tried to concentrate on his task. But he still tried to understand the meaning of the girl's words, guessing that she could somehow interfere with his victory. But deciding that the girl had simply decided to distract Roy in this way, the spearman rushed forward, wanting to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. However, unlike all the previous dungeons, which Roy cleared very quickly, in this one he had a hard time finding even one enemy, which surprised him. With a gloomy indignation on his face, the guy tried to understand what exactly was going on here, because during the time that he usually ended up here, he was simply looking for monsters. Suddenly, the boy froze in place, hearing a terrifying yet familiar scream that clearly did not belong to either a human or the simple kobold that Roy expected to meet. The sound was so frightening that Roy's body instantly tensed and his mind filled with excitement as he looked around, trying to figure out what was causing it. And when the boy looked around one of the corners, he saw the paw of a monster stepping into his path from there, which Roy almost immediately recognized from his own experience. And at the same moment when he realized what kind of monster he had met, a huge manticore jumped out at the spearman, intending to bite his throat. Her furious gaze blazed, showing that there was nothing in it but the thirst for murder. And Roy, eyes wide with shock, remembered how he had fought the same monster at work. But there was no time for nostalgia, because Roy, tightly clutching his spear, was trying to understand where such a strong monster came from in this dungeon. While the manticore had already rushed at him. Getting into a fighting stance, the boy prepared to take the attack of the dangerous monster, concentrating his mind on the fact that the fight would be much more difficult than he suspected. Twisting the spear in his hand, closing his eyes and allowing the sensations to guide his body, Roy rushed forward, piercing the monster with his weapon through and through. Having pulled ahead after instantly killing the monster, Roy grabbed the spear more comfortably and rushed forward, not forgetting that the competition was still going on. Realizing that he had already spent a lot of time, Roy began to move around the dungeon at a run, just to reduce the time it took to clear it. To his own surprise, the guy ran around the entire dungeon and returned back to the beginning, but did not find any more monsters, and, deciding that he was finished, rushed to the portal. Panicked because he could already be late, the guy literally jumped out of the portal, which surprised the inspector a little. The man tried to speak, but Roy shouted first, claiming that there was a manticore in his dungeon. The boy, slightly out of breath, tried to catch his breath, while the man asked about the manticore and, with a stunned look, asked if Roy had really killed it alone. Thinking that Mia had already finished the third portal, the guy demanded a rematch, and the inspector got over his surprise and, clearing his throat, replied that it was impossible. The guy was even speechless, not understanding why the competition couldn't be stopped if he had met a fourth-level monster, and then asked his question directly. Calmly turning to the guy, the man said that he could not satisfy his request because Mia had not yet emerged from her portal. Looking at the blood-red portal, the guy hoped that the girl would come out now. But with every second, excitement filled his mind. Roy thought that in his own portal he had encountered a terrifying monster, although he had expected to meet simple kobolds as he had been promised. And while Roy was asking himself who was in Mia's dungeon in that case, a huge monster crept up to the girl herself, preparing to finish off the uninvited guest. Sometime in the past, during one of their training sessions, Mia was smearing medicine on her friend's injured cheek, who was grinning at the situation. By joking that the girl had such a hard punch that she could easily join the monsters, the guy caused his girlfriend to grumble indignantly. Mia tried to change the subject to the fact that he had recently refused to follow the teacher's instructions, and the guy said that he simply did not understand how one could harm someone for the sake of profit. With a friendly grin, he explained that a true hunter must have principles, which caused Mia's indignation, claiming that he had already earned a reputation as a fool. Without even understanding whether she was angry at her friend or at herself, the girl cursed, claiming that kindness only brings trouble, and that the guy had better learn to take care of himself, even at the expense of others. And while the girl was shouting that the age of heroes was over, giving way to the time of professional hunters, the guy looked at her with a smile, without interrupting. And when she finished by saying that there were no more heroes and that the world was ruled by selfishness, the guy calmly said that she was wrong. Still with the same kind smile, he continued, claiming that heroes have not really disappeared, and that there are as many of them as there are corrupt politicians, and that one day, he himself will become a hero. And after some time, the girl was already running in the pouring rain, sending mental prayers that everything would work out. As Mia ran to the spot, she remembered how the boy claimed that he would definitely become a hero who didn't care about profit. And seeing what had happened, and unable to hold back her tears from not understanding how this could have happened. The girl remembered how he insisted that he would definitely become her hero. But now, standing in front of his dead body, she could not believe that his promise would never come true. A few days later, she was listening to the moralizing of her father and, at the same time, teacher, who irritably reasoned that her friend had turned out to be too stupid. Holding back her anger, the girl did not allow thoughts condemning the guy's behavior to penetrate her mind, because she knew that he died protecting a stranger. But, having decided that it was precisely this desire to help that led him to his death, the girl, feeling something break inside, obediently told her father that she would justify all his hopes. And now Roy asked the inspector in amazement how the girl could still not come out of the dungeon, because 10 whole minutes had already passed. The man shrugged and said that the girl was late and therefore Roy won anyway. But if he wanted a rematch, they could try to arrange it. But the man also noted that he did not understand why Roy needed this, since he only had one dungeon left to clear in order to win. The guy thought about it because he thought that the error in measuring the dungeon level was another of Mia's clever traps. But if she hadn't finished yet, then that wasn't true. Roy was about to express his doubts about this test when the second examiner suddenly cried out in surprise, looking at one of his devices. Turning to the man, the first inspector asked what had happened, and received the answer that the manometer had suddenly started showing not the second level, but the fourth. And only now, hearing the surprise in the voices of the examiners, Roy remembered how the great swordsman told him about the distortions that affect the difficulty of dungeons. And only now, to his own horror, Roy realized that his rival was in great danger, which no one had foreseen before. Meanwhile, the inspectors were trying to figure out why their device had suddenly started changing its readings, not daring to trust the idea that it might simply be a glitch. Having decided that everything needed to be double-checked, the inspectors thought that they needed to call in professional hunters, and so they turned to Roy, starting to say that he would continue later. However, the guy was no longer in their field of vision, which slightly surprised one inspector and greatly frightened the second. At the same time, in a deadly trap in a dungeon whose difficulty had increased greatly, the girl was spitting out blood during the most dangerous battle. Struggling to remain conscious from the massive blood loss from her severed arm, Mia stared straight ahead in horror and despair. Her sword was broken in half and now lay on the ground, and the girl, with horror frozen in her mind, thought that this was the poetic justice that her late friend had spoken of. After all, right in front of the girl, a demonic centaur towered in all his mighty height, who had just recently bitten off her hand without much effort. Standing over the already defeated but not yet killed enemy, the monster roared, signifying with this battle cry its readiness to finally finish off the girl. In turn, Mia cast aside her fear and, realizing that she could die very soon, gave her thoughts to the memories of her friend, whom she loved with all her heart. And while the monster was rushing towards her, intending to tear her to pieces, the girl thought that there was justice in this world after all, since she had gotten what she deserved. And realizing that this could be her last thought, the girl was glad that at least she would not die for someone else's life, but in pursuit of her own dreams and ambitions. However, the fatal blow did not follow, and the girl, keeping her eyes closed, cautiously looked ahead and immediately opened her eyelids, seeing that the monster had been restrained. But the most surprising thing for her was not even that someone was able to hold back such a monster, but that this person turned out to be her rival. Meeting the monster's claws with the strong shaft of his spear, the guy tensed his whole body, trying to hold the monster back and not let it get to the girl. Gritting his teeth from the weight, the guy asked, straining his words through his teeth, if she could go. But the girl looked at what was happening in amazement, not taking her eyes off. Looking in amazement at the spearman risking his life for her, the girl asked herself what difference it made to him, since he had to run away as quickly as possible. And seeing that the guy was not rushing off to save his life, but was staying, risking it and trying to save Mia, the girl tried to understand why he was doing this. The girl screamed and asked what he was doing there, but Roy ignored the scream and, putting all his strength into his hands, pushed the monster away, instantly attacking him in the face. To Mia's surprise, the guy not only did not save himself, but, seeing that she could not leave on her own, he decided to fight the monster to save her. Jumping up, the boy shouted at the monster, drawing its attention to himself and intending to take it away from the wounded girl. The angry monster roared and rushed at the spearman, who instantly changed his route in order to lead the monster further away. Wanting to kill the annoying enemy, the monster swung again and attacked with its claws at the fleeing target. Roy had to jump while running and turn around in the air, putting his spear under the powerful blow to block it. Barely managing to parry the blow, the boy tensely clenched his teeth, realizing that if he missed one blow, there would be nothing left of him except a corpse. Repelling attack after attack, Roy struck back, arguing that the monster's attacks were somewhat familiar to him, and so he simply needed to continue to strike back. However, this monster was clearly much smarter than the manticore, and even more so than the insignificant kobolds, and therefore was not going to lose to simple tricks. Having ducked under another spearman, the monster did not intend to strike with its claws, but swung its head, piercing the guy's shoulder with its sharp horn. Feeling the blood soaking his clothes, Roy let out a shocked breath, the air in his lungs running out. Shaking his head and roaring, the Minotaur threw the guy off his horn, sending him flying free. And Roy, although seriously wounded, still did not let go of the spear. With a huge wound in his shoulder, blood gushing out, the boy fell to the ground right next to Mia, who watched him fall in shock. The spearman's strength began to leave him, but, gritting his teeth in rage and pain, he tensed his whole body, not allowing himself to lose consciousness in the heat of battle. At the same time, the monster roared again, emitting a terrifying aura of killing intent. Roy planted his spear on the ground and forced himself to stand up, leaning on it and keeping a desperate gaze on his enemy. Trying to stay on his feet, the boy chuckled and said that the monster was quicker than he thought, and then asked Mia if she could move now. With a trembling voice full of incomprehension, Mia asked why the boy would knowingly put himself in danger for the sake of someone else's life. Breathing heavily from the pain and trying to push it away, the guy tried to concentrate on the fight while the girl started screaming at him. Holding tightly to his severed arm, the girl screamed, asking why he didn't just leave since he could clear the last dungeon and win the competition. Seeing how the guy's gaze grew heavy, but he continued to stand firmly on his feet, the girl clarified that the guy had only come for the money. With a smile on his face, Roy calmly and even a little tiredly confirmed that he came for the money, and the girl continued to scream, urging him to leave her and go for the win. She said that if the guy hopes that she will thank him, then this will not happen. But he calmly replied that he does not need this, and he thinks that the girl is wrong. Throwing aside the pain, the guy finally straightened up and added with a smile that he considered her actions wrong, but did not think that she should die because of them. Which reminded Mia of her friend. Kneeling, the girl felt the presence of the spirit of the one she was in love with, and was amazed to remember how he had once promised that they would definitely meet again. Still with the same kind calm, Roy said that he saw no reason in his goal to leave her to die, and images of the past appeared before the girl's eyes. She remembered how she always listened to her beloved's reasoning with a smile, although she considered his thoughts stupid. And Roy suddenly turned around, screaming that there was no reward in this world more valuable than saving a person, and therefore she should forget about her selfish nonsense. At the same time, the monster roared again, clearly intending to attack the two awakened ones with the goal of tearing both of them to pieces. And while it rushed at them in mindless rage, Roy twisted the spear with only one unwounded hand, preparing to protect Mia with the last of his strength. With a cry of despair, the boy strained even his wounded hand and grabbed her spear, standing firmly on the ground and preparing to take this deadly attack. And when the monster's claws were already very close to him, the guy's mind, filled with rage, suddenly concentrated better, and the guy heard a voice behind him. Chiron spoke, calmly telling the guy that intuition is not a separate phenomenon, but a part of the human mind. The boy heard the clatter of hooves, and Chiron continued, arguing that if you stop assessing the situation, no intuition will work, and therefore the guy is obliged to connect his mind with feelings so that intuition does not control him, but is only a tool that Roy must control. And at that very moment, he realized that without assessing the situation, the guy was able to clear his gaze of fear, pain, or indignation, completely concentrating on assessing the situation. Chiron concluded by stating that assessing a situation through one's own senses is the true form of transcendental intuition. And Roy, rushing to intercept the monster's attack, allowed his senses to assess the situation down to the very last detail in order to deliver a perfect blow. Easily exposed to the monster's attack, Roy literally directed its blow only to dodge it with a smooth and calm movement, taking a slight step back. And even though the attack was incredibly powerful, Roy's dodge turned all of the monster's power into an unsuccessful strike. However, the monster was so strong that the airflow caused by the blow cut Roy's cheek. But he was able to realize that he could see where his enemy would strike. The monster, a moment later, clamped its jaws a couple of centimeters away from the guy, because he managed to dodge this attack with one jump. Feeling the monster's muscle movements, Roy was able to predict its next attack, easily dodging, which made the monster even angrier. Turning over in the air, Roy thought that at this rate he could distract the monster's attention until the professional hunters arrived. Looking at the girl right in motion, Roy thought that he doubted that Mia would be able to hold out because she had lost a lot of blood. Before she could land, Roy noticed that her eyelids were closing heavily, which meant that she was holding on with all her might to keep from losing consciousness. Realizing that he couldn't just wait, Roy realized that he needed to attack the enemy now and not let him take any more time from them. Having reached the peak height, Roy twisted his spear and rushed at the monster, intending to finally kill it and pull the girl out of the dungeon. Concentrating all his power in his hands and recalling Xiang Yu's lessons, Roy used all his internal strength for this strike. In turn, the monster opened its fanged mouth, ready to devour the naive, impudent man who decided that he could kill him. Seeing this, the boy realized how hopelessly small his chances of winning were against such a powerful monster. Flying towards the monster, the guy felt with all the sensations of his body that he would not be able to win, because the monster's strength was truly terrifying. However, the guy did not allow uncertainty and fear to cloud his mind, and for the first time in a long time, decided to add his own mana to his weapon. Screaming in realization of the desperation of his attack, but not intending to retreat, Roy rushed forward towards the enemy, wanting to kill him with one powerful blow. In turn, the monster, exuding an aura full of murderous lust, growled towards the spearman, intending to bite the enemy in half. Opening her eyes and watching Roy's actions, Mia stared at him in amazement, seeing the incredible action he was performing to save her. And a moment later, landing right in front of Mia with his side ripped open, Roy was breathing heavily, trying not to let the pain cloud his mind. And right in front of him, with a powerful roar, a monster fell to the ground, its body cut in half by one powerful blow. Realizing that the enemy was defeated, Roy began to realize how badly he was hurt, and the adrenaline began to leave his body, causing the guy to fall to the ground with trembling hands. However, the spearman understood that he had no right to relax now, because Mia could die, and therefore, getting up, he grabbed her by the arm and dragged her to the exit. Periodically, the guy asked the girl if she had died, fearing that he might have tried in vain for her. But Mia made it clear in a weak voice that she was still alive. Roy tried to pull her out as quickly as possible, while the girl experienced rather strange and unusual emotions for her after what happened. Finally, the rivals, who had become comrades in misfortune, were able to get out of the dungeon and immediately asked for help from the surprised inspectors. Sitting with a bleeding shoulder and a cut cheek next to the prone Mia, Roy heard the girl say that she did not consider him her benefactor at all. She said she still thought the guy had made a mistake, to which Roy sighed and noted that he didn't care what she thought. Finally, the medics arrived and placed Mia on a stretcher, and Roy was supported by the arm, preparing to take both awakened to the hospital. Sometime later, what happened became public knowledge, and people became alarmed, because it had never happened before that high-level monsters appeared in easy dungeons. Roy himself also became a much-discussed figure, as it was surprising to everyone that a simple student could deal with a level 6 Minotaur. And while the boy was receiving medical assistance, a novice of the Order of Truth came to Kalia and reported that the Apostle of Temperance was calling him. Kalia was a little surprised to hear this, but the man explained that he was being called because of the distortions that had occurred. At the same time, Daisy, who was in the company of the great swordsman, showed him the news and asked if it was true that the guy who dealt with the Minotaur was studying at the Aura Academy. The man crossed his arms behind his back and said that if she meant some ugly gnome, then she was absolutely right. although the girl did not understand what the old man meant. And Roy himself, who had already completed a course of treatment, now sadly buried his head in his hands, grumbling because he had not been given the entire prize. Frank, who was sitting next to him and peeling an apple, indignantly asked if that was really what was bothering him now. To which the guy answered in the affirmative. He was outraged by the fact that he won and was the first to cope. And then he also pulled out Mia, but they still divided the prize in half and declared a draw. The guy grumbled that they could have played rock, paper, scissors, or at least mukchipa, which is played with 2 hands. Frank crossed his arms and called the guy a blockhead, reminding him that Mia had actually lost her other arm. Roy said that was the reason he suggested the game, which surprised Frank a little, who muttered that the guy had really lost his humanity because he wanted money. While the friends were chatting, Aura entered the room, joyfully greeting her friends and announcing her arrival. Approaching the spearman's bed, Aura asked what he was grumbling about, and Frank explained that the guy was upset because they were assigned a draw, and he only received half of the prize. Looking at her friends with bewilderment, Aura asked why they thought Roy only got half, which caused questions from her comrades. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl said that Mia personally refused her share of the prize, and on top of everything, told about all the shenanigans they resorted to during the competition. It turned out that Mia blamed her father for everything that happened, which is why the proceedings began, and they say that the case will go to court. Upon hearing the news, Roy was shocked to remember the girl telling him in an indifferent voice that she thought the boy had made a mistake in saving her. Shrugging again, the girl ignored Roy's thoughtful expression and said that she came for another reason. She said that Mia asked her to tell the spearman that, although she believed that the guy shouldn't have saved her, she still considered herself guilty. Roy could not believe that this girl, who had so persistently defended her selfish point of view, admitted her guilt and tried to make amends to him for this guilt. However, Aura didn't pay attention to the guy's frown and noted with a smile that in any case, the prize was entirely his, and then he should be happy. Smiling slyly, the girl also noted that the state took responsibility for what happened and offered the guy another 100,000 as compensation. The guy, dumbfounded, asked again if he had misheard, and the girl added sarcastically that he would also be exempt from all taxes on the prize money. Roy had never held anything even close to that valuable in his hands before, and then he counted them with his eyes wide open, while Aura continued to talk about the good news. Taking out a firecracker, she used it to announce that their academy had finally upgraded to level 3, which made Roy happy, although Frank didn't care. Smiling contentedly, the girl noted that after what happened, they were considered suitable for the criteria, and Roy now had the opportunity to clear more difficult dungeons. And while Roy was rejoicing at the very good news, Aura happily said that it was only Roy's fault and thanked him, although he said that he was just lucky. Smiling at Aura's happy reaction, Roy noted with satisfaction that now more students would definitely come to her, and she would be able to realize her dream to the fullest. Frank noted that Roy was very pleased after hearing the news, and the boy confirmed this by saying that he wouldn't even have to play rock, paper, scissors with Mia. As a gift, Roy organized a delicious dinner for his friends, and after they left, he happily took out his phone, intending to buy something interesting. As excited as a child on Christmas morning, Roy opened the weapons tab, intending to buy something for himself that he had wanted to buy for so long. However, almost all the joy from the prize he received immediately evaporated when he opened the page with the Spear of Longinus, which he had long wanted to buy. It turned out that the price had gone up to 400,000, and Roy crossed his arms in displeasure, wondering whether he should wait for a better price. Frowning at the thought of missing out on the price, but not wanting to be left penniless, Roy tried to decide if it was worth spending money on the spear now. Out of curiosity, the guy looked at other items on the tab and found legendary items like the Belt of Aphrodite or the Chain of Gleipnir, which had interesting properties. Roy even thought that the price changes were aimed at deceiving naive students, but he dismissed this idea as unlikely, continuing to study the goods. As he looked at them, the boy thought that the store did not have any detailed information about the items, making it impossible to get a full idea of their value. Putting his phone down with dissatisfaction, the guy came to the conclusion that buying a weapon in this store was tantamount to buying a pig in a poke. Suddenly, the guy got the idea to check if the store had anything similar to the reviews from other customers. To his delight, Roy, while studying the program, found a tab with an article by one person in which he posted reviews of 100 different purchases. This guy was the first to appreciate such an item as the Aegis Shield, which the author called simply, "incredible trash that gives very few advantages." In addition, the Aegis turns anyone who looks at it into stone, and even the user is not protected from this, which is why the author gave the shield a rating of 2 out of 10. Having made himself comfortable on the hospital bed, Roy eagerly read this guy's article, not without curiosity learning the details about each subject. To his own interest, Roy discovered an interesting item called cabeces, which to most people would appear to be a simple bag for holding items. In fact, the bag had the ability to open a portal to additional space, in which an incredible number of items could be stored. And although this is only a replica, and therefore reduces the weight by only 70%, and the volume it holds is not infinite, the author highly recommends this item to everyone. And Roy was interested. Turning to his own knowledge of mythology, Roy recalled that the original of this bag was given to Perseus by the goddess Hera, and he used it to defeat the Gorgon Medusa. After calculating the cost, Roy found out that cabeces only cost 100,000, and thought that with its help he could move the corpses of monsters more conveniently. He had already thought that losing only 70% of his weight was a rather unpleasant minus, but suddenly it dawned on him that this was not a minus at all. The guy realized that he could load a lot of things into the bag and that not completely reducing the weight would allow him to train with such a small thing as a load. 3 days later, Roy finally received both the spear and the pouch, rejoicing in his purchase and examining his long-awaited purchase with great joy in his eyes. Looking at cabeces with satisfaction, the guy noted that he would need to check the effectiveness of the spears in the same way that he had already checked the effectiveness of the bag. And although the guy spent all the money he had, he was happy and was going to use the purchases to earn even more. And although the guy was already ready and was about to go to the dungeon, Aura called out to him and worriedly noted that it would be better for him to rest and take care of his health. Roy asked her not to worry and said that he was fine. Besides, he couldn't rest knowing that he had to work, and Aura noted that he had recently received a lot of money. And to her surprise, Roy said, slightly embarrassed, that he had already spent it all, causing her bewilderment because she simply did not understand how it was possible to spend 400,000 in 3 days. But at the very moment when she wanted to ask what he spent them on, her gaze caught on an incredible-looking spear, and everything became clear without explanation. Looking at Roy with indignation, the girl grumbled that he decided to buy such an expensive spear, although he himself constantly complained about empty pockets. Although the guy did not hear her, Aura was angry with him, but she didn't say anything, because the money was his. And so, content with his purchases, Roy went into the dungeon, and the girl, sighing, went after him. Having climbed into the dungeon of the 4th level, the friends came across monsters that were very reminiscent of gargoyles in appearance. While protecting some chest, they growled and hissed, threatening the newcomer that they would simply tear him apart as a group. Although Roy was not particularly impressed. After looking at the monsters appraisingly, he twirled the spear in the air with a light movement of his hand, intercepting it more comfortably and preparing for battle. Realizing that the monsters in the 4th level dungeon should have higher defense values, Roy chose a tactic in advance and rushed forward. With calmness and genuine curiosity, the boy swung the spear, wanting to check how effective it was and whether it could pay for itself. He decided to first use a normal attack without mana on the nearest monster, which suddenly screeched aggressively towards him, and its eyes lit up with a bright red light. With a light movement, the guy attacked the monster with a spear, which relied on its strong defense, but at the moment of contact with the tip, it became very scared. After all, at that very moment, the upper part of the monster's body was perfectly cut off from the lower part, although Roy had not made any effort at all. To the guy's surprise, it turned out that with his attack, without even suspecting it, he had also killed another gargoyle, which was not the target of the blow. Aura wanted to ask the guy what just happened, but he got ahead of her and asked exactly the same question out loud, leaving the girl perplexed. The girl, not understanding how the guy managed to carry out such a strong attack with such ease, stared at him in bewilderment, asking why he was asking her about this if he did everything himself. In turn, Roy, who clearly did not expect the spear to be so strong, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, trying to figure out what would happen when using mana. Standing behind the guy and watching him clear the dungeon, she thought about how she didn't expect that after so many days in his company, something would be able to surprise her at all. However, today she was clearly surprised because Roy managed to cut down 4th-level monsters with his new spear as easily as if he were cutting butter with a knife. Watching the guy separate the head and limbs from the monster's body with a graceful movement, she thought that monsters now might be much weaker than before. Stopping, the guy suddenly put his hand on a strange pouch on his belt and, arousing Aura's curiosity, suggested that the corpses could already be collected. And although Aura, looking at him, thought that it would only be possible to put a couple of stones in such a small bag, Roy, in turn, calmly stuffed an entire corpse into it. And while the girl stood there, her mouth open in amazement and unable to think of anything to say, Roy again put cabeces on his belt and moved, admitting that he could still feel the weight. Shrugging his shoulders and saying that he had checked everything and would use it after the raid, Roy shook the stone fragments of the gargoyle out of the bag and, throwing the spear over his shoulder, moved on. Seeing what exactly the guy bought for himself with the money he won, Aura asked if he really only got 400,000 and not 400 million. And having received a negative answer, she asked with great curiosity where, in that case, he found such powerful items at such a price. Worried and thinking that he couldn't tell anyone about the Transcendent Academy because they wouldn't believe him, the guy lied and said he bought everything in a small store. Hearing about this, Aura was eager to go there. But the guy, trying to find his words, haltingly told her that the seller had said the last time that he was going to close. Aura, who was about to have a fun time shopping, froze, looking at Roy with the same enthusiasm that was slowly starting to melt away. And then she asked him again about the store closing, looking at him with displeasure, because she clearly saw that the guy was lying to her. The girl rolled her eyes and said she would believe him, and he thanked her, after which the friends moved on. And after a few meters, they heard the sound of falling stones. They came out into some spacious hall, in which there were really a lot of gargoyles, and Roy thought that it already looked dangerous. Then Aura stepped forward, placing her hand on the hilt of her blade, and was about to finish off the monsters herself, although Roy tried to stop her. The girl was late, and the guy asked to deal with them himself because he wanted to try something new. And the girl thought about it. Looking at the monsters and then at the boy, Aura shrugged and stepped back, while Roy looked thoughtfully at the Spear of Longinus, which turned out to be much more powerful than he expected. Taking a stance, the guy prepared himself for a special move, because he was going to check how the spear would behave if he put mana into it. The monsters had already rushed at him, wanting to tear the intruder into pieces, and Roy tensed his whole body and began to pour his own mana into his spear. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his strength into one powerful blow, the purpose of which was the complete destruction of all the monsters around. And when he opened them, his feelings and sensations merged with his mind into one whole, opening up the opportunity for him to carry out the perfect attack. And at that very moment, the spear began to shine with a bright blue light, and a magical aura spread around the guy, radiating incredible power. Aura took a couple more steps back, feeling that standing in the way of such a powerful weapon could simply be dangerous. Angry monsters rushed towards the guy in a huge crowd, wanting to stop the spread of positive energy that he was radiating. Their sharp stone claws were already approaching his body, threatening to tear his flesh. But Roy continued to concentrate on the coming terrible blow. And only when the monsters were already a meter away from him, Roy raised his head and began to move. His muscles rippled under his skin, and the boy jerked his hands holding the spear forward, releasing all of his accumulated magic at once, right in front of him. And this blow was so strong that each of the monsters in front of the swarm suddenly began to crumble, first into large pieces, but with each moment more and more fragmented. And after a couple of seconds, there were only ruins in front of Aura and Roy, because the guy's powerful attack even managed to split the stone floor. But only a second later, looking ahead in amazement, the girl was able to assess the full extent of the damage inflicted by the guy. Somehow, Roy managed to not only split the stone floor, but leave a huge crater in it, growing further and further across the huge hall. Roy knew the history of the Spear of Longinus very well, because it was the legendary spear that pierced the body of Jesus when he was crucified. And although he expected the spear to be weaker, after using it, The guy himself could not believe how well he had chosen his weapon. The guy developed a strategy on how to use the weapon to the maximum and, remembering that there were only 25 days left of his pass, decided to squeeze everything out of them. And while Roy was actively training, not wanting to miss out on opportunities, Aura approached him and informed him that a certain Sister Daisy wanted to meet with him, which confused the guy. Shrugging, Roy asked directly who the girl was talking about, and Aura noted that she was the student of the great mage, who was given the nickname Devil. Hearing this, the guy instantly understood who they were talking about, remembering the girl who was the only one in the whole world who could compare in magical potential with the devil himself. Reasoning that this girl must be a very outstanding person, and Aura allowed herself to call her simply Daisy's sister, Roy asked why she suddenly wanted to meet. It turned out that the sorceress wanted to know as much as possible about how Roy dealt with the Minotaur, being only an apprentice. Aura said that he had the right to refuse, and she wouldn't let Daisy push too hard. And the boy suddenly became afraid that the sorceress might turn out to be similar to the great swordsman. Aura said that they weren't even close to being alike, and Roy shrugged and agreed, after which the girl, smiling contentedly, went to write to her sister. And as soon as she sent the message, smiling happily and preparing to wait for an answer, the space behind her suddenly split and a portal opened. And at that very moment, Daisy came out of it, calling out to Aura and informing her that she had already arrived, which greatly surprised the swordswoman herself. Aura asked if Daisy was planning to come visit them even if Roy answered negatively, to which the sorceress, sarcastically taking off her glasses, noted that she had foreseen his consent. And then Daisy smiled contentedly and, removing the disturbing accessory from her face, asked her sister where the very boy Guy had praised so much was. Having warmly greeted her sister, Aura led her to her friend, and the moment the sorceress saw him, her eyes widened in surprise. She began to look at Roy with curiosity without even saying hello, which made him embarrassed because he did not expect such zeal. Roy tried to say hello and introduce himself, but Daisy suddenly became even more surprised and screamed, demanding that Roy give an answer as to where he got this thing. The guy tried to calmly clarify what she was talking about, but the girl interrupted him and again demanded an answer, accusing the guy of being completely deaf. Unable to understand what the girl was even talking about, Roy became indignant, asking her to explain what she was talking about. But the girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that the guy was pretending. Grabbing her sister and holding her back from any rash emotional actions, Aura asked her to calm down, claiming that Roy really didn't understand her. The sorceress insisted that she had to find out where he got this thing, even if she had to use force. But Aura held her tightly, asking her to finally cool down. After some time of persuasion, Aura was finally able to calm her sister down, who stepped aside and sat down on a chair, discontentedly propping up her cheek, because she still hadn't received any answers. In turn, Roy only now realized that this was the same Sister Daisy that Aura had spoken about, surprised that she had ended up in their academy so quickly. And turning to the girl, he suddenly wondered why she looked so young. Because judging by the information on the internet, she was already 40 years old. Aura noted that Daisy maintained her eternally youthful appearance with her magic, and the girl, standing up from her seat, confirmed this, saying that she used her own magic. Smiling proudly, the girl said that she uses her memories to rejuvenate her body. Although this is very difficult for her. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from her face again, and the girl, pointing to Kabisis, said that she had answered his question, and therefore now he must tell her where he got this bag. Roy asked if she was talking about his Kabisis, and Daisy, her eyes shining greedily, almost pounced on him, insisting that she was talking about him. The sorceress began asking about various details about this bag, and Roy asked Aura with displeasure what else she had managed to tell their guest. The girl shrugged, and Roy asked what was in that bag, which caused the sorceress's indignation, who cried out that it was an incredibly rare thing that everyone dreamed of. Feeling his brain boiling, Roy forced himself to listen to the girl's entire lecture about how special Kabisis was, judging by her magical analysis. The girl offered Roy to sell it to her and offered a whole million, making the guy very much regret that the Academy of Transcendence forbids selling their goods. Roy asked in amazement where she got such money, because even Aura was surprised by the girl's generosity, and Daisy herself said that it was still little for such a treasure. Frowning, the guy thought to himself that the girl had no idea how much this bag cost, since even the original was cheaper than $1,000,000. The girl looked pleased with herself and impatiently waited for Roy to finally agree to her generous offer. However, the guy sighed sadly, realizing how much money was slipping through his fingers, and refused, which greatly surprised both Daisy and Aura. The girl was about to offer more, but the guy sighed again and handed the girl the bag, offering to try to use it to understand why he was refusing. And although the sorceress took the bag with obvious desire and joy, she immediately threw it down, wincing in pain, because Kabisis had shocked her. Not understanding what had happened, the girl asked Roy about it, and he, picking up the bag, noted that, as she had now seen for herself, only he could use Kabisis. The spearman shrugged sadly and said that he couldn't even just give the item into someone's hands, let alone sell it. The guy hoped that the girl would leave him alone when she found out about this nuance. But Daisy pounced on him with even more enthusiasm. The girl demanded to urgently tell him where he bought it, and she would pay him $10,000,000 just for the information. But the guy's story about the store near his house left her stunned. The girl shrugged her shoulders, a little upset, and said that nothing could be done, and then looked up and said that in that case she had a proposal for him. She said that the guy could help her with one little thing, since she couldn't get Kabisis, and promised a monetary reward, although not $1,000,000. The boy reasoned that he couldn't give the bag away, but he could help with it, and he wondered whether he should agree, while Daisy looked into his eyes pitifully, begging for consent. Finally, Roy sighed and agreed, claiming that he would help for a decent reward, and the wizard jumped up and down happily, not holding back her emotions. Roy noted that he was quite busy, and therefore asked in advance whether the girl wanted to do it now or later, to which Daisy replied that there was no need now. And when the matter with Kabisis was resolved, Daisy suddenly remembered why she had gotten to her sister and Roy in the first place, and said that she really wanted to ask him. Roy clarified that the girl probably wanted to know about how he defeated the Minotaur, and Daisy nodded contentedly and in agreement, confirming his guess. Daisy was surprised to learn that a level 6 Minotaur had suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and the inspector's magic was unable to detect it. She then asked the boy how he, being a simple student, managed to deal with such a terrifying monster. And Roy sheepishly replied that he was just lucky. Daisy immediately doubted this statement, and Roy said that something did help him, remembering to himself that without the training in magic and the help of Merlin, he would never have managed. Suddenly, a small realization dawned on the boy's mind, and he remembered Merlin's theories, then related them to what had happened. Raising his hand, he asked the sorceress if he could express something like a theory and clarify her opinion, to which the girl, taking a sip of coffee, shrugged her shoulders, giving him permission. The guy started with the basics, saying that magic and aura directly depend on mana, and then clarified that he wanted to talk about how mana affects changes in the real world. And to the girl's surprise, Roy asked her if it was possible that mana was the reason for the change in the dungeons. Daisy slammed her palms on the table and stood up, demanding that the guy explain his theory in detail. And the guy continued. Roy remembered how Merlin had told him in his lectures that any use of mana and magic could warp the reality around him. Accordingly, Roy theorized that if the distortions and warps of the dungeons were related to mana, then they could be caused by someone's will. Roy assumed that these phenomena were not natural, and therefore were caused by outside interference, after which he became embarrassed under the gaze of the powerful sorceress. Seeing how she was looking, the guy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, deciding that he had said something stupid, and tried to change the subject to something frivolous. In turn, Daisy, looking at the guy in amazement, asked him in a trembling voice, asking if he was also a magician, which caused his bewilderment. Roy shrugged and shook his head, after which Daisy grabbed her head, trying to understand how he could not be a mage if he thought of such a thing. Suddenly, the girl was struck by inspiration, and she silently stared at the guy, trying to understand whether her guess was possible, and then asked him directly if he had created his own Kabisis. She looked the boy straight in the eye, trying to catch him in a lie if he tried to, while Roy tried to figure out how she had even come to that conclusion. Even Aura admitted that this theory sounded reasonable when Daisy suggested that he was pretending to be a novice hunter to hide his identity as a powerful mage. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he stared at the girl, first trying to understand if she was serious, and then seriously thinking about her mental balance. The girl still couldn't believe the coherence of his theory about the influence of mana on dungeons, and so she grabbed the tablet, in which she wanted to write down his story in its entirety. In turn, Roy, of course, would be happy to share all the details of the thought process that led him to an interesting theory, but he could not. He couldn't tell her that he was listening to lectures from Merlin himself, whose thoughts and teachings had led the guy to this idea. However, the guy tried to come up with suitable and logical explanations in order to answer the incessant stream of questions from the sorceress. Suddenly, the guy had an interesting idea that knowledge could also be considered a commodity, and therefore he could teach for money. And while Daisy, without putting away her tablet and pen, was waiting for the answer to the next question so she could write it down, Roy began to think about his idea. He thought that this could not be considered resale, because he eventually reached his own wisdom himself, although teaching people is very expensive and difficult. As Daisy received answer after answer, she became less and less inspired and more upset, until she finally put her pen down. Sighing, she admitted that the boy was indeed unfamiliar with the concepts of magical teachings, although what he said at the very beginning really surprised her. By the time they finished talking and Daisy said that she would definitely study his theory in more detail, Aura entered the room. Despite the fact that the girl brought them a snack, Daisy went to the exit, saying that they had been talking for quite a long time, and therefore it was time to call it a day. When saying goodbye, the sorceress promised to definitely invite them both to her research center, although Aura persuaded her to stay and have a bite to eat. Roy noted that Daisy was very different from the image imposed by the media, and Aura replied that everyone had that opinion about her, and therefore the girl even doubted that her sister would become a devil. Shrugging, Aura sat down at the table and pulled out the lunches, handing one to Roy and asking him to give her the shiny sticker if he came across it, to which the boy agreed with a smile. As Roy bit into his bun, he thought that he had managed to meet the great swordsman, the apostle of chastity, and the disciple of the devil himself, although many had not met even one of them. Sometime later, the guy was sitting in the training room, frowning as he listened to lectures one after another, trying to achieve increased progress. Roy crossed his arms over his chest and came to the not-so-happy conclusion that his progress, if it was happening, was going too slowly. The guy thought that with the help of Kabisis, he could easily complete all the daily tasks, but he didn't manage to complete even one course by the end of the free period. Roy decided that he urgently needed to increase the speed of studying the courses, and so he went to Aura, who, in turn, was thinking about something, with obvious despair on her face. Entering her room, the guy directly felt a strong aura of oppression that the girl was spreading around her, muttering something under her breath. Noticing that the girl didn't even pay attention to his presence, Roy approached her from behind and lightly touched her shoulder, causing the girl to become seriously frightened. The girl, realizing that she was completely mired in her heavy thoughts, turned around abruptly, asking who was calling her. And Roy asked if everything was okay with her, because she didn't even notice him. Sighing sadly, the girl said that she wanted to hire new students, but she encountered some difficulties, but then asked what happened to the guy. Remembering why he had come, Roy asked Aura if she by any chance knew if they were planning to hold any competitions in the next 20 days. After looking at her phone and scrolling through the schedule for a couple of minutes, the girl finally blurted out that nothing at all was planned, to Roy's great disappointment. Then she added that they were planning to hold a mock exam next month, and Roy sadly asked what that was. Aura said that because the professional hunter exam is only held once a year, practice exams were created so that participants could prepare. Roy imagined how such exams would go and thought that there would definitely be students from different academies who were even stronger than Joshua. To his dismay, the guy noticed that this exam starts just when his trial period ends, although it is still worth trying to pass. That same evening, Roy, while discussing magic, listened to a lecture by Chiron, who talked about how witchcraft is not reliable, unlike intuition, which can be considered a kind of magic. The centaur continued to talk about unusual ways to use intuition, which greatly fascinated the guy, who even said that he had never thought about it before. Suddenly, the centaur stopped his discussion of sensations and said that there would soon be a training exam for the transcendents, which greatly interested Roy. The teacher recommended not to pay attention to grades and just try hard, finishing the lecture. and Roy already thought that he had misheard. Suddenly, a window opened in front of him, which described the exam in great detail. And Roy realized that this exam really existed. Roy remembered watching an advertisement for the academy, where one of the graduates, a 9th-rank swordmaster, talked about his success in the exam. However, the guy just scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was still far from the title of Transcendent, and therefore there was no point in participating in the exam. He decided to continue watching the lectures and switch to the Hegemon King, wanting to increase the progress of his course as quickly as possible. And to the boy's surprise, his teacher on the recording boldly and in his characteristic aggressive manner insisted that his students take a practice exam. Xiang Yu sneered at the audience and said that if his student decided that he was already strong enough, he should go to the exam and finally realize what a worthless person he was. The recording ended immediately, and the exam notification popped up in front of Roy again, which made the guy quite surprised. He thought about how strange it was that both of his teachers were talking about the exam on recordings that he had no idea when he could watch. And the guy decided to look at other courses. And to the spearman's great surprise, both Buddha and Merlin also spoke to him about the exam, urging him not to worry about grades and just try his hand. Staring at his phone screen, Roy tried to figure out how it could be that all of his teachers were talking about the same thing on completely different recordings. Tired of thinking, the guy leaned back on his bed and grumbled tiredly, noting that this Academy of Transcendence really did have a lot of oddities. Raising the phone to his face again, the boy turned it on again and opened the Transcendent Academy program, wanting to know more about this exam. And first of all, he went to the comments, wanting to learn about the exam not from the organizers but from the community, where people were telling everything in more detail. Scrolling through the comments under a post by a guy with a similar situation, Roy noticed one guy who claimed that the exam would help him improve his course progress, which was exactly what Roy wanted. The next day, the boy was already standing with his spear in the middle of the training room at the Aura Academy, checking his phone. And to his own delight, when Roy tried to check how much it would cost him to participate, he found out that the first time was absolutely free for him. Deciding that he would hardly get another chance to improve his skills for free, Roy decided to agree and, fearing that the program would change its mind, quickly clicked on the confirmation button. Roy was given the details of the exam and was informed that the first of the 7 combat test tasks would have 15 stages that he would have to complete. Having grabbed the spear more comfortably, Roy thought that the exam would be at the level of a real transcendent, which meant that it would be incredibly difficult for the guy already at the first stage. Worried that he would be forced to fight monsters right here, Roy muttered incoherently, wondering how the exam would proceed. The guy was already starting to think about the fact that a lot of monsters could appear in front of him when his phone suddenly started to glow. And just a moment later, something flew out of the screen and moved away with incredible speed, which is why the guy didn't even see the object that appeared. Deciding that a monster had emerged from the phone that the boy had to defeat, Roy adjusted his grip on the spear, preparing to fight with all his might. At this time, the creature that appeared from the phone stopped, although its features were still difficult to discern, and then began to grow rapidly. Roy thought that a 5th or 6th level creature would appear in front of him, but to his surprise, the first stage monster continued to grow, and it grew to colossal sizes. Although the guy was interested in how the creature even fit into such a small room. To the spearman's horror, what stood before him was not a simple level 6 monster, but a real dragon, whose skin and breath crackled from the electric voltage. The guy's phone beeped, and he saw an announcement that his opponent was Fafnir from Scandinavian myths, and the guy had to defeat him in 30 minutes. The guy even thought that this must be some kind of joke, and therefore the dragon would now disappear and the test would start again. But the monster tensed up, and just a moment later he spewed out a column of blue flame towards the spearman, so powerful that it burned everything in its path. And Fafnir certainly intended to turn into ashes the impudent man who had summoned him, and who had not even had time to curse before the flames covered him completely with his head. Suddenly, the guy woke up completely safe, and his phone was lying next to him, showing that the guy had failed the first stage by just 2 seconds. The realization of how quickly he had lost had the boy rolling on the floor, clutching his head and trying to understand how Fafnir himself had been considered a good monster for the first stage. In rage and confusion, Roy slammed his fists into the ground and began to rant and rave, asking if If Fafnir appeared in the first stage, he would have to fight God in the 15th. Roy even wondered if the Transcendent could defeat God at all. Or maybe he had to become one, and then remembered that there were demigods. Feeling uneasy, finally the guy tamed his rage and took a deep breath, trying to fully comprehend what had happened to him in the last minute. Looking around and sitting more comfortably, the guy realized that what happened had not affected the building, although he already thought that it would collapse. The guy looked at the phone screen with displeasure and thought that the only thing that made him happy in this situation was that he had 10 whole attempts. But, squeezing his spear in anger, the boy allowed himself the unpleasant thought that in these 10 attempts, nothing would likely change. Because even against Fafnir, he had no chance. However, raising an angry gaze, Roy got up from the floor, grabbed the spear and the phone, and went to the exit, intending to check which of the two would be stronger. However, time after time, he was faced with almost instant defeat, and the most he was capable of was only 6 seconds of survival. Rolling on the ground in indignation, Roy indignantly shouted that in this fight it was simply impossible not only to win, but even to survive. The upset guy went to the store and bought himself a coffee drink, and then sat down on the bench, sadly thinking about the fact that he didn't even have time to move. Roy was thinking about how he should somehow improve the progress of the courses, but what was happening was simply driving him to despair. When suddenly, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, Roy saw a notification that the guy was offered to listen to an explanatory lecture in which his mistakes would be explained to him, which greatly interested the guy. To his own delight, when he opened the list of explanatory lectures, Roy even saw Sun Wukong there, who was a great sage and clearly knew a thing or two about such battles. Relaxingly lifting the pole onto his shoulders, the great Monkey King calmly spoke about how the fight with Fafnir was actually a test of attentiveness, not strength. The mighty warrior, whose staff was of incredible size, explained with a warm smile that in this fight, one had to dig a little deeper to understand his cunning. Roy noted to himself that he was very glad to see the great sage. Although the first time he saw him, the guy thought he was some kind of crazy cosplayer. In turn, Sun Wukong snapped his fingers and said that his first attack was actually all the dragon could offer, and so Roy only had to avoid the fire. And especially, in order to properly explain everything to the viewer, Sun Wukong suddenly found himself right in front of Fafnir, who was about to incinerate the mighty warrior with his flames. With a greed for a good fight in his eyes, Sun Wukong explained that the spectators should not try to cut the flames, as it would do little good, and so should simply dodge. In turn, the powerful dragon did not miss the opportunity to use all his power to attack the impudent monkey with flames, while Sun Wukong, smiling cheerfully, demonstrated exactly what he meant by deftly jumping up and ending up right above Fafnir's head. He noted that after the first fire breath, Fafnir would not be able to use it for some time, and the warrior's eyes lit up with a fierce fire. Gripping his staff more comfortably, he explained that now it was possible to easily beat the monster, after which he himself rushed into the attack, engulfed in the fire of his own spirit. Roy watched, his gaze fixed on his mentor as he prepared to attack the one person Roy had never been able to defeat in his trials. Sun Wukong turned over in midair to get a better position, using only a fraction of his strength. But he made the attack so powerful that it could break mountains, and with the right moment, the Monkey King swung his weapon downwards, cutting the air in half and unleashing an attack of incredible power on his enemy. And it turned out to be so powerful that one swing was enough for the great sage to destroy the monster, cutting it into 2 parts. Landing and brushing the dust off his clothes, the warrior concluded that there was nothing difficult about this fight. Although Roy felt even more puzzled, smiling contentedly, Sun Wukong said that this was only the first stage, but the viewer was asked to learn to understand the situation, and therefore it was worth continuing to try. The lecture ended, and Roy understood only that he had not understood anything. And in despair, he asked how the creators of the Academy could even consider this an explanation. Hoping that the other lectures would contain more information, Roy opened the second one. But in it, the divine blue dragon was cutting off Fafnir's breathing with his own. Watching the lecture in shock, Roy wondered why the hell a dragon could act as a mentor in a situation like this. Apart from the fight between 2 monsters, Roy saw nothing else in the lecture, and therefore wondered how he was supposed to get any benefit from it. Roy slapped his forehead with his palm and threw his head back, screaming in despair, wanting to figure out what to do. Raising the phone to his face, Roy looked at the last lecture and grumbled that he had wasted his free attempt on this test and therefore had no right to back out. Roy remembered that Siegfried is one of the most important heroes in Germano-Scandinavian mythology and is the strongest dragon slayer in history. And the dragon who, through his death, allowed the hero to earn this title was none other than Fafnir himself. And Roy decided that he knew more than anyone about this task. Having turned on his lecture, the guy saw that the man was standing, resting his blade on the ground, and in a calm, low bass voice, he was saying that the viewer already knew about the secret of Fafnir's breathing. When the man said that the whole secret was to avoid breathing and marked the end of the lecture, Roy became completely desperate and was about to turn it off. However, before his finger could touch the screen, Siegfried continued, noting that it was not too easy to dodge such an attack, and therefore he would figure out another way. Raising his hand with his index finger, Siegfried told of the first secret, the essence of which is that Fafnir attacks with flames where he appears. He added that if you immediately jump to the side after the call, the fiery breath will hit you in a completely different direction. Realizing that it was Siegfried who was able to tell him all the details, Roy listened attentively to the teacher, who explained that this was just a trick. But with it, the participant would have a much easier time. Raising a second finger, the Dragon Slayer noted that even with this trick, some students would have a hard time dodging it. And then he prepared a second method. And it was after this method was publicized that Roy left the park where he was training and went to a jewelry store, emerging with a gold bar in his hand. Having acquired such a treasure, the boy again listened to the man, who told him that Fafnir was turned into a dragon by his own greed, and therefore he was terribly greedy. That's why the man recommended simply throwing a gold bar under Fafnir's nose to distract his attention, because the dragon would definitely choose gold. And even if he wants to attack with flame, he will not do it, because in that case the gold will melt, and the enemy will lose such a precious thing. Roy thought that this would be too unfair, but Siegfried anticipated this thought, and explained that the main thing is to achieve the goal, and the method is secondary. Shrugging his shoulders, Siegfried said that this was all he could tell the viewer, and invited them to attend his lectures one last time. And Roy watched to the end with interest. Finally, standing in the middle of his favorite spot for street training, the guy bowed his head and encouraged himself with the thought that any endeavor requires investment. Touching the screen, the guy pressed the button to start the next attempt. And at that very moment, Fafnir appeared in front of the guy out of thin air. And as soon as he appeared, he immediately threw his head back, intending to incinerate the enemy. But this time, Roy was ready for it. Taking a good swing, Roy used all his reflexes to throw the gold bar as quickly as possible right under the monster's nose. The ingot flew straight into Fafnir's face, already ready to release the full power of his deadly blue flames into Roy. However, the moment the ingot appeared in front of its muzzle, the monster's eyes opened wide and glittered greedily, and its neck stopped swelling. The ingot flew past because Roy threw it too hard, and the dragon, turning his muzzle towards him, completely lost interest in the guy. Like an obedient dog who had been given his favorite toy, the formidable Fafnir rushed after the ingot, not intending to let it out of his sight. Roy happily pulled out the spear of Longinus from Cabesus, wanting to attack the enemy while he was distracted by the sparkling toy. However, having caught the ingot, the dragon looked at the treasure with joy and immediately recognized that it was not gold, but only gilded. Recognizing the trick, Fafnir roared, turning towards the one who had tricked him with such a cheap trick, and became even more angry than before. Realizing that he couldn't use his fire breath fast enough now, the dragon swung his tail, and Roy had to react as quickly as possible. However, the attack was so powerful that it split the stone under the guy's feet and knocked the spearman out in a single instant. To his own regret, the boy lost again, and now lay on the dusty ground, looking at the sky with the thought that this was not even close to the lizard that Sun Wukong described it as. The guy stared at the sky in amazement, not moving and wondering how he could possibly defeat him, when his phone vibrated. Quickly raising the phone to his eyes in the hope of seeing a new explanatory lecture, the guy saw how the progress of Chiron's course rose by a whole 3%. A little later, Roy began another attempt and, once again avoiding the fiery breath, tried to stay alive, dodging Fafnir's furious attacks. To avoid the claw's blow, the boy jumped up, trying to keep his balance and not fall, although it was incredibly difficult to do so. Roy was already close to the ground and was about to regroup, but the airflow from the flapping of his powerful wings prevented him from doing so, and the guy lost his balance. As soon as he touched the ground, his legs became entangled, and Roy, barely holding the spear in his hands, fell to the ground face forward, thinking only about how to get up as quickly as possible. And having risen, the guy rushed to run, so as not to allow the bloodthirsty dragon to hit the immobilized target, thinking that even dodging was incredibly difficult. The guy tried to find an opportunity to attack, but given everything that was happening, it seemed impossible to him even when he got close to the monster's back. Noticing this movement, Fafnir, without even turning his head towards the enemy, swung his tail, intending to pin the guy to the ground. To his shame, the boy realized that he had gotten himself into a situation where it was too late to dodge, and so he put his hand in the bag, intending to use the secret weapon. Wanting to distract the monster from its apparently successful tail attack, the boy swung and threw the gilded ingot into the sky, successfully drawing the monster's attention to it. The trick was successful, and Fafnir hesitated for a second, causing his tail to slow down for a moment, allowing Roy to dodge at the last moment. His movement was so desperate that the boy immediately fell to the ground, looking in amazement at the powerful tail that left a huge furrow after its blow. Once again recognizing the gilding, the dragon again screamed furiously, wanting to finish off the impudent fellow for the audacious deception that he had pulled off for the second time. Gritting his teeth, the boy recognized the danger from the enraged monster and prepared himself for what was about to be a truly deadly attack. And although that was indeed the case, as Fafnir prepared to tear the boy apart with his claws, Roy reached into his pouch again, not wanting to give up so easily. To the surprise of the greedy dragon, who simply could not control his desire to possess as much treasure as possible, several ingots flew into the sky at once. The dragon couldn't take his eyes off them, and even muttered something in his dragon language, clearly intending to grab each of the ingots. And while Fafnir rushed towards the sparkling trinkets, wanting to grab each of them, Roy tensed his legs and jumped into the sky as high as he could. Finding himself directly above the monster, the boy used all the strength he had in his body to prepare for his next attack. And at the same time, he used all his mana to charge his weapon with it and make the blow truly devastating. Looking down at the monster that didn't even raise its head to face the pathetic enemy, Roy sighed, concentrating even his mind on one single yet powerful attack. And then he lunged downwards, pushing off straight from the air and aiming his spear at the back of the monster that had been causing the boy problems for so long. And at the same moment, with a furious cry that he would definitely pierce the monster through and through, Roy struck his weapon into its back, causing a cry of pain. Holding tightly onto the spear shaft, the boy managed to rejoice that his trick and most powerful attack had finally worked. However, it turned out that although the mighty dragon felt pain and had a wound on his back, Roy was not even close to killing him. Distracted from the golden toys, the monster turned its head to the boy still sitting on its back and gave him a furious look, causing Roy to tremble. Tired of the annoying enemy, the dragon simply moved his head and clamped his jaws across Roy's body, biting the enemy into several pieces. Completely exhausted after such a difficult attempt, Roy fell face down on the ground, realizing that he had lost again, even though he had not even come close. His body trembling with pain, Roy tried to raise his hand and reach for the spear, thinking that he already thought he had the monster in his hands. Hearing the vibrations of the phone, the guy slowly turned it on and, without even getting up, made sure that the progress of Chiron, Shangyu, and Merlin's lectures had increased a little more. Roy finally managed to overcome the pain and, sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, thought happily that by the end of the free period he would be able to complete 1 or even 2 courses. And while he was truly happy with his progress, an annoying notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, telling him that the guy only had 3 attempts left. In the end, the guy spent them all, wanting not so much to kill the monster, but to at least increase the progress of the courses. And a couple of days later, he was already resting at the academy. Aura entered the room and asked the guy why he had stopped going on raids lately, to which he replied that he hadn't had time to do it at all. He knew it sounded odd coming from someone who spent all day staring at their phone, but Aura didn't seem to mind, and said she would be preparing paperwork and try not to disturb him. In turn, the guy, having received a grade of 4 points out of 100 on the exam, decided to devote himself entirely to lectures, so that in 3 days he could try again to progress in the courses. Having 80% each in Chiron's and Xiangyu's courses, the guy firmly decided to complete them by the end of the trial period at any cost. After 3 days, the guy returned to the training ground and launched his attempt. But this time, the first stage was not the same as before. To his own slight surprise, Roy found in his hand a ball of flame that did not burn his hand, but its purpose was unknown to the guy. Roy thought that he looked very much like the balls that witches use to see the future, and did not even notice how the silhouette of a monster grew behind his back. Looking at his phone, Roy saw that his mission was to successfully escape from the Korean mythical dragon Kanchori with the pearl in hand. Having learned that he would have to escape for an entire hour, the boy looked with shock at the mighty dragon flying without wings and sighed heavily. Roy, of course, expected things to be different, since he had to complete the basic endurance task, but he didn't even come close to expecting this. He successfully failed this stage, although his progress in the Chiron and Xiangyu courses advanced by as much as 7%, and the guy waited for the next, no less difficult test. All his 5 senses were blocked, and in this state the guy had to destroy the Sphinx, or at least survive. Remembering that in ancient times the Sphinx asked everyone the same question, the guy decided that the answer to the riddle he had not heard would be a person. The Sphinx test also didn't work for the guy, and it only advanced the course progress by a couple of %. And Roy started testing mana a little later. He had to feed the beast god named Pulgasari mana until he was full. Otherwise, he himself would end up as the god's lunch. Unfortunately, Roy didn't have nearly the mana reserves needed to feed Pulgasari, and so he failed the test, moving the course progress forward by 7%. 3 days later, the guy had to take part in a test that he found very interesting, because he had to listen to the song of the sirens and not fall into a trance. To his surprise, this test was quite easy for him, and the whole time the siren was singing, the guy enjoyed the music and the sight of the beautiful maiden with a smile. Roy successfully passed this stage, happy that, for the first time in his life, he managed to reach the second. But at the second stage, the horrors of the song of the Scandinavian world of the dead were already waiting for him. And the guy couldn't listen to this song even for a couple of seconds, feeling blood flowing from his ears and victory slipping through his fingers. Having completed the tests in all the basic disciplines with disgusting results, Roy, to his own joy, noticed that he had time to complete the courses of Chiron and Xiangyu. Finally, there were only 2 discipline tests left for Roy to choose from, and the boy thought hard about which choice he would be given. And although the guy decided to wait and decide when he knew all the options to choose from, he was bursting with impatience and excitement, which is why he bit all his nails. Looking into the training hall, Aura approached the guy and, noticing his not-so-healthy state, asked what happened to him. Roy just shook his head and said that everything was fine, but he himself was on edge, because 3 days had passed and he still hadn't received a single notification. Roy was worried that due to the lack of notifications, he might not be able to complete the courses before the end of the trial period, and so he was already getting ready to go on some kind of raid. Fearing the looming deadline, Roy clutched the phone tightly, and it suddenly responded with a strange vibration, forcing the guy to pay attention to the gadget. To Roy's surprise, for the first time in months, the mentor himself suddenly materialized from his phone, joyfully greeting his student. Standing right on the guy's phone screen, Mentor asked with a smile how the guy had been doing all this time. Although Roy looked quite surprised, Roy said directly that he thought that Mentor had completely forgotten about him and decided not to return. And the teacher himself, scratching the top of his head, noted that he had indeed been delayed. However, Mentor noted that he was busy with something very important, studying the guy's personal profile, and therefore does not consider himself guilty of such a long absence. Roy had already started to curse at the mentor who had appeared from the phone, and Aura, thinking that the guy was talking to her, asked again what he meant. She wanted to clarify what he had said, but Roy, Hiding the phone and mentor behind his back, shook his head vigorously, insisting that he had said absolutely nothing. Aura assumed she was misheard, and Roy confirmed her guess, saying it was all because of fatigue, then remarked that he wanted to get some fresh air and ran outside. Having reached the park where he had been undergoing the Transcendence training exam all this time, Roy asked again why Mentor was so late. Shaking his head and scratching the top of his head, the mentor answered haltingly that he hoped that Roy would be able to cope on his own without his help. Roy was outraged that these were all just excuses and that Mentor should be honest. To which he sighed and asked if the guy really wanted honesty. Roy answered in the affirmative, and Mentor said that he was going to check the guy's profile and come back right away. But what he saw upset him greatly. Roy didn't understand at first what exactly his mentor meant, but Mentor sheepishly explained that he was talking about the level of a spearman. Roy covered his eyes in shame, and the mentor said that his consultations would be useful at a higher level. But Roy could only count on the courses that were recommended to him. Upset by the realization that he was so weak that even Mentor almost abandoned him, the boy noted that the mentor could have at least warned him. The mentor apologized for this, and then took the guy's phone number and, having learned that he had been studying hard all this time, decided to check his progress in the courses. The mentor turned away from the guy and was about to sigh sadly at the results he would see in the Lecture Progress tab. However, instead of being sad, Mentor was surprised and looked more closely at the screen, thinking that some kind of mistake had occurred that he had not immediately noticed. He even voiced his suspicion that what he was seeing was probably caused by a mistake, and Roy asked again what the mentor was talking about. The mentor asked why he was seeing 4 courses, and their progress seemed strange to him, and Roy calmly said that he was listening to 4 at once, which shocked the mentor. The mentor even launched a diagnostic program, which almost immediately informed him that no errors were found, and the information on the screen was correct. The mentor immediately began asking the guy how he managed to achieve such results, since such courses usually take 3 or 4 times longer. Roy said that the training exam helped him enough that Mentor finally stopped understanding what was going on. To his shame, the legendary Mentor realized that his presence was truly unnecessary, and the boy had achieved great heights on his own. However, Roy interrupted Mentor's thoughts and said that he had a question about the exam in progress, and the mentor said that he would answer everything. The guy asked how he should choose a discipline, and Mentor began to look at the screen with curiosity, thinking that the necessary window should have appeared long ago. And while the mentor was reasoning, Roy also said that, unfortunately, he does not have his own ID for the academy, and he would like to know how to make one, which caused even more surprise. Snatching the phone from the guy's hands, Mentor began to examine the screen and vigorously press something, saying that this had never happened before. After thinking hard, the mentor suggested that he would have to talk to the director of the academy himself about this difficult issue. Turning to Roy, Mentor said that he had to take his leave but would return soon, to which Roy asked if he was really going to abandon his ward again. After clicking on the screen a couple more times, the mentor turned on the ability for the guy to choose a discipline, and he himself said that he would just leave a request and immediately return. And with these words, promising to return before the free pass expired, the mentor melted into thin air, leaving his protege to deal with the exam alone. Scratching the top of his head and frowning, Roy noted with displeasure that he wanted to ask his mentor a couple more questions, but he simply disappeared. Roy finally finished his lesson and, to his own happiness, saw on the phone screen that Xiang Yu's course progress had reached 100%. And with the completion of the course, he finally mastered the skill that allowed him to master the mountain-destroying power that the Hegemon King himself possessed. At first, the guy didn't feel any changes and decided to test the new skill by taking the spear in his hand and planning to conduct a couple of experiments. Deciding that if he was truly filled with such power, he would surely feel it when he swung the spear, the boy swung, holding the weapon tightly in his hand. And one swing without any purpose was enough for the guy to fully feel the power that filled his weapon and body. The slight movement of his hand with the weapon in it was so strong that Roy, without expecting it, raised the wind, which whistled furiously in his ears. Smiling happily, the guy took the spear in both hands and examined it, not even believing that he now possessed such a powerful force. But his phone suddenly vibrated. The guy was offered to listen to the lecture epilogue, and he agreed without hesitation, happy that he could again see the face of his mentor, laughing proudly. Looking at the audience with satisfaction, the hegemon king said that after completing this course, the students must have undergone incredible changes. However, he hopes that they are not proud, because this power is only the first step on the path of the true transcendent. Xiang Yu even noted that the viewer had simply gone from being trash to being recyclable, and wished all his students to become stronger and never give up. Finally, the great hegemon king said that he believed in each of them, and no matter how difficult it was, they must move forward, never looking back and firmly following their path. Smiling at the teacher's kind, albeit slightly sarcastic farewell, Roy headed to the academy, where he was already met by Aura, who claimed that he had arrived just in time. She handed him her phone and said that applications for the practice exam were open from today. Even though Roy had completely failed the Transcendent Academy's training exam, he still intended to become a hunter. And so he wasn't going to stop on his way to achieving his goal. The boy was talking about how, thanks to Xiang Yu's course, he now had incredible strength, which was even better revealed with the Longinus spear, while Aura was filling out the questionnaire. And when the girl looked up from her phone, noting that she had done everything, Roy stood right in front of her and was discussing with interest which of the two of them would win in a fight. Deciding that there was no point in this since it wouldn't affect progress, Roy backed off and apologized for the awkwardness, then asked how the girl was doing with the new students. And, causing the guy to look curiously perplexed, Aura said that this question really bothered her a lot. She said she was worried that her grandfather might overreact to new students, although she was actually lucky in that regard with Roy, noting that if she somehow came to an agreement with Guy, then the question of who to appoint as the new teacher worries her even more. Aura noted that she couldn't teach everything herself, and therefore one teacher was needed for each discipline, and she didn't have the money for professional ones. Hearing that the question was about money, the guy asked the girl how much the services of a professional professor cost, and received a very interesting answer. The girl said that the best ones could earn up to several million a month, after which Roy no longer heard her, completely consumed by greed. 3 days later, the boy looked at his phone to check his progress and was again glad that he had finished studying Xiang Yu's lectures. And just as Roy was thinking about how he should try to finish Chiron's course in the same way, the screen went dark and a joyful mentor materialized right on top of it. The guy greeted his mentor dryly, and he noted that Roy was not at all surprised by his appearance this time, and even looked displeased. Roy said that after Mentor promised to return before the end of the trial period, the boy expected him to return when he finished the course, and the mentor's mouth dropped open in shock. He sincerely did not believe that someone with such a low level was able to achieve such high progress without his help, which caused shame to the mentor. Interrupting Mentor's thoughts, Roy asked if he had managed to find out anything about his profile, and the mentor immediately remembered why he had come here in the first place. Taking a deep breath and then raising his fists, Mentor suddenly shouted, claiming that they were in huge trouble, causing Roy to become worried. Clearing his throat after raising his voice, Mentor said he wanted to check the boy's personal information before reporting it to the director and found nothing there. At first, Roy didn't understand what Mentor meant at all, and so he asked again about it, to which he received a displeased look from his mentor. Looking at Roy as if he was an idiot, Mentor raised his voice again, exclaiming that the Transcendent Academy had no information whatsoever about a student named Roy. Clutching his head in confusion over what was happening, the guy shook his head and said that it was simply impossible, because he had been calmly listening to the lectures all this time. The boy insisted that there was no way he wasn't a student at the academy, and Mentor exclaimed that that was exactly what he was talking about. He also noted that the academy strictly monitors membership, which means the guy would not only not be able to listen to lectures, but also to see the mentor himself. Roy asked what the director thought in that case, to which the mentor replied that he had personally reported everything, and the director of the academy also did not understand how something like this could happen. Roy asked if it was possible that there was a system error, to which Mentor shook his head, ruling out such possibilities. The mentor noted that the director felt someone else's interference, although they had not yet found out the identity of the villain, and Roy became worried, asking what would happen to him now. He asked if they were really going to kick him out of the Academy of Transcendence, and Mentor didn't immediately understand the question, looking at the guy with confusion. However, then he shook his head with a joyful smile, raised his palms to calm the guy down, and said that this would not happen, because there was a misunderstanding. Luckily for the guy, Mentor said that it was the Academy's fault that this happened, and he always said that a person who became a member of the Academy remains one forever. The guy thought about how he thought that his lack of an ID was a simple system error, but apparently, the guy became a member of the Transcendent Academy by someone's will. Roy asked just in case whether the problem that had arisen would affect his progress, and the mentor hastened to assure his protege that he should not worry about anything. With a relaxed sigh, the guy asked Mentor to help with another question, because his trial period would end in 2 days, and he didn't know what was the best thing to do. The mentor explained that the curriculum has 4 levels, from introductory to advanced, after which becoming a transcendent is just beginning. The mentor noted that the guy was about to finish the introductory stage and would have to purchase a new free pass and also enroll in new courses. The mentor personally recommended the guy lectures by the Greek demigod Hercules and the semi-legendary Chinese Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. Roy asked if he would be taught mana concentration or spear handling, and mentor noted that he could certainly find those courses, but the mentor recommended starting with the basics. Nodding in response to mentor's statements, the boy thought that he probably knew what he was talking about, and therefore he would take advantage of the mentor's offer. And when he saw the price, the guy frowned with displeasure, because they were asking him for 2 million for each course. Although mentor noted that he should save up some karma, having decided to distract himself from sad thoughts about money, the guy asked his mentor what karma is in the Academy's understanding. Mentor thought for a moment and tried to think of a better way to explain it, saying that for the Academy and the students, it was something like an obligation to each other. Roy didn't quite understand what the mentor meant, so he asked what specific benefit the Academy received for its services. The mentor suddenly became gloomy and said a little sadly that, unfortunately, at the moment this was the maximum he could allow the guy to interfere with. And then, not without regret and embarrassment, he added that this meant that this was the maximum that Mentor could tell Roy about the details of the Academy's work. To the boy's surprise, as if apologizing for not being able to tell him more, Mentor asked Roy to reach greater heights, and then he would understand what his words meant. And at the same time, the seriousness instantly disappeared from Mentor's face when he happily noted that until then he would definitely help Roy with any problems. Roy also asked if there were other students at the Academy besides him, to which Mentor responded with a satisfied confirmation and pointed to the Academy community. And then, slyly turning his gaze to the guy, he clarified that he probably meant whether there were other students in the same dimension as him. Mentor put his finger to his mouth and thought for a moment before saying that the answer to that question was very ambiguous, and so he could only say one thing. Smiling at his protege, he said that out of all the dimensions that used the Academy, the place with the largest number of transcendent students was only 4. In the entire country where Roy lived, the most popular were the 3 academies. And people always said that those who wanted to learn magic needed to go to the Isle Academy. Those who wanted to learn how to wield weapons and become powerful without magical intervention were said to have to go straight to Gaon Academy. At the same time, there was an academy even for those who had no idea what they expected from the future. And this is Hunter Mill Academy. It was said that her lack of features meant no downsides, and the next training exam was to be held at Hunter Mill Academy. Looking around curiously, Roy arrived at the exam accompanied by Aura, who was already calling the boy to follow her. The girl noted that it was going to get very crowded soon, and Roy thought that the atmosphere of a professional exam, even a training one, was very different from a competition. When the girl heard that a special passage had been opened for students and exam participants, she called the guy to follow her, and, approaching the examiners, introduced herself and Roy. Roy learned that he could only buy his next pass for 500,000, and so he was counting on the prize of a whole million offered by the exam organizers. And he didn't just count on it, but was ready to fight for it until the very end, just to return to learning transcendence. When they were let through and the friends walked a little further down the corridor, Roy saw that a large crowd of participants had already gathered, which made him very happy. He was truly delighted by this grand atmosphere, which evoked much more celebratory emotions than a competition where there were a maximum of 5 good students. Leaving the guy with the other participants, Aura left, wishing him good luck and asking him to take care of his health and not overwork himself. Suddenly the guy heard strange shouts in the crowd of participants, as if someone was pushing through everyone without waiting in line. Looking around the corner, the guy tried to discern the essence of what was happening and understand whether he would need to intervene at any moment. As Roy approached, he saw some self-confident guy in blue jeans calmly looking at an aggressively minded man who was indignantly explaining something to him. Casting a smug glance at the speaker with a bit of contempt, the guy said that the man couldn't do anything to him anyway, and therefore it was better to keep quiet. And although the other participant continued to be indignant, one of the organizers stopped him and asked for forgiveness, claiming that the guy would be let through first. And while the participant was trying to figure out why he was being allowed to ignore the line, the others were excitedly whispering to each other, discussing the identity of this guy. People in the line of participants were surprised to hear that this guy had been nominated by Hunter Mill Academy itself, and even the aggressive guy suddenly recognized him. Roy heard that the boy's name was Damien and looked at the participant with curiosity as he walked past, his huge two-handed sword slung over his back. The swordsman also did not fail to take the opportunity to examine the curious guy, who did not express even a bit of surprise with his appearance. He passed by without saying a word, and Roy looked at him with even greater surprise, noticing that he looked quite strong. And while everyone else was discussing Damien, some with enthusiasm, some with sadness, Roy remembered that he was the rising star of Hunter Mill. Turning away from the boy, Roy listened to the other participants whispering about who they thought would win the exam. People expressed the opinion that Damien had a clear advantage, as he was superior to the representatives of the other two major academies in terms of skills. One student even suggested that Hunter Mill Academy might have shared secrets of the upcoming exam with its student. However, another participant reasonably noted that Hunter Mill would not resort to such tricks and would do everything to save face, and therefore would not go against the rules. Suddenly, all conversation stopped when the participants noticed an unusual guy who was begging the examiner for a long time to let him inside. Even Roy looked at him with curiosity, because the guy not only behaved strangely, but also looked surprising for a student of the Hunter Academy. The guy was armed with not just one weapon, but several at once, creating the impression that he couldn't choose which one was more convenient for him to use. Rattling his quiver of arrows, the boy plaintively showed the examiner his application for participation, begging the boy to finally let him in. He was asked to go to the front of the line, to which the heavily armed participant indignantly noted that Damien had already been let through, so why should he wait? He was told that Damien was a student at the academy, to which the guy remarked that he didn't care about it and that they were all equal here, which caused the indignation of the guy behind him. He also demanded that all the impudent ones go to the end of the line, respecting those who came earlier, and the examiners, taking the guy by the arms, led him to the end of the crowd. Even Roy was surprised to see what was happening when the guy exclaimed that it was simply unheard of for someone to treat him like that. Roy thought he respected the employees for not being scared of such an armed guy and bravely taking him by the arms when one of the workers called out to him, asking him to go further. The training test began, and one of its participants, named Jeremy, being not a weak young man at all, almost immediately came out ahead in the running test. It took an effort for him to keep breathing evenly during this run, but the guy was confident in his abilities, and so, looking confidently ahead, he moved along the track. He knew for sure that he could be put on the same level with the talents of such giants as Hunter Mill, Gaon, and Isle, even though he was only in the second division. It turns out that, to his own regret, Jeremy does not have enough money to pay for his studies at a prestigious academy, and therefore he is of a lower level. Once he was told that it is better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, and the boy thought that he did not agree, because being the tail of a dragon he could resist dragons, and being the head of a snake he could only compete with other snakes, thereby proving to himself that he could not stand up to anyone from the prestigious academies. And it was for this reason that the guy decided to take part in the training exam, because only here could he test his strength against real professionals. And in Roy, running along the next track and looking straight ahead without being distracted, Jeremy saw the very professional he wanted to compete with. They had to run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, and then another 3 kilometers, and thus prove that they were resilient enough. And Jeremy tried his best. However, Roy, who at first seemed like a frail guy who wouldn't even run the first 3 kilometers, to the guy's surprise, didn't even slow down, and Jeremy tried to keep up. He tried to maintain his speed, but his strength began to leave him, and his insufficient physical level made itself felt. Jeremy even slapped himself in the face to keep his body from relaxing, and for a moment it helped, but only for a short time. In desperation, stretching his hand forward, the guy reasoned that he had to at least once overtake his opponent, who had already begun to break the distance. Feeling his breath hitch and pleasure filling every cell of his body in contrast, Jeremy slapped himself in the face again, forcing him to run. However, unfortunately for himself, he ran the second 3 kilometers a full 12 minutes later than necessary and stopped, looking at the back of his opponent. In the end, the boy, dripping with sweat, looked up at the sky and was glad at least that he had finally entered into battle against dragons and not snakes. He waited until his opponent had completed another full circle and turned to him, intending to thank him for the great competition. With a kind, loser's smile on his face, Jeremy extended his hand, hoping that Roy, recognizing the guy, would shake it. In his mind, the guy clearly imagined that now they were nothing less than true comrades in arms for each other. And Roy moved straight towards him, not slowing down and giving the guy hope that their fight would happen again someday, giving him a chance to get even. Jeremy had already started talking about how lucky he was that his opponent was Roy. But the guy, surprising the loser, ran past without even looking at him. Without even noticing the drama unfolding on the adjacent track, Roy ran forward, noting that this test was surprisingly easy for him after the transcendence. Roy also distinguished himself in the second test, surprising with his physical fitness and strength even those who looked like a real mountain of muscle. Without much effort or tension in the body, the guy calmly lifted heavy barbells, counting each squat without a tremor in his voice. Everyone stared at him in amazement as he counted out his third squat in a relaxed voice, rising from the bottom rack as if he didn't have 100 kilograms on his shoulders. And the guy continued to squat, attracting even more glances, because from his strength, even the barbell he was holding bent. Roy himself, doing another squat, noted that such loads were really easy for him, although he did not expect this from himself. Realizing that daily training could not produce such a great result, Roy decided that it was because of Xiang Yu's course, and enthusiastically introduced Hercules' course. And although someone tried to persuade him to take a little rest before the next task, the guy began to study more actively, motivating himself with the fact that he would receive money for this course. One of the organizers addressed the same request to Damien to take a break after he successfully completed the strength test. And although his result, unlike Roy's result, did not surprise anyone because Damien was very powerful even in appearance, the guy was not upset about this. The people around knew very well what the boy was capable of, and therefore believed that he, as well as Arya and Broodver from the Ale and Gaon academies, were putting on nothing more than a show performance. And everyone understood perfectly well that if for ordinary participants this was a real test, then for the 3 unique individuals this was a battle to defend the honor of their own educational institution. Suddenly, while Damien was resting, a man dressed in what looked like a robe approached him and urged the boy to pay attention to a participant named Roy. And despite the fact that the guy looked at him without enthusiasm, the man said that he did not need to do anything. Just watch. Damien knew the speaker very well, because he supported him in all the past tests. But this condition expressed by the patrons seemed very strange to the guy. The guy thought that he had seen his name on the news before, and when they met in the passageway, he assessed the guy and did not notice anything outstanding. Damien walked into the second testing room to find Roy, only to find a crowd of surprised contestants and examiners. Raising his head and looking over the heads of the people, he saw that the organizers had already posted the scores for the first tests, and he looked at the results with interest. And at that very moment, his eyes widened in surprise and his words froze in his throat, because he was only in 3rd place, and Roy's name was written on the first line. Looking at the results board in amazement, the guy could not believe not only that Roy had taken 1st place, but also that the difference between them was as much as 11 points. The most surprising thing was that the 2nd place in the endurance competition was taken by someone whom the guy also did not know. Leaving the crowd gaping at the scores, Damien headed for the exit, comforting himself with the thought that most people were only good at one thing. However, Roy also won the battle against monsters, beating Damien by 6 points and making the guy amazed by this result. And only now, Damien, gritting his teeth in incomprehension, remembered the smile with which his patron then asked the guy to watch Roy. The next test required the participants to test their mana levels by hitting a shield of energy and attempting to break it. And the guy was far from confident in this test because it did not require physical strength, and he watched the first participant with curiosity. However, his result was not outstanding, and then he was quickly forgotten, because the second participant was Arya herself from the Isle Academy. Armed with a small staff, the girl with a confident look and an equally confident gait approached the manosphere. She stood in front of the sphere of energy, waiting to be allowed to begin testing her magical abilities. And the organizer quickly spoke. He told her to start if she thought she was ready, and Arya chuckled and held out her hand, manifesting something like a fireball in him. And when she waved her hand, the flame deformed and began to wrap around her hand, moving from her forearm to her wrist, and then to her fingertips. Closing her eyes and muttering something, the girl moved her hands, drawing out the flame as if she were forming an arrow from it, which she was going to use to pierce the shield. And then, opening her eyes and stopping talking, Arya relaxed, and the flame began to move, picking up speed towards the sphere. And the moment it touched the surface of the sphere, the flame instantly shattered the magic dome into small pieces, leaving no doubt about the girl's magical skills. A number appeared on the huge board above Arya's head, indicating her mana level, and everyone was shocked to see it was exactly 100. Everyone around was discussing the fact that a student from Isle Academy would never allow herself to show a lower result, and Roy thought that it was not because of her academy, but because of her own skills. Having praised the girl, the organizer tried to say that she had one more try, but Arya silently waved her hand, making it clear that she did not need it. The next one to be called to the newly created magical sphere after Arya was Roy himself, and he was about to go forward, attracting the attention of the sorceress. As he walked forward, armed with the spear of Longinus, Arya couldn't help but cast an appraising glance at the boy, and to Roy's embarrassment, the girl only smiled contentedly, making him wonder what she was trying to tell him with that gesture. Stepping forward and scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that this smile meant that she was sure that he would lose, and the examiner said that he could begin if he was ready. Continuing to think that he wasn't too sure that he could do it, Roy nevertheless intercepted the spear and began to infuse it with mana. The girl continued to glare at him, full of contempt, although Roy paid no attention to it at all, concentrating on his attack. He wasn't at all worried about the power of his blow being powerful, and so he focused entirely on the magic that Merlin had taught him. Deciding that he simply had to poke a hole in that sphere, the boy looked up and rushed forward, aiming the tip of his spear straight at the sphere. And when he was already within striking distance, he put all the remaining magical power that was in the guy's body into the spear and swung the weapon properly. And, to his own surprise, without any effort at all, he cut this magical dome into 2 parts, as if he were cutting butter. The guy put in so much force, without expecting it, that his blow not only pierced the protective sphere, but even cut through the technique that summoned it. And at the same moment, sparks and an incredibly loud sound of a powerful blow flew across the entire territory of the test. And if Roy was simply surprised, then Arya, who was standing behind him and until that moment confident of her victory, now opened her mouth in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Everyone looked at the scoreboard and, to their surprise, saw that Arya's score had been changed to only 85, while Roy had received around 100. Having intercepted the spear, the guy did not take his stunned gaze off the magical device cut into 2 parts. Suddenly, a curious thought occurred to the guy, and he looked with curiosity at his spear, which was shining as if the guy hadn't just cut through something incredibly strong with it. Unfortunately for the other participants who had not yet completed the mana test, it had to be stopped due to the breakdown of the device that caused the barrier. And when they brought a new device and were finally able to finish the test, everyone was surprised again, because Arya from the Isle Academy was beaten by another guy whose name was unfamiliar to everyone. And although Aura had known Roy for several months, even she was surprised by the results she saw on the scoreboard. Of course, she expected the guy to show the highest class, but she didn't even think that he would break ahead so much, leaving behind the most prestigious academies. And although the people around were discussing Roy and the fact that he was studying at a certain dream academy, Aura didn't pay attention, realizing that her student was truly an outstanding person. She even noticed how in front of her, sitting just a couple of levels below, the two organizers who were monitoring the exam were discussing the fact that its difficulty needed to be changed. Aura heard someone discussing in surprise how much Damien had dropped in level despite participating in an exam organized by his own academy. And to her own surprise, the girl did not feel much joy about the stunning victories of her student and friend. Standing up from her seat, the girl glanced at the results table again and, to her surprise, realized that she was worried that her academy might only be remembered because of him. At the same time, Roy was sitting on a bench in the break room, still trying to comprehend what had happened at the mana test, although he was having a hard time doing so. Gripping his spear more comfortably and leaning back against the wall, the guy chuckled, thinking that he had no idea that everything would turn out this way. He looked down at the spear of Longinus, still shining like new, and looked at it more closely with curiosity. He recalled its history and thought once again that because it had been used to wound Jesus' flesh, it must have possessed extraordinary potential. Although, to his sorrow, Roy was unable to read any information about the spear at all in the Academy store. And now he sighed sadly, asking the air how this was possible. And while the guy was thinking about how his spear might just ignore any magic, he heard someone humming a strange song from the side. The guy tried to continue thinking about the power of his obviously powerful spear, but the melody that was playing from the side was seriously distracting him. Standing up abruptly and slinging his spear over his shoulder, Roy looked around with displeasure, trying to understand what kind of naive soul allowed himself to hum songs in the midst of an exam. To his surprise, the guy immediately stopped being angry when he saw that this person turned out to be the same participant with a whole arsenal behind his back. Roy remembered even more clearly the situation when the guy was being removed from the line of participants for speaking too loudly when he turned around. And, noticing that Roy was looking in his direction, the guy, not at all noticing the weight of the heavy weapon on his back, happily ran up to him to get acquainted. Roy was surprised that the guy knew him, although the walking arsenal asked him not to joke like that, and then introduced himself, calling himself Harry. Roy found the name familiar, and almost immediately he remembered where he had met it, because it was the name of a certain Harry that came in second place in all the test results. The guy confirmed Roy's guess, happily pointing to himself, and then, smiling, added that it was super strange for him to hear from the first place about the second. Roy looked at the boy as if he was trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and Harry became worried, asking the boy not to react like that to his antics. And although Roy thought Harry was a little strange, he noticed that the guy had only come up to get acquainted, and therefore did not cause any negative emotions in the spearman. And just a moment later they were called to the next test, which turned out to be a raid created by augmented reality, which surprised Roy a little. The main criterion for the test was to spend as much time on the raid as possible, and Roy just shrugged when he heard about it. However, he was incredibly surprised when he learned that the goal itself was to kill as many as 10 minotaurs, similar to the one he had finished off a month ago. However, this time the guy was much stronger, and so with a light swing of his hand, he struck the first monster with his spear, cutting off its head. With incredible speed, Roy broke right through the crowd of monsters, wielding his spear with lightning speed and inflicting terrible wounds on the monsters. Having already killed 2, the guy stood on the body of one of them, arguing that this seemed to him to be too high a level of difficulty for simple students. However, Roy himself was not simple, and therefore almost instantly reacted to the clawed paw approaching him, trying to tear the guy to pieces. With a clever maneuver, he not only intercepted the monster's attack, but also allowed himself to counterattack in order to ensure its quickest death. Having cut the Minotaur into pieces, the boy turned to the other one and, without ceasing his deadly battle dance, attacked him with his mighty weapon. To his surprise, the absolutely calm guy noticed that this time it was much easier for him to deal with such monsters, although they were different from the original. But even so, Roy could clearly feel the changes his body had undergone in the 3 months he had been training with the Transcendent Academy. And if earlier he had to work hard just to survive, today he felt like a truly powerful warrior. Dancing above the heads of the monsters, Roy, calming his mind and concentrating on his feelings and movement, thought about how lucky he was to meet Aura and become a student of the Transcendent Academy. Having thrust his spear into one of the defeated monsters, Roy smiled contentedly, noting that, of course, he did not want to brag, but he clearly had something to say about his strength. Sweating a little, the boy took a deep breath of the air of that difficult but full of energy life that he was now living, remembering his past like a nightmare. And now, having defeated all the monsters, he reasoned only that the path to the transcendent was, of course, incredibly long and difficult, but perhaps very soon he would become the best hunter. But as soon as the guy left the simulation, he immediately encountered curious or surprised looks, which had become boring to him throughout the day. Leaning his spear against his shoulder, the boy gloomily noted that he was truly tired of such attention, because he just wanted to win and not become everyone's favorite. For the raid test, Roy received another 100 points, which caused the indignation of one of those who everyone around considered unique. Looking at him with a displeased look, Broodver from Gaon Academy asked Arya where this annoying freak came from. Roy clearly felt their aggression, but tried not to pay attention, because he was looking forward to first place, and he did not want to lose it due to disqualification. However, the most surprising reaction was Harry, who had just finished his test and was now talking with annoyance about how much he wanted to win. Roy noticed that Damien, who had also seemed very confident at first, was frowning with displeasure while Harry enthusiastically asked how Roy had managed to do it so quickly. The boy praised the spearman heartily, and Roy smiled, saying that it was not easy at all, and Harry patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way for his modesty. He addressed Harry as you, although the guy himself preferred a more informal address and asked Roy about it, to which the guy happily agreed, causing his rival to smile. Finally, Roy decided to ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time, and pointed to the guy's entire arsenal, after which he asked if Harry really used it all. The guy didn't understand at first, but then he shrugged his shoulders and replied that no one taught him, and so he learned everything at once, learning to use each of his tools. Roy first thought that he had misheard, and then asked again in surprise, wondering if his new acquaintance, a self-taught man and without an academy, had really achieved such outstanding results. And although it was not uncommon for a hunter to learn on his own due to lack of money, it was very surprising that the guy was able to become so strong on his own. And although Roy quickly got used to the idea that his main rival was studying and training on his own without the guidance of an academy, he had a new question that he was quick to ask. He asked directly why Harry didn't join any academy, since with his skills he would have been accepted into any one of them. The guy just shook his head, saying that he himself didn't really want to get involved with anyone, and that he actually had a teacher. The guy said this and then added that his teacher, however, was completely unaware that Harry was his student, which caused Roy's bewilderment. The guy was about to ask a few more questions, but then the attention of the chattering people was attracted by one of the examiners, who called them all. Breathlessly, the man asked all the exam participants for forgiveness, and then added that they had an unexpected problem. Everyone was a little worried, and even Damien looked unhappy with the current circumstances. And Roy was simply curious about this unexpected problem. Damien, on the other hand, seemed to have a good idea of what this misunderstanding was, and his gaze perfectly revealed this information. The examiner said that the jury who were to judge the final test would, to his great regret, be unable to arrive. Damien asked for clarification of his words, and the man, not expecting the pressure in his direction, stuttered as he tried to answer the participants. They were informed that when Professor Huntermill was going to the test, a breach in the 10th level dungeon occurred, and the professors were forced to intervene themselves. The students asked what would happen with the exam, but they were asked to wait until the issue was resolved, which the participants did not like at all. Remembering his patron, Damien thought, not without a little tension, that this was most likely the work of the Order of Truth, although he could not imagine the reason. Damien became even more worried when he realized that this could cause the final stage to be cancelled and Roy to be declared the winner. And then he remembered that he had been asked to just watch. However, stepping forward in front of all the students, Damien moved towards the examiner and loudly proposed changing the system of conducting the exam. The man did not understand what the swordsman meant, and Damien explained that the final stage was to test combat strength in battle, and then suggested holding a tournament between the students. The other students responded to the proposal with interest and, after whispering and discussing it at first, almost all nodded in agreement, approving of the idea. The examiner firmly replied that the participants' words made sense, but under the current conditions, It would be quite difficult to organize something like that. The man noted that there were quite a lot of participants left and the tournament would take a lot of time. And they also had problems with the evaluation method. He noted that it would be better to find other juries in that case. But Damien reasonably noted that this would require A-rank hunters, who would be difficult to find right now. And then he added that he couldn't just sit there while a nightmare was happening behind the doors. And Harry nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in Damien's words. The man tried to object again, insisting on a small amount of time, and Damien suggested that it be arranged as an event only between those who wanted to apply. The examiner thought about this proposal, and Damien decided to finish him off with the fact that the whole country was watching this exam, and they would be disgraced if they didn't pass it. In response to this, the man suddenly cleared his throat, calling for Damien to shut up and let the examiner make the final decision. Damien was worried that Hunter Mill's reputation would be damaged if the final round was not held, and he was determined to defeat Roy in a one-on-one fight. A smile spread across his face as he thought about how good it would feel to defeat this upstart. The guy knew perfectly well that Roy would still win, but he wanted to be the one to beat him despite winning all the other stages. Arya and Broodver, smiling contentedly, supported their fellow popular, understanding that they could not allow the reputations of their academies to deteriorate. And seeing their reactions, Damien frowned, thinking that they probably understood his intentions, which meant they also wanted to defeat Roy one-on-one. Inspired by such an interesting atmosphere, Harry jumped up and exclaimed that he also really liked this idea, and therefore he would be happy to participate. And then he turned to Roy, begging the boy to participate with his new acquaintance and show his real class. Noticing without much difficulty how everyone around him was looking at him, waiting for an answer, Roy scratched his chin, thinking about the answer. He tapped his lips, trying his best to give the impression that he was pondering the answer to such a simple question that had come up quite unexpectedly. And then he replied that this was an unscheduled exam, and therefore an additional monetary reward would certainly be awarded for victory. Having decided to conduct the test as soon as possible, the organizers began to announce the start of this unusual event, introducing those who had submitted applications. The spectators, who had already given up hope that they would be able to see the end of the exam, joyfully raised their fists, greeting the participants. Some continued to discuss Damien, Broodver, and Arya, because their academies were still incredibly popular, although everyone was also waiting for Roy and Harry, because they showed excellent results. As expected, Broodver won his first fight against a student whose name most of the spectators didn't even remember. Arya managed to defeat her opponent not only quickly and effectively, but also incredibly elegantly, causing sighs of love in her direction. The mighty Damien also did not disgrace the honor of his academy, winning almost immediately after the start of his fight, which even surprised the spectators. Broodver thought to himself only that he would definitely show both Harry and Roy how strong he was, and how powerful his academy was. Arya also held herself confidently, literally dreaming of the moment when she could destroy her Roy with incredibly strong magic. And Damien, casting a contemptuous glance at Roy, thought to himself that he would definitely make him regret disgracing his academy. At the same time, Roy, who was watching the tournament from the break room, heard his name being announced and asked to get ready to go on stage. And although the guy was sure that he would receive an additional reward, he never expected that this reward would be a whole million. Roy would definitely get $1 million for first place on the exam, and so he was already calculating how he would spend all the money on a pass and new courses. Placing his spear on his knees, Roy wondered if he could win, and came to the conclusion that the trio of bad guys from the top of the best did not seem dangerous to him. But at the same time, a completely different participant caused Roy to have real doubts about his own victory in this competition. At the same time, Harry had already entered the arena, looking at his opponent with a sly smile and preparing to fight with all his might if necessary. And while Harry threw away his sword and took out his bow during the battle, Roy reasoned that it was incredibly difficult to master even one weapon perfectly, let alone an entire arsenal. At the same time, the guy, clearly not doubting his victory but rather enjoying the battle, had already pulled the bowstring, intending to hit his opponent with his deadly arrow. And the guy didn't just fire one arrow at his opponent, but used all his skills to instantly fire a hail of arrows. The boy tried to deflect the arrows, angry that he had miscalculated, thinking that Harry's main weapon was a sword, not a bow. Intercepting the arrows and using all his speed, the participant rushed towards Harry, deflecting arrow after arrow on the way to the enemy and preparing to strike. Swinging his blade, the boy jumped up, preparing to deliver a fatal attack and screaming that he was not even close to just defending himself from the enemy's insidious attacks. However, at the same moment, Harry threw the bow and arrows aside to intercept the enemy's attack on himself. With a truly devilish, cruel look, the boy crossed his arms and placed them on the hilts of the blades that lay in sheaths on the sides of his body. Harry grabbed his weapons and crossed his swords, taking a powerful blow from his opponent, who was taken aback by such a sharp change in the combat situation. Separating the blades of the swords, Harry gave his opponent a good push, causing him to lose his balance and fall backwards onto the ground. Roy watched what was happening in the arena with undisguised curiosity, not missing a single movement of the master weaponsmith. In the mind of the spearman, Harry was the biggest danger, because the others knew what to expect, while he had a free hand in choosing his style. The spearman noted that this was the kind of chaotic and unsystematic style that was formed by those who had not trained in academies, and therefore it was very similar to Roy's style. Roy lowered his head and thought hard, putting all the pieces together to make the picture into one whole, and thought about the fact that Harry could also study at the Transcendent Academy. The guy remembered how Mentor told him about 4 people in the place with the largest number of participants, and this place could well be the world of Roy. And then Roy remembered how Harry told him that he had a teacher, although he didn't know that the boy was studying with him, which gave him the idea of lectures from his masters. At the same time, Harry, still smiling rather cruelly, was already holding the spear over the defeated enemy, letting everyone know that it was he who had won the victory. And as soon as the fight was over, the cruel smile became joyful, and Roy noted that he did not even doubt the victory of this strange warrior. And although Roy was already ready to believe that Harry was really studying at the Academy of Transcendence, the spearman had reasons to doubt this conclusion. At the same time, the examiner, who had taken on the role of host, was heatedly discussing with the audience the rather exciting final fight. And having finished praising Harry, the man said that it was time to look at the next participants and looked at his cards, the information from which surprised him quite a bit. But, having pulled himself together and looking up at the spectators, the man said that they had all been waiting for his fight for a very long time, and the stands fell silent in anticipation. The host introduced Arya as a sorceress, recognized as the devil's own disciple, and considered by many to be the future of all magic in the world. Having snatched the piece of paper with the name of the second participant, the host, clearly happy that he could lead such an event, maintained some intrigue. He said that the next participant shone like a supernova for all the spectators, and Aura prepared to greet her friend with a smile. Roy, in turn, sighed heavily, rose from his seat in the break room and stretched, preparing for what was about to happen any minute. Having named him the first ever 100-point competitor, the host shouted out Roy's name and demanded that the audience greet the fighter with loud applause. Arya, being the top student at Isle Academy, which focused on magical talent, was considered a true genius by everyone around her. And according to those who called her that, it was not an exaggeration at all, because the sorceress was recognized even by the devil's disciple herself. For her and her spiritual flame that burst out of her during witchcraft, nothing was impossible. Because, according to her, Hunter Mill Academy always underestimated the points of magicians. And so she didn't allow herself to doubt for a second that she was actually stronger than Roy. Because in her academy, the judging would clearly be more honest. Having released her flame, concentrated it into clots and sent it towards the enemy, Arya was 100% sure that nothing would remain of Roy. However, to her great surprise, everything did not go according to the plan that she had prepared specifically to defeat such an unpleasant opponent. So much so that the surprise on her face almost instantly turned first to incomprehension and then to absolute anger. And all because Roy, without straining himself at all, dispelled her magical flame with one light and smooth swing of his spear. Her attack should have been simply monstrously powerful, but Roy emotionlessly turned her magic into nothing, waiting for the next trick. Although, of course, the guy himself did not expect that it would be so easy to do this, and therefore he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, glancing with slight surprise at the melting flame. At the same moment, Arya screamed that this was simply impossible, because her flame had simply incredible power, and no one could dispel it so easily. Staring in amazement at her opponent, who seemed to have come not for a fight, but for a light stroll, Arya did not move from her place, trying to understand what had just happened. She tried to understand how Roy had managed to dispel her magic so easily, because all the ways she knew of to do something like that simply did not fit their situation. Roy, in turn, looked at his spear with curiosity and noted to himself that he simply wanted to know what would happen if he swung the spear and it actually cut the magic. Scratching the back of his head, the guy continued to talk about how it worked, not paying attention to his rival, who was already frantically trying to think through her course of action. Roy decided that he would buy himself a new pass for $500,000 and spend the remaining $1.5 million on another weapon to conduct several experiments. And while he was reasoning, Arya, in a rage, had already brought into reality a whole wall of fiery arrows, intending to destroy the impudent spearman. Gritting her teeth in rage, the sorceress waved her hand, causing the magic to break free and attack his enemy with all its might. Without much concern, Roy looked up and saw all these huge fire arrows rushing towards him, about to burn him to the ground. Any other person would have been quite frightened by this situation. But Roy only sighed calmly and began to move the hand holding the spear. The boy spun his weapon, causing the flames to instantly go out and the magic to dissipate, with none of the attacks hitting their target. Cursing in rage, Arya raised her staff and began to summon more and more clots of magical flame, wanting at all costs to hit at least one. She continued to curse every time Roy smoothly turned her magic into nothing, swinging his mighty spear without any effort. Even from the guy's face, it was easy to understand that he was bored, because the powerful sorceress could not even in theory hurt him with her witchcraft. And in the glow of that flame, which had no way of causing any significant damage to the guy, the girl saw the boredom on his face even more clearly. In the end, the magic staff wielded by the sorceress, who had never known defeat until today, ended up on the ground. Realizing how useless her previously powerful magic had been in this parody of a good battle, Arya fell to her knees, not understanding how she could have been so useless. In her eyes, Roy was a true demon who, without even understanding how magic worked, was able to bend her witchcraft to his will. The outstanding sorceress of the Isle School tried to come up with at least some idea that would help her do at least something in this battle. But she couldn't. And even though she knew she didn't have a chance, when Roy walked up to her and held out his spear to signify his victory, she still reached for her staff. However, instead of winning with a fair blow, the guy put the blade to the girl's face and asked if she considered him the winner. Looking at the one who was the true devil to her, the girl was speechless, and a single word was stuck in her throat, unable to escape. When Arya finally managed to utter it, Roy heard her trembling voice almost in a whisper, calling him a monster. And a little later, in the same arena, Broodver's heavy Morgenstern collided with Harry's no less powerful axe, while the host commented on every move of the fighters. In their previous fights, the guys showed incredible results, defeating their opponents very quickly. But now they were on equal terms, not giving in to their opponent. Grinning cruelly and pressing his weapon to Harry's defense, Broodver noted that the presenter was talking nonsense, since the advantage was clearly on his side. It was clear that Harry was having a hard time fighting off such a strong onslaught from his opponent with his axe. So he didn't hesitate and took advantage of his main advantage. Pushing the enemy's weapon aside with his axe, Harry touched a small pocket on his own pocket and pulled out a sharp blade. Seizing the right moment, Harry threw it, and, although he missed, Broodwer fell back, off balance from such an unexpected attack. The guy tried to regroup and quickly get up so as not to lose the initiative. However, having taken a stance, he realized that his opponent had prepared a new trick. To Broodver's surprise, Harry waved his arms and released real claws from his sleeves, with which he was going to slash his opponent. Noticing this, Broodver even took a step back, trying to figure out as quickly as possible how he could fight against such an unusual weapon. Laughing happily, Harry waved his arms from side to side, cutting through the air and pressing down on his opponent with incredible speed. Clenching his jaw in anger, Broodver tried to defend himself from each attack, using his heavy shield and cursing that his opponent simply couldn't do without tricks. Unfortunately for the Gaon Academy student, the attacks were so unexpected and accurate that his shield and Morgenstern flew off to the side, and Harry took out his triple nunchucks. Brandishing the unusual weapon and casting a cruel but full of pleasure from the fight, look at his opponent. Harry rushed at Broodver. The guy, in turn, although he tried to somehow defend himself from the unpredictable attack, felt despair creeping through his entire body. Having dodged the cunning attack, Broodver managed to lift his Morgenstern and shield from the ground and intercept the triple nunchucks. But Harry was ready for anything. Instantly drawing his tonfas and taking advantage of his enemy's slowness, Harry struck Broodver straight in the solar plexus. The blow was so accurate that Broodver, dropping both the shield and Morgenstern, fell to his knees, trying to catch his suddenly ragged breath. And although the big guy from Gaon couldn't believe it, the announcer announced Harry as the winner of this fight to the entire arena, and the guy smiled, rejoicing at his victory. Not believing that he could lose like that to some impudent guy who didn't even have an academy behind him, the guy began to growl something that had been on his mind for a long time. He raised his head and shouted that this style of fighting was against the rules, and Harry looked at the boy in confusion, who asked who fought like that. Hoping that they would intercede for him, Broodver cried out that he refused to recognize the results of this fight and considered it invalid. The spectators began to whisper among themselves, discussing Harry's truly unusual fighting style, although most acknowledged it to be quite spectacular. And while Broodver was screaming to be let go because Harry was using his dishonest tricks, Roy was watching everything that was happening through the screen in the break room, and he, unlike all the other spectators watching the fight, understood perfectly well that Harry would have won this fight even if he had refused to change weapons. And only now, seeing what exactly was happening on the screen, Damien understood what exactly his patron meant when he asked him to just watch. It occurred to him that the Order was watching not only Roy, but Harry as well. And that was the reason they had asked him not to interfere. Damien realized that he was just a pawn on this chessboard, and the real goal of the Order was to bring Roy and Harry together in battle. He also realized that this competition would end successfully even without his participation. And then he wondered if Harry himself was a member of the Order. At the same time, the presenter, having finished dealing with Broodver's indignation, informed the viewers that the end of the exam was approaching. And although Damien understood that his chances were not great, and his actions went against the request of his patron, he could not allow the honor of his academy to be trampled. Clenching his fists tightly in anger at the realization of how unfair the situation was, Damien still raised his head, walking out onto the arena to a thunderous ovation. And rising, Hunter Miles' student saw before him the one he wanted to defeat today, but whom he least of all wanted to see now. Clenching his teeth in aggression, Damien growled under his breath that he was originally only intended to be a small obstacle in Roy's path. However, frowning indignantly and calming his mind a little, Damien came to the decision that he would not follow the demands of the Order of Truth and would show how strong he was. And when the fight was declared to have begun, Damien, drawing his sword, which emitted an electric crackle, rushed at his opponent. In turn, Roy, not at all intending to give victory to his opponent, also grabbed the spear more comfortably, intending to intercept the powerful blow. And when Damien struck, the blade of his sword, the electricity of which heated the air, rested against the shaft of Roy's strong spear, instantly absorbing the entire force of the blow. In turn, the electricity instantly flowed to the shaft of the spear, strengthening the blow so much that the ground split under the feet of the fighters. He was so strong that even Damien felt himself being pushed back, and he thrust his blade into the ground to stay on his feet. Roy, having withstood the pressure, pushed himself back without much effort. But in order to hold on, he only needed to tense his legs. Having left a whole crater in the very center of the arena, both opponents did not pay any attention to this fact, looking up at each other and getting ready to continue the fight. Roy pulled the spear aside so he could use it without delay, and Damien looked closely at the strange spear. Frowning, Damien thought that the guy's weapon was indeed unusual, because it did not contain the same power that his sword did, but for some reason it easily extinguished it. After thinking about it thoroughly, Damien came to the conclusion that this spear had some special ability that dispelled magic. Based on this thought, the swordsman also thought that it was thanks to his spear that Roy was able to score high on the test. Damien rushed forward and swung his sword again, relying on his speed and trying to somehow get around the spear and attack his opponent. However, Roy took the opponent's blow with a calm face, noticing his quick movements without much effort. Although Damien was firmly convinced that he could win, the guy wielded his sword with incredible speed, looking for a way to break through Roy's defense, who was completely calm at first glance. The host noted that Damien was a real talent, pointing out the speed with which he wielded such a massive weapon, while Roy noted that his opponent was quite strong. Suddenly, Damien pulled his sword to the side and pushed his opponent away with his shoulder, slightly throwing Roy off balance, and was going to take advantage of this. Having successfully forced the enemy to move where he wanted, Damien swung his blade upwards so that the shockwave would reach the spearman. In turn, Roy, realizing the swordsman's trick, instead of defending himself, tried to dodge and jump to the side, which is why the attack missed, although it split the ground again. Despite the fact that he had just been subjected to a rather unusual feint, Roy was calm, reasoning that Damien was stronger than his previous opponents. While Damien, once again raising his heavy two-handed sword, charged her with magic again, causing the air around them to become saturated with electricity. Roy jumped to the side, flipped in midair and landed, thinking that it would be truly disrespectful if he continued to fight so casually. Roy straightened up and adjusted his grip on the spear, and Damien looked at the spearman again, intending to think of a way to attack him this time in an instant. However, to his surprise, he saw a change in his opponent's behavior, as all relaxation suddenly disappeared. Concentrating on the fight, Roy tensed his body and gripped his spear tighter, fixing his opponent with a withering look that indicated that he would now fight in earnest. The boy got into a fighting stance and grabbed the spear so that he could deliver his best blow, and Damien felt a murderous aura spreading from the boy. Seeing such changes in the enemy's behavior, the swordsman even took a step back, hesitantly trying to comprehend what had suddenly happened. And while the swordsman hesitated, Roy raised his leg and moved his spear, creating a false impression of his own speed, because he was going to use his maximum potential. And in a split second, he was next to Damien, who only thanks to his warrior reflexes was able to block an attack whose force could have killed him. The swordsman realized that his enemy was no longer going to joke around, which meant he would fight at full strength. And so he tensed up, preparing to withstand the mighty force of the spearman. Transferring the power into his hands, Damien swung his blade, knocking away Roy's spear, who took a step back to regroup and was about to attack again. Without taking his concentrated gaze off the swordsman, Roy intercepted the spear, looking for his weak points and preparing to strike there. In turn, Damien, forgetting about cold-bloodedness with insane rage in his eyes, tried to understand how Roy managed to change his aura to such a terrifying one. He noticed that until recently, the guy's aura was like serene waves, and therefore did not cause concern on the part of the swordsman. Roy rushed forward, swinging his weapon and aiming at his opponent, fully aware that his blow would be blocked, but not caring at all. After making one strike, Roy instantly turned the spear to the other side and, without stopping the movement, attacked again, forcing Damien to retreat. The boy attacked the swordsman over and over again, intending to not give him even a second's chance to catch his breath, while Damien noticed that the spearman's aura now resembled a raging volcano. It was incredibly difficult for the swordsman to parry Roy's attacks time after time, but the boy clenched his jaw and strained his arms with all his might to keep the blade from dropping. Wielding his spear with coolness, Roy moved with such speed that it was difficult for someone without combat experience to keep up with him. But Damien blocked the blows with great difficulty. After parrying another blow, Damien swung his sword, intending to attack with the thought that his opponent was incredibly rude. In turn, Roy, having again grabbed the spear more firmly, prepared to block the enemy's attack, while Damien came to the conclusion that the spearman was terribly simple. He tried to attack, but Roy easily intercepted the attack and repelled it, while Damien thought that his technique was not even close to Hunter Mill's high-level swordsmanship. After deflecting the swordsman's attack, Roy continued moving and turned around, aiming the tip of his spear at Damien in order to use more force. Not having time to group himself in time, the guy realized that he would not be able to block the blow completely, but he still swung his sword. And at that very moment, a thunderous sound of impact resounded across the arena, and whole clouds of dust flew into the air as Roy delivered his mighty blow. And it turned out to be so strong that Damien, barely managing to somehow extinguish it, still flew to the side, and in order to stay on his feet, pressed the blade into the ground, leaving behind a furrow of broken earth. Damien looked up with a look of despair in his eyes and tried to understand how this simplicity could be so difficult for a swordsman. Coming closer, Roy, whose face had a calm expression again, lowered his spear, while Damien looked at the guy with incomprehension. Suddenly, the swordsman realized that it was not just the unusual weapon that was the issue, since Roy had not even put mana into it to begin with. Looking into the spearman's eyes, Damien suddenly felt something strange in his chest, seeing in them the awareness of power over Hunter Miles' student. The boy suddenly wondered what would happen if Roy allowed himself to put mana into his weapon, and Damien suddenly realized the difference between the two. And at that very moment, despair began to fill his mind, causing him to suddenly tremble, trying not to let the memories escape again. However, looking at his opponent, whose strength exceeded all his expectations, Damien felt himself being pulled back into the past. He remembered the girl who, standing in front of him and looking down with arrogance in her eyes, asked him if he had shown her everything he was capable of. He remembered kneeling in front of this girl with a broken sword at his side, cursing himself for his weakness and listening to the girl clarify his rantings about strength. That day, he felt incredible pain when the girl asked with the same contempt in her voice how a talentless person like him could consider himself one of the top 3 students in the academy. Despair filled his mind and burst out in tears as he stared at the ground, looking at the shards of his two-handed sword. And the girl, turning away, said that she never allowed herself to place any hopes on the guy, which the guy heard over and over again in his nightmares after that meeting. In the wild rage that filled his mind, Damien screamed that what was happening simply couldn't be happening, because someone like Roy simply shouldn't be stronger than him. Gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white, Damien charged the blade with mana out of anger, causing it to become saturated with electricity. However, the guy was angry not so much at Roy, but at his patron and the girl who, with their actions and words, made him despair. The guy was angry that anyone would even allow themselves to look down on him, since he was the strongest member of Huntermill. Fueling his strength with mindless rage, Damien, screaming in anger, rushed forward, preparing to attack his opponent with all his might. Looking at Roy, whose gaze expressed calm, Damien felt even more angry, which only convinced the swordsman that he simply had to strike him down. Finding himself within striking distance, into which Damien put all the strength he had, the boy screamed, demanding that the spearman die. In turn, Roy, intercepting the spear and not taking his cold-blooded gaze off the enemy, allowed himself to charge his weapon with mana. And at the same moment as the blow was struck, all the spectators gasped, seeing the two-handed sword split into pieces fly off to the side. Roy had clearly shown Damien that he was much stronger than him, and now stood with his spear lowered and looking into the eyes of his opponent, who had fallen to his knees in defeat. To his own surprise, Roy saw Damien stagger, and then, unable to keep his balance due to the strength leaving his body, he collapsed in front of the guy. The confrontation was so intense, especially considering the final powerful blow, that Damien lost consciousness. Sighing and looking at the defeated best swordsman of Huntermill Academy, Roy heard the announcer declare him the winner of this fight. And while he was being announced as the second participant in the final fight, Harry was watching everything that was happening in the arena, sitting in the restroom. Sometime later, the two geniuses finally faced off against each other in the final of the practice exam, causing quite a stir among the spectators. The host was saying that they were both real comets, having left the most popular academies behind. But Harry, not listening to him, noted that he really wanted to fight Roy. And if the master gunsmith smiled, happy with how everything turned out, then Roy looked sullen, which made Harry decide that the guy had a lot of questions for him. Roy thought for a long time about how to start the conversation, and then reminded the guy that he claimed that he said that no one specifically trained him, and Harry nodded at this. And then Roy remembered out loud that Harry had told him that he did have a teacher, and Harry had confirmed it, explaining for the second time that his teacher simply didn't know about his student. Hearing this for the second time, Roy asked the boy to tell him who the gunsmith's teacher was, and Harry, who was scratching the top of his head, suddenly froze. Lowering his hand, Harry paused to answer, then asked the spearman why he wanted to know, causing Roy to frown even more. But even more than the answer, Roy was bothered by how suddenly his new acquaintance's attitude changed, because Harry suddenly began to look irritated and suspicious. Thinking about how to disguise his thoughts so as not to directly talk about the Transcendent Academy, Roy shrugged and said that he might know his teacher, which greatly surprised Harry. Harry couldn't believe the idea so much that he exclaimed that Roy was lying to him, and the spearman in turn opened an eye, making it clear that his friendliness was feigned. He thought about mentioning the academy directly, but decided against it, since if Harry wasn't connected to it, then mentioning it would only cause misunderstandings. However, if he was also a disciple of the Transcendents, then this would not be a reason to call them comrades, but on the contrary, they could even become rivals. And Roy did not want to be disturbed. Roy thought that he couldn't even begin to imagine Harry's reaction, and so he couldn't lay all his cards on the table at once. Deciding to play a trick, Roy said that if he really knew the armorer's master, he must be a transcendental strongman. And Harry was slightly taken aback. Harry demanded answers about how he could know about this, and who Roy even was to ask such strange questions. Roy grinned and told the boy that he had an interesting idea and offered him a bet in which the winner of the competition would get all the answers from the loser. Frowning again, Harry thought for a moment, and then, while the host was introducing them and preparing to begin the fight, asked what guarantee there was that the loser would tell the truth. Smirking and hearing that the host was already starting the fight, Roy noted that they themselves would have to decide whether the loser's words were true or not. Finally, the fight began, and all the talk and discussion was over, and the opponents grabbed their weapons, preparing to show a truly spectacular fight. Roy grabbed the spear more comfortably, expecting some kind of tricky attack from his opponent, and intending to either defend himself or find an opportunity to attack. In turn, Harry threw his hand behind his back and placed it on the hilt of his main sword, but did not pull it out, because at any moment he could change his mind and choose another weapon. But, to the surprise of all the spectators sitting in the stands, the guys, although they were tense, looked into each other's eyes and held their weapons tightly, did not move at all. Clenching and unclenching his fists on the shaft of his spear, Roy kept his eyes on Harry and thought about how he looked like he was in a lot of trouble, while Harry, without lowering his hands from behind his back, also looked at his opponent with a frown and thought that he tried to feel him out, but could not find any weaknesses. Finally, Harry was the first to break down and, snatching the blade from behind his back, rushed forward, exclaiming that he knew perfectly well that Roy was incredibly strong. Roy opened his eyes wide so as not to miss a single move of the gunsmith, because his style could be confusing if you missed any detail. Roy clearly saw Harry running towards him, holding a sword in his hands, but he did not let himself be deceived, understanding perfectly well that it would definitely not be limited to the sword. For the first couple of seconds, Roy tried to come up with some kind of tactic to counter the strange warrior, but in the end, he limited himself to the decision to give it his all. Intercepting the spear and timing the moment, Roy swung it and, using all his strength, struck across the attack of his opponent. Harry tried to block Roy's spear strike, but his sword, being a very ordinary weapon, shattered into pieces as soon as it touched the shaft. Realizing that the attack had failed and that he would no longer be able to block the spearman's blow, Harry arched his back and, standing on his hands, dodged. Realizing that he was now at a huge disadvantage, Harry acrobatically flipped through the air to quickly close the gap. Realizing that the gunsmith had thrown the weapon away almost immediately, allowing him to jump back, Roy, realizing that he couldn't give the enemy a break, rushed forward. However, he slowed down when he saw a whole wall of arrows approaching him, clearly aimed at piercing the spearman through and through. Looking down, Roy saw that Harry had managed to draw his bow in a split second and fire a whole cloud of arrows at his enemy. Having grabbed the spear more comfortably, Roy got into a stance and aimed properly in order to deal with all the arrows in one high-quality move. Swinging his weapon with incredible speed, Roy spun the spear to deflect every arrow that flew at him in just one go. Seeing how skillfully his opponent dealt with the long-range attack, Harry laughed and happily noted how much he was amazed by Roy's skill. Having dealt with each arrow without much trouble, Roy moved his spear to his back to give himself some room to maneuver as Harry complemented his weapon. The gunsmith threw the now useless bow and arrows aside and, grinning, asked if Roy would really tell about his interesting spear if he was defeated. The spearman rushed forward and swung his weapon down, aiming for the head, declaring that he would definitely tell. And Harry, drawing his twin blades, blocked the blow. Smirking and not giving his opponent a chance to make a difficult maneuver, Roy noted that in order to get such information, Harry would first need to defeat him. Holding back the boy's pressure, Harry was also grinning, completely overcome with pleasure from such an exciting fight, and therefore said that he would do his best. Having uncoupled their weapons, each of the guys took a step back, and then rushed forward attacking the enemy, causing the swords and spear to clash again. But both warriors remained unwounded. Roy didn't allow himself to lose concentration, and watched Harry's every move to see if he decided to change weapons. Turning around as he ran and grabbing his swords, the master armorer laughed happily, pleased with the battle, and, standing in a stance, noted that Roy was incredibly cool. Continuing to fight without a single thought about the possibility of defeat, Roy repelled attack after attack, noticing that he felt something strange. As Roy parried another attack, he thought about how Harry had no qualms about using techniques that could be considered a violation of the rules. He also fought with such enthusiasm that it was impossible to believe that he was fighting, trying to defeat his opponent, because he even managed to hum some melody under his breath. The guy seemed completely unconcerned by the laughter coming from the stands, or the fact that Roy was fending off all of his tricks without much difficulty. At one point, having repelled each other's attacks, the boys hit so hard that the shockwave pushed them in different directions of the arena, and Roy raised his head. Straightening up, Roy shrugged his shoulder, and then asked Harry if he really didn't want to defeat him, to which the armorer asked in bewilderment why Roy even thought that. Harry said that he was trying very hard, because he had a question for the spearman, to which Roy asked why he didn't feel the desire to win from the guy, which had hurt the enemy. Confused by what he heard, Harry raised his hands and shook his head, claiming that he didn't understand what Roy was talking about, since he was trying so hard to win. And then, to Roy's bewilderment, he added that he wouldn't be upset if he suddenly lost this fight, and smiled enthusiastically at his opponent. Roy didn't understand what he meant, and Harry said that he would try to win anyway. And the spearman noted that the others did not approve of his methods, although Harry didn't care. Pointing his thumb at himself with satisfaction and smirking, Harry happily noted that his importance would not diminish just because others scolded him. This reaction was a bit unexpected for the guy, because it was difficult for him to realize that a person could so easily ignore other people's opinions. Roy grinned in satisfaction at his opponent's answer, thinking that Harry's answer had made the spearman even more interested. To Harry's surprise, Roy twisted his spear and, bringing it to Cabeces, began to push the spear inside, putting it into the bottomless pouch. Roy moved his hand inside Cabeces and found what he was looking for, and pulled out his old spear, twisting it to get used to its lightness. Looking up at Harry, who was still confused, Roy smiled and said that he hoped the boy would not regard this act as arrogance. Roy remembered watching another lecture by Buddha, where the Ascended One talked about how the world they lived in was not nearly as beautiful as everyone thought. Propping his cheek with his fist, the boy listened with interest as the sage spoke of his injustice and the terrifying phenomena that filled the world. Buddha noted that even the forces of nature, which are the original forces of the universe, force man to drop out if he does not have sufficient strength. And only now, being in this battle arena, Roy, to his surprise, understood what Buddha meant when he said that people have to push themselves. Standing in front of his rival, who had just said that he didn't care about other people's opinions, the guy heard the voice of the great philosopher as if he was standing next to him. And it was the gunsmith's words that reminded the boy of the sage's question about the last time the boy had allowed himself to free himself from these cruel thoughts. Closing his eyes, the guy stopped hearing the hum and exclamations of the crowd of spectators, and felt as if he was standing in a clearing blown by a light wind. He felt as if he was right in front of the tree under which Buddha was meditating, and sensed the presence of the great sage. And, meditating peacefully, God asked his disciple, whose spirit was filled with inspiration, whether he had left all his thoughts behind, looking at the world from a different angle. And as the corners of his lips twitched into a slight smile, Buddha promised to tell his disciples about how he had served hard in the dimension called Earth. The sage said that this story happened in those distant times when he still bore the mortal name of Siddhartha Gautama, had not yet received the title of Buddha, and lived as a simple monk. One day, while out for a walk, Siddhartha noticed how children from a neighboring village were having a small running competition among themselves. He watched with interest as someone, breathing heavily, tried to catch up with their rivals, while someone, laughing joyfully, rushed forward. Siddhartha sat down on the ground, crossing his legs, and wondered why the children, after finishing a competition, began it again. And in addition to the fact that the children continued to compete, the monk was surprised by the behavior of the boy who lost time after time, but still participated. And despite his own defeats and the impossibility of winning even one race, the boy, amazing Siddhartha, continued to smile. When the next race was over, the monk stood up and approached the boy, wanting to ask him why he was so happy if he had never been able to win. Smiling joyfully and warmly, the man who was to ascend to godhood asked the boy why he continued to run. The innocent child glanced at his comrades, turned to the man, and with a never-fading smile on his face, replied that he liked it. Looking at his interlocutor with bewilderment, the sage asked how he could like running, since it was so hard, and the boy happily replied that he could switch to a walk for a short while. Roy, still feeling himself in this illusory world, listened to the story of Buddha and carefully followed what the teacher showed him. Siddhartha pointed out that he was constantly being overtaken, and the boy became indignant, pointing out to the man that his finish was different from the others. The uncomprehending monk pointed to the tree where the boy's race ended and asked what about the finish line where the boys finished the race. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy calmly said that for some, this tree might be the finish line, but for him, it was just a passing point. The boy smiled happily, and Siddhartha, sincerely not understanding the meaning of what the boy said, was amazed at how smart he was beyond his years. Leaving the amazed monk, the child ran off to play with his friends, while the man watched him with a thoughtful look. The Buddha said that this boy kept coming back to the tree time after time, without improving his results at all. And to Roy's surprise, who was imbued with the teacher's truth, he added that many years later the monk heard the news that this boy had won the biggest running competition. Up until this point, Siddhartha had been building his ideal tower of life for a long time and persistently. But after talking with the boy, the enlightened one realized that it did not have to be perfect. He realized that the tower of his ideal life could even be allowed to collapse, and he was amazed that he had never thought about this before. Opening his eyes and returning his mind and soul back to the arena where the boy stood opposite the master gunsmith, he realized that the little boy had given the monk a great insight. Roy thought about how he had worked tirelessly for months, straining his body to the point of exhaustion, in order not to be eliminated. He felt that natural selection was about to devour him, and so he worked hard to keep himself from getting lost in this life. And working hard, the guy thought that in his rapid progress he was in no way inferior to anyone else. However, it was only now that he realized that the further he went in his efforts, the more clearly he became fixated on the Transcendent Academy. The guy was just overcome with pressure and doubt, and also with the complete certainty that he had to try even harder to stay afloat. He continued to push himself to the extreme, trying his best not to be weeded out and left behind by anyone else. And each time, the guy only felt his despair more clearly, with which he continued to bring his body to exhaustion. It was only when he heard Harry say he didn't care what anyone else thought, and when he remembered the boy saying his finish was different from the others, that Roy realized his mistake. Roy felt like his huge, slender tower of life, which he tried to bring to perfection, was collapsing because of the words of these guys. He felt his spirit lighten with the knowledge that he could leave the disturbing thoughts of the cruelty of this world behind him. He felt his mind truly free from the shackles of the heavy realities of his own difficult life. The time Roy listened to Buddha's lecture, he did not understand what exactly his teacher was talking about. But today, the meaning of what he was saying finally dawned on him. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the handle of his spear with all his might, realizing how much he had missed by not realizing it in time. And it was for this reason that the guy stopped striving for victory at any cost, realizing that the most important thing was not the result and the process. And that is why he put away his spear. Noticing that the boy had swapped his very powerful weapon for something else that looked like a training weapon, Harry wondered why Roy had done that. Taking a step towards his opponent, Roy smiled at him and asked him not to consider his action a sign of arrogance, because the reason for this was completely different. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Harry said that he didn't think so at all, but he sincerely didn't understand why Roy decided to do this. The weaponsmith said that with the spear he used, Roy would absolutely be able to win. And the boy frowned. He understood perfectly well that with the spear of Longinus, his victory was inevitable, because he should have simply stopped all of Harry's actions. Roy sighed heavily and thought that he still wanted to win. And besides, he understood perfectly well that winning with the help of equipment also required skills. Shrugging and smiling at his opponent, Roy noted that Harry himself had said that his importance would not diminish because others scolded him. Grinning and throwing the old spear over his shoulder, the boy smiled and said that he would express the opposite thought, stating that his importance would not increase from the fact that others praised him. Roy grinned enthusiastically and said that he did not want other people's praise or depend on it, and would determine his own worth. Hearing the words of his opponent, Harry froze, trying to fully comprehend what the spearman had just told him. And then, his eyes widening in surprise, he quietly said that Roy was even better than he had imagined, and was inspired by his rival's noble deed. Raising his hand to his chest, Harry touched the straps and began to unclasp them, causing his spear to begin to fall to the ground. Harry also threw off his scabbard and unfastened the strap of his shield, causing all the weapons he owned to fall to the ground at his feet. Having chosen only one weapon, Harry weighed it in his hand and twisted it to get a more comfortable grip, after which he asked Roy not to take his actions the wrong way either. Getting into a fighting stance with the dagger in his hand, Harry smirked, claiming that this was the only thing he had learned from his mentor. Roy, smiling contentedly, said that he hadn't even thought of perceiving what was happening in any way wrong, and Harry smiled back. And just a second later, both talented participants rushed towards each other, clashing in such a thrilling fight that the shards of the arena flew in different directions. Looking into each other's eyes with excitement and smiles from how much they enjoyed this fight, both guys said that winning was the most important thing for them. Holding his spear tightly, Roy kept a close eye on his opponent's gaze, not wanting to miss a single movement or maneuver. In turn, Harry, holding the blade so as not to allow Roy's spear to break through his defense, tried to think of how he should attack now. And at the same time, he smiled enthusiastically, unable to contain the joy he felt from fighting such a stunning opponent. Suddenly, Roy noticed Harry shift his grip on his blade, abruptly changing his stance to throw his opponent off balance. And then, swinging his blade, the boy deflected Roy's spear, forcing him open for a follow-up attack, and Harry ducked forward, intending to strike. And even though Roy knew his defense was likely to be breached now, he smiled as he watched his opponent prepare to launch his lightning attack. The gunsmith grinned contentedly as he swung his blade quickly, delivering lightning-fast stabbing blows and forcing his opponent to defend himself. The boy was able to block some of the attacks, but others hit their target, leaving small scratches on his body, which Roy nevertheless clearly felt. Twisting the spear, Roy tried to block the blows, but each time the blade reached its target, the guy happily admitted that it was quite difficult for him to fight. Harry, in a fit of fighting spirit, swung the dagger, and Roy thought that if he had the spear of Longinus in his hands, he would have easily parried it. But now it was a danger to him. Having barely managed to repel such a powerful attack, Roy tried to analyze Harry's fighting style in its entirety in order to come up with the best tactics. Even armed with just one dagger and without his entire arsenal, Harry seemed to move much faster, which presented some difficulties. At one point, Harry showed maximum cunning and grabbed the shaft of Roy's spear, moving it aside and attacking the guy with a thrusting blow. Realizing that he was unable to snatch his spear from his opponent's hands, Roy threw his free hand forward, exposing it to a thrusting blow. The dagger sank into Roy's wrist, blood spurting out as Roy grabbed his spear and pushed away from the boy, tearing his arm free and breaking the distance. Not expecting such a reception, Harry slightly lost his balance and flew to the side, trying to stay on his feet and not take his eyes off Roy. Even though his hand was bleeding, Roy was pleased to note that once he accepted the possibility of losing, his body felt much lighter. Roy jumped up and rushed towards Harry, who, crouching to the ground, rushed at the enemy with the intention of strengthening his dominance in the fight. And Roy, planning to defend himself from the dangerous attack with a blade, thought that he would not be upset if he lost, but for the sake of victory, he would give his all. Getting within striking distance, Roy swung his spear, but Harry jumped over it, forcing Roy to admit that the boy had not lied when he said that the dagger was his weapon of choice. Suddenly, Roy heard Harry ominously remark in his ear that it was too early for him to be surprised, and he felt danger. Trusting his sixth sense, Roy ducked just as Harry, turning in midair, swung his blade to take his opponent's head off. Roy tried to catch the boy as he landed, but when the spearman launched his mighty attack, ripping rocks out of the ground, Harry dodged it without any problems. Due to how powerful the impact was, Roy kicked up a cloud of dust, making it difficult for him to navigate his surroundings. Trying to spot his opponent in the dust surrounding the spearman, Roy rubbed his eyes and noticed something that made him wonder. The guy noticed that Harry, quickly moving in the dust that had risen into the air, suddenly began to melt right in the air for some reason. And when the guy tried to attack in the direction where he had last seen the dagger master, he was surprised to discover that Harry was no longer there. Looking around warily in a stance where the boy was ready to defend himself from a sudden attack, Roy thought about the possibility that Harry might have a concealment technique. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, Roy turned around, but all he saw was the dust twitching following the gunsmith's sharp movement. The guy decided that if Harry had such a skill, he clearly hadn't honed it to perfection, because Roy noticed his presence, although the gunsmith slipped out of sight. Deciding that this was Harry's very last trick, Roy shifted his grip on the spear and began to infuse it with mana to use his most powerful move. However, Roy suddenly remembered how the boy had tricked Broodver into thinking that the axe was his main weapon, and then he remembered how the gunsmith forced Roy to break distance with him in order to use his bow and shoot the enemy from afar. And now, having properly assessed the situation, Roy felt something strange when he remembered how he saw Harry's silhouette melting into the dust. Roy's eyes widened in sudden realization as he realized that he could do exactly what the master weaponsmith wanted to see from his opponent. Having stopped feeding the spear with mana, Roy looked around once more, trying to catch the movements of the guy armed with a deadly dagger. His gaze was filled with anxiety, and his thoughts were confused when he realized that this fight was far from as easy as he had initially imagined it to be. Roy shook his head and began to look around, holding his spear tightly and wondering if he was even going to do the right thing. Much to Roy's chagrin, he had to admit that watching Harry's rather frivolous fighting style made Roy fully aware of how limited his own style was. Roy suddenly felt someone else's presence next to him. And then he heard the voice of the greatest wizard in human history. Standing calmly and proudly, Merlin explained to his student that learning was indeed a wonderful thing, but if it became a habit, it would become a barrier to self-expression. He pointed out that learning was about gaining knowledge from someone else, and then asked how long Roy could continue to think he was doing a good job if he was only using other people's knowledge. Roy closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then decided that he would not use Merlin's mana, but would only use his own magical energy. Roy listened to his teacher and decided that he could not continue to use only other people's skills, and therefore he would use his own method. Merlin said that all knowledge gains should not be a basis, but only a means for self-expression of the one who uses it. Concentrating his mana, Roy did not use Merlin's dry theory, but used his knowledge, Chiron's sense of touch, Xiang Yu's incredible strength, and Buddha's ataraxia. Roy was determined that he would no longer obediently use other people's skills, but would create something that would be his own skill alone. The guy used all the energy of his spirit, all the strength of his body, and all the sensations that filled his mind. And he decided to combine all the advantages he had in order to create his most powerful technique right now, while in battle with an incredibly difficult opponent. Seeing Roy's training spear glow, the spectators gaped in shock, not believing that he was able to awaken the Aura Blade technique in this fight. And even Aura couldn't hide her surprise when she saw how her student was able to implement such a complex technique without her help. People claimed that even hunters who had dedicated decades of training were hardly capable of such a thing. But Roy managed to accomplish something like this while being a simple student. Standing in the middle of the arena with his mind focused, Roy didn't waste his skill, trying to catch his opponent where he couldn't see him. He was waiting for that very opportune moment when Harry would expose himself and give away his position so that Roy could use his new skill most effectively. And just at that very moment when the right opportunity presented itself, Roy used all his reflexes to react. He turned around in an instant and saw Harry approaching the spearman with a surprised look, trying to attack him but being surprised by his sudden reaction. And the moment Harry emerged from his disguise, Roy lunged forward with a spear imbued with the magical energy of the spearman, and this swing was so powerful that, without reaching the dagger master's flesh, it stopped his attack, striking him with an incredibly powerful stream of wind. Realizing that he had managed to catch his cunning opponent, Roy grinned contentedly, showing that he had won this battle after all. In turn, Harry, smiling, could not move, because the tip of his opponent's spear was pressed against his throat, and the dagger crumbled into pieces. And it was now, when Harry had lost his last weapon, that he smiled, admitting that he had lost to the one he had so dreamed of fighting. At the same time, information reached Kalia, who was peacefully drinking tea in her room, that Roy had won the training exam. Chuckling and shrugging, the young man took another sip of his exquisite tea, noting that he had expected this outcome to some extent. Having finished his drink, Kalia slowly placed the cup back on the table, and then turned to the novice again, asking if he had managed to detect the distortion. The man swallowed and said that he had seen the distortion with his own eyes, but was not at all sure that it could be called that. And Kalia asked him what he meant. The man replied that they noticed that during their battle, Roy suddenly changed weapons and then used the aura blade. And Kalia's eyes widened in surprise. Sighing at the sheer volume of work ahead, Kalia stood up from his seat and told the acolyte to continue watching Roy while he reported everything to the apostle. And then he froze when the man suddenly allowed himself to ask a question about the reason why they should resort to such measures. Kalia turned to the novice and calmly asked what exactly he meant, to which the man, nervously, explained that he agreed that Roy should be taken a closer look. But after the recent events, the country's leadership began an investigation, and this became a hindrance to their plans, and therefore they must stop monitoring Roy. To which Kalia cried out. He had interrupted the novice at the very moment when he was trying to ask what exactly the Apostle of Temperance had told him, and now Kalia was looking angrily at the man. Seeing his leader's anger, the man first tried to resist it, but then he became agitated and, realizing that he had said too much, swallowed. Looking down at the floor, the novice asked the Apostle of Chastity for forgiveness for his insolence, while Kalia glared at him indignantly. And when the man left, Kalia, looking gloomily out the window and crossing her arms over her chest, remembered how the meeting with the Apostle of Temperance went. His master said that he had heard about a distortion appearing in one of the major cities, and asked Kalia if he knew anything about it. Kalia confirmed the information that the apostle had, and noted that a certain student named Roy had already dealt with the distortion. That day, Kalia, looking into the frightening gaze of the Apostle of Chastity, thought about the fact that the man knew very well all the details of what had happened with the distortion. But for some reason, the apostle still asked who exactly had dealt with him, and then also demanded that Kalia keep an eye on this student. Looking up at the master, Kalia first tried to gather his strength to ask the question of interest, and then, nevertheless, clarified whether he could find out the reason for such an order. But at that very moment, the apostle cast an indignant glance at the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, which made Kalia feel tense. And just a second later, the young man felt how the unimaginable force of his master's angry aura pinned him to the ground. With just one glance, causing Kalia to fall to the ground from the weight, the man noted that Kalia was one of the most trusted successors of the Apostle of Chastity. And then, when the young man had already begun to lose the ability to breathe, he added that this fact did not give the young man the right to consider himself a full-fledged apostle. Trying to force the words out, Kalia asked for forgiveness through incredible difficulty, and the Apostle of Temperance released the pressure, passing by the kneeling youth. Kalia felt a genuine and incomparable fear of the master, and it intensified even more when the apostle added that it was not his will. Rising, Kalia again allowed himself to be impudent and asked the apostle what exactly he meant by claiming that it was not his will. Without taking his frightened gaze off the master, Kalia thought that the Apostle of Abstinence was not just one of the 7 apostles, but also the most important one in the entire order of truth. Nodding affirmatively, the man noted that before this, Kalia had to do everything herself without the support of the elders, and therefore he could consider his order a favor. Remembering that day, the young man nervously bit his nails, trying to understand who was so powerful that he would use the Apostle of Temperance as a messenger to convey orders. And then, realizing that he knew only one person who was capable of such a thing, Kalia gnawed through his finger, leaving a large wound on it. At the same time, The people who had observed the training exam were wandering off to their homes, discussing with interest what they had seen. Finding Roy after the final stage of the exam, Aura, of course, congratulated him on his victory, but noted that she noticed that he was becoming more and more like a monster. Roy chuckled at the girl's words and only laughed at such a theory, while Aura noted that anyone who looked at him would think exactly the same thing about him. She pointed out the fact that Roy, as a student, managed to use the Aura Blade technique and asked where he managed to learn it, to which the guy said that he was just lucky. Indignantly complaining that the guy was making excuses again, the girl asked where he was going now, and Roy replied that he needed to meet someone. Raising her eyebrows with curiosity, the girl asked who he had an appointment with. But the answer was not long in coming, because Harry was already running to his friends in his full uniform. Hearing a bunch of voices behind her, offering as many pleasant conditions as possible, Aura turned around and saw that Harry was being lured to the academy with all his might. And although Roy knew very well that Harry would definitely be approached with offers to enter the academy, Roy was surprised that the boy refused with all his might. However, Roy was not so much worried about Harry being invited to their place, but rather the fact that they wanted to meet alone after the fight to talk. And completely unexpectedly for the academy managers, Harry disappeared and in the same instant appeared behind Roy, screaming that he was going to Dream Academy. And at the same moment, he indignantly asked if they were satisfied with his answer. Absolutely all the eyes turned to him, including Aura and Roy, and in them, there was only surprise. Having screamed that he would not change his decision, the guy pulled Roy along with him, urging him to run. And after a few minutes, the manager finally lost them. Seeing them run the other way, Aura said they had broken away while Roy tried to catch his breath and Harry scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Turning angrily to Harry, Roy indignantly asked him what he was thinking when he said such a thing. And Harry raised his hands in a conciliatory manner. Harry tried to justify himself by claiming that he couldn't get rid of them, so he blurted it out, although his words were by no means an unfounded statement. Roy frowned and reminded him that the boy had claimed he wasn't going to the academy, and Harry pointed out that he hadn't said he wasn't going to the same academy as Roy. Hearing the strange logic the master gunsmith was using and the strange way he was asking the question, Roy froze, trying to figure out how to respond. Roy thought that he couldn't express his unwillingness to study with Harry, because then Aura wouldn't take him. And the guy didn't want to pressure her like the great swordsman. Deciding that they would definitely discuss this difficult issue later, Roy decided to remind his former opponent that he had promised him something. Not intending to deny it, Harry nodded affirmatively and proudly, letting Roy know that he remembered very well his promise made before their fight. The first thing Roy did was to deal with the most pressing and important questions, and so he asked who the man Harry had called his teacher was. Hearing what his new friend had decided to ask first, Harry sighed slightly sadly and closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts. And then he sighed firmly, gathering his courage and preparing to answer the question he had kept secret for so long. Harry's eyes flashed, and he looked firmly into the spearman's eyes, and he boldly and without hesitation declared that he himself did not know who his teacher was. And although the gunsmith was clearly pleased that he was able to answer the question directly without beating around the bush, Roy looked at him with genuine incomprehension. Deciding that Harry was just laughing at him, Roy became genuinely angry and indignantly noted that he would now beat the answers out of the guy himself. But he raised his palms in a conciliatory manner. Concerned by the sudden change in his new friend's behavior, Harry tried to justify himself and say that he was not lying and really did not know who he was. Having caught the gunsmith making excuses, Roy noted that he himself had said that he had learned how to use a dagger from his teacher, and had also said that he was an unimaginable strong man. Harry awkwardly scratched the back of his head and stumbled slightly in his attempt to explain himself, but explained that he had not taught him personally, as Harry had simply observed. And then, shrugging his shoulders, Harry said bluntly that no one had ever taught him, and that he was a real loner. Harry thought back to how he had lived and trained in the past, and how he had first encountered the concept of a loner, although he knew he was no ordinary loner. Unlike those who had neither the money nor the talent to enter the academy, Harry was deprived of neither. Harry simply had no desire to get involved with anyone, and therefore decided not to enroll in the academy and study completely on his own in the mountains. The guy told how he once got to his favorite place for training, but suddenly felt someone's presence. In his favorite clearing, the future master gunsmith once discovered a strange man lying right on the grass. Approaching the stranger and starting to shake him out of concern that the man might be hurt, Harry tried to get at least some kind of reaction. Telling the story to Roy, who was not hiding his frown, Harry noted that that day was the day they first met the teacher. The first day of meeting the wounded man who was supposed to turn Harry into the very warrior who would defeat the most famous students in the country in the future. Falling to the ground next to the man, Harry tried to feel his pulse and assess his general well-being, but it was clear that something was wrong with him. As Harry examined the stranger's body, he suddenly, to his own horror, felt his fingers becoming covered in liquid, and, raising his hand from the man's lower back, he saw blood on it. Realizing that the wound was truly serious, Harry realized that he could not delay any longer, and, picking up the man, decided to carry him to a safe place. The guy was about to take the wounded man to the hospital so that he could receive help, but the man suddenly wheezed and said in a weak voice that it was impossible to go down. Harry was surprised that the stranger was actually conscious, and then tried to convince him that he needed medical help. But the man shook his head. It was clearly hard for him. But the man repeated his statement, insisting that it was impossible to go down the mountain, and his words radiated such despair that Harry had to agree. With no better alternative, Harry wondered what he should do and decided to take the man to a familiar abandoned house, intending to treat him there. The guy wasn't a professional doctor or anything like that, so he was worried that the medicine he had prepared wouldn't help the man. However, Harry still gave the man medication, bandaged his wounds, fed him, and generally took care of him as best he could. And if at first the man was in a truly deplorable state and could die at any moment, then over time he slowly began to gain strength. One day, while making his way to an abandoned house with a backpack filled with medicine and food, the guy was talking about how he had been nursing a stranger for a whole month. The guy noticed that during this entire month, the man lay motionless, and Harry was afraid that he would die at any moment. But now he sincerely hoped that he would be able to open his eyes. But when the guy almost reached the house, he saw a whole crowd of men in robes and with weapons standing near it, and his new acquaintance was standing straight, talking to them. Harry hid behind a tree and began to eavesdrop while the man was surprised that one of the warriors came personally for a dying old man. The leader of the warriors asked who nursed the old man back to health, and the man replied that it was none of a man's business, to which he chuckled sarcastically. And while Harry was thinking about what was going on here and how dangerous the situation was, the man asked the old man if they were talking about the boy who was hiding behind the tree. In response to this, the old man waved his hand slightly, and there was a short scream mixed with the terrifying sound of flesh being cut. And Harry, looking out, saw a head flying into the air. Realizing that his savior might be in danger, the old man began to move between the warriors with incredible speed, striking them with his attacks again and again. If Harry had managed to get a better look at him, he would have seen that the man, whose gaze reflected the thirst for murder, was armed with a terrible dagger and was masterfully wielding it. In just a few moments, the man killed several warriors at once, and the rest, not having time to react, stared at him in amazement. Enraged by what had happened, the swordsman rushed at the man in a crowd, wanting at least one of the killers to reach his target. Remembering that incident, Harry couldn't help but feel his hands tremble, as he was still amazed at what that man had done to the warriors. Trying to suppress a shudder, Harry folded his arms and paused to note that he had never seen anyone move so skillfully in his life before that day. One of the warriors that day cried out that what had happened here was completely unplanned, because his face showed a terrible wound across his eye. Of all those present in the clearing at the beginning of the conversation, only this man and the old man, who was looking gloomily at his opponent, remained standing on their feet. The man reminded his enemy, surrounded by the corpses of the killers, that they had forgotten that they were unable to see him, and then turned to Harry and ordered him to get out as quickly as possible. The man told Harry to never come back to that mountain again. And then there was a flash and Harry closed his eyes. And when the guy opened them, the old man was no longer in front of him. Unlike the pile of corpses that just a couple of minutes ago were alive and dangerous killers. Realizing that this place could be dangerous and that other killers could come here, Harry decided to collect all his trophies and weapons and leave as quickly as possible. However, when the boy examined the house where he was caring for the old man, To his surprise, he discovered a book that the man had left behind in a hurry. Without looking inside, Harry threw it into his backpack and walked away from the mountain, hoping to return the man's things someday. The boy told Roy and Aura that he still hoped to return the book to the old man. But unfortunately, they have never met since then. Aura thought about it curiously, and Roy, crossing his arms, asked why Harry considered the man a teacher if he had taught him absolutely nothing. The guy felt awkward and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, noting that he had read in this book about the techniques of wielding a blade and using concealment techniques. Harry noted that this was why his teacher didn't know he had a student, and then exclaimed that he knew perfectly well that it was hard to believe, but he told the absolute truth. Frowning, Roy thought about everything he had heard and came to the conclusion that his fears were unfounded and Harry was clearly not a student at the Transcendent Academy. Roy was only more convinced that Harry was not lying to him when he pressed his hand to his chest, closed his eyes, and solemnly declared that he swears to heaven that everything he said is true. Roy sighed and asked if he really didn't know who his teacher was at all. And Harry replied that he was hoping to see him at the exam, and only now did Aura call out to the boys. Having drawn their attention to herself, the girl cleared her throat and stated that perhaps Harry was referring to the man nicknamed Dark Star, which caused confusion in the armorer. Aura noted that Dark Star, along with the Devil and the Great Swordsman, is one of the 5 strongest and most legendary heroes in the country, although little is known about him. The girl said that he was called a genius of secret murders, and nothing was known about him precisely because of his stealth skills. But Roy assumed that Aura, being Guy's granddaughter, knew the old man. Aura revealed that she had seen Dark Star a couple of times as a child when he came to visit the Great Swordsman, though they always fought, and Harry watched their conversation in amazement. Roy asked Aura to contact her grandfather and ask about Harry's book, since he might recognize his old comrade's technique. But the gunsmith asked in confusion which grandfather they were talking about. The next day, while in the Academy's training room, Roy looked at his phone with great displeasure. The guy wanted to get some interesting equipment, but he saw that a replica of Odin's mythical spear called Gungnir had become worth as much as 500,000. After the day, Roy quickly received $1 million for excellent marks at the tournament, although the prize for the last stage still had to wait, and the guy also remembered the conversation with Harry. The guy almost jumped out of his pants when he found out that the head of the Dream Academy, where Roy is listed, is the granddaughter of the Great Swordsman, and begged her to help in the search. Aura said that she would call her grandfather, and made an appointment for them to meet the next day. And Harry promised to definitely come, addressing Aura as you for some reason. While Roy waited for the others, the boy decided to pay for his pass at the Academy of Transcendence, and was surprised to find that his progress in the courses had increased. The guy thought about the fact that progress is counted even when the pass is not valid. And then he saw that the Chiron course was completed 100%. Roy felt something strange when he read that for completing Chiron's introductory course, the boy received a skill called Bone Realignment. Realizing that he had already completed the second course, Roy exclaimed joyfully, realizing how much progress he had made. Trying to feel the changes in his body that came from the new skill, Roy stood in different positions, never ceasing to rejoice. But then he stopped exclaiming and frowned, rereading about the acquired skill and making sure that he had not imagined it. And then, having made sure that he had read everything correctly, Roy began to think about what had changed in him, because he didn't feel anything like that. Roy thought about how after completing Xiang Yu's course, the guy felt his body overflowing with power. And in the novels he read that changing the skeleton almost helps one to be reborn. The guy scratched his head and thought that he needed to read less science fiction, and then shrugged, noting that he had finished the course anyway. And when the guy thought that in any case he should continue to deal with the Academy, he felt something dangerous behind his back. Roy turned around sharply, trying to see what exactly was causing such an uncomfortable feeling, but he saw absolutely nothing. Frowning and looking around, Roy tried to figure out why he felt such an unpleasant chill if there was nothing in the room. Roy continued to look around, noting that the sensation was similar to having a blade pressed to his throat. And then he heard a voice expressing surprise at the spearman's reaction. The boy instantly pulled out his spear, looking around warily as the voice thoughtfully mused that the boy clearly couldn't see him, and therefore he might have an innate sense. He asked not to take him with hostility, because he had not come at all to kill the guy, And Roy, tightly clutching the spear, asked who was talking to him. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, and Roy heard a voice say that the spearman had proven to be a tough opponent for the boy. And the boy himself raised his eyebrows in amazement. Seeing a man with gray hair and a scar on his face in front of him, Roy asked if this man was the same Dark Star. With his hands behind his back, the man walked towards the spearman, who continued to hold the spear tightly in his hands, still fearing the intruder. Roy, of course, understood who this man was, but the guy still couldn't bring himself to put away his weapon, because the man was a professional killer. The old man noted that Roy was smart enough to immediately understand who his gray-haired guest was, and then added that he still couldn't understand how the guy sensed him. At first, the guy himself didn't understand. But then, when he realized that it was probably due to the restructuring of the bones, the guy, worried, said that he himself would like to know this. Roy thought that it was more a kind of extrasensory perception rather than a bone restructuring, and, raising his spear, asked if the man had come because of Harry, and he replied that this was one of the reasons. The guy noted that he knew that the old man had left the book for Harry on purpose, and the killer noted that the guy should have kept quiet. And Roy said that Harry didn't understand anything at all. The man sighed and said that Harry was indeed a bit stupid. And Roy noted that the guy was on his way here now. And the killer said that he had hoped for more time. Roy asked again what exactly the man meant. And Darkstar grumbled that he would have met the apprentice long ago if he had wanted to. He also noted that this was one of the reasons he had come, and then asked how Roy was connected to the Order of Truth, and the guy shrugged and said that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. And then the spearman added that he once had to meet Kalia, and the old man frowned, thinking about what he heard from the guy. Looking up and once again clasping one hand behind his back with the other, Nightstar said that he had been following the Order of Truth for a long time, which caused Roy to be puzzled. The boy asked directly why the legendary killer was monitoring the Union, which for many is a light of hope, and the old man said that he did not trust them. The man said that he knew very well that most people knew the Order as the heroes of humanity, and then asked if Roy knew about the berserker giant that the Order had defeated. Roy nodded affirmatively, indicating that he knew the story, and then asked why he was asking. And the killer sighed, trying to find his words. Opening his eyes and looking into Roy's eyes, the man sighed heavily again, and said that the berserker giant had never been defeated by anyone. Roy asked how this could be, since everyone knew very well that the Great Voice and his 7 apostles had destroyed the monster, thus marking the end of the great disaster. Without ceasing to frown, the man said that it was impossible to kill him. And as proof of this, there was not only no corpse, but not even a photo or video of it, which was too unnatural. The man added that none of this was there for only one reason. Because when the berserker giant did not die, but simply evaporated on the spot, and Roy was amazed at what he heard. Roy asked why everyone thought the Order of Truth had killed the beast. And Darkstar replied that the Great Voice had clearly done something to it, but had definitely not killed it. And although the man was calm, he clearly hid a little anxiety when he said that at first he only had slight doubts. But a few years ago, he was convinced that he was right. The man said that a strange incident had occurred, and then corrected himself, noting that it was difficult to call it an accident, and asking if Roy had ever wondered why the seat of the Apostle of Chastity was empty. Roy replied thoughtfully that the Order had claimed that the Apostle of Chastity had died of old age. But the old man noted that he had disappeared in the same way that the berserker giant had once evaporated. Darkstar even chuckled, thinking that people really believed in natural death, drawing Roy's attention to the fact that the apostles were the same age, but only he died. It was because of the disappearance of the Apostle of Chastity that the man began to dig, and found out that they had rigged the rift of the 10th level dungeon. And the reason for this was Roy. Roy asked in shock why the Order needed him, and the man replied that he did not know the exact reason, but knew that the Order was watching him, and also wanted to kill the man for revealing this fact. Still not understanding how he could have been targeted by the Order, Roy asked why Darkstar had told him this, and the old man replied that he had a favor to ask. Turning to the spearman, Darkstar asked bluntly if he could take care of his apprentice for him, which surprised Roy even more. Roy didn't immediately understand who exactly the man was talking about, and then clarified if he meant Harry, and the old man nodded, noting that he couldn't keep an eye on him while he was a target of the Order. The man said that the Order had the ability to see the consequences of the target's actions, and needed an intermediary so as not to interact with Harry directly. However, Roy was indignant, because it turned out that if Darkstar was being followed, then he would leave his mark on the spearman himself with this conversation. The man replied that Roy, for some reason, was an exception to the rule, and they would not be able to see him with their magic, and therefore they would consider the guy's actions to be his own. Hearing a completely logical explanation, Roy scratched the back of his head and thought, and then asked why the Order couldn't track him with magic. The man replied that he had no idea, since he had been able to free himself from their gaze, finding himself one step away from self-forgetfulness. But how Roy had done it was also a mystery to him. Frowning and turning to the side, Roy wondered if it might have something to do with the fact that there was no information about him at the Transcendent Academy. The man interrupted his thoughts and pulled something out of his robe, then handed the strange book to Roy, asking him to give it to Harry and noting that they had little time. The man said that on the day he and Harry last saw each other, he had only managed to write down the techniques of using a dagger and concealment in a hurry. But in this book, everything was much more detailed. Roy asked why there was such trust, and the man replied that he could only trust those who could not be monitored with magic. And then the man added that he understood perfectly well that you can't ask for something for nothing. And so he took out the second book, intending to give it to Roy as payment for his help. The man, closing his eyes, said seriously and with a hint of mystery that his other teachings were written there, which might be useful to him. But Roy refused. The man froze in place when he heard the spearman say that he was not interested in something like that, and therefore asked for something else. The man did not understand how one could refuse knowledge that others would tear each other's throats out for, and asked what Roy wanted. Roy grinned and noted that it would be very useful to him if the killer paid him money once in a while. Hearing what exactly the spearman asked for, Darkstar froze in place, looking at the boy with incomprehension and disbelief in his eyes. The killer tried to understand whether the guy really asked the great hero for just money, and Roy said that he would not do anything without payment. Sighing and calming his bewilderment, the man asked how much Roy needed, and the guy, smiling, said that it was only 3 million. The old man cried out in indignation, calling the guy a real impudent man for demanding so much money from the hero. To which the guy replied that he had a reason to ask for so much. After clearing his throat, Roy began to explain to the man why he had asked for so much. And his first argument was that only he could do it because the Order could not see him. The guy then noted that someone who helps the man must be friends with Harry, because the guy will not take teachings from a person unknown to him. Following this, the guy noted that this might work once, but it would never work in the future, because the old man would clearly ask for help again for the sake of his student. Roy finally added that without his help, Harry would go back to the mountain and put himself in danger, and Roy himself could be in danger because of the man's request. Feeling like a lawyer in court, Roy exclaimed that, based on all the arguments presented, he believed he deserved to receive at least 3 million. Sighing, the man grumbled discontentedly about the guy's impudence, but ultimately agreed, asking if 3 million was enough for him. And Roy was even upset that everything turned out so easily. Suddenly, Roy remembered something important and told the man that he had to pay him 3 million before taxes. And the old man noted that the guy was completely shameless. Turning around and getting ready to walk away, the man said that the money would come from the association, and therefore the guy should not worry. And Roy asked if he should tell Harry about him. When the man turned to the spearman, his body had already begun to disappear, and he said that Roy could decide for himself, since the Order couldn't see him anyway. And then, as if melting into thin air, the old man added one last thing, that he should ask the gunsmith not to blab about his teacher everywhere and anywhere. And just a moment later, while Roy was trying to digest the thought that the Order was watching him, the door to the training room swung open and Harry walked inside, shouting a greeting. A few minutes later, Roy told him in detail about the meeting with his teacher and the Order of Truth, although the guy was most surprised by the fact that his teacher was Darkstar. Of course, Roy did not tell him about the method of payment for his services, but he noticed the reason why the old man could not stay and decided to give Harry the book left by the teacher. Roy handed it to the boy, noting that Darkstar had said that there was a lot more detail about his techniques in there. and Harry looked at the book like it was a treasure. And when he handed the killer's gift to his student, Roy whistled contentedly and turned around, getting ready to go use the money he had received for shopping. However, he turned around and looked at Harry with bewilderment when the Master Armorer asked his friend why he decided to give it to him. At first, Roy didn't understand what he meant, because he had clearly told him that Darkstar had asked him to give him the book. But then he realized that Harry was asking why Roy hadn't hidden it away. The boy thought about what to answer, because if he said that the teachings were useless to him, he would insult Darkstar, and he couldn't talk about the Transcendent Academy. Roy had a hard time thinking of something logical to say that would sound truthful. And then, not believing what he was saying, he noted that it would be wrong. Harry looked at his friend in amazement, and then, closing his eyes, calmly said that he had decided everything, causing bewilderment in Roy's eyes. His eyes sparkling with excitement and joy, the boy jumped up to Roy and firmly said that he would study with him at the Dream Academy. Saying that he was touched by Roy's words and truly thought the spearman was a really good guy, Harry added that he would be studying from today. The gunsmith exuded such obvious and absolute trust that the stunned Roy could not contain his surprise when the boy asked his direct permission. Sometime later, when Aura joined Harry and Roy, the Master Armorer, leaning on the spearman in a friendly manner, happily noted that he would now be learning from them. Smiling affably, the girl noted that she was absolutely not against the new student, and on the contrary, she would be very happy to teach him. Hearing that Aura was also not against his admission, Harry happily hugged his friend, and Roy noted with displeasure that he knew that Aura would not be against it. However, after thinking about it properly, Roy came to the conclusion that this was even for the best, because Harry would learn the techniques of the Dark Star, and Roy would not have to find him to pass them on. And then the boy was struck by a thought that he hadn't noticed before. If he carried Harry around with him everywhere, the great killer would have more reasons to pay him. Roy's expression changed, and he hugged his new friend as well, noting that he was also incredibly happy, while Aura thought about the fact that they could now participate in team competitions. Hearing what the girl was muttering under her breath, Roy and Harry stared at her in amazement and asked her what she meant. And the girl began to tell them. She said that there were all sorts of events where several students from one academy participated, and the prize in them was much bigger, which greatly interested Roy. The boy blossomed when he realized that due to Harry's entry into their academy, he would be able to increase his capital incredibly greatly. Looking at Harry, Roy suddenly noticed that he imagined a beak on his face, because the boy had firmly begun to associate the gunsmith with a goose laying golden eggs for the spearman. 3 days later, Roy was sitting in the weight room, watching the first lecture of his all-expenses-paid first course, in which a man strained to do a bench press. As soon as he turned on the recording, Roy felt so awkward that he pressed his fingers to his temple and closed his eyes, already doubting that he had made the right choice. The blonde, young, and very powerfully built demigod was seen chest-pressing a huge concrete column in the video, asking viewers to wait until he finished the lift. And although he was glad that he could finally start studying the first course, he could not hide his sadness at the fact that 4 million had flown away to buy 2 of them at once. Finally, the young man dropped the enormous weight from his chest, and with an incredibly loud impact, placed the column on the ground, which instantly cracked from the weight. Leaning on this column, which seemed 20 times larger than the young man himself, the teacher joyfully introduced himself to the audience, calling himself Hercules. Saying that he hoped the audience had taken the Chiron course first, the demigod noted that the physical body was the most important factor for a transcendent. Hercules, his eyes sparkling, said that he would teach the viewer how to acquire muscle mass capable of increasing strength to incredible levels. With only a slight strain, the demigod showed off his incredible muscle mass, noting that it was from this that his physical strength, agility, and reflexes came. Seeing what his new teacher was showing, Roy's eyes widened in surprise, noticing that Hercules' muscles had doubled in size from the slight tension. Smiling contentedly, the demigod got into a running stance and cast an encouraging glance at the spectator, intending to show what he was capable of to remove all doubts. With his loud and powerful voice, he commanded the viewer to look attentively and not to look away. And at the same moment, he moved and instantly disappeared from sight. With astonishing speed, Hercules covered a great distance and, stopping, patted his legs, noting that he achieved his enormous speed thanks to his leg muscles. Suddenly, with the same great speed, Hercules struck the ground, and from the force of his blow, the earth split and stones flew in all directions. Smiling proudly and a little boastfully, the demigod flexed his biceps and said that he possessed destructive power thanks to the formidable-looking muscles of his arms. The camera moved and Hercules began to rotate his torso with his still astonishing speed, noting his reflexes, which reacted to thoughts with lightning speed. And then he fell to the ground and began to vigorously do push-ups, claiming that he had an endurance that knew no fatigue at all. Hercules stood up abruptly and concluded his demonstration by once again striking a pose that emphasized his muscles, indicating that all these skills were given to him by the powerful muscles of his entire body. The demigod's powerful and perfect body shone so brightly that Roy even closed his eyes, wondering how much Hercules loved to brag. Finally, the man decided to end the introductory lecture by saying that all power comes from form, and power is the basis of transcendence. And Roy felt out of place. Finally, the lecture ended, and the guy's phone showed a daily assignment, which at first did not surprise him, because it was absolutely identical to Chiron's assignment. However, a second later, Roy noticed a note that said he had to perform the tasks with a weight of at least 1 ton, and the guy had to rub his eyes. Realizing that the course title about 500 tons was not a joke at all, Roy switched to Zhang Xianfeng's course in horror, hoping that there would be nothing like that there. When the guy turned on the lecture, the gray-haired old man was discussing how gait denotes the movements of the legs in, for example, fencing, but he would teach his viewer much more. Roy noted that the man looked straight, like a celestial being, and the elder continued, noting that he would teach him how to put together the movements of his entire body as a whole. He said he would give a short example so that the student would better understand the purpose of his training, and Roy was surprised for the second time that day. Holding himself straight and proud, with his hands importantly placed behind his back, the man walked straight through the air, promising that this is exactly what he would teach the viewer. The old teacher stood in the air as freely as if there was solid ground beneath his feet, and he noted that in this course they would learn the Negong technique to soar into the heavens. Roy's mouth dropped open, not believing that he could do the same. But he could clearly imagine how free he would feel in the air if he learned the Xianfeng technique. At the end of the introductory lecture, Roy prayed that the task would be doable, and saw that he was required to maintain a speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds. After reading the second task, which required him to dive 20 times from a height of 30 meters, Roy thought thoughtfully that this was entirely doable. Suddenly, the spearman's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar female voice, and, turning around, he saw a girl entering the training hall. The girl asked if Roy was there, but when the guy turned around, she realized that she had already found him, and the guy was surprised to recognize the guest who had arrived. Having joyfully greeted the girl, whom the guy called Eva, the guy sat her down at the table, poured her coffee, and asked how she found him and why she was looking at all. The girl was the daughter of Frank, who was the guy's older friend, and it was from him that she learned where Roy was studying. Roy sat down opposite Eva, listening to her with interest when the girl asked if he had accidentally spoken to her father recently. Remembering the last time they had contacted, Roy replied that they had just communicated during the practice exam, and then asked why she was asking. Eva hung her head sadly and said that he had suddenly stopped communicating, and she thought that Roy might know something about where he was. Roy was very surprised and worried when he learned that his older friend, who never allowed himself to disappear anywhere, suddenly stopped contacting his beloved daughter. Roy jumped up from his seat and asked how long it had been since she had lost contact with him, and the girl sighed sadly, saying that he had gone to work yesterday and had not returned. Roy thought about it and suggested that Frank could have simply had a drink and fallen asleep somewhere near work or home, since that had happened before. But seeing that his theory did not inspire Eva, he asked if there was anything else that she wanted to tell him about. And the girl looked down. Her hands began to tremble, and the girl tried to stop the trembling by squeezing the glass of coffee tighter, noting that something had happened after all. She said that just yesterday she and her father had had a fight because she told him that she wanted to become a hunter, and Roy interrupted her, pointing out that she was not awakened. He asked her if the girl was going to awaken artificially, But Eva noted with embarrassment that about a month ago she had awakened, and it was for this reason that she told Frank that she wanted to go not to university, as she had originally planned, but to the Hunter's Academy. Sighing, Eva interrupted her story and said that she hoped that Frank really had been drinking and had fallen asleep somewhere. And Roy thought that he understood her, because she wanted to lighten the load on her father's shoulders with work. However, the guy also understood Frank, who did not want to allow his daughter to do dangerous work, and, thinking about it, he walked Eva to the exit. After asking her to be careful and to call immediately if anything else happened or Frank came home, Roy waved goodbye, and Eva waved goodbye in return. And although he tried to keep a smile so as not to spoil her mood, at least with his appearance, when the girl left, Roy felt sadness due to the realization of the situation in his friend's family. Turning around and returning to the academy, the guy tried to call his older friend. But no matter how many times he called, Frank did not pick up the phone. Roy stared thoughtfully at his phone, trying to figure out what Frank could be doing that he wasn't picking up, causing both his daughter and Roy to worry. After hanging up another call, Roy scratched the back of his head and headed back to the training room, deciding to give his friend another day to return and hoping that everything was okay with him. At the same time, Kalia looked thoughtfully from the heights of his chambers at the city, while his subordinate told him that the devil had begun to suspect something. Sighing, Kalia said that at first there was only Dark Star, and now the devil would also interfere, and then asked how the situation with Roy was. A little worried, the man said that they still couldn't see Roy, and Kalia, terribly worried, began to bite his nail again, trying to figure out what to do. Turning to the novice, the young man said that no one should ever know the truth about the rift in the 10-level dungeon. Kalia ordered that this secret be kept by any means necessary, and the man nodded, indicating that he understood the order perfectly, after which the young man released the novice to carry out the task. A few days later, Roy looked sadly at Hercules' daily task and, with a sad sigh, began to stuff Kabisis with pancakes for training. The guy thought that if he had known that he would need a whole ton, he would not have sold the monster corpses, although he noted with pleasure that he was very glad that he had Kabisis. Having filled the bag to capacity, Roy grabbed it with both hands and tried to lift it. But even with Xiang Yu's mighty strength, he felt that it was very difficult for him to do so. Gritting his teeth and shaking with tension, Roy tried to figure out if he had calculated the weight correctly, and if there really was a whole ton in the bag. But, unable to take even a step, the boy dropped Kabisis and fell himself, realizing that he would have to use the power of mana to complete the task. Standing up and straining his whole body and spirit, Roy filled his body with magic, deciding at all costs not only to lift the whole ton, but also to perform all the necessary exercises with it. Sometime later, when she entered the training room in search of Roy, Aura's eyes widened in surprise when she saw what he was doing, but she had no idea why. Roy lay on the floor of the room absolutely motionless, and the girl thought that he might be sleeping, although she did not understand why here. Crossing her arms over her chest, Aura noticed that his bag was on the guy's back and asked what he was doing. The boy wheezed, asking Aura to save him and push Kabisis off his back or he would kick the bucket. And Aura looked at him with pity in her eyes. Sighing, the girl sat down next to him and put her hand on the bag, intending to remove it from the spearman's back, while simultaneously asking how much he had stuffed in there. She already thought that she would easily remove Kabisis, but she was unable to do so, and the girl strained herself more and more, unsuccessfully trying to lose such a huge weight. In the end, she even had to put mana into her body and use all the strength she had in her body to finally rid the guy of Kabisis. Finally, when she had already decided that her strength was not enough, the bag gave way, and the girl fell backwards by inertia. And Roy cleared his throat and began to slowly get up. The girl's hand was shaking from the tension, because Aura had put all her strength into it. And now she simply did not understand why the guy had put so much in the bag. Suddenly, Roy stopped coughing and took a very deep breath, enjoying the fact that he was finally not pinned to the ground by a ton. Suddenly, Roy turned to the still puzzled girl and asked her if she knew the height of the building they were currently in. The girl became worried and replied that it was about 15 meters and asked why he needed it. And Roy, looking up at her with a frighteningly crazy look, said that he just wanted to jump. Aura stared dumbfoundedly at the boy, who was wondering if he could jump even 15 meters in his current form, and left, wanting to experiment. The girl was left alone with her bewilderment, and a minute later she heard a dull thud and the guy's joyful exclamation, noting that he was a complete psycho after all. The shocked girl rose to her feet and, sincerely worried about what her new students would think when they saw Roy, came to the conclusion that they simply would not show up with such a psycho. A couple of hours later, Harry arrived at the academy, and at first, as always, he was beaming with his unquenchable enthusiasm. But now he was looking from Roy to Aura and back in bewilderment. The Dark Star apprentice noted that he had finally taken the time to look for an apartment, and Roy was already doing something strange, and Aura said not to ask her about it. Harry suggested that he might have eaten something bad, and Aura whispered that she thought the same thing when she first saw him, while Roy sadly noted that Frank had not yet contacted him. Worried about his friend, Roy kept looking sadly at the screen, thinking that it was already the 4th day that he had not picked up the phone. Roy thought that Frank had never disappeared for so long in the 10 years they had known each other, and Eva had even filed a police report. So the guy decided to check everything out himself. He told Aura that he was going to step away for a while, and Aura protested, asking if he was going to jump again. But Roy sheepishly replied that he was just going to look for Frank. While Harry was wondering what jumps and what Frank they were talking about, Roy was getting dressed, and Aura was asking what happened to the man that the guy was going to look for him. Throwing on a thick jacket, Roy said that he himself did not know everything yet, and therefore he would tell when he returned. And, turning around, walked towards the exit of the academy. Arriving at his former place of work, Roy greeted his former colleagues, who all vied with each other to praise and congratulate him on the fact that his dream was finally coming true. They congratulated him on his excellent performance in the training exam, and completely embarrassed him when they joyfully noted that 9 years of work had not gone to waste. One of the senior workers decided to ask Roy why he had suddenly come back, and asked if it was to offer them a job transporting corpses. Roy shook his head with a laugh, replying that he had just dropped by to say hello, and the men had told him that life had gotten easier since Roy had gotten the old foreman fired. They said Frank had told them that Roy had done the work for them, and the boy had taken the opportunity to ask if they had seen his older friend. Everyone shook their heads in bewilderment, noting that they hadn't seen him for a long time, and one of the workers, to Roy's surprise, said that Frank was probably drunk and sleeping somewhere. However, after much thought, one of the workers asked if he had disappeared when he had gone after the strange man, and Roy raised an eyebrow in surprise. With excitement in his voice, the boy asked the man again with whom and where Frank had gone. And the worker thought again, recalling how it all happened. And then he replied that some man had come to them offering them a job transporting corpses with decent pay, and Frank had gone after him, and that had been about 4 days ago. Roy thought that in that case Frank did not go alone, but the man noted that he left alone, because everyone else refused to go with such a suspicious person. Roy wanted to ask why Frank went then, but the man interrupted him and immediately replied that their colleague insisted that he needed money to send his daughter to the academy. Realizing that Frank might be in real danger, Roy asked in a worried voice if the men knew which dungeon he had gone to, but they only shook their heads. Realizing that he would not get any more useful information here, Roy thought that he needed to urgently run to the association, because they knew about all the raids and transportations. Roy jumped up and ran there, thanking his former colleagues for the information they had provided and claiming that he had urgent business to attend to. The guy hoped that the association would tell him everything, but when he got there, a fairly young man, stumbling, noted that he could not tell him what he wanted. The association worker insisted that it was personal information, and Roy screamed, trying to convey to the other man that a person's life could be at stake. The man just shrugged, regretfully noting that he had no right to disclose information to third parties until the person's disappearance was officially confirmed. Roy went outside and sat down on the nearest bench, despondent, trying to think of at least one solution to such a serious problem. With a heavy look and thoughts one more terrible than the other, Roy thought about the fact that Frank had left with a stranger 4 days ago, which meant that something had definitely happened to him. But the most important problem that prevented him from getting enough information was that he did not have enough facts on hand, and the guy began to shake with fear. Remembering his older friend who always supported and encouraged Roy no matter what happened, The guy felt real despair. But the most painful thing was to remember how Frank had incredibly helped Roy out when he had been seriously injured at work. The guy was in a desperate situation at the time. And Frank, despite his poor life and responsibility for his daughter, helped him out with 3,000. Realizing that his older friend was already having a hard time, Roy tried to refuse, citing the fact that he needed them himself. But Frank forced the guy to accept them. Caring for Roy and worrying about him as if he were his own son, Frank pressed the money into his hand and demanded that he at least try to cheer up. Roy then looked up wearily and saw his older friend, with whom he had been through a lot, smiling, insisting that more money could always be made. The 3,000 that the guy got from Frank gave the guy access to the Transcendent Academy and turned him into who he is. Furious that he couldn't do anything, Roy gritted his teeth, realizing that he couldn't just sit back and had to do something to help his comrade. Getting up from the bench where he had been reminiscing, Roy grabbed his phone and dialed Aura's number. And when she answered, he immediately said that he needed her help. Roy knew that there was a way to find his friend. He just needed to find it. And to do this, he asked Aura to arrange a meeting for him with the great swordsman. Sometime later, the apprentice spearman and the legendary hero stood, staring at each other. But this time, there was no aggression in the swordsman's eyes. Still looking into the boy's eyes, Guy Bauer said that he was generally aware of the situation and was not surprised that Roy had come to him. Roy looked into the old man's confident eyes just as fearlessly, listening as he asked if Roy wanted the swordsman to help him in any way he could. To the man's surprise, Roy did not answer at first, but then shook his head and firmly replied that he did not need help in the search. Instead, Roy, with a firm and confident look in his eyes, asked the great swordsman how he felt about fighting him in a duel. Aura's eyes and mouth widened in shock when she heard that in such a difficult situation, Roy was not thinking about saving his friend, but about fighting her grandfather. Robert, standing next to his master, was no less surprised, because in his long life he had never met such a stupid youth who would dare to fight the great swordsman. Frowning and filling his gaze with irritation, Guy demanded that Roy repeat his words, hinting that he still had time to take them back. Instead of backing out of it, Roy said that if he won, the great swordsman would not just help, but would actively participate in the search for Frank. And then he added that if he lost, he would leave his granddaughter's academy, which made Aura indignant, not understanding why such sacrifices were needed. The man's look made it clear that he didn't believe Roy would be able to even touch him. And Roy continued. The guy noted that he understood perfectly well that he would never be able to completely defeat the great swordsman, and therefore asked for permission to count him as a winner if he at least wounded the old man. Roy understood that it was a risky business, but he also knew very well that if he had one of the country's 5 legendary heroes on his side, no one would dare to contradict them. And although the man continued to glare at the spearman with indignation, there was clearly curiosity in him. And the swordsman noticed that the guy was quite self-confident. Sighing, Guy turned around and said that he agreed to fight, then ordered Roy and the others to follow him to where they could fight. But before they reached the battlefield, Guy asked Roy and Aura to wait outside, while he and Robert went into his room. Sighing, the man opened the cabinet standing at the farthest wall, intending to take out its contents, which the old man had not touched for many years. Inside was a sword of the most exquisite workmanship, placed on a stand, drawn from its scabbard, which lay very close, and Guy extended his hand towards the sword. Looking seriously at the weapon, the man, without even hesitating, took the blade in his hand and hid it in the sheath, which greatly surprised Robert, who was standing behind him. The great swordsman's chief advisor was surprised because it was not a simple blade, but the Azure Dragon Sword. This sword was the highest quality replica of the legendary mythical blade, and Robert was horrified that his master had chosen this particular blade. Robert knew very well that his master only drew the Azure Dragon Sword when his opponent had to be killed at any cost. Guy Bauer had not drawn his sword since the great disaster had been officially stopped, and Robert asked the master what he intended to do with the boy. In a breaking voice, the man tried to point out that if something suddenly went wrong, his granddaughter would try to interfere. But Guy interrupted him. The old man said that he didn't care how Aura would react, even if she jumped out of her skin. But Roy had to be prepared for such an outcome if he decided to challenge him. And then, thrusting the blade into the sheath and securing it to his belt, the man also added that he too should have some fun during this fight. At the same time, on the street, Aura was indignantly swearing at Roy, trying to convey to him the idea that his proposal was stupid because he did not need to go to such extremes. She tried to point out that she could talk to her grandfather herself and that she would absolutely be able to convince him to help with their case. However, Roy shook his head in annoyance and interrupted the girl, saying that he would not allow her to do this under any circumstances. Roy looked up and said that he was very grateful to her for trying to help and keep him safe, but it was a necessary step for the future. Roy looked down at his hand with a frown, thinking that this situation could happen again, especially if he assumed that Roy himself was the reason for Frank's disappearance. Roy clenched his fist in rage, admitting that he did not have enough strength and power to protect his loved ones. But with the help of the great hero, he could do anything. The guy understood perfectly well that if he could involve the great swordsman, people would remember that if someone touched Roy or his loved ones, Guy Bauer himself would take care of the matter. Firmly convinced of the truth of his decision and looking seriously into Aura's eyes, Roy told her that he would return victorious no matter what. In turn, Aura was genuinely worried, trying to figure out how she could stop her friend from doing such a rash act. She tried to touch Roy to protect him, because she didn't want him to leave her academy. But then she realized that she had to believe in him, and said that he simply had to win. A few minutes later, Roy, armed with the Spear of Longinus, stood in front of the great swordsman, in whose sheath was the azure dragon sword. The man said that if Roy suddenly thought that he would give the guy a break because of Aura, then it was not too late to back down, although the old man had already unleashed his murderous aura. In turn, the spearman used magic to embody his aura, although it was weaker, and then said that he would not retreat and hoped that the old man would keep his promise. Roy and Guy had once fought each other, but then the man fought without taking the blade out of its sheath, but this time he immediately drew his sword, praising his opponent for his courage. The man drew his blade and swung it, cutting through the air and letting his opponent know that he had absolutely no intention of joking around in this fight. Extending his blade forward, the man pointed at Roy and told his opponent that he would yield the first blow to him, hoping that he would not disappoint the swordsman. Not one to miss the opportunity, Roy ducked slightly, taking the spear in both hands and looking closely at his opponent to decide which way would be best to strike. But before the fight began, Roy encouraged himself, claiming that even though he was up against the great swordsman himself, with his current strength, the guy would definitely withstand a couple of blows. Roy looked up and instantly rushed forward, infusing his body with magic and all of his mighty strength, preparing to deliver his most powerful blow. He understood that he had to win at any cost, and therefore, he would put everything he had in his body to finish this fight as soon as possible. Taking a proper swing, Roy tensed his arms to the maximum and swung his spear, bringing down his mighty attack on his opponent. But even despite how lightning fast and with what energy in his body the guy moved and hit, Guy stood calmly and with absolute confidence in his own safety. And just a second later, Roy, who had been full of unbending determination to defeat the enemy, looked in surprise at what happened after his attack. Without much effort, the legendary hero of the country raised his blade and blocked that mighty blow that, in Roy's opinion, was simply bound to reach him. The guy froze in midair, looking in amazement at where his spear had hit the blade without even scratching it. And the man, who had not moved from his spot, asked the guy only one question. Turning his head towards him, he calmly asked if this was all that the boy who decided that he had a chance to resist the great swordsman was capable of. With one simple movement, as if swatting a fly, Guy swung his blade, blocking Roy's blow completely and pushing the guy aside. The man's attacking movement was so powerful that Roy, even trying with all his might to stay in place, was literally thrown to the side. At the same time, having taken the full force of the blow on the spear, Roy felt as if the blow had been dealt directly to him and barely restrained himself from crying out in pain. And a second later, looking up at his opponent, in an instant he saw a blade approaching his throat with the intention of cutting off the impudent man's head. The man really was going to cut off Roy's head with his blow, but the guy, using his reflexes to the maximum, managed to dodge such a dangerous blow. Roy ducked under the blow and tried to get around the old man and look for a chance to make a successful attack, although it seemed impossible to the guy. As soon as he managed to get behind the great swordsman, the man instantly turned around, bringing down a powerful attack of his blade on the boy. which Roy parried with the last of his strength. For the next few seconds, both warriors struck and fought back with incredible speed, which was impossible for a mere man to follow. Recalling how the fight with Guy went during their first meeting, Roy noted that now his opponent was clearly much more serious. In turn, the look of the man wielding the sword with all his professionalism expressed absolute confidence in his infallibility and his own victory. As Roy blocked or dodged his opponent's attacks, he saw the deadly element in each one and knew that one mistake would cost him his life. Suddenly, the man stopped so abruptly that Roy was taken aback. And then the old man raised the blade to his face so that his eyes looked out at the level of the tip. Within a moment, the man's hand moved and his deadly sword sliced through the air, causing Roy to retreat. The blow was so strong that Robert had to cover Aura, who screamed in fear so that she would not be injured by this powerful gust of wind. The girl screamed Roy's name, worried for his safety, and the guy himself used all the strength he had to block such a terrifying blow. Trying to cover himself from the blow, Roy slowed down, and when the gust of wind weakened, he saw that the mighty and legendary hero was already rushing towards him with a blade raised to strike. And only now, when Roy, despite all his efforts, saw the same cold-blooded gaze of the enemy, he realized in full how strong the great swordsman was. The man used one of his special techniques, attacking the boy from 5 different sides almost simultaneously. But Roy managed to dodge some of them and block others with difficulty. And although Guy tried to keep his cool, inside he was angry that the guy had managed to dodge, and the man had called him a brat. The swordsman remembered with surprise that ordinary weakling he had met back then at the Aura Academy, and now it was clearly not him in front of him. Blocking every blow from the Azure Dragon Sword, Roy waited for the right moment to attack. And Guy noticed something strange in his movements. When the boy grabbed his spear and, having imbued it with mana, rushed towards the enemy with the aim of attacking him as hard as possible, the old man felt greater strength than he had before. Finally, when Roy's eyes were already flashing with anger from the desperate battle, the great swordsman admitted that even at this moment, his opponent was becoming stronger. And although the man really felt that this blow became stronger, he still easily parried the guy's spear, although the guy did not expect it. A moment later, the guy felt like he was literally being blown off his feet, as if he had been hit by a train rushing at full speed. Turning on the spot and swinging his blade in a spectacular curtsy, the man struck so hard that powerful gusts of wind swirled around him. Roy planted his spear on the ground and put all his strength into his hands, trying to stay in place, but it was maddeningly difficult to do so. Having stopped, the man moved the blade to the side and looked with curiosity at the guy who, according to his plan, should have flown away, but survived. Guy saw how the guy was breathing heavily, trying to stay on his feet, and he couldn't help but notice his extremely unusual weapon. The man, of course, suspected that it was special based on its appearance, but he could not imagine that it would be able to absorb the magic of his sword. Guy knew very well that if it weren't for this feature, the fight would have already ended. And so he decided to fight more seriously, and in an instant he flew up to his still unrecovered opponent. Just within striking distance, the man swung his sword again, and Roy, trying to endure the pain with all his might, tried to block it. However, this time it was not possible to extinguish the incredible power of the swordsman's attack, and Roy felt the ground slipping out from under his feet, and his body responded with pain. Guy stood straight, holding his mighty blade to the side, watching with his eyes the damage his blow had done to his still resisting opponent. The attack was really strong, and Roy, flying back a decent distance, felt his entire chest burning with pain. Coughing up blood, the boy fell to his knee, trying to control his heavy breathing, which made his chest hurt more and more. When he looked up and saw the great swordsman approaching him with his blade at the ready, the boy regretfully admitted that this challenge was indeed presumptuous. Realizing that all those he had fought before were not even close to his current opponent, Roy tried to gauge the level of difference between them, but he couldn't even do that, because the great swordsman was so much stronger than the boy that Roy couldn't even imagine the extent of the difference. The boy coughed and thought that even now he felt despondent, thinking about the great swordsman not fighting at his full strength. The man tried to attack the spearman again, but he suddenly dodged and began to dodge from side to side at high speed, breaking the distance. And when he managed to do this, He thought that he must definitely achieve this power, stopping at nothing. Twisting the spear, the guy tried to make another lunge, not intending to give up so easily. But the tip encountered a strong defense. And while Roy was struggling with all his might, trying to force his body to move to the limit of its capabilities, the great swordsman calmly asked how he even decided to fight him. The man easily knocked the guy's weapon away and spun the blade, preparing to use the technique he was going to use to end this fight that had become boring to him. Realizing that after another blow taken, Roy would hardly be able to get up, the boy admitted to himself that he truly admired the great swordsman. As he infused his sword with mana, preparing to thrust, Roy realized that he respected his strength and the lengths the man had gone to gain it. Gritting his teeth in pain, the boy fought off one attack, admitting to himself that he was truly arrogant if he thought he could even hurt the genius. He realized that by being fooled by the Transcendent's false reputation and thinking that he could do nothing, the boy had unknowingly shown arrogance towards the great swordsman. And although Roy sincerely tried his best not to lose until he left at least a scratch on the man, the old man used his most powerful technique for the third time. Unable to stay on his feet, Roy lost his balance and began to fly away under the influence of the airflow straight towards the wall. When he rose with incredible difficulty, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. But the boy did not pay any attention to the wounds, continuing to watch the swordsman. He realized that for the first time in his life, he was able to look at himself objectively and understand that he was immeasurably weaker than Bauer. But he still rushed straight into the attack. The boy was truly proud of having earned the right to fight the great swordsman, but he hoped to overcome this adoration in the future. The guy rushed into the attack even though he understood that he had no chance of winning. But he sincerely believed that someday he would be able not only to compare with him, but even surpass him. However, the furious enthusiasm died down when the guy stared in surprise and raised his eyebrows, feeling something strange. He was still rushing forward towards his opponent, who had already raised his sword to attack. But a strange feeling prevented him from getting where the guy wanted. To his own surprise, the boy felt that his palm was tightly squeezing the shaft of the spear. But the boy felt absolutely nothing. The guy felt that even his legs were failing him. And then, looking up at Guy's blade thrown back behind his back, he realized with amazement that he had now definitely hit the target. The man lowered his blade, and as he did so, Roy could have sworn he distinctly saw the blade descend as if in slow motion. And when he finally fell, Roy felt his torso being cut by a sword, leaving behind a horrific wound. The blow was accurate, and Roy, feeling his knees buckle, dropped his spear, and Aura sighed in shock, not believing what was happening. The boy took one step forward, trying to stay on his feet, and Aura rushed towards him, wanting to support him as quickly as possible, while the master's servants quietly praised him for his attempt. Raising his clouded gaze to the great swordsman, Roy cleared his throat and began to speak. Although it was with great difficulty, losing his balance, Roy managed to say that he hoped the man would keep his promise, and then began to fall, losing consciousness. And just a second later, Roy fell, passing out, while Aura, very worried about her student, ran to him to provide all possible assistance. Suddenly, the man felt a strange, slight burning sensation on his cheek and discovered a small scratch on it, which the spearman had apparently spoken of. Everyone around stared at the man in amazement, not believing that Roy, although a talented but simple student, managed to wound the great swordsman. And the man himself only lowered his still calm and completely unsurprised gaze to the guy against whom he had to start fighting seriously. Roy was unconscious, but before he passed out, he probably thought that he had managed to achieve his goal, which seemed truly impossible to him. At the same time, Frank, wheezing heavily, ran through the dungeon, carrying a man on his back and grumbling that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would never have dragged himself here. The man apologized desperately to Frank, because he didn't expect the distortion to suddenly happen. And Frank noted that their disappearance had probably been noticed and was now being searched for. However, the man cleared his throat and said that it was unlikely that anyone was looking for them since, trying to maintain secrecy, he asked the association not to reveal the details of their raid to anyone. Realizing finally how dire the situation was, Frank sighed and, without stopping moving, said that it would be difficult for them to get out alive. Although he later said that, in his opinion, one bastard would definitely find some other way to help them, although the man did not understand who he was talking about. He asked who Frank meant, and Frank, smiling involuntarily, said that he knew a stupid boy who first acts and then thinks. Sometime later, while at the Bauer family estate, Roy suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open and trying to remember where he was. He stood up abruptly, straightening his back and ignoring the pain in his chest, and Aura asked with concern if he was awake. Ignoring the strange question, the boy asked how long he had been unconscious, and Aura said not too long, after which Roy immediately jumped up. The girl tried to convince him that it would be better for him to rest, but Roy refused, noting that he had to immediately talk to the great swordsman, who unexpectedly entered. Roy looked up in surprise and was met with a hard, indignant look from the man, clearly indicating that he was not at all happy with what had happened. The boy froze in place, trying to figure out how to react to such an aggressive look, and Aura simply turned to her grandfather with curiosity. Guy sighed, closed his eyes, and suddenly unhooked the sheath of the azure dragon sword from his belt, then threw it into the guy's hands. Roy raised his eyebrows in confusion, but caught the scabbard, trying to understand why the old man had decided to hand him such a legendary weapon. Robert tried to make the great swordsman come to his senses, and even Aura, amazed by this action, asked what he was doing, to which the man crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. Roy tried to ask why he needed this blade, even though it was truly legendary, and the man said not to imagine anything unnecessary, because he just wanted to keep his promise. The man told Roy to take this blade and go to the association, presenting it as proof that he was acting on the will of the great swordsman. He also insisted that Roy try to deal with the problem in his own way, and the way his soul dictates, without the hero's interference. As soon as the boy got to the Professional Hunters Association, he was almost immediately taken to the chairman of the association, whose name was Roland. The man, intertwining his fingers, looked with curiosity at the azure dragon sword in its sheath, amazed that he saw it in person. Looking up, the man wondered how the sword had ended up in the hands of the boy who had brought it. And Roy was surprised that he had been brought straight to the chairman personally. They had been sitting like that across from each other for a minute now, and Roy decided to speak first, introducing himself and noting that he had a couple of questions. While Roy was asking about Frank, the man remembered how a few days ago Darkstar demanded that the guy be given 3 million, and now the great swordsman stood up for him, trying to figure out who this guy was, but realizing that he clearly shouldn't contradict him. The man heard Roy asking where his older friend had gone and with whom. The man sighed with a heavy look as he remembered that Darkstar had asked him not to tell anyone about this strange translation. And then he looked at the sword. The man looked at it and then said that he had to confirm the authenticity of the azure dragon sword before he could answer the question asked. Roy said that it was his will, but he hoped to get answers as soon as possible, to which the man replied that the main thing for him was establishing the truth. In turn, Roy asked if suddenly the procedure for checking the authenticity of the blade dragged on and things took a bad turn, he would be able to cope with the consequences. As Roland listened to Roy's argument, he kept his eyes on the blade hidden in its sheath and considered the best course of action. And then, covering his eyes with his hand and cursing under his breath, he thought that he clearly didn't want to get involved with the great swordsman and the Dark Star at once. The man sighed and said that he couldn't do anything if it was the will of the great swordsman, and told the boy that Frank had gone into the dungeon with the devil himself. Roy asked if he had heard wrong, and Roland replied that the devil was investigating the recent rift in the 10-level dungeon. The mage asked to keep the investigation secret, and Roy recalled that Darkstar had said that the dungeon rift was the work of the Order of Truth. Having learned exactly where to look, Roy slapped the table and stood up from behind it, thanking Roland for telling the guy all the information he needed. The guy was about to leave the chairman's office, but then he thought about it and turned around, intending to ask a question that would definitely seem unusual to the man. Handing Roland the azure dragon sword, Roy asked the man if he could pawn it and get a loan from the association, much to Roland's surprise. When Roy got out of the association building, he picked up the phone and saw that Eva was calling him. He answered the call, hearing the girl ask, almost in a panic, if he found out anything. Roy said Frank hadn't contacted him, but the guy had figured out where he might be and was planning to head there right now. Roy told the girl that apparently there was some kind of problem in the dungeon where he was on assignment, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand in worry. With a voice trembling with panic, she asked the guy what she needed to do, because she was incredibly afraid that her dad would die. In the past, Eva's mother died from a dungeon rift, sacrificing herself to save her daughter. And now she cried from the realization that she could be left all alone. Roy thought that perhaps the girl had decided to become a hunter precisely in order to protect her loved ones. But now she felt absolutely helpless. In a firm voice, the guy told Eva to calm down, because he would never allow Frank to die and Eva to be left all alone. Realizing how much responsibility he was taking on with his promise, the guy swore to the girl that he would definitely return her father to her. Quickly moving towards the dungeon, Roy thought that the devil was already old and sick, but he was still one of the 5 great heroes, which meant there was a reason why he couldn't get out. The guy thought that there was a possibility that the Order of Truth had set a trap for the devil, and therefore only Roy would be able to get them out, since the Order could not keep an eye on him. Roy looked at his phone, checked the messages, and saw that 500,000 had been credited to his account from the association. And the guy was happy to see the transfer. At first, the chairman sincerely did not believe that Roy was serious. But in the end, the guy convinced him, hoping that the great swordsman would not be against it. Looking at his phone, the guy thought that he had sold too cheaply by leaving the association sword. But 500,000 would be enough for him to buy equipment for visiting the dungeon. When he found the right lot, the guy pressed the purchase button and, having spent only 5,000, bought what he had had his eye on for a long time. A black and gold spear called Gungnir materialized right in front of the guy, and the guy immediately took it in his hand, soaking up its power. Finally equipped, Roy decided he was ready enough to attempt to rescue the devil and Frank from the dungeon that had become a trap for them. And he sighed heavily. Reaching the entrance to the dungeon, Roy tried to think of the best tactics for a rescue operation, but admitted that he would have to rely on risk, and went inside. When the boy went inside, he put Gungnir away in Kibisis and attached the spear of Longinus to his back, after which he looked around, noticing that there were a lot of trees in this dungeon. Moreover, the guy noted that the large number of trees makes the battlefield not the most convenient, because the monster of this dungeon is a dryad, indistinguishable from the trees. The guy thought that he shouldn't let his guard down, because any tree could turn out to be a monster, and then decided to use his sense of touch, which had been improved by Chiron's course. Touching one of the trees, Roy closed his eyes and, sighing, concentrated on his sensations, trying to feel everything around him. And at the same moment, his sensations spread far around, due to which the guy felt almost every tree that surrounded him. The guy continued to concentrate on his feelings, although it was difficult for him to do so, as if something was preventing him from spreading his sensations around. Opening his eyes, the boy realized what exactly was causing the difficulty in using his enhanced sense of touch and glanced at the tree, which, in appearance, was no different from the others. Thinking that he might be wrong, Roy pulled out a huge black and gold spear from his pouch, intending to test his theory on this tree. Raising the spear over his shoulder, the boy began to fill it with mana in order to strengthen the attack with which he was going to test how useful the spear would be to him. And just a moment later, when Roy decided that he had absorbed enough mana into the weapon, the guy threw his hand forward and let go of the spear handle, sending it flying. A powerful weapon, which according to legend belonged to the main god of Scandinavian mythology, was spinning and flying straight into the tree, threatening to pierce it through and through. When the spear was already as close to him as possible, eyes and a mouth suddenly opened on the tree trunk, and the monster squealed in fear of death. In a feat of reflex, the dryad changed the shape of her trunk so that the spear flew past, allowing the monster to escape. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, and he couldn't even believe that the monster, which should have been clumsy, was able to dodge such a fast projectile. However, Gungnir, before it had time to land after being thrown, suddenly began to hum and changed its trajectory right in the air, flying back at the monster. And, to the spearman's surprise, the mythical spear still found its target, piercing the monstrous tree through and tearing out pieces of wood from it. Seeing with his own eyes how the effect of the mighty spear worked, Roy was no less surprised than by the reaction speed of the tree monster. The great spear of the Allfather was made and given to Odin by 2 dwarfs, the Svartalfs, who were the sons of Ivaldi, and according to legend, it never failed to hit the target, which was to Roy's advantage. As Roy approached the monster's corpse, he noted with curiosity that, of course, He assumed that the spear had amazing power, but he thought that the replica should still have a limit. The mighty spear proved to be not only very useful due to its ability to find its target, but also truly destructive. Roy remembered that in the myths he had read, not only did the spear never miss, but it also returned to the thrower's hand. And, stretching out his hand, he tried to return the spear to himself. To the guy's surprise, it began to tremble, and Roy decided that everything was working. But he was just using too little magic for this technique. Straining and remembering Merlin's lectures, Roy tried to put more mana into his hand to make sure he got the spear back. And surprisingly, it worked. And the spear, soaring into the air, flew back to the guy who sent it on a flight that would kill the monster. With a deft and precise movement, Roy intercepted Gungnir, flying towards him at high speed, barely managing to hold on to it and not let it go by inertia. When the boy finished the experiment, he immediately fell to his knees, wearily noting that it took too much mana to return the spear, and that it would only happen once in a fight. Taking a deep breath, Roy noticed that in the myths the spear returned on its own, and realized that the replica did have its limitations. The boy also noted that in the future he would be able to ignore the limitations of mana, and was glad that he had pawned Grandfather Aura's sword for this truly incredible weapon. The boy was thinking that if the great swordsman suddenly got angry, Roy would simply throw Gungnir at him and run away, while a living branch crackled behind his back. Suddenly, a whole horde of living demonic branches attacked the guy's position, causing him to duck to avoid being hit by the powerful attack. And using his sixth sense, while the guy was bending down, he threw Gungnir in the direction that seemed right to him. The legendary spear pierced the tree monster through and through, and Roy ran straight to the corpse, picked up the spear on the go, and rushed on. Roy decided to go through the dungeon as quickly as possible and find Frank and the devil, while the man was using his last strength to drag the great magician along. He tried to move as quickly as possible, but the two men were already being caught up by terrifying tree monsters, threatening to devour the uninvited guests. One of the monsters swung its demonic branch like a whip and brought it down with all its force straight at the fleeing ones. The blow was so strong that Frank lost his balance and fell face forward, dropping the devil he was carrying on his back. Trembling from tension and fatigue, the man tried to get up, but nothing worked, and several demonic branches were already flying towards him. But, instantly appearing next to the man, the devil used his magic to create a purple barrier that did not allow the monster's attacks to pass. Frank turned to the man in amazement, wondering why he would allow himself to use magic in his condition. And the old wizard ordered the man to run away. Frank asked what would happen to the magician himself if he left him, and the devil replied that he didn't have much time left anyway. As if confirming his words, the man suddenly coughed up blood, but did not allow himself to weaken his concentration and drop the barrier. The old man said that if he hadn't brought the man here in the first place, he wouldn't have had to go through this at all, and repeated his request to run away. He asked why the man was hesitating, and repeated it a third time, but Frank simply could not afford to abandon his new comrade in trouble. Eventually, the barrier began to crumble, and the devil, losing his concentration and the last of his strength, fell on his back while Frank watched in horror as his strength left him. Cursing as he realized they had no more cards left, Frank tried to shield the old man with his body as the monstrous branches rushed towards them. Realizing that this could be his last thought, Frank asked Eva for forgiveness, noting that he was terribly guilty before her. The man closed his eyes, preparing himself for the fact that he was about to be pierced through. But for some reason, the pain did not come, and did not come. Not understanding why the monsters were hesitating, Frank opened one eye to see what was happening where they were now standing, and seeing that Roy himself, whom the man had been waiting for, was standing in front of them, holding the sacred spear of Longinus in his hand. Frank's eyes widened in amazement. Turning to Frank, Roy sarcastically noted that he had greatly disappointed him, because Eva had been terribly worried about her father not returning home for a long time. Having recognized the one who came to the men's aid, Frank even shed a tear, greeting the guy with a smile full of joy and calling him a real bastard. Rushing to the monsters, Roy said that they would definitely talk later, but now Frank should take the devil and get him out of the dungeon while the guys sorted things out. Running closer to the monsters, Roy made them pay attention to him and try to attack with their branches, which gave Frank and the devil a chance to escape. Cutting down the dryads one by one, Roy ran between the corpses, thinking that he only needed to find the main body and destroy it, and then the dungeon would be cleared. And although the guy had a strategy he was going to stick to, his thoughts were clearly interrupted by the huge number of branches that rushed towards him. Each of them hit as close to the guy as possible, and only his superhuman reaction helped the guy dodge all the attacks at once, although it was difficult. Finding himself upside down in the air, Roy cursed, realizing that the closer he got to the Dryad's main body, the stronger her resistance became. In addition, the monsters would regenerate even after Roy crushed them into small planks, making it incredibly difficult for Roy to maneuver and dodge. Roy realized that he would hardly be able to reach the main trunk on foot, and so he began to look around in search of the place where Gungnir had flown. The guy noticed that the spear had landed to the side after the last attack, and he was already thinking about rushing towards it to pick up the weapon. He thought that if he picked up the spear and threw it accurately to destroy the main body, he would solve the problem. But unfortunately, this plan was not feasible. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy saw that Frank and the devil had not yet managed to run far, which meant that if he ran away, they would become the target of attacks from the demonic trees. And as if to confirm the guy's guess, two huge monsters ran forward, intending to kill the wounded because they are the easiest prey. They launched their deadly branches forward, and Roy, spinning the spear of Longinus at great speed, cut them down as quickly as he could. It was incredibly difficult for the guy to maintain such protection, because he directly felt that his body was about to be torn apart from the tension. Allowing himself to glance behind him, the boy made sure that Frank and the devil had managed to move far enough away to be safe. Noticing that the men had moved away to the optimal distance, Roy stopped spinning his spear and pushed off the ground, causing the branches to hit the place where the boy was standing. And then he rushed towards Gungnir with all the speed his body could muster, trying to dodge the branches that were hitting him with great force. The guy tried to keep up his speed and finally reached his weapon, instantly grabbing it by the handle and raising it to use it immediately. Pushing off while still moving, Roy swung his hand and sent the mighty spear flying, aiming to destroy as many monsters as possible. Flying through an entire army of monsters, Gungnir pierced most of them, shattering their wooden bodies into splinters. The most unusual of the monstrous trees, whose trunk was white, was also pierced by Gungnir, and Roy hoped that it was the main body. And as it began to die, a terribly bright red light began to shine around it, and Roy rushed straight to its source, intending to get his spear back. The boy thought that he had finally killed the monster. But at that very moment, one of the branches struck him a centimeter from his body. The second branch hit the guy's cheek, leaving a scratch on it, and Roy realized that he must have made a mistake, which meant he had to continue fighting. The monsters lashed out with their branches in a frantic attempt to hit the enemy, but Roy either fought them off with his spear or used his reflexes to the max to dodge. And breaking through the crowds of monsters, the guy again discovered his spear and realized that he couldn't cope without it now. The black and gold spear stood on its tip, and Roy was delighted to find his mighty spear, with which he still wanted to find the main body of the Dryad. Stretching his hand towards Gungnir, the boy imbued his hand with magic in order to use it to return the legendary spear to his hand as quickly as possible. Responding to the magical call, the spear flashed and became covered in a magical aura, preparing to return to the hand of the one who summoned it. The spear burst out of the ground and spun in the air, picking up speed as it darted towards Roy, threatening to injure him if he failed to catch the spear properly. Reaching out his hand just as Gungnir was flying past, Roy managed to grab it, even though he felt like his body had lost energy due to the use of magic. Landing on the ground with two spears in his hands, Roy staggered slightly, but kept his balance and looked up at the remaining monsters. The guy looked hard and stern, as if warning each of the monsters that if they took a step in his direction, he would instantly turn the monster into a pile of planks. Taking note of the spear that had already destroyed so many of their kind, the tree monsters took a few steps back, hoping that the swarm would not reach them. Noticing that the monsters were afraid of him, Roy even relaxed a little, chuckling at the fact that the monsters that had just tried to destroy him were now fearfully retreating back. Smiling at the monsters, the boy asked if a couple of slaps were enough for them to understand how dangerous it was to mess with him, and noted that they had better not try to escape. Pointing the tip of his spear at the three monsters in turn, Roy began to recite a counting rhyme to decide which one he would kill next, hoping that he would be the boss. When the guy pointed at one of the monsters, it pointed at itself in shock, as if asking if Roy was about to kill it, and the guy smirked. And a moment later, Gungnir pierced the monster's trunk right through in the place where his surprised face had creaked just a second ago. The guy left only a broken trunk of the monster, and the monsters looked at him in horror, afraid that they would be next. However, suddenly the monsters began to change their forms and move their branches, as if realizing that without Gungnir, the swarm did not pose a great danger. Looking at the monsters surrounding him in surprise, the boy realized that they were moving in a special way to prevent him from reaching Gungnir. Some of them blocked the guy's passage to the spear, and others began to advance, wanting to destroy him as quickly as possible. But Roy only grinned contentedly. The guy thoughtfully noted that up until this point the tree trunks had caused him the most problems, and therefore he would only be grateful to them if they approached the guy themselves. As the monsters approached, hoping to kill the guy while he was without his flying spear, Roy simply swung his second spear lightly, cutting down the monsters with a powerful blow. Roy grinned slyly and noted with satisfaction that the monsters were indeed stupid if they thought that the only mythical weapon he had was Gungnir. Having finished dealing with the monsters, Roy emerged from the forest and found Frank and the devil, and, raising his hand, called them to come to him quickly. Frank noted that Roy seemed to be in no hurry to save his comrade, and the spearman asked who asked Frank to disappear in the first place. Besides, the guy found out that he was here for Eve. Roy said that he knew perfectly well that Frank had gone into that dungeon to earn money to teach Eva the craft of a hunter, and asked why they had quarreled then. As Frank lowered his wounded comrade to the ground, he noted that it was none of his business, and the boy asked how the wizard hero was feeling. Frank said that it wasn't very good, because he was already bad, and they had to spend a lot of energy on protecting Frank himself, and even Roy noticed that the magician's condition was extremely deplorable. Realizing that the situation was urgent, Roy pulled out the elixir from Cabesus that the boy always carried with him in case of emergency, and Frank was surprised to see it. Pouring the potion into the man's mouth, Roy noted that it was like administering first aid, but in any case, the drug would clearly improve the devil's overall condition. A couple of seconds later, the old man started coughing and Roy supported his head, noticing that the man had come to, and Frank sighed slightly, relaxing, thinking that he had gotten away with it. The wizard, completely exhausted, asked who this young man was, and Frank answered his comrade that this was the very same bastard the man had spoken of. Blinking heavily, the man clarified that the brat was a simple student of the academy, and then asked if he really had come alone to save them. And then he interrupted himself and asked a more important question about what happened to those dryads from whom the wizard tried to protect his friend. And Roy said that he had dealt with them all. The man cleared his throat, wondering in confusion how a mere apprentice had managed to take on an entire army of dryads on his own. And Roy asked how they had ended up there. The man replied that he was going to explore the dungeon, and for this, he needed the help of a person who would transport the corpses of the monsters. Roy tried to find out why he didn't use a moving company, and the man wheezed that he was afraid he would attract too much attention. Roy asked if the wizard had acted alone, fearing that he would be discovered by the Order of Truth, and the devil froze in amazement. He wanted to ask how the guy knew if he didn't even talk about it at the association. But suddenly there was a cracking sound in the wood, which made Roy turn around immediately. And then they felt something like an earthquake. And Frank was clearly scared, and Roy was just surprised, not understanding what exactly was happening. Rising from the ground, Roy asked what that feeling was and asked if it was an earthquake, to which Frank responded in fear that he was approaching them. The boy didn't understand what the man meant exactly, and Frank said that the monster that had stripped the devil himself of his magical powers was approaching. Roy thought that the Order of Truth must have prepared something equal in power for the devil as a trap, and that was why the old man lost his power. After clearing his throat again, the man told Roy that he was grateful for the rescue attempt, but he shouldn't have done it. And the boys stared in amazement at the source of the noise. At first, Roy thought that a living mountain was approaching them, but it turned out to be a dryad of such enormous size that Roy couldn't even immediately believe his eyes. Roy asked if the monster was a distortion monster, and the devil noted that this was the first time he had encountered such a species, and therefore thought it was some kind of mutation. The monster, taking slow and terribly loud steps, walked past the three people, and Roy, examining it, noted that he did not see any differences from the other dryads except perhaps in height. Realizing that the monster had gone the other way, Roy straightened up and suggested that the men sneak to the exit. But Frank replied that they had already tried. Frank noted that he had no idea how, but the monster noticed them as soon as they approached the exit. And it was because of their attempt to exit that the devil was in such a state. The man noted that this monster clearly did not have a simple mutation, because even strong magic could not penetrate it. And if damage did occur, the monster regenerated lightning fast. Roy thought he had misheard at first, but the devil said that his magic was completely useless against this monster, and the boy's eyes widened in amazement. The man said that he was already old and sick, and he was ashamed to even be called the devil. And although he could pierce the bark and slow down regeneration, he remained completely vulnerable. The man also added that it would take one powerful blow to break through his core, but they didn't have any way to do that right now. And Roy knew what he had to do. Straightening up again, Roy touched Cabesus and began to pull his spear out of him, asking again that just one powerful blow would be enough. Holding Gungnir tightly, Roy turned to the devil and asked him to weaken the monster so that Roy could use the spear to destroy the monster's core. The man indignantly said that the core could not be destroyed with a simple blow, and he would, of course, make every effort, but he would only be able to weaken it and not completely neutralize it. And then, clearing his throat, the man also noted with slight sadness that the most important thing was that they would hardly have another chance in case of failure. Roy was forced to agree with this, since the devil clearly wouldn't last more than one try. And so he said that he would distract the monster so that Frank and Roy could escape. Holding his mythical spear out in front of the man, Roy told the wizard that the plan to destroy the core was in fact entirely feasible. The devil asked what this strange weapon was, and Roy explained that this spear would pierce the core of a huge monster for him, and offered the man to examine the weapon more closely. The guy tried to warn the man that the spear would cause rejection if the dude tried to take possession of it. And then the devil, having begun to study the spear, was amazed at what he saw. The man muttered something under his breath, shaking with confusion, and Roy listened, after which the man suddenly exclaimed questioningly. Looking at the spear with a startled look, the man asked how such complex magical chains could not conflict but coexist with each other. The devil was most struck by the fact that he did not recognize some of the magic chains at all, and Frank noted that it was the first time he had heard the old man talk so much. Roy tried to ask if he now thought the spear would be enough for their plan, and the devil noted that with such a weapon, the monster didn't even need to be weakened. Realizing that this thing was truly unusual, the devil suddenly thought that he had completely forgotten to ask Roy where he got this spear, and the guy tried to come up with an excuse. Lost in thought, Roy suddenly said that the great swordsman had bought him this spear, and thought at the same time that, in fact, he had not even lied, although the devil noted that this was not like Guy. After some time, the group decided to try to develop a plan while the monster was wandering through the forest, not noticing those who were about to kill it. The boy armed himself with both his spears, and Frank lifted the devil onto his back, and Roy declared the hunt for the tree boss to begin. When they were about to start implementing it, Roy decided to once again voice the plan they had come up with in order to avoid any excesses. The devil had to not only try to weaken the monster, but also try to maintain consciousness while doing so. And Roy would do the rest, finishing off the monster with his spear. Roy asked if the wizard could cast a weakening spell on the fly, and the man confirmed this guess, adding that it would reduce its effectiveness and shorten his life. Realizing that this could not be allowed, Roy said that he would distract the monster onto himself, and the devil would be able to calmly prepare his spells without rushing anywhere. It turns out that, first of all, Roy will distract the monster so that it does not attack Frank and the devil, and thus prepare the ground for the second point of the plan. While Roy distracts him, the devil, sitting on Frank's back for mobility, will be able to prepare his spell without rushing to weaken the monster. Finally, when Roy realizes that the monster is weakened enough and the core is exposed, the guy will pierce its body with Gungnir, killing the monster and opening the way for them to get out. The plan was simple enough, but Roy still thought about it, noting that there were two variables they might not be able to keep track of. Firstly, Roy might die while distracting the monster, and secondly, He might sense the devil's magic and attack them with Frank instead of the spearman. The guy thought that he could take care of the first variable himself, but he couldn't take care of the second one. So Roy turned to Frank, saying that he wasn't sure how things would turn out. Roy said that in the worst case, he would be the only one left, and Frank promised that he would do everything in his power to get back to his daughter. Then the man turned to the old wizard, telling him to hold on tightly to his back if he wanted to live. And the old man replied that he would rely on his comrade. As Roy listened to Frank and the devil discuss the plan, he couldn't help but notice that they were talking so casually, like old friends, and it brought a smile to his face. He suggested that they move on now that they had figured everything out, and after some time they had already reached the terrifying monsters slowly wandering through the forest. Roy stood on a branch of one of the trees with the spear of Longinus at the ready, and prepared to run forward to begin the implementation of the first stage of the plan. At the same time, Frank and the devil stared at the monster in amazement, only now properly examining it in all its details and amazed at its scale. The guy said that he was 100% sure that they would quickly find the monster, because it was so huge that it could be seen from all over the forest. Crouching down and bracing himself, Roy noted that his comrades would be better off staying where they were, as at a closer range the monster could sense the devil's magic. The man noted that Roy should not expose himself to more danger either, and tried to explain his point of view. But Roy interrupted the old man. To his dismay, Roy noted that he thought it would be better if he got as close as possible, since he was the only one who could deftly avoid his attacks. The man frowned and agreed to go along with Roy's plan, and Roy grinned and said that they must be sick of wandering around in this forest for several days. And when he said that it was time for them to get out, both men smiled warmly at him and wished him luck, because on such a dangerous mission he would definitely need it. Frank held the guy back for a second and asked him to be careful, and Roy, smiling, asked his older friend the same thing, after which he rushed from the spot. Moving from branch to branch with the help of jerks, Roy quickly moved closer to the monster in order to attract its attention to his person as quickly as possible. Looking up and frowning, Roy noted that the monster had seemed terrifying even from afar. But up close, the guy felt his breath being taken away by the scale of the enemy. But only now, having reached the monster, Roy felt a dark aura surrounding him, which was most likely the reason why the devil had had such a hard time with their last fight. The monster was so huge that when it moved through the forest, it demolished everything in its path, and Roy was glad that the other dryads would not interfere with it. Roy ran alongside for a while, but then stopped right behind the monster and ordered himself to concentrate, because any mistake could lead to death. Closing his eyes and concentrating on his difficult task, Roy took a deep breath and then opened his eyes wide, glaring at the monster. He let out all the air in a loud scream, which the guy used to get the attention of this tree boss. Hearing a strange sound behind its back, the monster first only glanced back slightly, and then, noticing Roy, turned completely towards him, making a woody, crackling sound. Roy looked into the monster's eyes, and only now realized that he had no way back. And now he could only hope for his comrades. The monster was so huge that when it took a step towards the boy, Roy was instantly covered by its shadow, and the boy clearly felt a terrifying dark aura. She was so incomprehensible, but at the same time it was clearly felt that the guy, without taking his eyes off the monster's striking eyes, said only that it was possible to go crazy. And at the same moment as he voiced his thought, huge branches, creaking and cracking, reached out to him, intending to tear the guy to pieces. The huge tree struck exactly where Roy was standing, and the attack was so powerful that huge rocks flew into the air, and the sound of the impact itself was heard for many kilometers. However, Roy, relying entirely on his own reflexes, managed not only to dodge the fatal blow, but also to stand with his feet on one of the branches. The guy had already managed to rejoice at the fact that he had managed to dodge the first attack. But at the same moment, he felt two other branches approaching his back. Leaping over one branch and bracing his foot against another, Roy dodged each attack, marveling out loud at how incredibly long the monster's branches were. The guy was saved from one blow after another, and suddenly realized that the monster was hitting with incredible speed, almost without pauses. And he became indignant, begging for at least a second to rest. Realizing that the monster's attacks were not only faster than they expected, but also had a farther reach, Roy had to deviate from Frank and the devil's direction. Looking towards the forest where his comrades should be, Roy wondered if the weakening spell was ready yet. And at the same moment, he noticed danger on the right. The boy changed his trajectory in an instant, jumping back and letting the branch hit the ground where Roy had just been standing. When he landed, some branches, having broken through the ground in one place, began to break out of it right behind Roy's back, while the guy tried to predict where the blow would come from this time. But when he finally sensed with his sixth sense where the attack would come from, he instantly saw a whole group of branches rushing towards him. Realizing that the guy wouldn't be able to dodge one of them, Roy swung his spear and hit it with the tip, completely cutting off the piece that was closest to him. In the end, finding himself almost locked in a cage of branches, the guy cut his way out, and, jumping away from them with quick leaps, the guy rushed on. Having run to a more or less safe distance, Roy turned sharply and braked, sliding forward a little by inertia. But when Roy looked back at the monster surrounded by a dark aura, his breath immediately caught and he regretted stopping. Roy saw whole hordes of branches that were trying to tear him apart, and all of them were literally covered in a dark aura, which made the guy feel heavier and heavier. He noted that due to the influence of the monster, not only was there a sense of serious pressure, but even the air around began to ripple in small waves. Gripping the spear more comfortably, the guy thought that he would actually like to avoid direct confrontation until the right moment. But it seemed there was no choice. But just as he was about to rush into battle against the monster with only the spear of Longinus, a bright, explosive light suddenly lit up behind the guy. Roy turned around and realized that this was exactly the signal the devil was supposed to give when he finished preparing the weakening spell. Picking up the wizard who had finished his work, Frank ordered him to hold on tighter and carried him to the next pre-selected point away from the place of pursuit. Grinning and gripping his spear tighter, Roy noticed that the devil had not only weakened the monster, but had done so just in time, because the guy was about to do something stupid. 4 huge branches struck with great force the next second at the place where Roy had been standing, and the monster had time to hope that the annoying man had finally died. However, when he removed the branches to look at the place of the blow, he did not find the body of the nasty man there, and he crackled something in bewilderment. Standing in a completely different place, Roy, straightening up and grinning slyly in response to the monster's actions, shouted, attracting his attention. The guy smiled contentedly, fully aware that victory was already in his hands. He just needed to play the cards he had correctly. The enraged, colossal dryad screamed in unbridled rage, intending to finish the guy off that very second by attacking him with all her enormous branches. In turn, Roy dodged each powerful blow without any problems and, running away, shouted, calling on the monster to attack him if it dared. The guy ran with all his might, fully aware that these same forces were already beginning to leave his body. But stopping would mean death. The huge tree monster also rushed at great speed, demolishing everything in its path to the goal of finishing off the impudent man who dared to fight with it. Roy had been running for quite some time now, and as fatigue began to take over, the boy felt his body slowing down, although the deadly whirlwind of huge branches did not lag behind. At one point, a colossal branch almost grabbed Roy, but the guy managed to jump forward at the very last moment, dodging the fatal blow. The guy magically dodged every attack, without stopping his movement and moving, sharply changing his direction, because of which the branches did not hit their target. After all, if Roy was initially almost caught, he managed to escape from every blow with which the monster tried to stop this nasty chase. Having pulled ahead a little, Roy allowed himself to look back to assess the speed of the monster and the situation as a whole, and received quite a lot of information. The guy saw that the monster was not lagging behind him at all, and this was great news, because they had almost reached the next agreed place. Trying not to slow down, the boy jumped over a fallen tree, hoping that the creature would continue to move after him with the same fury as before. The most important thing now was to lure the monster to the point they had previously agreed on, so that the final stage of the plan could be implemented there. Roy continued to run as fast as he could, and at one point he turned his head and noticed that the branches were almost reaching him. However, at that very moment, something began to burst out of the ground, making a faint clanking sound and giving the monster a hint that things were not going according to his plan. Suddenly, A whole cloud of chains flew out of the ground, heading towards the monster and intending to wrap it around him to such a state that the monster would not be able to move. The monster was incredibly surprised, not understanding where these strange chains suddenly came from, which entwined him from roots to crown, and even entwined most of his branches. The weakening spell was so effective that the monster slowed down incredibly, and Roy, turning sharply, stopped, staring at the monster in amazement. Seeing the effect the spell had, Roy smiled happily and shouted that everything was ready for the final stage of their plan. Roy examined the monster completely, and clearly noticed that its movements had become much slower, and its power had diminished, which meant that the devil's magic had worked as it should. Looking in rage at the chains that made it so difficult to move, the monster tried to break them, but to no avail. Then, suddenly, it sensed something strange coming from the forest and turned its attention from the chains and Roy in that direction. To Roy's surprise, the monster suddenly shot one of its branches through the ground right in the direction where Frank and the devil were supposed to be. Roy understood perfectly well that the monster was not striking at random, but was aiming exactly where the wizard had used his magic, which meant that it could still sense witchcraft. Putting his hand into Kabisi's, the boy instantly felt the handle of Gungnir and began to pull it out, thinking that the devil was probably exhausted after the spell. And having snatched the spear, the guy realized that he had to act as quickly as possible, because Frank would not last long if he had to run with the devil on his back. Seizing the moment, raising the spear over his shoulder and taking aim, the guy noted that he had only one chance to win this fight. And in order for this blow to accurately penetrate the monster's defense, Roy decided to put absolutely all of his strength into Gungnir, intending to kill the monster with this throw. And although the guy was incredibly worried about his comrades, who could be in terrible danger, the guy ordered himself to calm down and took a deep breath. Roy looked closely at the monster's body and used all his senses to understand 100% where exactly its core was. And at that very moment, he saw this very core, as if he saw it right through the bark, which meant he could now throw Gungnir even more accurately. Roy's eyes flashed, and he knew that the moment couldn't be more perfect. So he ordered himself to throw his spear and finally kill the monster that had caused so much trouble. And, sharply jerking his hand forward and releasing the spear, Roy sent it flying straight towards the core with the aim of ending the life of this terrifying tree. And when the spear finally reached its target, the monster, bound in magical shackles, screamed from the terrible pain that pierced its body. Roy really put all his strength into that throw, and then Gungnir pierced the monster's bark as if it was piercing paper, easily penetrating the monster's interior. And when it flew out from the opposite side of the dryad, leaving a huge hole in the trunk of the demonic tree, the sphere that was the source of the monster's life split into pieces. The monster was defeated, and he marked his defeat with a loud fall, leaving clouds of dust where he hit the ground. Breathing heavily and feeling beads of sweat roll down his chin, the boy raised a stern gaze to the corpse of the monster, trying to cope with the tension. And when he fully realized that he had been able to kill such a colossal monster, the guy fell back, not believing his eyes and trying to calm his wildly beating heart. The boy suddenly noticed that his head was spinning and the strength left his body, and Roy assumed that it was because he put all his strength into throwing Gungnir. Roy was so tired that his entire body was shaking and he couldn't even summon his spear back, all the while thinking that he hoped Frank and the devil were okay. Roy ran into the forest, wanting to find his comrades, and found them in the thicket. But for some reason, Frank was sitting on the ground, holding his leg. The devil said that he was fine, but Frank was hurt, and Roy, worried, ran closer to assess the extent of the injury. The boy thought that even if the monster was weakened, it was really extremely difficult for a simple person like Frank to dodge its attacks. The guy relaxed, glad that the wound was not serious and he only needed a little healing, just like the devil, and then they would both be as good as new. And while the devil was talking about how worried he was about Frank, the man noted that if he were 5 years younger, he could have run away from the monster for 5 days with both of them on his back. Noticing that the two men had become very close during their time of survival, Roy said that they needed to leave, but first he would go and get his spear back. However, just as Roy was about to run off after Gungnir, the branches lying on the ground suddenly began to move, making cracking sounds. And then, looking down at the people from a great height and covering them with its shadow, the monster rose up, looking at the bewilderment in Roy's eyes. Not understanding how something like this could happen, Roy watched as a huge shadow covered him, blocking the moon from view and making the boy genuinely not understand what was happening. With a huge wound in the trunk, one eye missing and an incredible number of huge cracks on its body, the monster stood up and growled furiously. Roy was sure that Gungnir had hit the target and pierced the monster through and through, and the only suspicion that crept into his head was that the sphere had not broken completely. However, Roy was sure that he had completely destroyed the core. But in the crack on the monster's body, something in the shape of a sphere and purple in color suddenly appeared. And only now, having taken a closer look, Roy realized that in the body of this monster all this time, there was not one core, but two at once. The monster emitted a dark aura of incredible power and looked at its enemies with a single gaze, full of insane rage. And most of all, the monster's rage was concentrated on a specific person, the very one who almost killed him by destroying the first life sphere with his spear. The monster attacked the enemies with its branches, intending to finish them off once and for all. But the devil built a magical barrier to protect himself and his comrades. And although the man's defense was very effective, he coughed up blood, letting Roy know that he had already spent too much mana and simply could not take any more. Trying to figure out what to do as quickly as possible, Roy was well aware that the monster would not die unless they destroyed the second sphere. But he could not do that without Gungnir. The boy tried to see where his spear was, but the monster covered the ground with a whole carpet of branches, hiding the spear from its owner. The guy felt hopeless from the realization that the monster could be deliberately hiding the weapon from him so as not to repeat what happened a couple of minutes ago. Thinking that he still had the Spear of Longinus, Roy thought that he could cut the sphere with it and asked the devil if he could weaken the monster once more. Roy watched as the branches hit the barrier created by the devil and realized that he would not be able to weaken the monster while it was attacking them. So the boy decided to distract the monster again. Frank tried to stop him, but Roy interrupted him, saying that now was not the time to think about moves. And so now they needed to do what they could. The devil tried to hold him back, but Roy, armed with the Spear of Longinus, rushed forward, realizing that if they simply waited, all three of them would die. The swarm moved as fast as it could, darting from one aggressive branch to another to avoid being caught in the powerful attacks. One of the attacks came very close to hitting the spearman, but Roy dodged it, amazed that the devil could fight this monster in his condition. Realizing that it would not be so easy to get through to the monster through a whole pile of branches, the guy ran up to them and swung his spear, intending to cut a passage for himself. Swinging his spear properly, the boy attacked the nearest branch, chopping it into pieces and rushing further towards the monster's body. The swarm was pushing further and further, and the monster, wanting to stop the guy, was pulling even more branches towards him in order to stop him and prevent the possibility of the core being destroyed. The devil felt the tension ease as the branches began to hit his barrier less and less the further Roy pushed through, and more were approaching Roy. And the guy found himself naturally surrounded by branches that were going to tear the guy apart or pin him to the ground. Frozen in place to bring as many branches as possible to himself, the guy suddenly jumped up, and the monster struck with great force at the point where he had just been standing. Although Roy successfully pushed forward and dodged the attacks, his body was terribly tense, because after using Gungnir, his strength was almost gone. The guy understood perfectly well that in order to pierce the core with Longinus's spear, he needed to get as close as possible. But it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to push forward. As he landed after dodging a particularly dangerous attack, Roy thought he wasn't sure he had the strength to reach his goal. He suddenly realized that it was much easier to attract the monster's attention by staying on the edge of its range than to get close. Roy was already so tired that his senses and feelings stopped giving him as much information as they had before, and he did not notice how one branch approached his leg. Coming closer, she wrapped herself around his leg, holding Roy in place and not allowing him to move. And the boy looked up, realizing that this was the best moment for the monster to attack. However, at that very moment, the magic chains burst out of the ground again, rushing to bind the monster's body, preventing it from moving freely. And Roy, to whom several branches had already gotten so close that they left him no chance to evade, found himself tied up in a chain. Seeing the devil's magical chains holding the branches from moving and them drooping in weakness, Roy knew he had to act as soon as possible. Having cut the branch wrapped around his leg, Roy realized that the devil probably didn't have much strength to maintain the spell for long, and therefore he had to hurry. Roy made his way through the frozen branches with all the speed he had left, and the boy jumped onto one of the thickest branches to get to the monster's body. Looking at the cluster of branches that were tied with chains, Roy noticed that there were fewer of them than last time, and they were not nearly as thick. However, the devil's magic was more limited this time, and this time the chains only bound the branches of the monster, but its main body was free. The guy rushed forward, trying to calculate how to get to the monster's weak spot with the greatest efficiency. He had already seen the hole with the core sticking out of it, and allowed himself to believe that now everything would work out, and he would be able to kill the monster for good. Jumping from the ground, the guy soared into the air and found himself as close as possible to the monster's weak spot, realizing that now was the best moment to attack, and it was impossible to fail. Having swung the spear properly, the boy swung it, attacking the weak spot with the last remaining strength in his tired body. However, behind the guy's back there was suddenly a loud clanging sound that did not bode well, although Roy could not be distracted from his last attack. And this turned out to be his mistake, because at the very moment when the spear was about to break the core, one of the branches rushed towards the guy with great speed, and for the first time in this very long fight, Roy lost the initiative and was hit by a powerful blow, which was so powerful that the guy flew to the side, crashing into the ground. The landing was so painful that the boy spat out blood from the pain, and shards of rock flew into the air around him. The boy lay in the small crater created by his landing, coughing up the blood that had suddenly filled his throat as he looked up at the terrible scene. Breaking the magic chains one by one, the monster freed its branches and, seeing that its enemy was wounded, threw all its branches towards him so as not to let the guy catch his breath. Trembling with tension, Roy clenched his hand on the hilt of Longinus's spear, thinking that he was sure that it would be enough, and he just needed to get closer. But he was wrong. A whole horde of branches of the demonic tree rushed towards him, and the guy realized with each passing moment that his chances of evading were getting smaller. But even understanding that it was absolutely necessary to dodge, the guy couldn't force himself to move, and despair splashed in his eyes. However, something suddenly happened that surprised the guy, because the branches did not reach their target, crashing into an unexpectedly appeared obstacle. In front of Roy, with his hands raised higher, stood the devil, who had created a magical barrier with the last of his strength, which urged the guy to run as quickly as possible. Feeling a trickle of blood trickle down his lips, the man thought that this student was able to achieve incredible power in his early 20s, and it surprised him. The old man knew that this guy could become truly great and surpass even the 5 legendary heroes. But now he was in danger, and the devil would save him even at the cost of his own life. Turning towards him, the man used all the strength that was left in his old body to make his voice more commanding and ordered the boy to run away. But he refused. Trembling with pain all over, Roy pressed his spear into the ground and, leaning on it, tried to rise, noting that he was not going to run away and leave the man here to die. The devil tried to reason with the guy, because he saw that the spearman was at his limit, and therefore the next attack could kill him, and he cried out, claiming that it was not the time to show character. While the boy, clutching the shaft of his spear as tightly as he could, rose up, trying to cope with the tension in his body, the man cried out that he still didn't have much time left. The old man, who had once been a real hero, but now did not have enough strength to deal with the monster alone, tried to convince the boy to face reality. In turn, looking up at the man, he clenched his jaws in pain, asking why he didn't run away himself. And the man saw that blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Staring at the old wizard, who was struggling to hold back the terrible blows of the branches, Roy asked him why he hadn't left Roy and Frank here to die. The old man stared at the boy in amazement, and Roy noted that if the man had wanted to leave them, he could have done so a long time ago and saved his life. Shaking but rising to his feet, the boy, leaning on the spear of Longinus, asked why the wizard, even in such a hopeless situation, was trying to sacrifice himself. Roy tried to take a step, But his body responded with such severe pain that the guy simply could not bear it and wheezed, collapsing. But even after falling to the ground for the second time, Roy did not let go of the spear and pressed its tip into the ground, intending to use it as a support to rise again. And while the devil held back the branch's crushing attacks with his barrier, Roy breathed heavily, coping with the pain that gripped his chest. Straining his body again to try and stand up, Roy coughed again, spitting out blood and thinking that, as the devil had said, the best solution would be to just run away. He understood that the best solution for him personally would be to run to Frank and escape with him, allowing the devil to cover their backs. Unable to lift his head, Roy also thought that there was a worse solution. And in this situation, it was trying to engage the monster in another fight. He understood that he already had the answer to this simple problem. But for some reason, he could not allow himself to run away. And the guy felt someone's presence nearby. He realized that he not only did not want to, but did not have the right to escape. And, looking up, he saw in front of him the silhouette of Hercules, asking what the power of the swarm was. Roy remembered listening to his first lecture, in which the hero said that he emphasized the importance of muscle strength, but that was not the strength he wanted to teach his students. Roy remembered how after a grueling workout with a ton of weight in his cabeces, he turned on a lecture from Hercules, who said that strength was nothing more than physical might. And although Hercules insisted on its importance, he admitted that its concentration was not in the muscles, and the hero thought that someone would definitely ask what strength was according to the teacher. At this point, Roy was feeling exhausted after a terribly difficult workout, and looked up at the screen when he noticed that Hercules had suddenly gone silent. However, it was clear that the hero had not fallen silent just like that, but was clearly collecting his thoughts before telling his students something truly important. And then he spoke, claiming that he had walked the path of redemption, because once, unable to overcome the madness sent by Hera's curse, he killed his beloved wife and children with his own hands. Yes, Hercules was powerful, but he could not cope with the mental threat and was ready to go to extremes. But he set out on the path of redemption through 12 trials. The Delphic oracle convinced him that this was the only way he could atone for his terrible sin. And Hercules passed the tests with all zeal, becoming famous with each new feat. But the glory for his accomplished feats was outweighed by the ridicule of people who noted that he did not deserve to be considered a hero, since he killed his wife and children with his own hands. And the young man agreed with them, and therefore even began to think about extremes again, but continued to move forward, because only through sacrifice could he atone. He knew he had to fight again and again to protect others, perhaps at the risk of not returning after another hard fight or difficult test, but only by sacrificing himself for others and fighting not for himself, but for defenseless people. Will he be able to not earn someone's forgiveness, but forgive himself? And only by forgiving himself, Hercules was able to become a hero for himself and for others. And much later, continuing to fight at the limits of his abilities, he helped the gods during the battle against the giants. With a heavy sigh, the mentor said that from the murderer of his wife and children, he became a world-famous hero only thanks to true strength, which he considered to be repentance. Looking up at the viewer, the demigod added that when his students said they were going to do something or become someone, the others would shake their heads and say it was impossible. Now, kneeling, exhausted, and in terrible pain, Roy remembered how Hercules had insisted that those around him would have 100,000 reasons for his failure. But now the boy seemed to hear the great Greco-Roman hero standing in front of him and saying that all these cries and contempt were absolutely unimportant. Hearing the hero's words as if right next to his own ear, Roy, trembling from the incessant pain, raised his first leg, wanting to stand up at all costs. Hercules said that there would be hundreds of thousands of reasons given by others why Roy wouldn't be able to do something. And the hero doesn't say to go against them. But when a person decides to achieve something at any cost, this is the only reason that makes a person a real hero. Deciding that Roy would not allow himself to escape and would definitely save his comrades no matter what it took, the boy managed to suppress the pain and tension in order to stand on both feet. The devil tried to stop the guy from making a crazy attempt to attack, because this action would just be a crazy way to end his life. The great wizard shouted that Roy, like no one else, understood that he could not win, and that he could not stand against a monster of such a level. But Roy did not argue. He knew he probably had no chance of winning, and the devil continued to coax him, while a sticky fear squeezed the guy's throat, and the whisper of doubt sounded in his ears. But at the same time, Hercules' supportive voice broke through his consciousness, encouraging and giving him confidence, because the man asked him to remember one thing. He asked his student, despite all the difficult thoughts, despite all the persuasion, despite the absolute certainty that nothing would come of it, to take a step forward. He asked him to keep going, and Roy, realizing that the actions of a 28-year-old student looked like youthful zeal in the eyes of the wizard, continued walking. The guy also understood that some 28 years for an old magician was an insignificant time, but for a spearman, it was a whole life. And, clutching his spear and hearing Hercules say that this willingness to step is true strength, he decided that he would not let this life go down the drain because of a moment's impulse. The magical barrier that the devil had built to protect them dissipated, but the body of the boy who had taken a step forward despite the low odds of winning suddenly began to glow. Seeing the strange but so bright light, the source of which was the man whom the monster so badly wanted to kill, the monster became agitated. At the same time, Roy felt his body filling with strength from the zeal that permeated his heart to achieve victory and protect his friends at any cost. And now the guy felt how that very power, capable of destroying everything in its path, and which Hercules spoke of, was permeating his body. Although the monster felt uneasy due to the enemy's sudden recovery, it still used several branches at once to attack him. In turn, Roy, tightly gripping the handle of his spear, swung it, attacking the branches that were about to tear him apart and chopping them into small pieces. And the boy felt how his zeal and willingness to die so that his comrades could live gave him even more strength so that he could continue to fight. And although the pain still pierced his body, the guy, clenching his teeth, endured, not allowing it to knock his body off his feet or saturate his mind with fear and uncertainty. Cutting branch after branch and rushing forward, not allowing obstacles to stop him, Roy got very close and jumped, getting ready to reach the core for the second time. The force of the subsequent blow was so great that it simply raised clouds of dust and shattered stone fragments, and the sound spread over a huge distance. Standing at a distance from the action, the devil raised his hands, shielding himself from the possible blast wave and trying to stay on his feet after a strong gust of wind. In horror and panic, the legendary wizard pulled his hands away as the wind died down, trying to figure out what exactly had happened when Roy rushed towards the monster. And, to his great surprise, the little guy, whom he had just persuaded to abandon him and run away, since his strength would not be enough to win, broke through the monster's defense and destroyed the core. Realizing that the boy had managed to defeat the monster that had terrorized their group for so long, the devil allowed himself to smile, although he could not believe in their success. However, Roy, still in the air after the powerful blow, suddenly began to fall forward, and the smile disappeared from the old man's face when he realized that the boy was falling. Barely having time to react, the man used magic to create a levitating safe sphere around the guy and prevent him from falling. The fight began at sunset and lasted until dawn, and Frank, illuminated by the rays of the sun, hobbled to his comrades, excitedly shouting Roy's name. The devil sat over the unconscious spearman and said that the wound was not superficial, but it did not look like the guy's life was in any serious danger. The man said that the loss of consciousness was probably a kind of payment for the fact that he used a force beyond his capabilities. And Frank agreed with the magician. Sighing, the old man suddenly lowered his gaze and sadly noted that he was ashamed of this, but during the fight he had become truly scared. And Frank looked at his friend in bewilderment. Frank asked why the country's great hero would be afraid of a monster when he spent days screaming about how he had lived out his life. And the devil noted that even he felt terrified. He added that fear had taken hold of his mind in a way that Frank did not understand, for the wizard was not afraid of death, but of the thought of what would happen to the world after his death. Frank sincerely did not understand what his comrade was talking about, and asked again what exactly he meant. And the devil sadly looked away. The man looked sadly at the sky, and clearly remembering the horrors of the first dungeon breakthroughs, the Berserker Giant and the Order of Truth, said that the world was far from safe. And even though the man thought he wasn't afraid of death, on its threshold he began to worry that he would leave this world and its inhabitants in danger if he died now. The man's mind was filled with memories of lying in a hospital bed after yet another injury, watching blood flow down his shaking hand. Frank asked if this was the reason the devil accepted the apprentice, and the wizard nodded, noting that Daisy had done well and exceeded his expectations, but he still couldn't let go of the darkness. Looking up at the sky, the man noted that this darkness filled his heart and he couldn't get rid of it. But after today, he realized that his worries were in vain. Looking down at Roy, who was still unconscious, the man noted that today, next to him in battle, there was someone who, even without him, would continue the legacy of heroes. The man remembered how during the desperate battle Roy refused to give up despite the despair that had overwhelmed the wizard's mind and his own. And when he stepped forward, casting aside fear and uncertainty, willing to enter into an unequal battle even though the chances were slim, the devil saw in him a hero of a new generation. And now, for the first time in a very long time spent in fear, doubt, uncertainty, and horror, the devil finally allowed himself to smile. Finally, after some time, Roy finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath when he realized that he was not lying on the battlefield where he had just destroyed the monster, but in a bed. The guy was lying on a hospital bed, and suddenly Frank came out of the next bed, using a crutch and asking if the guy was awake. And on the other side, the devil asked him the same thing. Relaxed by the knowledge that they were out of that cave and now in the hospital, Roy asked how they were feeling. The guy was surprised that the devil was assigned to the same ward with them, while both comrades insisted that they weren't too badly hurt and, with proper treatment, they would get back on their feet. Roy noticed that the wizard coughed into his hand and noted that while Frank seemed fine, the devil had clearly suffered much more. Groaning from the pain in his leg, Frank sat up on his bunk and turned to Roy, asking how he was, having been lying in bed for half a day. And Roy jumped up, asking if the man had called Eve. For some reason, Frank felt uncomfortable and, turning away and scratching the back of his neck, said that he had called. And Roy sighed in relief, acknowledging that everything had ended well. Not daring to talk about the conversation with his daughter, Frank changed the subject, turning back to Roy and saying that he had also called Aura. And Roy was surprised, not understanding why he had done that. Frank said that Aura was worried about Roy and asked Eva where they were. And Roy thought he could imagine what Aura was thinking, since he went looking for Frank and disappeared himself, taking her grandfather's sword with him. Suddenly, the devil intervened in the conversation, curiously noting that he remembered Frank talking about his daughter before, and asked if he had understood correctly that her name was Eva. Frank noted with a smile that this was true, although he had ended up in the hospital trying to earn money for his daughter's education, and hoped that the devil would not forget about the promised payment. And the magician thought about it. At first, Frank's smile disappeared and he asked if his new friend was going to not pay. But the devil chuckled and said that he could take care of Eve's training himself. At first, there was silence in the air. And then, realizing what the hero wizard had said, Roy just looked at Frank in bewilderment. And Frank's eyes widened in amazement. Not believing what he heard, Frank asked if the old man was overcome by dementia, or perhaps had gone mad. But the devil smiled and said that he was of sound mind. Looking at his friend with confusion, Frank asked why he had made such a proposal, since the wizard had said that there was a lot of work to do. And the man had replied that he was no longer sure of its importance. Smiling at the man, the devil said that he did not have much time left, perhaps a year, and that he would no longer be doing important work, and therefore wanted to repay his savior. And then he shrugged and grinned, thinking that if the girl didn't want to be a magician, then there was nothing he could do. And Frank continued to look at him dumbfounded. Turning to Roy, the devil thought for a moment, and then noted that Roy was also his savior, and therefore, if the spearman suddenly wanted, the old man could take him on as an apprentice. Roy grinned and shook his head, saying that if a man wanted to somehow repay for saving him, it would be better with money. And the devil laughed heartily. The devil smiled and noted that it was easy to pay the guy for his life, but asked the guy to name his price. And Roy was about to do so, but then there was a noise behind him. Frank jumped up and down, and Roy and the devil turned in surprise as the door suddenly flew off its hinges and crashed into the wall, knocked down by one powerful kick from the visitor. And only now, trembling and mentally saying goodbye to life, the guy realized that he had forgotten something. And this something was extremely important. But now it was too late to do anything. The great swordsman burst inside, screaming in rage and claiming that this time he would definitely knock out all of the bastard's teeth, while Aura kept him back, continuing to justify the guy. Aura shouted at the boy to run if he wanted to live. And although he thought about it, he knew perfectly well that it was too late to run away, and tried to defend himself from the righteous anger of the old hero. Suddenly, surprised not only by what was happening, but also by the fact that one of the participants in the action was his old comrade, the devil calmly greeted Guy, and the man was distracted. The old man stared at his old comrade in amazement, not understanding how he had ended up there, and the devil, in turn, smiling cheerfully, said that he was glad to see him, joyfully noting that he had never imagined that after so many years they would meet in this way. The wizard recalled that when they were young, they spent all their time with each other. Still surprised to see his comrade in arms in such a situation, Guy said that he was doing generally unchanged, and then asked what his friend was doing there. The old man replied that he had almost died in a fit of passion, and Guy was extremely surprised by this, noting that his friend seemed to have truly outlived his time, although he noted that he thought he was pretending. While they were chatting, the spearman asked Aura where Eva was, and she replied that the girl was still on her way. And then the devil noted that he really almost died, and it was Roy who saved him. Suddenly remembering that he came here for a specific reason, Guy yelled at Roy, calling him a real bastard and radiating an aura full of aggression. His gaze was full of anger, and Frank, sitting next to the guy, felt uneasy. And Roy began to make excuses in a panic, claiming that the great swordsman had completely misunderstood everything. The man ordered the boy to shut up, and noted that he had not given him the sword for sale, and was not going to give him any leeway now. And the devil, sadly noticing his friend's anger, tried to calm him down. Turning to his comrade, Guy angrily noted that it was none of his business at all, and the devil said that he understood that the guy had offended the swordsman, but he clearly had his reasons for it. Guy was about to continue his furious monologue about how the guy was a complete scoundrel, but suddenly froze, surprised to hear such words from the lips of the old wizard. However, having shaken off thoughts about how his comrade had changed, Guy turned around and said that Roy had crossed the line after all, and the devil asked what the guy had done to make the old man so angry. Turning back to his comrade, the great swordsman said that this bastard had sold his azure dragon sword, and the devil, hearing the reason, opened his eyes in shock and froze. And then the wizard suddenly remembered the conversation with the spearman in the dungeon, and asked Guy if it turned out that he had bought him a weapon with the money he received from selling the sword. The man, not understanding what his friend was talking about, said that he would never do such a thing. And the man replied that Roy said that the guy had bought him a weapon, and the spearman himself was already saying goodbye to life. The devil tried to say something else, but the great swordsman's anger had already flared up again, and Roy took his last chance to justify himself, trying to save his life. The guy started babbling that he hadn't sold the sword, but had only pawned it for a while, and therefore would immediately go to the chairman and return the weapon, while Aura and Frank sat further away just in case. Looking at the boy with a blazing gaze of anger, Guy asked if he should still forgive him, and the devil, to the boy's horror, asked him to at least not kill him. Spreading an aura of terrifying killing intent around him, Guy told the boy that given the devil's words and the fact that he had not sold the sword, the swordsman would not kill him after all. And then, warming up his hand, he stepped closer, saying that he would only strike once, and the guy would block it. Let him decide for himself whether to dodge or die. And Roy swallowed in panic. His legs even gave way from fear, and the guy tried one last time to say that he could return the sword, and wanted to say that for this reason Guy should not kill him. However, the man, already swinging, absorbed all his mighty strength into his fist and interrupted the guy, saying that it was for this very reason that the great swordsman would decide everything with one blow. It was only at that moment, when the fist, full of the terrifying power of the great swordsman, was already approaching his face, that Roy realized that any arguments and reasons were absolutely useless. And at that very second, Roy suddenly thought that he didn't like what was happening at all. And on the contrary, it made the guy angry, because he absolutely didn't deserve such an attitude towards his person. And, succumbing to emotions and his own feelings that took control of his body, the guy swung and hit back, intercepting the man's attack with his fist. The old man's eyes widened in amazement when he realized that the boy who had only just recently managed to leave a scratch on him with great difficulty had now stopped his blow. In turn, Roy, glad that his reflexes were enough to react to the blow and managed to put his fist out, put all his strength into the blow, realizing that otherwise he would definitely lose. And just a second later, when both hunters pulled their hands away, Roy suddenly felt simply amazing pain, and, falling to his knees and grabbing his hand, cried out because of it. Raising his fist to his eyes, Guy, not only with curiosity but also with great surprise, as if only now he realized that the guy not only reacted with lightning speed, but also blocked his blow. And Roy, falling on his side, rolled on the ground, gritting his teeth and trying with all his might to hold back the pain that pierced his arm as if it was crushed under a press. The great swordsman also turned his gaze to the hand with which the boy had resisted him, and, with no less surprise, noticed that it had not broken and remained completely intact. And if at first Guy thought that this made him respect the guy, then later, remembering who they were talking about, he got angry again, which Roy himself noticed. The guy remembered that the man had promised only one blow, and he chose to fight it off, and then added that he would go out for some air and rushed away while there was still time. As he ran away, the boy suggested that the two old friends talk, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And Aura ran after him, while the men looked at them indignantly. The great swordsman put his hands on his hips and his tongue, regretting that he hadn't stopped the guy and knocked out all his teeth. And the devil laughed, noting that his friend had apparently gotten old too. He added that he already thought that Guy would kill the guy, but he seemed to hold back, and the swordsman himself noted that he would have added trouble to himself, although he did not expect that everything would turn out exactly like that. Having stopped laughing, the devil suddenly looked at his friend with a hint of cunning in his eyes, and asked him to admit that in fact he didn't hate this boy that much. The man indignantly turned away, calling his friend's words nonsense and adding that, if it were up to him, he would immediately remove the guy from sight. And the devil reminded the old man of his granddaughter. He noticed that the girl clearly felt something more than friendly emotions towards the guy. And Guy, telling her to stop with idle chatter, tiredly sat down on a chair next to the magician's bed. Sighing, the man rubbed the bridge of his nose and then, removing his hand from his face, looked into the devil's eyes and asked what, after all, had happened to them in that dungeon in which they had gotten lost. Looking into his friend's eyes, the devil smiled slightly, realizing that his story would be incredibly long, and upon hearing it, the swordsman would clearly be incredibly surprised, and began his story. Summarizing everything he heard, Guy said that he really couldn't believe that traces of the Apostle of Temperance were found in the 10-level distortion dungeon. Also, while spying on the Order, his comrade came across a mutated monster, which he could not cope with, but the slacker Roy dealt with it. The great swordsman looked genuinely puzzled by the story he had heard, and the devil nodded smilingly at each statement, confirming that the man had understood everything correctly. Finally, the old man verbally confirmed that everything was as he said, and then added that Guy clearly should have seen what was happening there, while the man admitted that Roy had clearly become stronger. After hearing the story and resisting his mighty blow, Guy thought that the guy's strength was clearly not at the level it was when they fought, and the devil sighed. The man noted that he could see in his eyes that even after hearing this, he did not recognize the guy. And Guy tried to explain that it was all because he did not trust modern hunters. Guy said he couldn't argue with that, because modern hunters were nothing special. And the devil replied that he couldn't help but agree with his friend. When thinking of the heroes of the Great Calamity, everyone would think of someone like the Great Swordsman or the devil. But now the hunter profession has become nothing more than a lucrative job. Sighing sadly, the old man said that they dreamed of peace more than anyone else and waited for it to come. So they did not reject new trends. But the world is still not so safe. With heavy thoughts in his mind, the man sadly noted that someday all the heroes will disappear, and he is not sure that if a threat arises, the world will have the strength to fight back. The swordsman also added thoughtfully that perhaps this was the true goal of the Order of Truth. And the devil sighed, noting that he had something to say to his old comrade in arms. He said he couldn't help but agree with his friend's opinion of modern hunters, but added that sometimes someone who seemed to be nothing was capable of doing the impossible. The man noted that their age was coming to an end, while at the same time on the street Roy stopped, catching his breath, and Aura ran towards him at full speed and Frank hobbled. In a rage, the girl grabbed the boy by the collar of his hospital gown and demanded an explanation of what he had done with the azure dragon sword, while Roy prayed for them to leave him alone. And while they were arguing with each other, and Frank was trying to intervene, wanting to stop their swearing and let the guy speak out, someone suddenly approached them. All three of them stopped arguing and turned to look at the man who had approached them, and their eyes reflected surprise. While in the ward, the devil, frowning, added that perhaps their end had already come. The old man sighed sadly, noting that even if their end had come, they still wouldn't notice. And Guy stared at his friend in surprise, trying to understand what he was getting at. At first, the devil only smiled, seeing this misunderstanding in the great swordsman's eyes. And then he laughed at his seriousness and said that too much time had passed since their times. Without saying hello or anything at all, Eva ran up to Frank and immediately pounced on the man standing with crutches. And Frank felt her arms tighten around him. He was incredibly happy to see his daughter, but at the same time, he could not hide the fact that he felt ashamed of everything that had happened. And the girl only burst into tears, glad that her father was alive. She continued to cry, hugging her dad tighter and tighter. And he, seeing these tears and realizing that they were flowing only because of him, sadly closed his eyes, hugging his daughter. Turning his head towards Roy, who was now standing with his hands on his hips, rejoicing at the reunion of his comrade's family, he called out to him, making it clear that he had something very important to say. Holding his daughter tightly to his chest, who was not calming down, Frank tried to hold back his tears, but he could not, and, having burst into tears, sincerely thanked Roy for saving him with all his heart. Nodding to his comrade, Roy continued to smile and, while Aura began to cry from the realization of what horror had been happening all this time, answered the man, saying that he would not dare to act differently. Finally, everything returned to normal, and when all his comrades were discharged from the hospital, Frank returned to work, happy that he could again be of use to his daughter. The devil, who had obtained information about the dryads and, in particular, about the terrifying mutation of the main dryad, pleased Daisy with the fact that now they could study a lot. In turn, Roy returned to the academy, where he could continue his studies not only with Aura and Harry, but also by taking courses from Hercules and Zhang Xianfeng. And although it seemed that everything had returned to normal, something had changed. Because immediately after the meeting, Frank took Eva to the ward and introduced her to the devil, with whom they became friends. Having learned that the old man wanted to take her as his student, the girl was terribly surprised. And then, realizing that this was not a joke, she began to bow vigorously, claiming that she would definitely try. In turn, Roy received 10 million from him for saving the devil, although the guy actually named this price, being sure that the hero would refuse. The man said he was a little sorry he couldn't give him more, but insisted that Roy take what was offered and spend it as he saw fit. Roy had to spend a full 500,000 to return the azure dragon sword to the great swordsman, even though the man threatened to kill him in the process. And although the guy initially wanted to simply save his comrade, he managed to simultaneously obtain Gungnir, a whole 9.5 million, and increase the progress of the Hercules course. And when the guy returned to the academy, arguing that due to his almost 50% progress in the course, he was able to withstand Guy's blow, he was met there by a joyful Harry. Approaching him, Roy saw that the guy was training and asked how he could not visit his friend. And Harry noted that he was very worried, but Aura convinced him that everything was fine. And while the master weaponsmith insisted that he was sure that Roy would definitely get out due to his strength, and the spearman chuckled at this, Aura entered inside and greeted them. Smiling happily, the girl said that she was very happy to see Roy, and asked if he had fully recovered, to which the guy replied that his body was completely healed. And when Harry saw Aura, the boy immediately walked up to her and handed her the Dark Star book he had been studying from, and asked her if she could get him one specific thing. Roy had just started training when Aura, after taking a good look at the page from the book, said that she could easily get what she needed, making Harry incredibly happy. Roy was moving around, doing crunches with a ton of weight in his hands, thinking about how the academy was starting to feel like home. And the guy suddenly forgot what rep he was on. After some time, Roy turned on the phone and turned on a lecture by Hercules, who was discussing the fact that sometimes there are students who quickly understand the meaning of strength. And then he added that the student who encountered the situation in which he realized the true essence of divine power was probably very confused by the great progress of the course. The demigod added that there was nothing surprising about this, since the course was created precisely for this purpose, and therefore the percentage jumped due to the fact that the student was able to understand the subject he was studying. And then, interrupting the good atmosphere of the lesson, he furiously added that he really hoped that the students had not started filling their minds with nonsense, as if there was no point in listening to the course anymore. Swinging aggressively with the incredible weight, Hercules exclaimed that the divine power was close to its source, and in order to use it, one must have a vessel that can withstand it. And then, pumping his abs with great speed and zeal, he added that only a body that is honed and trained to the limit can withstand such unbridled power. Showing off his huge muscles, Hercules noted with satisfaction that this was the very reason he had mentioned the importance of muscles in his lecture. The heroes said that it was because of this that the real course would only begin now. And Roy realized that he could now use the mighty force, but his body would not be able to withstand it yet. However, perhaps due to the huge progress, Roy finished the tasks much faster and even had time left. So the guy thought about signing up for a new course. And then he thought about the fact that instead of a lecture, he could buy something that would help him increase or replenish his mana as needed. The boy thought that if he had much more mana, with which he could return Gungnir to himself more often, he could become a walking torpedo bomber. The guy had a lot of money, and he thought about what exactly he should buy, because the Transcendence shop had a lot of different items that replenish mana. And then he chuckled and, opening his phone again, thought that it would still be much better for him to buy a new lecture to increase his strength level, rather than something else. Moreover, Roy understood perfectly well that without the required level of strength, he would never be able to absorb all the energy of the elixir used to increase the volume of mana. He also thought that Merlin's course, while useful, was more about understanding mana than generating it. So he wrote to the mentor to ask about the mana generation class. After sending the message, Roy scratched the back of his head, thinking that mentor usually took at least a week to respond. But suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. The mentor offered quite a lot of options, highlighting that there are such areas as mana stability and its effectiveness, and to look at introductory courses on different types. Roy decided to compare the lectures by price, and a minute later, Aura, pressing her palm to her eyes and frowning at what she heard, asked Roy again if she had understood everything correctly. And she asked the guy, who clearly didn't look very happy, whether he really needed money again, and whether he was again asking the girl to tell him about the upcoming competitions. The guy nodded weakly, and the girl, sighing, first tried to contain her emotions, but then admitted that she couldn't do it, and turned to Roy. And at the same moment, she splashed out her anger, furiously asking where the guy was putting his money, since he had the same problem with it every time. In turn, Roy, drooping heavily and sadly, remembered that all the courses that Mentor offered him cost as much as 10 million, and tried to justify himself. The guy sighed heavily, saying that he himself was already on the verge of going crazy, and he himself thought that he was short at least 500,000 for each of the chosen courses. Sighing, the girl opened the journal in which she wrote down all the useful information, and after reading it, she said that there was one competition in the near future, and the guy asked about the prize. The girl said that the prize for winning this event was 3 million, and Roy was already overjoyed. But Aura interrupted his joy, saying that there was a catch. And then, throwing the magazine over her shoulder, the girl said that Roy would not like this event because it involves teamwork with other students of the academy. The guy's mouth dropped open in amazement at the realization that victory in such a test would depend on more than just him. And Aura added that there had to be at least 3 participants. The guy cursed under his breath, realizing that in order to earn money for new courses, he would have to not only try hard himself, but also turn to Harry for help. The boy turned around and saw the master armorer practicing with his blades and thought that if they teamed up, Harry would surely do a great job in his role. However, they needed a third person to participate, and Roy turned to Aura and asked if they could participate if there was a person who joined the academy. Aura asked gloomily if he was sure that such a person would be found, and the guy began to think about the fact that he definitely needed to call someone he knew and could rely on. The guy immediately eliminated the candidacy of Joshua and Damien, with whom he had already fought, and, doubting, thought that it was not worth inviting Mia either. In the end, the guy came up with two candidates, remembering how he acted in a team with Fred during the exam, and that Eva had only recently started studying without joining the academy. The choice was difficult because the guy had to choose only one. And, in the end, deciding that Fred would not be so useful, the guy settled on the candidacy of Frank's daughter. Having made his choice, the guy looked back at the girl, who was waiting for his answer, and said that Eva would be an excellent candidate, since she had only recently awakened. Roy asked Aura what she thought about inviting Eva, and the girl was surprised to realize that the guy was his friend's daughter just to take part in the event. The guy confirmed the girl's assumption and, taking the phone, said that he would step away for a while. But Aura stopped him, saying that she did not mind, but Eve was already being trained by the devil himself. The boy turned to the girl, listening to her, and Aura said that there would be no point for Eve to attend the academy, and therefore she saw no point, until Harry quietly asked who they were talking about. Aura didn't want her academy to have students just to compete, and Roy smiled and noted that it wasn't just for competitions. After some time, the guy reached the devil's mansion and, looking at the rich furnishings in surprise, went inside, and the wizard's butler asked him to wait in the living room. Sitting down on the extremely comfortable sofa, Roy sighed, waiting for his friend and thinking that he was even surprised that he was able to arrange a meeting with just one call. But although it was surprising, the boy was extremely happy that he could talk so easily with his new comrade, who, smiling, entered the room, greeting his guest. Leaning on his cane, which greatly surprised the guy, the legendary wizard entered, happily noting that only a couple of days had passed, and Roy had already expressed a desire to meet the old man. Noticing the cane, the guy came to the conclusion that the man's condition was worse than he thought, and apologized for disturbing him. But the man said that he was glad to see the guy at any time. Smiling kindly in response to his comrade's pleasant words, Roy asked the old man how Eva was doing, and whether he was succeeding in teaching her, to which the man laughed joyfully. The old man noted that Eva was a very capable student, and was now completely immersed in the study of elemental magic, and if she had once set her mind to something, she would not stop. And Roy was very surprised. Roy was amazed by what he heard because it usually took mages at least 2 weeks to study mana. But according to the devil, it took Eve less than a day to do it. The old man noted that he was incredibly amazed when he witnessed this, because even Daisy, whom the devil considered incredibly gifted, spent a whole day studying it. Of course, the man did not miss the opportunity to mention that he did not have much time left. But devoting time to the students turned out to be quite fun. Changing the subject, Roy decided to talk to the devil about a topic he considered quite important, and told him about how Darkstar told him about the Order of Truth's surveillance. The man grinned and said that he now understood why he couldn't tear himself away from them, and then happily noted that this was the first time he had heard of Darkstar having an apprentice. Roy noted that the great assassin had deliberately distanced himself from his student because he was wary of surveillance, and mentioned that the Order of Truth might mark Eve through the devil as well. Of course, the girl herself is of no value to the Order of Truth, but they can target the devil and use her for their own purposes. Seeing that the man was thinking about the boy's quite serious words, Roy added that if he was involved in the training, it would not be so easy for them to get to Eva. Chuckling and sighing, the man realized where Roy was going with this, and voiced his assumption that Roy wanted Eva to join the same academy as him. Roy added that, of course, this would shorten their training time, but the devil should think about his and Eve's safety, and the man really thought about it. At the same time, the guy thought that Eva was Frank's daughter, and for the guy, she was like a younger sister, and therefore he wanted to propose it in any case, and without competition. Stroking his beard, the old man noted that since Darkstar had come to such a decision, the magician should not have made hasty decisions just because there was no time left. Roy smiled when he realized that the old man was thinking exactly in the direction he was heading, and asked the magician, clarifying whether this meant that he agreed. Sighing, the man looked back up at Roy, and even though he knew it would be harder for him to train Eva if she was at the academy, he still said he agreed. As he was getting ready to get up, the man said that he was, of course, a little sorry to do this, but he should not hold Eva back, at least for her own sake. And after some time, together with Eva, Roy already reached the academy, reasoning that, if you think about it, accumulating experience and practice is also one of the effective ways of training. Holding an unusual staff in her hand, Eva greeted them timidly but happily, and Aura greeted them back, happy to see her friend. And Harry, realizing who Eva was, added that he was glad to meet them. Inspired by his new acquaintance, Harry introduced himself, and then, taking a step towards the girl, noted that he had heard that she was a disciple of the devil himself. The guy smiled happily, realizing that he was not the only one who was a student of the famous hero, and tried to say that he was a student of the Dark Star. But he was immediately shut up. Roy jumped up excitedly, covered the boy's mouth with his hand, and aggressively reminded him that he had already warned him 1,000 times that he should not tell anyone about this except him. Still holding his hand over the boy's mouth and not letting him speak, Roy turned to the girl and introduced the boy himself, not forgetting to add that he was a student of Dark Star. As they entered the building, Roy introduced Eva herself, who, holding her staff in her hands, expressed with her eyes her readiness to work with all her might. And then the guy added that Harry shouldn't dare make advances towards her. And Eva, terribly embarrassed, hit the guy on the back with her palm, demanding that he not treat her like a child. Roy then turned to Aura and reminded her that they had talked about the team competition this morning, and, pointing to Harry and Eva in turn, said that they were ready. Harry threw his hands up in joy, noting that this would be fun, while Eva nervously noted that she wasn't sure she could handle it, and Roy assured her that everything would be fine. Roy also added that they still had time to train, and she had him with Harry, and the killer's apprentice chimed in, noting that Roy was a real monster. Harry, giving the girl a friendly nudge in the side with his elbow, said that they might not even be needed, and Eva was surprised to realize that her adopted brother was a real strong man. Finally, Aura joined the conversation and, seeing that the students had a fairly friendly atmosphere in the team, noted that if they wanted to participate, they needed to come up with a name. Roy thought about it and looked at his teammates, asking them if they had any ideas. And Harry and Eva looked at each other, thinking about what name to choose for the team. And then, having stopped thinking, both students looked at Roy at the same time as Aura, which greatly surprised him and made him ask why they were even looking at him. Harry smiled sarcastically and, raising his fist, said that it would be better if Roy came up with a name, since he was their captain. And Eva nodded in agreement, also asking Roy to come up with one himself. At first, Harry was about to protest because he didn't understand why he had to be captain. But Aura interrupted him and asked him to just do it, because he was the one who brought them all together. And while everyone was staring at Roy, waiting for an answer from him, the guy, getting excited, began to thinking at the same time that he was only thinking about the competition itself, and not even thinking about the name. And then, remembering what their academy was called, he chuckled and suggested that the guys call themselves the Dream Team. And all three looked at him in amazement. And then, having felt the name properly, all three agreed. And Harry, always smiling happily, said that this is what they would call themselves, and even noted that the name had meaning. In turn, Aura voiced that the team in this case would be called the Dream Academy Dream Team. And Roy even doubted it when he heard how it sounded. But then the girl noted that the name was great and praised Roy for his quick thinking, which made the guy smile, realizing that he hadn't ruined the moment. And that is how the Dream Team was formed from the future transcendent, the disciple of the Dark Star and the disciple of the Devil, whose name, looking to the future, will thunder throughout the world. Raid battles are competitions held by a private organization with the support of major guilds in order to recruit the most talented students into their ranks. Of course, there are professional hunters who operate alone, but most hunters gather in guilds, and therefore team skills are evaluated in competitions. The hidden purpose of the competition was to calculate the hunter's potential in order to lure him to their side in advance, even during training. In this way, students received prospects and the opportunity to get a job immediately after completing their studies, and the guilds received a good hunter to join their ranks. At first, the guilds proposed this idea to the state and associations. But private organizations, smelling money, entered into cooperation agreements with the guilds. One of the first to arrive at the competition venue, surprising the other participants with its powerful lineup, was the team from Gaon. And the students immediately recognized a young man named Troy. Troy was a fairly strong and famous student of the Gaon Academy, and along with him were also Dan and Jeannie, who, along with Troy, were among the top 5 students of the academy. People looked at the participants passing by and were amazed at their strong lineup, not forgetting to think that Huntermill and Isle would surely send equally strong lines. One of the men suggested that Huntermile might send Camilla, considered the most talented professional hunter in history, to the competition. The speaker's comrade suggested that Camilla was rumored to be a student of one of the 5 legendary heroes, but his friend asked him not to talk nonsense. And while they were discussing how great heroes wouldn't take someone from the academies as a student, the dream team walked past them, and Harry grumbled that their captain wasn't being discussed for some reason. Having first heard the other participants discussing famous students, Roy noticed Harry's grumbling and noted with displeasure that he was completely unknown. After some time, the competition finally began, and the first participants began the first stage, the goal of which was to destroy the level 7 monster as quickly as possible. At this competition, the monster Arachne was chosen for the first stage, and after a while, one of the spectators named Stan looked at the results with displeasure. The man slapped his forehead and asked why so many teams had failed in the first stage, while his comrade noted that new developments had been introduced into the dungeons this time. Stan asked what his friend meant, and he replied that Daisy had recently studied the appearance of mutations in the dungeons, and they had been introduced into the competition, which is why the students were failing. Looking at the results again, the man sat back tensely in his chair, realizing that he was in trouble since his guild leader had asked him to recruit more newcomers. Stan was waiting impatiently for at least one team to clear the dungeon, and the screen showed that the team from Gaon had successfully cleared it, and the man opened the statistics. He knew that the teams were launched at different times, and he waited for the Huntermill and Isle teams to finish. But to his surprise, an unknown team went through the stage next. He learned with interest that the winners of the first stage after the team from Gaon were a team with the strange name of Dream Team, and the man looked at the time of the cleanup. And, seeing the result, the guild representative stared at the screen, not understanding whether they were seeing an error in the calculations or the real time, because the results were simply amazing. Stan's eyes widened in shock, shouting that it was impossible to complete the stage in just 9 minutes, and his friend Brand shouted to one of the organizers that their equipment had broken down. He jumped up from his seat, ran to the railing where the man was standing, and said that the board only showed 9 minutes, and the organizer said that he would check right now. Contacting someone through an earpiece, the man apologized and said there had been a counting error, after which the audience relaxed. And then the organizer added that due to a minor malfunction of the measuring device, the countdown was delayed by 30 seconds, and the men became tense again. Staring at the organizer in amazement, they asked him again if the countdown had really not been sped up, and he said that they would correct this misunderstanding and set the corrected time. The Dream Team did it not in 9.5 minutes, but in exactly 9. And now, surprising everyone around them, they emerged from the dungeon, feeling that they had just warmed up well. A few minutes ago, Roy, along with Harry and Eva, were fighting against a monster called Arachne, which was a great danger to most of the students. However, Roy, seeing one of the huge spiders running towards him, uttering a terrible cry of rage with one light wave of his hand, cut it in 2 halves. Slightly disappointedly noted that Professor Arachne from the Academy of Transcendence, who teaches weaving, would be horrified to learn that such a creature was named after her. Thinking that it would be best to save Gungnir for later, Roy turned and noticed 2 more spiders approaching him across the ceiling. Stretching their abdomens towards him, the spiders threw clumps of web at him, which caused huge problems for the other participants. Roy remembered reading somewhere that the web of the monster Arachne was very strong and elastic, and even B-rank hunters had a hard time dealing with it. However, the boy was also well aware that he was far from an ordinary hunter, and he tightly gripped the shaft of his precious spear of Longinus, preparing to strike. Swinging his holy weapon, the boy easily cut through all the clots of web flying at him, even surprised at how easy it was for him to do so. Smiling sarcastically, The boy noted with pleasure that for his spear of Longinus, the monster's strong web was nothing more than a ball of thread. After successfully defending himself from the web that was the monster's special weapon, Roy could swear he saw genuine surprise on their monstrous faces. And at the same time, from the other side of the cave, there was suddenly a clapping sound that Roy recognized very well, because he had heard it so often during training at the academy. Roy tried to keep an eye on the battle, but even with all his skills and enhanced senses, he couldn't keep track of the monsters dying under his comrades' attacks. After all, Harry, successfully applying the skills he had acquired during his training in the Dark Star techniques, spent no more than a second to finish off several monsters at once in one dash. And only Eva, tightly clutching her staff in her hand, did not fight the monsters, but watched with incredible surprise in her eyes as her friends fought. She kept her eyes on them, amazed to see that they were both simply incredible. And the girl sincerely doubted that they needed her at all. She saw how Harry fought with such enthusiasm and a smile, and how Roy thought about his own during the fight. And she was amazed that they fought such strong monsters without any effort at all. Stretching her arms forward and closing her eyes, the girl thought that not only could she not, but she simply had no right to stand aside, and therefore had to fight with them. The girl understood that during their training with the devil and at the Dream Academy, she had only learned a couple of spells, but she still charged her staff with mana, which caused it to glow. For a few seconds, while her allies fought the monsters without straining themselves, the girl concentrated on one of her spells, and then opened her eyes, realizing that she was ready. She absorbed the mana that filled her staff and poured it into the ground, causing the magic to take the form of terrifying tentacles that pierced the stone and rushed towards the monsters. Roy and Harry even stopped, looking in amazement as the tentacles moved throughout the cave, capturing monsters and tearing them apart. Roy smiled proudly at the girl, making it clear that he was confident that she would show the highest class. And Harry looked in amazement at the monsters being torn apart by tentacles. After this powerful magical technique, the test was completed, and the team, having emerged from the dungeon, cheerfully discussed what had happened, encouraging and praising each other. Harry cheerfully noted that he was amazed by the captain's strength every time, and Roy even became embarrassed when the assassin student added that he seemed to become a different person with each fight. Embarrassed by the praise, Roy decided to change the subject and asked Harry where all his arsenal had gone. And Harry, relaxing and stretching his back, said that he had thrown it all away. While Harry was explaining that his teacher wasn't too keen on using a lot of weapons at once, Eva, awkwardly stumbling behind the boys, tried to call them. The boys didn't hear her voice, and Harry continued, saying that for this reason he threw away all his weapons, leaving only his beloved daggers and bow, so that he could choose between close and long-range combat. Roy asked why the boy didn't use a bow in that case, and Harry replied that he would have had to keep his distance, and he had to protect Eva, who cleared her throat. She was obviously very nervous, because this was her first real fight, and so, clearing her throat, the girl again timidly turned to the guys, who finally heard her and turned around. She noticed that the guys were apparently too busy chatting, and therefore did not notice at all that the other participants around them were staring at them, which embarrassed her. Now Roy also noticed that they were not only staring at them, but also actively whispering. Remembering the personalities of Roy and Harry, who smiled sarcastically, glad that they were remembered. The guy was about to ignore those around him, but when he turned to Eva, wanting to talk about her magic, he tensed up, feeling a particularly harsh look on himself. Relying on his sixth sense, the guy turned around sharply and noticed that he felt this harsh gaze from one of the team, dressed in all red. He even wondered why he felt such aggression when he noticed how the guy from Gaon Academy was looking at him sternly, not paying attention to the awkwardness of his comrades. Suddenly realizing that Roy had noticed him, the guy turned around and walked away in displeasure, while the girl on his team clearly became worried about him. While Harry smiled wryly, noticing that everyone around them was finally starting to recognize them, Roy thought about this strange guy, recalling that his name was supposedly Troy. And while Harry was pointing at Roy, shouting to everyone that this was their captain, Roy was trying to shut him up. And Eva was noticing that she was ashamed for them. Another man entered the room, grinning maliciously, thinking that all the fuss in the waiting room was due to their incredible result. The Hunter Mill Academy team began to boast about themselves, and although they expected everyone around them to be amazed by their excellent result, absolutely no one paid attention to them, continuing to discuss the dream team. The captain noted with disappointment that absolutely no one cared about their team, and a team from the Isle Academy approached them from behind and asked to let them pass. The second stage began, the goal of which was to obtain a magic crystal, and Harry, using his skills, deftly maneuvering between the monsters, completed it in 4 minutes. In the third stage, the participants had to destroy an artificial small monster that was difficult to catch, but Gungnir ensured the guys' victory in 19 seconds. The fourth stage arrived, in which the team had to protect the magic crystal from a very strong monster for as long as possible, and they did it quite successfully. Ava provided protection with a magical barrier, and Harry fought back with arrows, but they soon ran out, and the boy immediately warned Roy about this. He told the captain that he would cover Eva and her barrier, and Roy could rush at the monster and chop its huge branches into dust, which Roy immediately rushed to do. The guy rushed forward, cutting through the monstrous branches of the dryads, which a couple of weeks ago had seriously frayed the guy's nerves and sent him to the hospital. Approaching their bodies along the branches, the guy moved actively, waving his spear and thereby cutting through the trunks, thereby quickly reducing the number of monsters. And although the monsters tried to concentrate damage on the spearman, who was so deftly cutting down their ranks, the guy had no trouble getting rid of them again and again. Finally, he was left standing in the middle of a clearing filled with wooden parts of monsters. Roy understood that according to the conditions of the test, they were constantly reviving, but now it would be easier. Suddenly, feeling something unusual, the guy looked up at the sky and, thanks to his sixth sense, felt a huge force concentrated in one point. Roy couldn't see the source of this power, but he clearly understood where it was, thinking about how he could clearly feel the enormous concentration of mana from this source. Thinking about it, the guy thought that in this test, something so strong couldn't just happen. And so he decided that it could be something that generates monsters. Suddenly, with a furious and loud squeal, a monster appeared behind the guy, preparing to suddenly attack Roy. But the guy, without even looking at it, cut the monster down with a spear. Having easily gotten rid of such a slight obstacle, the guy reached out to Kabisis and, after rummaging around in it a bit, grabbed Gungnir by the handle and pulled it out of the bag, taking blind aim at the source, the location of which the boy determined only based on his feelings. Roy threw Gungnir, hoping that the spear would find its target. However, to Roy's surprise, Gungnir did not destroy anything in its path, but only pierced the air and crashed into the artificial boundaries of the dungeon. Roy looked in amazement as Gungnir, which had never failed Roy before, failed to do anything this time. And the boy even doubted his feelings. He thought that it just seemed to him that there was something there. And at that moment, huge branches rushed towards the guy, intending to finish him off as quickly as possible. Having reacted to this attack, the guy was still thinking that he could not have been mistaken, because the premonition he received thanks to Chiron's course never deceived him. Roy suddenly turned his attention to the spear of Longinus he held in his hand, and thought about how, unlike Gungnir, Roy had not been able to fully study the weapon's effects. The guy thought that the characteristics and properties of his main weapon were probably in no way inferior to Gungnir, and, smiling slyly, decided to act differently. The branch behind him moved at incredible speed, but even so, it failed to reach the boy and hit the ground as he rushed forward. Jumping into the air and guided only by his own feelings, the guy swung, intending to hit where he felt the source of a large amount of mana. The guy understood that this might not end well, and perhaps even sadly, but he smiled and noted that a small risk would never hurt anything. At the same time, in another dungeon, the team from Gaon Academy was working hard to complete the same task, trying to protect the crystal from the monsters. Wielding his sword with stunning skill, Troy, without taking his eyes off the fight, shouted at Dan to hold the center, and the boy, armed with a shield, replied that the boy should not worry. They held out well, and the strong shield-bearer exclaimed that they were doing well, and therefore they must hold out even longer, while they had strength. When they emerged from the dungeon with a result of 45 minutes, Troy looked dissatisfied, in contrast to the joyful Dan and Jean, who hoped that she had not made any mistakes. The swordsman looked stern, although in his head he was thinking that they had done better than Hunter Mile and Ale. And Jean whispered in Dan's ear, claiming that Troy was probably happy too. As they entered the waiting room, they passed by the Dream Team, and Jana noticed them, noticing that they were strangely tense and whispering about something. The girl happily noted that the Dream Team had entered at the same time as them, which meant they probably lost, although it was worth checking the time, and Troy thought that they were just lucky. The guy decided not to even check the time, being sure that they had definitely won. But Dan and Jana exclaimed in surprise, asking what had happened to the records. The guy didn't understand what they meant, because the opponent's time was probably less than theirs. But looking at the screen, the guy was dumbfounded, not understanding how this could happen. At the same time, a tense silence hung in the arena, where a whole crowd of spectators had gathered, periodically interrupted by whispers of incomprehension. The guild representatives looked at the screen in amazement, saying that the magic core in the dungeon existed as ethereal matter, and therefore should be inaccessible. However, the result spoke for itself, because due to Roy's prank, although the Dream Team passed the test successfully, the results of the test turned out to be impossible to measure. Stan even leaned on the handrail, realizing that his thoughts were getting confused, because after the practice exam, the students had simply progressed incredibly. The man thought that when, after the main exam, they entered the world of professional hunters, not even a year would pass before these guys would make a huge splash. And while he was thinking that he simply had to recruit them into his guild, representatives from the others were already calling their leaders, asking how much they could offer. At the same time, Roy, standing in front of his comrades in bewilderment and holding the spear of Longinus in his hand, was thinking about what had happened a few minutes ago. Of course, when Roy acquired the spear, several completely different situations happened to him, based on which the guy concluded that his spear ignored mana. But then he remembered how he killed the giant dryad, and thought that Gungnir probably had the same effect, but for some reason it didn't affect the dungeon core. The guy, of course, assumed that there was probably a difference in levels between his two copies, but he didn't think that it would be so significant when he attacked the core. Gungnir, which the boy thought should easily pierce him, flew past, but the spear of Longinus cut through it like a knife through butter. And now, frowning, the guy was thinking about how he could figure out the difference in the indicators of his two copies, while simultaneously thinking about how his prank would affect their results. And while the guy, not paying attention to anyone around him, was thinking about his own, Harry noted that he thought that Roy had simply killed all the dryads, and even noted that she didn't think that Roy was so strong. She said that, of course, she was sure that they really had a lot of power, but she didn't think that they would be able to destroy an entire dungeon. But suddenly someone approached them. The boys turned around at the sound of the man asking Roy what kind of trick he had used, and saw Troy standing in front of them, his fists clenched aggressively. The boy looked at the spearman with obvious indignation in his eyes, while his teammates, shocked by the captain's antics, tried to figure out what to do. Roy noticed that Troy's teammates looked confused, which meant that the guy's question was his own impulse, and asked what the guy meant. By aggressively suggesting that the guy should stop dodging and just answer the question, Troy made it clear that he thought the guy had cheated. Realizing this, Harry became so angry that he clenched his fists and jaw, taking a step forward and forcing Roy to put his hand on his shoulder, asking Troy if he understood the accusation correctly. Everyone around them watched the unexpectedly tense conversation, listening to Troy claim that if Roy hadn't cheated, this situation wouldn't have happened. While Roy was deciding what to answer to the aggressive opponent, Troy thought about the fact that he recognized the strength of the spearman, because he heard in detail what happened during the training exam. But despite this, the guy understood that it could not be that the result could not be recorded, although Camilla, as everyone knows, could perhaps implement it. Without waiting for an answer and deciding that the guy was probably a simple crook and had also achieved results in the training exam thanks to tricks, Troy turned around to leave. Seeing the villain walking away, Harry exploded and shouted at him, accusing him of provoking his captain and now just walking away with his tail between his legs. However, Troy did not listen to the aggressive shouts of the Dagger Master, clearly realizing that the Dream Team were nothing more than crooks, and scolding himself for comparing Roy to Camilla's genius. After some time, the Dream Team was already moving along the arena corridor, and Harry was swearing aggressively, continuing to be outraged by the behavior of team captain Gaon. Eva noted with displeasure that this, of course, also angered her. But it was time for Harry to cool down because the final fifth stage would begin very soon. Harry tried to say something else and continue to be indignant, but Eva, noticing this, gave him a slap on the back of the head, after which the guy fell silent, and the girl turned to Roy with a question. She asked if it was possible that their victory was already determined. And Roy thought about it, since they had won the previous trials, but his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. The guy thought that the victory had come too easily for them. But when he heard a voice, he turned around and saw some strange man who, worried, approached them. The team captain asked what had suddenly happened, and the man, stumbling and wondering how to approach the conversation, tried to start by coming closer. And when he came up, he said that their team had received an unusual proposal. And all the team members looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what the man meant. Roy asked what the proposal was that they wanted to make, and the entire team looked at the man, who raised his hands and began to speak. But before he made his offer, he said that if they accepted it, they would get the entire $6.5 million that made up the entire prize pool, which greatly surprised the team. The man asked if the participants knew that a 9-level monster would appear in the final stage, and Roy, pushing his comrades away as they leaned forward, replied that they knew. The man continued, noting that usually the student's strength is not enough to catch the monster, and therefore the participant's goal is simply to show ingenuity in attacking it. Harry and Eva listened with curiosity as the man said that the overall performance of the battle was used to assess how well the team had done. The man added that, of course, the highest score is given to the team that eliminates the boss, but the competition is held rarely, and in all the time, no one has been able to do this. Roy asked if, in that case, the condition of the offer was unconditional victory over the monster, and the man nodded, confirming his assumption. He noted that the offer also has a risk factor, because if they accept it, then in case of failure, I will be forced to completely refuse the award. Roy asked what would happen if they refused, and the man replied that in that case, they would not suffer any losses and would only receive the first-place prize since it was just an offer. The man shrugged and added that the offer had not actually come from the organizers. And Roy thought that the 3 main academies had been involved. The boy remembered his recent conversation with Troy from Gaon and thought that the academies allowed the assumption that their team might play unfairly. With this proposal, they were probably planning to destroy the Dream Team and return the honor of the academies. And the boy, realizing this, turned to his comrades. Realizing that the guy wanted to know their opinion, Harry shrugged, suggesting that Roy decide for himself. And Eva supported the Dagger Master because she believed that she had done nothing. The man, in turn, was a representative of the organizers, and therefore noted that they really hoped that the Dream Team would accept this interesting offer. He added that there was no denying the fact that the final stage of the competition was, unfortunately, no longer tense. And Roy realized that the organizers were probably under pressure from sponsors. Roy frowned and began to think. If they succeeded, they would get $6.5 billion. But if they failed, they would lose even the guaranteed 3. After thinking for a while, Roy came up with an interesting idea and, turning his head to the man, asked if he could make a counteroffer. And the man, amazed, asked what it would be. Surprising even his comrades with his words, Roy thoughtfully extended his hand towards the man and said that they would agree if the organizers brought the fund up to $10 million. When he voiced his thought, the guy grinned maliciously, and the friends, realizing how impudent this proposal was, stared at their captain in amazement. The man was also surprised, asking if the guy was really asking for $10 million. But Roy replied that they had no reason to accept the offer, taking such big risks. He sarcastically noted that they already had $3 million in their pockets, and he continued to reflect, noting that he was now in dire need of $500,000. If they accept the offer, they will only receive $2 million each. But if the prize money suddenly increases to $10 million, then that will be a different story. After all, having received so much money, the guy will be able to pay for both the mana course and the elixirs. And only such a prize will be valuable enough to go to Rice. Reaching his hand out towards the man like a demon offering a deal, Roy asked sarcastically if they would agree. And the man looked at the boy fearfully. At the same time, the guild representative stepped away from the stands during the break and heard the organizers discussing that the dream team had made a counterproposal. Stan turned, listening to one of the organizers say that she thought they would back out because they didn't need to take such a risk. Her colleague remarked that this spoke volumes about their self-confidence, and Brand came over and said that everyone was talking about the dream team. He asked his friend if he thought the dream team would make it to the final stage, and Stan confidently said he was betting that they could. His colleague added that he heard somewhere that this time the organizers will recreate Revenant, who feels no pain and dies only after you kill him twice. Stan noted that the monster was not really difficult, and the bald comrade called his colleague a madman because it was a level 9 monster. Meanwhile, the test had already begun, and the guild representative looked at the screen, saying that they could only watch and wait for the results. At the same time, Harry asked the captain why he asked for so much money as a reward, and even noted that the guy had always been eager for money, but not to this extent. Frowning and calling his friends bastards, the guy turned around and noted with displeasure that this was the last stage, and he had 10 million at stake, and therefore they had better try. The boys happily supported Roy's mood, and then went further, reaching a strange place whose aura, saturated with the feeling of death, was incredibly dense and frightening. Roy was sure that a very dangerous monster was waiting for them. However, when he looked in front of him, he was extremely surprised, feeling that something was wrong. A strange silhouette came out to meet the team, dressed in a green cape and seemingly disembodied and literally woven from fog. Realizing who exactly they would be fighting against at this stage of the competition, Roy's eyes widened in shock, not believing that the organizers had decided to use this particular monster. And the monster's reaction to the surprise of those who were supposed to kill him was truly terrifying, because the monster grinned cruelly, believing that he would kill his enemies without much effort. Even the audience, who had been absolutely certain that Revenant would appear before the dream team, stared at the screen in shock, realizing that their enemy was the Draugr himself. People simply did not believe that the organizers had put up a Draugr because this monster was at least level 10 in strength, which meant that they were going to kill the entire team. But what most outraged the guild representatives was the fact that Draugr was a mental-type monster, and the creation of such is strictly prohibited. Stan, realizing how terrible it was to have such a monster in the test, jumped over the fence, wanting to do something. While he was running towards the organizers, he thought that creating a 10-level monster was not such a big problem, since the students would not be in danger of dying from the damage inflicted by such a monster. However, there was only one type of damage that could kill a student when recreating a monster, and that type was mental, since all such damage was taken by the brain. A normal attack might have been a sham, but only mental damage is perceived as real by a person, and therefore the dream team was now in terrible and real danger. This type of damage was banned when it killed students, and now, having met a level 10 monster, Harry grabbed his head, feeling terrible mental pain. Tears ran down Eva's cheeks as she screamed for her father not to die, and the visions caused such intense pain that it was simply unbearable. And only Roy, barely holding on, retained at least some sobriety of mind, although everyone who followed the progress of the competition was sure that a terrible death awaited the dream team. At the same time, Stan burst into the command room and shouted, demanding that the panicking organizers get the participants out of the dungeon right now. One of the workers, stumbling with excitement, said that they were overloaded and could not be reached, and Stan demanded that the magic core be destroyed or the magic supply cut off. The young organizer babbled that in that case, the costs of recreating the monster would be wasted. But Stan clenched his fists in rage. In the terrifying rage that filled Stan's mind, he screamed at the men, calling them psychos and demanding that they save the participants from certain death right now. Horrified by the other man's rage, the organizers immediately rushed to the main console, intending to carry out the order of the man, who suddenly grabbed his head and cursed. And while he was watching the men's actions, trying to somehow cope with his panic, he asked out loud what Daisy had studied that such a monster had appeared. The man looked out the glass of the command center, looking at the screen and praying that the participants were still alive. But at the same moment, he froze in shock. The men who had been following Stan's command up until then looked up from their work and also looked at the screen, their eyes wide in shock and frozen in place. At the same time, all the viewers, including even the team from Gaon, could not take their eyes off the screen, because what was happening on it simply could not be explained logically. Even the Draugr, his eyes wide, stared at his opponent, trying to comprehend how what he was just witnessing could have happened. As expected, Eva and Harry, whose minds were filled with horrific visions, lost consciousness almost instantly and were now lying on the ground. In turn, Roy just calmly scratched the back of his head and looked at the monster with a slightly embarrassed smile and, noticing his reaction, asked if something was wrong. A couple of minutes ago, when the friends had just approached the place where the fight was supposed to take place and saw the monster, they were surprised that they saw a Draugr in front of them. Upon meeting the intruders, the monster laughed maliciously and then used its terrifying power, releasing all its mental might to kill its enemies. And at that very moment, as if infected with a strange disease that affected the mind, Harry and Eva suddenly stopped seeing the battlefield, and terrifying visions formed in their minds. The monster laughed like a demon as the assassin's apprentice and the sorcerer's apprentice screamed in horror, pain, and utter despair, enjoying their suffering. However, Roy, to the monster's surprise, did not fall to his knees in horror from the visions, but instead turned to his friends, asking what was wrong with them and asking them to come to their senses. The boy tried to call his friends by name, but suddenly found that he could not hear his own voice, but instead heard someone else's voice in his mind, saying that Roy was now winning. And then it continued, claiming that in reality the guy was just an impudent boy who was nothing special, although he, of course, knew it himself. Feeling the worst thoughts he had ever allowed into his mind fill his consciousness, Roy pressed his palm to his forehead, trying to control them. But a moment later the voice broke off and died away, and the guy, his eyes wide in bewilderment, raised his gaze and looked around, thinking that something was probably wrong. Seeing that the boy did not fall to his knees, the monster opened its eyes wide, trying to understand how this could have happened, and tried to use its power on him again. However, Roy only scratched the back of his head, not understanding why his terrible thoughts suddenly died down, and noticed the monster's surprise. If the guy had pulled out his phone now, he would have seen that the progress of the Buddha course, which had always risen reluctantly, was now increasing with every second. But Roy only smiled, realizing that the enemy might not be able to affect him, but his friends were clearly in terrible pain. Roy decided to act and intercepted his spear. Pushing off from the spot where the boy stood, Roy rushed towards the monster, who still did not understand why the spearman was not writhing in pain. Seeing the enemy rushing towards him, the Draugr cried out in despair and used his power again, putting much more of his magic into it. The frightening voice returned to the boy's mind again, saying that without the Transcendent Academy, the boy was nothing and was just an empty shell. Feeling a terrible pain in his mind, Roy realized that he was hearing the voice not of the Draugr, but of his own fears and doubts, born in his subconscious. The guy felt the darkness permeating his consciousness, but then his voice was replaced by another, calmer one, the owner of which hoped that the guy was not limiting his consciousness. Until that very moment, Roy had felt the darkness of despair holding him in place. But the light that came with this new voice drove the darkness away, and Roy felt better. Roy realized that he was hearing the voice of Buddha, claiming that the chance that had been the boy's entry into the Academy of Transcendence had now become his destiny. The boy rushed forward again, but the darkness returned, consuming the boy, and claiming that if he hadn't seen that Academy advertisement, he would have remained a nobody. He felt his own consciousness destroying itself with the assertion that then and now, he was just an empty shell who had simply gotten lucky. The boy felt as if his second, terrifying and despairing self was standing behind him, plunging him into darkness, claiming that he had achieved absolutely nothing on his own. Roy felt as if his body was not saturated with darkness, but literally made of it. But again, he heard the voice of God, who claimed that only the depressed speak of the past. Raising his glass full of darkness, Buddha continued, saying that the anxious think about the future, and only the peaceful think about the present. Lowering the glass and pouring the darkness into the surrounding gloom, the sage said that one cannot exist in the present if the soul is full of pain. One must be able to free it from the burden. And as soon as he released this darkness, it immediately transformed into a beautiful landscape. And the man said that if the soul is in confusion, one must accept the existing reality. He suggested climbing the mountain, lying down on the grass, hearing the water whisper and looking at the clouds floating steadily across the high sky. The landscape changed to an image of space, and Buddha, like a shining spirit, said that Roy was as much a child of the universe as the mountains, waters, and lands surrounding him. He touched the boy's forehead and separated the darkness from his body, which was experiencing pain from this, noting that the boy deserved to stand in this place, even if he himself did not feel it. Feeling inspired and at peace with his teacher's help, Roy rushed further towards the monster, trying not to let the darkness into his consciousness. However, suddenly the picture before his eyes changed, and instead of Draugr, a copy of him stood before Roy, claiming that thoughts about freedom and rest of the soul are the words of a lucky person. The guy stopped, trying to figure out how to deal with this darkness, and his dark self came up to him and poked him in the chest, asking why he thought he deserved the right to have this. Darkness asked if the boy could claim to have lived by gnawing his way through, but Buddha interrupted her, asking what he was like in Roy's eyes. Smiling, he said that all that exists must surely see God as a creature who has achieved everything possible, recalling how majestic he was in life. But in fact, it is woven not only from such moments of greatness that the world remembers, but also from all that worldly that connects every person living in the world. Recalling how he was friends with children, opening the way for them to a bright sense of life, Buddha said that, in fact, every moment of life gives something to people and teaches something. He said that the great image of Buddha that the world remembers is in fact only a tribute to what he received while living his long life. He insisted that his student must acknowledge every moment of his life, because if he did not do so, then he would have nothing to give to this world. After all, he is actually full of experience, memories, and life. But if he thinks that there is nothing inside him, then he will have absolutely nothing to share with this world. Buddha smiled, fatherly guiding the boy to the truth, claiming that all the moments that fill his life while he inhales and exhales air create his present. And then he added that these very moments are the very source of energy that will give him the necessary strength at the right and most important moment. Before this, the guy felt that the darkness that had struck his mind did not allow him to even move. But now he was able to break forward to his dark self, which felt fear. Illuminated with hope and imbued with the strength that was given to him by the memories of all the bright and joyful things that happened to the guy in his life, he dispelled the darkness before him. And, leaving his dark self, melting from the light of hope that filled the guy's consciousness, Roy rushed forward, intending at all costs to defeat the monster and save his friends. But when Roy reached his enemy, the monster screamed, causing the darkness to creep closer again, although the light did not let it get too close. This time, the guy didn't hear his own doubts, but every nerve cell in his body responded with a piercing ringing, as if an electric current had passed through it. However, a moment later, the guy felt the warmth of hope spreading throughout his body, and the seeds of all his worries and doubts, once firmly entrenched in his soul, had already withered. The guy felt that his consciousness was strong, and no thoughts would shake his peace. And then he realized that his condition could certainly be called ataraxia. The guy felt that his consciousness was harder than a rock and calmer than a lake, and no doubts or fears would ever make him turn away from his path. As he gripped his spear, he felt his body being saturated with a power far greater than what his body had been filled with up until that moment. He felt a light that did not fade no matter what the monster did, and nourished the guy's mind and body, encouraging him and helping him move forward. And only now, seeing that his power had no effect, not even the slightest, on his enemy, Draugr realized that he could not win this fight. Realizing that he could die now, the monster tried to escape by turning into fog. But Roy was already close and noticed this action perfectly. Smiling at his opponent, Roy, swinging the spear of Longinus, firmly said that it was too late to try to escape, and the boy would never let the monster go. Making a final dash towards the monster, Roy swung his weapon and pierced the ethereal silhouette, piercing the monster's heart with the tip of the spear. And the death of the monster instantly released incredible amounts of energy, which, coupled with the force that the guy put into the blow, began to tear the battlefield apart. And it was this collapse that turned out to be so powerful in magical terms that it instantly destroyed the magic that was used to monitor the progress of the battle. Sitting in the command center, the organizers and Stan stared at the blacked-out screen, refusing to believe what they had seen before. One of the workers started calling somewhere. The second tried to figure out what had happened to the system. And Stan just stared at the screen in amazement, not saying a word. The only question in his head was how Roy had managed to deal with the Draugr, since even none of the active hunters present at the competition could have handled it. The man tried to understand how something like this could happen, because this level 10 monster was so strong that only a legendary hero could handle it. His power was simply terrifying, and it was for this reason that all 8 dungeons with Draugrs that appeared in the country in the past could only be cleared by the legendary Light of the Soul. But surprisingly, it took only one blow for a simple student, albeit an incredibly gifted one, to deal with such a nightmarish monster. At first, Stan accepted what had happened, sighed in relief as the panic began to leave his mind and heart, and then laughed, realizing that his Roy guild simply couldn't handle it. At the same time, in the contestants' waiting room, Troy couldn't stop staring at the blacked-out screen while the other contestants argued heatedly about what had happened. The guy simply couldn't believe that the one he had recently thought of only as a crook had managed to deal with such a terrifying monster. The guy understood that a level 10 monster that used mental damage could only be destroyed by an S rank, and even Camilla wouldn't be able to handle it. And only now, still seeing before his eyes that very moment when Roy killed the Draugr, Troy realized that he would never in his life reach this guy. At the same time, Roy pressed his spear into the ground and trembled with his whole body from tension and terrible fatigue, glad that he had not passed out, as he had after the fight with Dryad. Realizing that his mind had changed during this fight, Roy took out his phone and, breathing heavily, was amazed that in the last hour the progress of the Buddha course had increased by a whole 15%. Rejoicing at this progress, Roy thought that Draugr, despite his death, had turned out to be a very good assistant, although the guy's strength had completely left him. And while the guy was thinking about this, coming to his senses, Harry suddenly woke up, jumping up and loudly asking where he was and what was happening. Eva also woke up, however, sitting down on the ground with great heaviness. The girl grabbed her head, letting out a groan of pain and fatigue that her mind was experiencing. Leaning heavily on his spear, which the boy held, squeezing his hand on the shaft with all his might, Roy hobbled towards his friends, asking how they were, and striking them with his tired appearance. At first, they simply asked if he was all right. But then, looking around, they cried out, asking if he meant to say that he had defeated the Draugr single-handedly. Roy smiled at his friends and asked them to help him get out of the dungeon first, and they immediately grabbed him by the arms, helping him get to the portal leading to the exit. As soon as they got out, Roy, whose adrenaline was starting to wear off and whose head was splitting with pain, heard someone shout, announcing that their team had made it out. And at that very moment, the Dream Team found itself surrounded by a whole crowd of guild representatives, all vying with each other to invite Roy to their ranks. Some shouted that they would cover all the expenses for his next raids, while others even begged him to become their leader. And Roy and his friends recoiled from such pressure. People were pushing and interrupting each other as they made their way to the Dream Team, asking them to at least take a business card, when suddenly a man appeared behind them and started shouting at the people. He demanded that all the guild representatives step away from the students who had just experienced a terrible mental attack and allow them to receive medical attention. The organizers' representatives began to hold back the audience's impulse, while a frightened Eva, a puzzled Harry, and an indignant Roy moved after one of the organizers. They were brought to a restroom where they could catch their breath and get the help they needed. And after a while, Aura burst into the room, her face reflecting panic. Slightly frightened by the door opening suddenly and the girl's scream, the guy, who had just grabbed a bottle of water, greeted his girlfriend. Running inside, the girl, whose mind was simply overflowing with excitement, asked if everything was okay. And Roy told her not to worry because everyone got off easy. And then he pointed to Eva and Harry sleeping in the neighboring beds, who had passed out from fatigue. But they were examined and said that there was nothing serious. The girl, having relaxed a little, sighed and, turning back to Roy, asked him how he felt. and the guy replied that everything was fine with him. He added that he had also been examined and only found to be slightly unwell, but otherwise nothing serious. And only now had Aura finally calmed down. While the guy was struggling to open a bottle of water, the girl thought that she couldn't find a place for herself, thinking that something terrible would definitely happen to Roy and the other guys. She noted that it was no longer possible to regard the guy as a student, although he had not yet confirmed his strength with an exam. And at this time, Roy, having overdone it, broke the bottle, spilling water on himself. And while the boy licked the water off his hand, upset about what had happened, Aura thought that in just a couple of months, Roy would finally become a professional hunter. She thought back to the day they first met and talked, and noted that, although it had been relatively recent, Roy had become incredibly strong in that time. The girl thought that she also had certain plans for him, and there was nothing surprising in the fact that he was getting closer to his dream, and she should only rejoice. And then, pressing her hand to her chest, the girl realized that she could not rejoice because of a feeling in her heart that was incomprehensible to her and very complex. Seeing the girl looking at the guy with sadness in her eyes and holding her hand on her chest, Roy looked up and became a little worried about her. With a little concern in his voice, Roy asked if she was okay, but Aura only smiled and said that she was okay, although in her mind she knew that it was a lie. And while Roy was trying to figure out what was going on and why Aura was upset, there was a knock behind him, and the guy turned his attention to the front door. And when it opened, a man entered, asking for forgiveness for interrupting the conversation. And Roy, like Aura, was extremely surprised to see him. The chairman of the Professional Hunters Association, Roland, entered the room and, smiling, greeted first Roy and then Aura. The girl greeted him back, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And Roy asked how he ended up there, to which Roland replied that he had heard news and was worried. Roy chuckled a little and thought that the appearance of the Draugr was probably a mistake. So he asked if the chairman had come because the Draugr himself had appeared in the dungeon. Hearing this question, Roland recalled how Roy had come to his office with the azure dragon sword in his hands on behalf of the great swordsman, who did not trust his weapon to anyone. Having received a report about the accident at the raid battle, due to which the Draugr appeared and even turned against the swarm, the chairman had already begun mentally preparing for his death. But now, seeing that this kid, who was apparently important to the great swordsman, was not only alive, but had also single-handedly dealt with the Draugr, the man was able to smile. The man's eyes flashed, and he thought that he finally understood why the great swordsman treasured this young man so much that he even trusted him with his legendary weapon. At the same time, while in his family estate, Guy Bowers suddenly shuddered, noting that his skin had unexpectedly started to crawl, and Robert said that it was chilly today. Chairman Roland also noticed that Roy was in the company of the hero's granddaughter, whom he cherished like the apple of his eye, and who asked the boy how he knew the chairman. Flustered by the question, Roy stuttered as he said that he was the one who had recently lent the azure dragon sword, and the girl looked down at the guy with disdain. Deciding to change the subject, which was clearly unpleasant for the spearman, Roland asked how the guy was feeling and if he was hurt, to which Roy said that he got off with only a couple of bruises. Getting up from his bunk, he turned to the man and, remembering that the Draugr had probably appeared in the dungeon due to a mistake, asked the man how this had happened. He explained that he meant the fact that it was Draugr that had appeared instead of Revenant, and the man's gaze directed at Roy became more serious. Roland sighed, first thinking about how to put it better, and then said directly that the dungeon core had overloaded, and the boy was taken aback by this answer. It was so unexpected that the guy even sat back down on his bed, and the man continued that this most likely happened because of the mutation research. The man explained that Daisy's research was being implemented into competition for the first time, and Roy began to wonder if distortions could be artificially recreated. And then, completely lost in his thoughts, the guy brought the chain of reasoning to the theory that the distortion of the great disaster could have arisen in exactly the same way. Interrupting the boy's train of thought, Roland bowed in apology and asked for forgiveness out loud, noting that they would do everything possible to ensure that something like this did not happen again. Looking up, the man also added that of course he wouldn't limit himself to just words, and Roy and Aura looked at him curiously. The boy was surprised because he thought that the matter would simply be hushed up. But when Roland asked if they had any special requests, Aura immediately understood what Roy would talk about. Raising his hand with 3 fingers spread, Roy smiled slyly at the man and asked for a whole 3 million to forget about this matter once and for all. The man chuckled and agreed to the offer, noting that due to their last meeting, he was prepared for such an offer, and noted that the guy really loved money. And then Roy laughed and added something that the chairman did not expect, saying that he was asking not for himself alone, but for 3 million for each of his team. Finally, the raid battle, full of difficulties, came to an end, leaving behind a storm of emotions and impressions in the minds of the participants and spectators. But the biggest impression on everyone who followed the competition was made by the Dream Team, which surpassed the most popular academies in strength and talent. The Dream Team made such a splash that from the very day they dealt with the Draugr, almost every guild in the country did everything possible to recruit them. Ordinary people did nothing but discuss the amazing events of the competition, offering to issue Dream Team members hunter licenses without an exam. After the competition and a good rest, the team finally gathered at the academy, and when Roy began to divide the reward, Eva agreed to accept only 3 million. She insisted that she had done almost nothing and that Roy and Harry had handled everything. But Harry, scratching his head, also admitted that he had not particularly distinguished himself. The guy insisted on taking only compensation for the appearance of the Draugr, and Roy should take everything else for himself. And Eva supported the Dagger Master. And although the guy wanted to share with them honestly, he could not refuse such generosity on their part and, smiling happily, hugged his comrades tightly. When the guy finally got all the money he needed, he immediately transferred 3 million to his friends. And without counting for long, he realized that he had saved up a whole 22.5 million. And although up until this point, the guy had been thinking about various other courses and the possibility of acquiring mana elixirs, now he realized that he was only a little short of Sun Wukong's course. Walking along the corridor of the academy, the guy decided to go into Aura's office and ask her if their academy had risen to the first league, which the girl confirmed. Delighted by this information, Roy asked if they could now go on raids on 6-level dungeons. And then Aura's face changed. Awkwardness and shame appeared in her eyes when she told the boy that only A-rank hunters could enter dungeons of such difficulty. And Roy understood what the problem was. The girl felt very awkward in front of the guy because she was only a B-rank hunter, and because of this, they would not be allowed to carry out such raids, although he needed them. Realizing that due to her low level, he had become an obstacle to Roy's development, the girl apologized, and the guy began to fussily convince her that she was not to blame for anything. Roy, worried that he had offended the girl, told her that without her help, he would not have been able to participate even in the last competition. And then, as he walked out the door, he regretted asking. Deciding not to bother his friend, Roy walked further down the corridor, wondering where he could now get the required amount of money. The guy thought that without a dungeon, it would be impossible to quickly earn the missing amount. And so the guy again thought about paying for lectures on mana. The guy decided that the choice was quite difficult because he wanted to buy both lectures. And so he took out his phone and started writing to Mentor with a request to meet and discuss this issue. But before he could finish writing the message, his mentor immediately got out of his phone, happily asking how he could help his protege, which scared Roy quite a bit. Mentor laughed happily and noted that he had managed to surprise the guy this time. And Roy, clutching his chest, asked if he could appear in some other way. Pleased with the effect produced, Mentor said that it was one of his amusements. And then, placing his hands on his hips, joyfully asked what reason Roy had for wishing to meet. The guy waved his hand at Mentor, inviting him to follow him, and moved towards the exit to the roof, simultaneously telling the Mentor about his problem. After listening to the guy, Mentor asked if he understood correctly that Roy did not know what exactly to choose. And, having received an affirmative answer, he thought about the answer. He scratched his chin, muttering under his breath about whether Roy was at the right level for his idea. And Roy, hearing this, asked what Mentor meant. He turned his head to the guy and, after thinking a little more, said that Roy could try to get a discount on Karma, and then he would be able to enroll in both courses. The guy was very happy that he could get the opportunity to get both courses at once. But he asked again what a Karma discount was, but did not receive a clear answer. But then, noticing that his words did not give Roy understanding, Mentor replied that right now an event was taking place that offered a discount on the karma calculated for the student. The guy realized that this was something from the category of seasonal discounts in stores, and, surprised, noted that he did not expect that the Academy of Transcendence had something like this. The mentor said that this doesn't happen often, and then Roy asked how much he was entitled to, and the mentor replied that it was possible to get a discount equal to 100%. The guy's eyes widened in shock when he realized that he could get access to Sun Wukong's course for free and was about to agree. But Mentor slowed down his pressure. Mentor pointed a finger at Roy's forehead and said that of course he couldn't get a discount that easy. And the guy rolled his eyes. Turning back to the mentor, Roy asked what he needed to do. And the mentor, again placing his hands on his hips, replied that there was an event going on to support the top students. Roy continued listening, and Mentor said that this event allowed them to help those who scored the highest on the practice exam. And Roy remembered his grades with horror. Realizing that the guy had only managed to get past the first stage in one aspect that time, he was very upset, and Mentor, noticing such a reaction, was surprised. Roy thought that he was now studying with Zhang Sanfeng and Hercules, and had made incredible progress in the Buddha course, and would therefore get more points when he tried again. But the guy got even more upset when he realized that he was nowhere near the title of excellent student. And Mentor corrected himself, saying that he had expressed himself a little incorrectly. Smiling and drawing the boy's attention to himself, the mentor said that he was talking more about those students who showed a growth trend. And Roy felt hope. The mentor explained that the discount percentage was literally equal to the percentage of improvement in the practice exam grades, meaning Roy only needed to get 60 points for the full discount. The mentor summed up that they would be based on past grades, so it wasn't necessary to get a perfect score. And Roy was amazed to realize that he just needed to do a little better. Smiling slyly and invitingly, Mentor added that with the guy's current level, it was possible, and asked if he would risk trying. And Roy looked up at him. Joy lit up his face as the boy admitted that he simply had no right to miss such a great chance, and told Mentor that he would definitely take the risk. Deciding to give it a try, Roy headed to the park where he liked to train, acquiring a gilded ingot along the way, which he planned to use to distract the dragon Fafnir. While the guy was remembering how the last time the mighty dragon ran after the ingots that the guy threw like an obedient dog, Mentor was doing something on his phone. When he finished filling something out, Mentor handed the phone to Roy, and the guy noticed that this time, the exam cost a whole million. Calculating that in that case he would only have 21.5 million left, Roy began to consider how much of a minimum discount he should receive. And after a couple of seconds of brainstorming, Roy came to the realization that he had to improve his result by at least 20.3 units. Inspired, Roy pressed the button to pay for the practice exam and watched as the windows on the screen changed one after another, forming tasks and stages for the student. Realizing that in a few seconds he would again meet the monster that had badly mauled him last time, Roy squeezed the ingot a little tighter. And although he understood that his chances of defeating Fafnir were not very high, the boy felt the excitement of the spirit from the anticipation of the upcoming battle. Finally, the task was formed. And at the same moment, a monster burst out of the guy's phone, quickly beginning to increase in size. The guy instantly reacted to the appearance of the monster and, handing the phone to Mentor, who hurried to a safe place, began to act. Expecting that this time the formidable dragon would use its mighty flame, Roy immediately threw the ingot, wanting to distract the monster and get a couple of seconds to react. And while he was running, even slightly overtaking the thrown ingot, Roy stuck his hand into Cabesus and snatched the spear of Longinus from it, intending to enter the battle as soon as possible. Running around the monster, Roy grinned, realizing that the first stage of the planned battle had been successful, and he had probably gotten a couple of seconds to maneuver. But when the boy glanced at the dragon, wanting to make sure that he was distracted, he was amazed that he saw not Fafnir, but another monster, roaring with anger with 7 heads at once. At first, the boy slowed down, looking at the monster with surprise in his eyes and not understanding why it was him in front of him and not Fafnir, for whom he had long been prepared. But a second later, Roy redistributed his thinking priorities and realized that in front of him was not a simple monster, but a real hydra from the myths about Hercules. Roy even allowed the thought that he was wrong, and it was actually Fafnir, who had gained weight and grown 6 more heads, But then he looked at Mentor. Looking at the phone screen, which the Mentor showed to the guy with a smile on his face, Roy saw that the task to destroy Hydra itself was indeed written there. And when Roy looked at what was written, he realized how naive he had been to think that the tasks would not change until Hydra began to release flames from all of its mouths at once. Smiling happily and encouragingly, Mentor gave the boy a thumbs up, encouraging him and wishing him luck in this challenge. Panicked at the realization of how badly Roy had miscalculated, the boy shouted at Mentor that he had not warned that the tasks would change. Hearing the guy's comment, Mentor blinked his eyes in bewilderment, surprised that Roy didn't know this. And then, explaining that the tasks couldn't be repeated because they could be memorized, the Mentor added that he only now understood why Roy had prepared the gold bar, and the guy indignantly shouted that the Mentor could have asked about this in advance. And while they were talking, the monster was not going to wait peacefully for the guy to gather his strength. And when Roy turned to the Hydra, he saw that the monster was already preparing its flame. And at the same time, the monster launched an attack of terrifying dark flames from all its heads at once, at the single point where its opponent stood. In turn, Roy, using his sixth sense, reaction, and agility, instantly jumped into the air, barely managing to dodge the terrifying attack. And, clenching his teeth out of anger, the guy, turning over in the air and intending to continue the fight, hammered into his mind the idea of scoring at least 3 points more than before. Dodging the incessant attacks, Roy turned around and assumed a vertical position, concentrated mana in his legs and touched the air. And then he pushed off from him and darted to the side, madly happy with the fact that he had managed to at least slightly study the technique of climbing through the sky. After all, only Zhang Xianfeng's course allowed Roy to successfully, albeit with great difficulty, dodge this frightening purple flame. While Roy was fighting, Mentor watched the battle from the sidelines and asked with surprise when the boy had mastered the technique of movement, since the Mentor had only recently advised him to study it. Trying not to be distracted by the awareness of the difficulty of the ongoing battle, Roy said nothing. But at the same time, he thought that so far he was only able to dodge. However, Roy was still distracted for a second, missing the moment when he found himself right in front of one of the heads, which was about to destroy the guy with its flames. It took all of Roy's reflexes and mana control skills to push off the air and dodge the flames, but he still managed to do it. Although the guy was a little late because the flame managed to slightly touch his shoulder, leaving a small scratch on it, which Roy decided not to pay attention to. However, at that very moment, Roy first felt that something was wrong, and then his eyes widened in shock when he realized how dire the situation was that he was in. For at that very moment, a small scratch on his shoulder erupted in such terrifying pain that the boy lost all concentration, dropped his spear, and flew to the ground. He tried his best to endure the suffering he was experiencing from the wound. But at that very moment, he fell to the ground, screaming in incredible pain. Lying where he landed, the guy writhed on the ground, clutching his shoulder with all his might, and not understanding how a simple scratch could instantly disable him. The suffering was truly horrific, and for the first time in his life, Roy thought that he sincerely wanted to die, just to not feel this pain. And death came. But after it, the guy just returned to a reality in which there was no wound on his body, and the pain went away. And then Mentor flew up. Approaching the guy lying on the ground, Mentor asked him with concern if it hurt, to which Roy, with tears streaming from his eyes, asked in a trembling voice what that was all about. The Mentor spoke to the boy as if he felt awkward, explaining that due to the poison in the Hydra's flame, it was considered a high-ranking demonic beast. Trying to catch his breath, Roy remembered how Chiron himself told him that in the past, he was poisoned by the Hydra's venom and, unable to bear the pain, begged to kill him. After catching his breath a little, Roy took the phone from Mentor's hands and, turning it on, saw that Zhang Xianfeng's course progress had increased by a couple of %, which couldn't help but please him. The guy thought that Hydra was a truly scary monster, but in a fight with it, he would not only be able to get a discount, but also get some great training. Roy was about to press the button that would start the attempt again, but suddenly he froze and fell silent, causing Mentor to look at him in confusion, asking what was going on. The boy trembled, smiled painfully, and asked the Mentor if he could finish now, to which the Mentor said that of course the boy could, but he would hardly get the required points. Hearing a completely uninspiring answer, Roy even shed a few tears from the realization that he would probably have to experience incredible pain again. With a heavy sigh, Roy pressed the start button, and within a few moments, the Hydra stood before its enemy in its full, terrifying height, growling with all 7 heads. However, Roy, sighing again, thought about how this fight was a test of combat power, and, putting his hand into Kabisa's, took out the best tool for this kind of test. And while the monster began to gradually emit poisonous flames from its mouth, Roy summed up his thoughts with the thought that in order to increase his points, he only needed to inflict a lot of damage. And it was for this reason that the boy, casting a truly evil glance at the monster, raised Gungnir over his shoulder, intending to attack the monster from afar. And in order to increase the damage dealt, Roy not only strained his arms, but also put all of his mana into his attack, using the Aura Blade technique. And the moment the boy felt all his strength was put into his attack, he waved his hand, sending Odin's mighty spear flying towards his enemy. And just a second after the powerful throw, the spear, having slightly adjusted the correct trajectory, crashed into one of the Hydra's heads, completely knocking it off its neck. Roy watched with joy and hope in his eyes as one of the monster's heads was reduced to just a stump, spurting out liters of poisonous blood. Before he could even change his stance after the throw, the guy smiled, noting that there were only 6 heads left, and therefore, he might even be able to defeat this monster. He began to think of a tactic that would require him to simply destroy the heads one by one. But he stared ahead in shock as he noticed the head was regenerating. And only now the guy thought that he had forgotten the most important feature of the Hydra, when he saw how its head literally grew back. And at that very moment, panic was reflected in his eyes from the thought that any plan here would be useless, because all his attacks would have no effect on the enemy. And he only looked with horror into the eyes of the head that he had successfully cut off just a second ago, seeing in them a sincere thirst for murder. And then the monster rushed forward, not dousing the enemy with poisonous flame, but intending to grab him in his powerful jaws and tear him into small pieces. Fully aware of how much his chances of winning had diminished after this attempt, Roy could only smile as he accepted yet another death. The attempt ended, and Roy, taking a deep breath, tried to cope with the horror of the memory of how huge, monstrous jaws were approaching his face. Trembling with tension, the boy rolled over onto his stomach and, trying to get up, frantically tried to figure out how to deal with such a monster. And although he really tried to come up with at least some idea to solve the problem, the thought still matured in his head that his chances were really slim. He remembered that last time he only received 4.2 points for piercing Fafnir's body once with his holy spear. The guy thought that he didn't know exactly how points were awarded, and if the criterion was the effectiveness of the strike, then due to the regeneration of goals, he might not get any at all. Frowning, Mentor looked at the boy, who was already starting to lose hope, and reminded him that he could watch explanatory lectures if he was having difficulties. And when the guy turned on his phone and saw that he could watch lectures by Siegfried, Hercules, and Susano, he learned from Mentor that watching lectures lowers your score. After thinking for a moment, the Mentor added that even under such conditions, Roy could still get a high grade based on the knowledge he had gained. And Roy was faced with a difficult choice. Roy sighed, decided that he didn't want to get fined for explaining things and therefore would try to cope on his own, and launched another attempt. The guy tried again and again, but didn't achieve much of a result, cutting off 1 or 2 heads of the monster, but noticing with despair that it regenerated them over and over again. And while he was trying, Mentor, flying at a safe distance, tried to support his ward with all his might, wishing him luck and victory. Carried away by the Hydra's clenched jaws during one of his attempts, Roy managed to scream before his next death that he simply hated his Mentor. Finally, the attempts ended, and the guy, staring at the phone screen, with a voice trembling from the tension, begged the universe to help him get the points he needed. And to his boundless joy, the universe heard the boy's prayers, because the screen showed a score of 8 and 8 points, which surprised even Mentor. With his hands on his hips, the Mentor noted in amazement that Roy seemed to be a better version of his former self with each meeting, and even added that he considered him his best student. The guy managed to get embarrassed, but Mentor interrupted his joy, adding that his speed of progress was, of course, amazing, but his level was simply at rock bottom. The mentor laughed, adding that it was better to tell the truth to someone's face than to curse them behind their back. And Roy, deciding to change the subject, was pleased that he had achieved an even greater promotion. Having been inspired and promising himself that he would definitely try even better, just 9 days later, Roy again experienced the overwhelming despair. The oppression in his mind was so strong that he even fell to his knees, unable to cope with the thought that what had happened to him had actually happened. And while Mentor, flying very close, grinned maliciously, throwing a satisfied glance at the guy, Roy desperately exclaimed that it was all over. And 9 days before that, the guy showed up at the park again, planning to take the endurance test. But he didn't even expect it to be so difficult. The guy had to, instead of embodying Atlas, who was about to leave for the Golden Apple, hold the heavens on his shoulders for a whole hour. For this test, the boy received a bonus of only 2 and 2 points. And 3 days later, he showed up again, getting ready to begin the test of adaptability, where he was met by Argus. Roy had to use his wits to beat the many-eyed giant in a game of staring, but every time he closed one eye, another opened. The boy tried his best until his eyeballs turned red and tears ran down his cheeks, wondering only if Argus really had 100 eyes. Having received only 1 and 9 points, Roy returned 3 days later for the mana test, meeting there with the Archlich, who had to drain the boy's mana for 10 minutes. The monstrous undead lord commanded the boy in a terrifying voice to kneel before the inevitability of defeat, and began to absorb the boy's mana. But literally a moment later it ended, and Roy explained to the surprised monster that he had not yet completed the course on mana, and because of this, the guy received a bonus of only 4/10 of a point. And after all these trials, Roy, returning to the training site, stood on his knees in despair, realizing that for 4 stages he had received only 9 and 1 bonus points. Looking up at Mentor, Roy asked if he understood correctly that if he couldn't raise his points to 50%, he wouldn't get a discount at all. The mentor replied with a smile that Roy understood everything correctly, and the boy, pursing his lip in despair, came to the final realization that he was in a terrible situation. And while the guy was raising his phone to his eyes, and Mentor was suggesting that they start today's test as soon as possible, Roy was already regretting that he had spent money on the training exam. However, the guy realized that it was too late to stop, and so he launched the next test and saw the Archlich, already familiar to him, whose requiem he had to listen to for a whole half hour. Seeing who he would have to impress with his song, the Archlich rattled his bones in displeasure, noting that he hoped that the guy would not disappoint him this time. Remembering that the boy had easily passed the first level of the mental power discipline last time, Roy decided to score as many points as possible for this test. And when the boy was ready, the Archlich began to spread his music, which would have driven a simple man to despair. But the monster was surprised this time. The Lord of the Dead, noting before disappearing that he was amazed, was unable to defeat the guy who had recently shown an incredibly insignificant result. The guy was glad that this time the result of this test was no worse than the last one, and he concentrated, preparing for the second level. And if before Roy only had to endure the mind-altering music, this time he had to drive a real demon out of his mind in 1 hour. The monster that had come from the 9th circle of hell itself began to whisper in his mind, claiming that they were now one, and Roy tensed. The demon was about to say that Roy would never get rid of him, but the guy relaxed, calmly patted his ear and literally pushed the monster out of his mind. The guy shrugged when he realized that this test was even too easy for him. And then the 3rd level came, and Roy saw a girl of unimaginable beauty. Roy was offered to break free from her spell, and the guy, to his surprise, noticed that the goddess Aphrodite herself, whose beauty was considered unattainable for centuries, had appeared to him. The goddess, for whose love wars were waged, spoke, intending to capture Roy's heart. But he only calmly asked if she was cold. The 3rd stage of the discipline was successfully overcome, and Mentor cried out in confusion, wanting to understand how something like this could happen, because Roy was incredibly weak up until this point. Turning to his absolutely stunned mentor, Roy calmly shrugged, noting that he himself did not know how he did it, and adding that all this was simply bearable for him. The next stage began, in which Roy had to endure the screams of the martyrs of the Buddhist hell of Avicii for a full 30 minutes. At that very moment, the suffering souls began to scream, begging the boy for salvation from this hell, or at least for the mercy of murder, so that they would no longer experience this suffering. Other souls, crawling towards him with their last strength, bursting into tears from horror and pain, told the guy that it was he who was to blame for their death and ending up in Avicii. The martyrs clung to him, begging him to take responsibility for what had happened to them and not to leave them to continue to suffer in pain and horror. One of the sinful souls even managed to stand on both of her feet and, approaching the guy, grabbed him by the shoulders, screaming that it was all his fault. In turn, Roy, stretching out his hand forward with a puzzled look, did not allow the soul into his personal space, noting that, in fact, he was seeing them all for the first time. The spectacle of the torment of those who had committed the most terrible thing a person could do and ended up in Avicii for it should have driven the guy crazy. But to his surprise, he was calm. Finally, the fourth stage also came to an end, and the martyrs, scattering to the wind, disappeared, leaving Roy alone with Mentor, who still did not understand how this was possible. The next stage began, and Mephistopheles himself descended from the heavens to Roy on his wings, offering the boy unimaginable pleasures that even Faust could not resist. Roy had to endure a full hour of temptation from the Demon King, who claimed that the 7 deadly sins were paradise, the embodiment of the 7 deadly desires. Turning around, Roy saw a vision of himself kissing Aura, and Mephistopheles revealed that the hell of adultery was a paradise that allowed one to live out their deepest fantasies. When Mephistopheles spoke about the hell of greed, which is a heaven where Roy can get whatever he wants, the guy saw mountains of money, barely containing himself. Hearing about the hell of gluttony, which is a paradise where food never runs out no matter how much you eat, Roy was salivating with the desire to eat all the delicious dishes that lay before him. Then the guy saw the hell of sloth, which was a paradise where even angels couldn't hold back their happy smiles, and the spearman had a hard time not falling asleep from comfort. Finding himself in a vision of the hell of wrath, which is a paradise where he can torture his enemies to his heart's content, Roy resolutely refused the torture instruments offered to him. The sixth vision was the hell of envy, which was a true paradise that allowed the boy to make up for what he could not get. And the spearman saw the happiness he could achieve. And unlike the previous stages, this one seemed really difficult to the guy. But 6 of the 7 visions were already behind him, and he tried to set himself up for the last sin. However, withstanding the temptation of the last vision turned out to be many times more difficult than the previous ones, and the guy strained all his willpower to emerge victorious. However, the guy saw the hell of pride, and this feeling instantly penetrated his consciousness, filling the simply immeasurable cup of egoism, satisfying the hunger of his egoism. The guy felt how pleasant it was, and how much his own inner demon was satisfied with the feeling he was experiencing. The guy realized that he was in trouble. After all, the thought popped into his head that he didn't care about all these trials in the future, because he was already the best and the strongest, and this thought brought a smile to his face. And a moment later, Roy took a deep breath, and his consciousness cleared, and he realized that he had returned to the real world, and all the visions had faded, leaving no trace of themselves. The incredible feeling of his own boundless greatness also disappeared, leaving the guy sitting on the ground in sadness from the realization that he had failed to resist temptation. Shaking his head, the guy looked at the screen, noting with a little disappointment that this stage turned out to be much tougher and harder than the previous ones. He tried to repeat it, being sure that at least once he would definitely withstand the temptation of Mephistopheles. But the attempts ended until he lost completely. Getting up from the ground, the boy brushed off his pants, sadly noting that he couldn't handle the hell of pride, while Mentor, with a shocked look in his eyes, asked how Roy got to the 5th stage. Shrugging his shoulders again and smiling at the Mentor, the boy repeated that he had been tolerant, and then added that perhaps it was all because of the progress of the Buddha course, and the Mentor asked to show it. The Mentor was skeptical, and the guy, seeing this, told his mentor that he had increased his progress to 31%. Mentor's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately cried out that this was simply impossible, because last time it was only 15%, and now it was as much as 31. Snatching the phone from Roy's hands, the mentor shouted that he would never take the guy's word for it until he saw the progress with his own eyes. And when he opened the necessary tab and saw that the guy not only wasn't lying, but had also studied other courses to enormous levels, he exclaimed in amazement. The mentor was much more surprised by the 53% progress on the Hercules course, and Roy remarked that he was just lucky, to which the mentor asked if he was joking. Roy also said that the expression on mentor's face scared him, and the mentor cried out that it was simply impossible for a first year to have made such incredible progress. He added that Buddha's lectures were some of the most difficult to study, and Roy had raised his progress so much and so quickly. And the boy added that he was lucky here too. After 3 more days had passed, Roy passed the final tests and received a final score of 52 points, 22 of which the guy received for mental strength. Roy was incredibly happy that thanks to the lectures of teacher Buddha, he was able to get a grade increase not by the planned 70, but by as much as 80%. And only now did Roy realize that he would finally do what he had wanted to do so much since entering the Transcendent Academy, and finally pay for Sun Wukong's course himself.